Chapter 7. Charlotte ran her finger down the supply list, mentally calculating costs as Mrs. Hawkins wrapped parcels of coffee, sugar, and salt behind the general store counter. The monthly trip to Silver Springs had become routine in the 10 weeks since Charlotte's arrival at Copper Creek, but today's expedition carried extra importance. With regular cattle deliveries stabilizing their finances, she could finally replace tools that had been limping along on repairs. "We'll need those fence staples as well," Charlotte reminded the storekeeper's wife, glancing at Sarah, who stood examining bolts of fabric nearby. "And the hammer Mr. Hawkins promised to set aside for us?" "Already wrapped, dear," Mrs. Hawkins assured her, efficiently tying string around the coffee package. Her plump hands moved with practiced precision despite her constant flow of conversation. "And Jacob added those special nails you wanted for the barn roof? Said they'd hold better in our summer storms?" Charlotte nodded appreciatively. The Hawkinses had proven reliable suppliers, and unlike some Silver Springs merchants, they'd treated her with professional respect from the beginning. "That everything on your list, Miss Langford?" Mrs. Hawkins inquired, totaling figures on a scrap of paper. "Seems like you're preparing for winter already, and it's barely September." "Better prepared than caught short," Sarah interjected, abandoning the fabric display to join them at the counter. "Last winter caught us with half the tools broken and supplies running thin by February." Mrs. Hawkins nodded sympathetically. "Heard Copper Creek went through some lean times after your mother passed. Good to see you setting things right." She lowered her voice conspiratorially. "Town's been talking about those cattle deliveries of yours. Fine stock, by all accounts." Charlotte allowed herself a small smile of satisfaction. "We're rebuilding gradually. Quality over quantity for now." "Smart business," Mrs. Hawkins agreed. "Speaking of town matters, I assume you'll be attending the Founders' Day dance next Saturday? Biggest social event of the season out here, you know." Charlotte blinked in surprise. "A dance? I hadn't heard about it." "Oh my heavens, yes. Established 15 years ago when Silver Springs was just a mining camp. Now it's quite the affair, decorations at the town hall, musicians coming special from Tucson." Mrs. Hawkins' eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Everyone who's anyone attends. Perfect opportunity for making connections." "I appreciate the information, but I doubt I'll have time," Charlotte demurred politely. "The north pasture fence needs completing before the first frost, and we're preparing for another cattle delivery." Mrs. Hawkins looked genuinely dismayed. "But you must come. It's not just sociable, it's practical. Ranchers discuss winter grazing arrangements, merchants plan supply schedules, half the territory's business gets settled during Founders' Day." Charlotte glanced at Sarah, expecting support for her practical decision to skip the festivities. To her surprise, the housekeeper was nodding in agreement with Mrs. Hawkins. "She has a point," Sarah said. "Your mother never missed it. Said it was worth a month of formal meetings for getting the lay of the land." This unexpected endorsement gave Charlotte pause. If her practical-minded housekeeper and her business-savvy mother both considered the event worthwhile, perhaps she should reconsider. "I hadn't realized it served such a purpose," she admitted, "though I'm afraid I don't have suitable attire for a frontier dance." Mrs. Hawkins waved away this concern. "Nonsense. I'm sure those trunks of yours hold something suitable, and I'd be happy to help with any adjustments." She studied Charlotte appraisingly. "A Boston lady like yourself must have lovely gowns tucked away." "I do have a few evening dresses," Charlotte acknowledged reluctantly, "though they're hardly suited to Western sensibilities," Hawkins insisted. "Why, Mary Peterson, the minister's wife, you know, mentioned meeting you months ago. She was quite impressed with your composure after that dreadful stagecoach robbery. The whole town's curious about Elizabeth Langford's daughter, especially now that you're succeeding with the ranch." Charlotte felt herself weakening in the face of such determined persuasion. The practical benefits Mrs. Hawkins described were compelling, particularly the opportunities to establish relationships with other ranchers beyond strictly business transactions. "I'll consider it," she conceded, not quite committing, "though I'm not sure what would constitute appropriate attire." Sarah stepped in with unexpected decisiveness. "We'll manage the dress. Haven't had cause to put my sewing skills to use in some time." Mrs. Hawkins beamed triumphantly, sensing victory. Wonderful. And do bring your foreman. Mr. Cole, isn't it? Such a quiet man, but quite striking. Half the unmarried ladies in town will be disappointed if he doesn't make an appearance. Charlotte felt a peculiar twist in her stomach at the thought of Grayson surrounded by admiring local women. I'm not certain Mr. Cole would consider a dance essential business, she replied carefully. Men rarely do until they arrive, Mrs. Hawkins chuckled. But the Founders' Day dance is where the Peterson girls met their husbands 3 years back, and where the Donovan Holloway grazing agreement was hammered out over punch last year. The mention of Holloway's name caught Charlotte's attention. Vernon Holloway attends these functions? Never misses one, Mrs. Hawkins confirmed. Uses the occasion to survey everyone's circumstances, my Jacob says. Information gathering, if you take my meaning. This revelation settled Charlotte's decision. If Holloway would be present, assessing and calculating, she needed to represent Copper Creek's interests personally. In that case, I believe we will attend, she said with newfound resolve, though I'll need to determine what's appropriate to wear. Mrs. Hawkins clapped her hands in delight. I knew you'd see reason. Come by Friday afternoon if you need any last-minute adjustments to your gown. I was quite handy with a needle before arthritis claimed these fingers. As they completed their transaction and loaded their purchases onto the wagon, Sarah gave Charlotte a sidelong glance. Didn't expect you to agree so readily. I'm full of surprises, Charlotte replied lightly. Besides, you seem to think it worthwhile. It is, Sarah confirmed. Though I suspect Mrs. Hawkins's mention of certain eligible ladies eyeing Mr. Cole might have influenced your decision. Charlotte felt heat rise in her cheeks. Don't be ridiculous. I'm attending for business purposes only. Sarah's expression remained skeptical as she climbed onto the wagon seat. Of course you are, and I'm secretly a duchess in disguise. Charlotte chose not to dignify this with a response as she took up the reins. The drive back to Copper Creek would give her ample time to consider which of her Boston gowns might be suitably modified for a frontier dance. A purely practical consideration, she assured herself, that had nothing whatsoever to do with Grayson Cole's potential attendance. Hold still, Sarah admonished, pins clenched between her lips as she adjusted the bodice of Charlotte's evening gown. One wrong move and you'll be wearing these pins instead of the dress. Charlotte obediently froze in place, arms slightly extended as the housekeeper circled her with the critical eye of an experienced seamstress. The pale blue silk gown, once the height of Boston fashion for garden parties, lay partially deconstructed on her bed, awaiting transformation. Are you certain this isn't too formal? Charlotte asked, eyeing the rich fabric. I don't want to appear overdressed. Sarah removed the pins from her mouth, securing them in the fabric with practiced precision. Trust me, everyone puts on their finest for Founders' Day. The women save all year for special ribbons and such. Your Boston gown will fit right in with a few adjustments. The evening before the dance had arrived more quickly than Charlotte anticipated. Between ranch duties, cattle deliveries, and the ongoing fence repairs, she'd barely had time to consider her attendance until Sarah had appeared at her bedroom door, sewing basket in hand, insisting they begin alterations immediately. Besides, Sarah continued, measuring a length of ivory lace she'd procured from her mysterious personal supplies, this blue brings out your eyes. No sense hiding your best features. Charlotte couldn't help smiling at the housekeeper's matter-of-fact compliment. Their relationship had evolved considerably from the wary acquaintance of her first days at Copper Creek. Sarah Quinn might maintain her gruff exterior, but her actions increasingly revealed genuine care beneath the practical facade. I still find it surprising that you're encouraging this excursion, Charlotte admitted as Sarah pinned the lace along the neckline, softening its formerly severe cut. Social gatherings hardly seem your preferred pastime. Sarah snorted. They're not. Bunch of people talking nonsense and pretending they're finer than they are. She stood back, assessing her handiwork with a critical eye, but that doesn't mean they're not necessary. Out here, connections matter, can mean the difference between surviving a hard winter and going under. The housekeeper's weathered fingers moved deftly as she began adjusting the sleeves, shortening them to 3/4 length to better suit the warmer Arizona evening temperatures. Your mother understood that. Never missed Founders' Day. Even when she was feeling poorly that last year, Charlotte absorbed this information, picturing her elegant mother navigating the frontier social gathering. What was she like at these events? My mother, I mean. Sarah paused in her work, expression softening with memory. dignified but not standoffish, made a point of speaking with everyone, not just the merchants and ranchers, but the miners' wives and laundry women too. She listened more than she spoke, which is rare enough at such gatherings. The description aligned with the woman Charlotte had glimpsed through her mother's journals. Observant, strategic, but genuinely interested in the community she'd joined. It offered a template for Charlotte's own approach tomorrow night. "I'm nervous," she confessed, surprising herself with the admission. "In Boston, I knew all the social rules. Here, I'm still learning, still an outsider in many ways." Sarah looked up from her stitching, her usual brisk manner gentling slightly. "You've earned more respect than you realize these past months. Those cattle deliveries have people talking. So does the way you faced down Holloway over water rights." "News travels quickly," Charlotte observed. "Like wildfire in a drought," Sarah agreed. "Point is, you won't be walking in as a complete stranger. You've established yourself as someone who means business and backs her words with action. That counts for something in these parts." The reassurance eased Charlotte's anxiety somewhat. She had worked diligently to prove herself capable since arriving at Copper Creek. Perhaps this social gathering was simply another arena in which to demonstrate her commitment to remaining in the territory. "Turn," Sarah instructed, helping Charlotte rotate to assess the back of the gown. "We'll lower this neckline just a touch in back. Modest enough for propriety, but cooler for dancing." "Dancing?" Charlotte echoed, a new concern surfacing. "I haven't danced since before I left Boston." Sarah's hand stilled momentarily on the fabric. "Since your wedding day, that wasn't," she surmised with characteristic directness. Yes. The memory no longer carried the sharp sting it once had. Edmund Blackwell and his calculated abandonment seemed to belong to another lifetime, one inhabited by a different Charlotte Langford. "Well, I doubt you've forgotten the steps," Sarah said practically, resuming her adjustments. "Though frontier dances are livelier than those stuffy Boston affairs, if your mother's descriptions were accurate." Charlotte smiled at the thought. "I might enjoy that, actually. Boston's formal quadrilles always felt rather constrained." "Nothing constrained about a Virginia reel," Sarah predicted with a rare chuckle. "You'll be breathless by the end, especially with all the partners you'll have." Charlotte's thoughts drifted to one potential partner in particular. "Do you think Mr. Cole will attend? He hasn't mentioned the dance at all." The question emerged more hesitantly than she'd intended. Sarah's knowing expression suggested the casualness Charlotte had attempted had fallen decidedly flat. "Men rarely discuss such things," the housekeeper replied, a suspicious twitch at the corner of her mouth suggesting suppressed amusement. "But I noticed Miguel laid out his good shirt this morning, and Tomas has been polishing his boots all afternoon." "That doesn't answer my question about Mr. Cole," Charlotte pointed out. Sarah's eyes met hers in the mirror. "No, it doesn't, but if I were a betting woman, I'd wager he'll make an appearance, even if he claims it's just to keep an eye on ranch interests." Something warm unfurled in Charlotte's chest at this assessment. "Purely a business consideration on his part, I'm sure," she said, striving for nonchalance. "Of course," Sarah agreed, her tone suspiciously bland as she adjusted the pins in Charlotte's hair, sweeping it up in a style more flattering than Charlotte's usual practical arrangement. "Just like your concern about Mrs. Hawkins' comment regarding the local, unmarried lady's interest in him is purely professional." Charlotte flushed, caught in her transparent attempt at indifference. "Is it that obvious?" she asked softly. Sarah's expression softened. "Only to someone who's been watching you both these past months." She stepped back, surveying her handiwork. "There, with your hair like this and the neckline adjusted, you'll hold your own against any frontier belle who sets her cap for your foreman." The unexpectedly direct acknowledgement of her feelings left Charlotte momentarily speechless. She'd been so careful to maintain professional distance with Grayson, particularly after their near kiss on the porch and subsequent midnight conversation. Yet apparently her growing attachment had not gone unnoticed by the perceptive housekeeper. "I don't know what you're talking about," she attempted, though the denial sounded weak even to her own ears. Sarah merely raised an eyebrow as she gathered stray pins from the dressing table. "Then I suggest you spend some time figuring it out before tomorrow night. Nothing clarifies a woman's feelings quite like watching other women circling what she considers hers." With that disconcertingly accurate observation, Sarah gathered her sewing supplies and moved toward the door. I'll finish the alterations tonight. Try to get some sleep. Founders' Day promises to be illuminating. Left alone, Charlotte turned to study her reflection in the mirror. The woman who gazed back bore little resemblance to the proper Boston socialite who had arrived at Copper Creek months earlier. Sun had kissed her complexion golden, tiny lines had formed at the corners of her eyes from squinting against the Arizona brightness, and an assuredness had settled into her posture that spoke of hard-won confidence. Yet it was the expression in her eyes that revealed the most significant transformation, a mixture of determination, self-reliance, and something newer, more vulnerable, that appeared whenever her thoughts turned to Grayson Cole. Sarah's parting words echoed in her mind. Perhaps it was time to acknowledge, at least to herself, that her feelings for her foreman had evolved far beyond professional appreciation or even friendship. The prospect of seeing him at tomorrow's dance, perhaps even standing up with him for a set, sent her heart racing in a way that had nothing to do with business considerations and everything to do with the complex, reserved man who had gradually claimed a place in her thoughts, her days, and quite possibly her heart. Charlotte touched the blue silk of her gown, imagining Grayson's reaction to seeing her in something other than practical riding skirts and sturdy boots. For the first time since arriving in Arizona territory, she found herself looking forward to a social occasion with genuine anticipation, a development that would have astonished the Charlotte Langford who had fled Boston in search of independence, never imagining she might find something even more valuable in the process. The town dance, morning sunlight bathed the ranch yard in golden warmth as Charlotte studied the work roster she'd prepared. Miguel and Tomas waited expectantly before her, their expressions attentive as she finalized the day's assignments. Grayson arrived moments later, his long strides carrying him across the yard from the direction of the creek where he'd been checking water levels since dawn. "Good morning," Charlotte greeted them, conscious of Grayson's tall presence as he joined their small circle. "We have several priorities to address before this evening. The south pasture fence needs reinforcing," Grayson offered, removing his hat briefly to wipe his brow. "Found another section where Holloway's cattle pushed through yesterday." Charlotte nodded, making a notation on her list. "Miguel, can you and Tomas handle that? I'd like to finish tallying our stock for next week's delivery before we leave for town." "Leave for town," Grayson repeated, his eyebrows drawing together in that subtle way that suggested confusion rather than disapproval. "For the Founders' Day dance," Charlotte explained, striving for a casual tone, though her heart had inexplicably accelerated. "Apparently it's an important social and business event. Mrs. Hawkins was quite insistent that Copper Creek should be represented." Miguel's face brightened immediately. "Ah, the dance! Been looking forward to it for weeks. The Mendoza sisters will be there, finest dancers in 3 counties. And Señorita Lucia plays the guitar for some of the music," Tomas added eagerly. "She has promised to save a dance for me." Charlotte smiled at their enthusiasm. "Well, I'm glad someone informed me of its importance. I only learned of the event yesterday during our supply run." "Been going on for years," Miguel confirmed. "Your mother never missed it. Said more business happened at Founders' Day than in a month of formal meetings." Charlotte glanced at Grayson, whose expression remained unreadable. "Will you be attending as well, Mr. Cole?" she asked, her tone deliberately light. Grayson shifted his weight slightly, gaze drifting toward the distant mountains. "Hadn't given it much thought. Not much for dancing." "It's not just dancing," Charlotte countered, surprising herself with her persistence. According to Mrs. Hawkins, ranchers discussed winter grazing arrangements, merchants planned supply schedules, even the Donovan Holloway grazing agreement was finalized there last year. "Is that so?" Grayson's non-committal response revealed nothing of his thoughts on the matter. "Well, I think it would be beneficial to have Copper Creek fully represented," Charlotte continued, unable to completely disguise her disappointment at his apparent disinterest, "especially if Holloway will be present, assessing everyone's circumstances." "He never misses," Miguel confirmed. "Uses it to gather information, they say." Grayson's jaw tightened, almost imperceptibly at the mention of Holloway. "I suppose someone should keep an eye on his movements," he allowed, though he stopped short of committing to attendance. Charlotte gathered her papers, recognizing the conversation had reached its limit. Well, it's entirely your choice, of course. Sarah and I will be leaving around 4 o'clock if you decide to join us. Miguel, Tomas, you'll make your own arrangements. Sí, señorita, Miguel confirmed with a grin. We'll be there with our finest boots polished. Excellent, Charlotte nodded briskly, refusing to show her disappointment at Grayson's lukewarm response. Now, regarding today's work, Tomas, please take those fence supplies and head south. Miguel will join you shortly. Mr. Cole, could you check the sick calf in the north barn before addressing the broken water pump? With assignments distributed, Charlotte turned toward the house, her spine straight despite the peculiar heaviness in her chest. She had foolishly hoped for more enthusiasm from Grayson, perhaps even anticipation that might mirror her own carefully concealed excitement. His indifference stung more than it should have, confirming Sarah's observation about her growing feelings. Behind her, unobserved, Grayson watched her retreating figure with an intensity that belied his casual response. His blue eyes tracked her movement across the yard, lingering until she disappeared into the house. "You're not fooling anyone, amigo," Miguel commented quietly once Charlotte was out of earshot. "Especially not me." Grayson's attention snapped back to the foreman. "Don't know what you're talking about." Miguel chuckled, shaking his head. "The way you watch her when she's not looking, like a man dying of thirst eyes a desert spring." "That's ridiculous," Grayson muttered, jamming his hat back onto his head with unnecessary force. "Is it?" Miguel's weathered face creased with knowing amusement. "Then why does the mention of other men dancing with her make you look like you've swallowed a cactus spine?" "I'm concerned about ranch business, nothing more," Grayson insisted, though the tightness in his voice suggested otherwise. "Holloway will use the occasion to gather information, possibly make trouble." "See, very true," Miguel agreed too readily. "And that's why you'll be wearing your good shirt tonight, no? For ranch business." Grayson's glare would have intimidated most men, but Miguel merely laughed, clapping him on the shoulder before heading toward the barn for fence supplies. "The blue one," he called over his shoulder. "It matches your eyes." And her dress, if I heard Sarah correctly. Left alone in the yard, Grayson stood motionless, his expression a complex mixture of irritation and something far more vulnerable. He gazed toward the house once more, then turned abruptly toward the north barn, his stride purposeful as if physical activity might outpace the thoughts he wasn't yet ready to confront. Silver Springs Town Hall had undergone a remarkable transformation. Lanterns hung from the rafters, casting warm golden light over the large open room. Colorful bunting draped the walls, and someone had scattered desert wildflowers in tin containers along the refreshment tables. A small stage at the far end accommodated 4 musicians tuning their instruments: fiddle, guitar, accordion, and a banjo that promised livelier music than Boston's staid orchestras had ever provided. Charlotte paused in the doorway, momentarily overwhelmed by the unexpected festivity of the scene. The hall already bustled with activity: ranchers in their Sunday best, merchants and their wives in frontier finery, even a few miners who had clearly scrubbed the silver dust from beneath their fingernails for the occasion. She smoothed her hands nervously over her gown, suddenly grateful for Sarah's skilled alterations. The pale blue silk, once rigidly formal, now moved with graceful fluidity. The modified neckline offered modesty while allowing comfort in the warm evening air, and the shortened sleeves revealed her forearms in a way that would have scandalized Boston matrons, but suited the practical aesthetics of frontier fashion. Sarah had completed the transformation by arranging Charlotte's auburn hair in a style that balanced Eastern sophistication with Western practicality. Swept up from her neck with artful tendrils framing her face, adorned with a simple silver comb that had belonged to her mother. The effect was striking, neither Eastern nor Western exclusively, but a harmonious blending that reflected Charlotte's own evolution. "Miss Langford!" Mrs. Hawkins exclaimed, bustling forward to greet her. "My goodness, don't you look lovely? The perfect balance of elegance and sense, if I do say so myself." Charlotte smiled gratefully. "The credit belongs to Sarah. Her alterations were masterful." "Nonsense. The foundation was all yours," Mrs. Hawkins insisted, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "And I must say you've caused quite a stir already. Half the room turned when you entered." A quick glance confirmed this observation. Several conversations had indeed paused, their participants casting curious glances in Charlotte's direction. She recognized the assessment in their gazes: surprise, recalculation, and in some cases appreciation. The Boston socialite they might have expected had been replaced by a woman who clearly belonged in the territory, despite her Eastern origins. "Come, let me introduce you properly," Mrs. Hawkins urged, taking Charlotte's arm. "Mayor Peterson and his wife are particularly eager to speak with you. They've heard wonderful things about your cattle operation." For the next hour, Charlotte navigated a series of introductions and conversations with growing confidence. The women, initially cautious, warmed to her genuine interest in their lives and community. The men, who might once have dismissed her as a temporary Eastern visitor, now addressed her with the respect accorded to a successful rancher. "Miss Langford," called a deep voice as she finished speaking with the blacksmith's wife. "A pleasure to see Copper Creek represented tonight." Charlotte turned to find Heiress Donovan approaching, his usually weathered appearance softened by a proper suit and freshly trimmed beard. "Mr. Donovan," she acknowledged with a polite nod. "I'm surprised you remember me. Our meeting was brief." "A man doesn't easily forget being proven wrong," Donovan replied with unexpected candor. "Word is you've turned Copper Creek around these past months. Those cattle deliveries to Davidson have folks talking." "We're making progress," Charlotte allowed, recognizing the opening for the business conversation it was, despite its social veneer. "Though there's much still to accomplish." Donovan nodded thoughtfully. "Winter's coming. Always the true test for any ranch, especially one rebuilding its resources. We've prepared as thoroughly as possible," Charlotte assured him, seeing the assessment behind his casual remark. "Our hay stores are adequate, and the sheltered grazing in the East Valley should sustain our herd through the worst weather." "East Valley's good ground," Donovan agreed, his tone shifting from social to practical. "But narrow access. One heavy snow could leave your cattle stranded." Charlotte recognized the implicit offer in his observation. "I've been considering arrangements with neighboring ranches for emergency access routes," she said carefully. "Properties with complementary terrain features could benefit mutually from such agreements." Donovan's eyebrows rose slightly, and something like respect flickered in his expression. "Accessible approach. My south pasture adjoins your northeastern boundary. Good shelter from north winds, dual access routes to water." "Perhaps we should discuss specific terms," Charlotte suggested. "A written agreement would benefit both our operations." "Indeed it would," Donovan smiled, genuinely this time. "I'll ride over next week if that suits. Bring a proper map, work out the details." "Thursday would be ideal," Charlotte replied, pleased with this first concrete success of the evening. As Donovan excused himself, Charlotte noticed other ranchers watching their exchange with interest. Within minutes, 2 more approached her, ostensibly to welcome her to the community, but clearly intent on assessing potential arrangements similar to what they'd observed with Donovan. Charlotte handled each conversation deftly, neither committing prematurely nor dismissing opportunities outright. Her Boston business education served her well as she navigated these discussions disguised as social pleasantries. By the time the musicians began tuning their instruments in earnest, she had laid groundwork for 3 potential agreements and established herself as a serious presence in the ranching community. From across the room, Vernon Holloway observed these exchanges with calculating eyes. Unlike their previous encounter at Copper Creek, he made no immediate approach, content for now to watch and assess from a distance. His gaze tracked Charlotte's movements with the patient focus of a predator noting changes in its environment, neither immediately threatening nor genuinely benign. Charlotte was acutely aware of his attention but chose not to acknowledge it directly. Instead, she continued her circuit of the room, speaking with merchants about supply arrangements for the coming winter and neighboring ranchers' wives about shared concerns like medical care and mail delivery. "You navigate these waters like you were born to them," commented an older woman who introduced herself as Mrs. Donovan. "Hard to believe you were Boston society just months ago." Charlotte smiled, touched by the compliment. "I've had excellent teachers in frontier practicality," she replied. "And I find there's something refreshingly direct about Western interactions compared to Eastern social circles. Less artifice, more substance." Mrs. Donovan agreed approvingly. "Though I notice you still maintain certain Eastern graces that serve you well. A valuable combination." The musicians struck up their first proper tune, signaling the commencement of dancing. Charlotte watched as couples began forming sets for a lively Virginia reel, feeling a peculiar pang as she noted Miguel and Tomas among them, paired with pretty young women who laughed at something Miguel said. She had not seen Grayson arrive, nor did she see him among the crowd now. Despite her successful networking, his absence left a hollow disappointment she couldn't entirely suppress. Sarah had been right about one thing. Watching the proceedings without him felt more significant than she'd anticipated, clarifying feelings she'd tried to keep carefully compartmentalized. "Ms. Langford," a familiar voice called, drawing her attention back to the present moment. "I believe they're forming another set. Would you care to join?" Charlotte turned, prepared to politely decline, then felt her breath catch in her throat as she found herself looking into a pair of startlingly blue eyes she knew all too well. Grayson Cole stood before her, transformed from his usual practical attire into something altogether more formal. His tall frame was clothed in a dark suit that, while not new, had been meticulously brushed and pressed. Beneath it, he wore a blue shirt that did indeed match his eyes with remarkable precision. His dark hair had been trimmed and combed neatly, and his usual stubble had been shaved clean, revealing the strong line of his jaw. "Mr. Cole," she managed, grateful that years of social training prevented her from gaping outright. "I wasn't certain you would attend." A ghost of a smile touched his lips. "Ranch business, as you pointed out. Seemed prudent to have Copper Creek fully represented." His casual repetition of her earlier words held a warmth that belied their practical meaning, sending an unexpected thrill through Charlotte that had nothing whatsoever to do with business consideration. "In that case," she replied, extending her hand with more composure than she felt, "I would be delighted to join the next set." As Grayson led her toward the forming lines of dancers, Charlotte was acutely aware of the eyes following their progress across the floor. Whatever the evening might bring, it had already exceeded her expectations in ways she hadn't dared to hope for just hours earlier. The fiddle's lively melody filled the hall as Charlotte moved through the steps of the Virginia reel, partnered with James Fletcher, a young rancher whose property bordered Copper Creek's eastern edge. Fletcher guided her through a turn with practiced ease, his handsome face animated as he kept time to the music. "You dance beautifully, Miss Langford," he commented as they came together in the pattern. "Hard to believe you've spent the past months mending fences and driving cattle," Charlotte laughed, genuinely enjoying the exuberant dance despite her awareness of the calculating eyes watching from various corners of the room. "Perhaps the two aren't mutually exclusive, Mr. Fletcher. Good balance serves a person well both in the saddle and on the dance floor." Fletcher's admiring gaze lingered longer than strictly necessary. "Most definitely. Though I must say, you look considerably more fetching in that blue silk than you do in riding clothes. Though I've admired your horsemanship from afar when our property lines converged." The compliment, delivered with undisguised appreciation, brought a flush to Charlotte's cheeks. At 28, James Fletcher represented one of the territory's more eligible bachelors. Handsome, well-established with a prosperous ranch inherited from his father, and possessed of Eastern education that made him comfortable in both frontier and civilized settings. "You're too kind," she replied, adeptly sidestepping both his flattery and a passing couple as the dance pattern shifted. "How are your cattle faring with the reduced water flow from Red Rock Creek? I understand Holloway's diversion has affected several properties this season." Fletcher's eyebrows rose slightly at her deft transition to business matters. "Adapting as necessary. We've deepened 2 wells and are considering a 3rd before winter arrives." His voice lowered confidentially as they promenaded down the line. "Between us, there's talk of several ranchers collectively challenging Holloway's water claims. Strength in numbers, you understand." "A sensible approach," Charlotte agreed, filing away this valuable intelligence. "Copper Creek would certainly consider joining such an alliance should it materialize." The music drew to a close before Fletcher could respond further. He bowed formally, his expression making it clear he hoped for another dance later in the evening. "Perhaps we could continue this conversation during the supper break," he suggested. "I'd be interested in hearing more about your experiences rebuilding Copper Creek." "That would be pleasant," Charlotte agreed, though she kept her tone friendly rather than encouraging. Fletcher's interest was flattering, but her thoughts remained frustratingly fixed on a certain foreman who had yet to make an appearance. Before Fletcher could escort her from the floor, a broad-shouldered man in a neatly pressed shirt intercepted them. The silver star pinned to his vest identified him instantly. "Hope you don't mind, Fletcher, but I believe Miss Langford promised me the next dance." Sheriff Wilson's gravelly voice carried the easy authority of a man accustomed to deference. Fletcher's disappointment was evident, but he stepped aside with good grace. "Of course, Sheriff, Miss Langford. I'll look forward to our conversation later." As the musicians struck up a slower waltz, Sheriff Wilson offered his arm with surprising gentility for a man of his imposing stature. "Hope you'll forgive the interruption, Miss Langford. Thought you might appreciate a moment's respite from young Fletcher's obvious admiration." Charlotte accepted his arm, moving into the proper position for the waltz. "That's very perceptive of you, Sheriff, though I wonder if there might be another motive for cutting in." Wilson chuckled, guiding her smoothly into the dance. For a man of his size, he moved with unexpected grace. "Sharp, as they say you are. Truth is, I've been wanting to make your acquaintance properly. Your mother was well respected in these parts." "So I've gathered," Charlotte responded, using the dance's predictable pattern to scan the room while maintaining conversation. "She seems to have made quite an impression during her visits." "Elizabeth Langford understood frontier politics better than most locals," Wilson said, lowering his voice despite the music that covered their conversation. "Always made a point of staying informed about territorial matters. Thought her daughter might appreciate similar intelligence." Charlotte's attention refocused sharply on her partner. "I would indeed, Sheriff." Wilson nodded, his expression suggesting approval of her direct approach. "Holloway's been expanding his influence considerably this past year. Bought the mortgage on the Peterson place last month, foreclosed 2 weeks later when they couldn't meet the payment terms." "That seems precipitous," Charlotte observed, considering the implications as they turned through the waltz. "It was," Wilson confirmed grimly. "Man's consolidating land around water sources, strategic acquisitions. Your Copper Creek stands out as one of the few remaining independent properties with reliable water rights. Hence his persistent interest in acquiring it," Charlotte concluded. "Precisely." Wilson executed a neat turn that positioned their conversation away from curious ears. "Word is you've been establishing new cattle contracts with Davidson and others. Smart move, making yourself valuable to the community creates allies." Charlotte appreciated the sheriff's straightforward assessment. "Community connections benefit everyone involved," she agreed. "Though I wonder why you're sharing these observations with me, Sheriff." Wilson's weathered face creased in a slight smile. "Let's just say I prefer a territory where power remains balanced rather than concentrated in one man's hands." "Your mother understood that principle." The waltz ended before Charlotte could probe further, but Wilson's parting comment stayed with her as he escorted her from the floor. "Keep your guard up with Holloway tonight. He rarely approaches directly unless he sees advantage." As if summoned by the sheriff's warning, Vernon Holloway materialized before them as they reached the edge of the dance floor. His substantial frame was clothed in an expensive suit that emphasized his prosperity, gold watch chain gleaming across his vest. "Sheriff," Holloway acknowledged with a curt nod before turning his attention to Charlotte. "Ms. Langford, you're looking remarkably adapted to our frontier setting. I believe this dance is mine?" Charlotte hesitated, reluctant to accept, yet simultaneously aware that refusing might create unnecessary tension. Sheriff Wilson solved her dilemma with a subtle nod before excusing himself. "Mr. Holloway," Charlotte acknowledged, allowing him to lead her back to the dance floor as the musicians began a sedate schottische. "I'm surprised you're claiming a dance. I didn't realize we had such an arrangement." "Community traditions," Holloway replied smoothly, his large hand settling at her waist with businesslike precision. "Everyone dances with everyone at Founders Day. Maintains civilized relations despite our competitive interests." Charlotte matched his movements with careful attention to maintaining proper distance between them. "How diplomatic of you. I consider myself a practical man, Miss Langford." Holloway guided her through the opening steps with competent if unimaginative execution. "Which is why I continue to be perplexed by your resistance to practical solutions regarding Copper Creek. Perhaps we define practical differently," Charlotte countered, maintaining her composure despite the tension his proximity created. "I consider maintaining my mother's legacy and building a successful cattle operation entirely practical." Holloway's thin smile never reached his calculating eyes. Admirable sentiment, though sentiment makes for poor business when confronting hard realities. I understand the bank in Silver Springs holds several notes against Copper Creek's equipment purchases from last spring. The revelation that he knew the details of her financial arrangements sent a chill through Charlotte, though she kept her expression neutral. All of which are being paid according to schedule, she replied evenly. Our new contracts ensure we'll meet every obligation. For now, Holloway conceded with affected generosity. Though winter presents many challenges, unexpected storms, cattle losses, equipment failures, each potential calamity was presented as if he might personally arrange it. The bank manager is a close associate of mine. He occasionally seeks my counsel regarding risk assessment. The implied threat hung between them, almost tangible despite the festive surroundings. Charlotte forced herself to maintain the dance's rhythm while formulating her response. How fortunate that Copper Creek has established relationships with merchants beyond Silver Springs, then, she said, her tone pleasant despite the steely resolve beneath. Mr. Davidson has been particularly impressed with our cattle quality, as have buyers in Tucson who prefer dealing directly with reliable suppliers rather than intermediaries. Holloway's steps faltered almost imperceptibly, the only indication that her counter had struck home. Regional connections are fine for small operations, he said dismissively, but substantial growth requires capital investment beyond what frontier merchants can provide. I'm content with sustainable growth, Charlotte replied, particularly when it involves partners who value quality over mere expansion. They completed the remainder of the dance in loaded silence, each having established their position with sufficient clarity. As the music ended, Holloway bowed with mechanical courtesy. Your mother was equally stubborn about certain matters, he observed, his tone suggesting this was far from a compliment. Though even Elizabeth eventually recognized the necessity of compromise. Did she? Charlotte asked, genuinely curious despite her wariness. That contradicts everything I've learned about her approach to Copper Creek. Something flickered in Holloway's expression, a momentary calculation visible before his features smoothed into practiced affability. Perspectives differ, I suppose. Time reveals truth eventually. He gestured toward the refreshment table. May I offer you some punch before my associates monopolize your attention further? Thank you, no, Charlotte declined, spotting Sarah across the room and seizing the excuse. I should check in with my housekeeper. Please excuse me? As she made her way through the crowded hall, Charlotte found herself glancing repeatedly toward the entrance, a flicker of disappointment renewing itself each time the door opened to reveal someone other than Grayson. The evening had proven productive from a business perspective, but his absence left an emptiness she couldn't rationalize away as merely professional disappointment. Sarah intercepted her near the refreshment table, eyes sharp with assessment. You're making quite the impression, she observed. Half the men in the room have been watching your progress around the dance floor. Business connections, Charlotte demurred, accepting a cup of punch from Sarah's outstretched hand. Though Holloway's version of networking includes thinly veiled threats about banknotes and water rights. That man never changes his tactics, Sarah sniffed disapprovingly. Though I notice you handled him well enough. Fletcher seems thoroughly smitten, and even the sheriff made a point of dancing with you. Charlotte sipped her punch, using the moment to scan the room once more. They've all been very welcoming, she acknowledged absently. Sarah's knowing expression suggested Charlotte's distraction hadn't gone unnoticed. He's not here yet, the housekeeper confirmed quietly, though Miguel mentioned he was heading back to his cabin to clean up when they left. Charlotte flushed at being so transparent. I have no idea what you're talking about, she insisted without conviction. Of course not, Sarah agreed, her tone suggesting exactly the opposite. Just like you haven't checked the door every 30 seconds since we arrived. Before Charlotte could formulate a suitably dignified response, James Fletcher approached, his expression hopeful. Miss Langford, I believe they're about to begin a quadrille. Would you do me the honor? With a final glance toward the still, Graysonless entrance, Charlotte summoned a polite smile. I'd be delighted, Mr. Fletcher. The evening had progressed to its midpoint, the initial formality giving way to more relaxed enjoyment as neighbors and business associates settled into the celebration. Charlotte stood near the refreshment table, listening attentively as James Fletcher enthusiastically described innovations he planned for his ranch's irrigation system. "The principle is quite ingenious," Fletcher explained, his handsome face animated with genuine passion for the subject. "Using gravity flow from the higher elevations conserves water while maximizing coverage. I'd be happy to show you the system sometime, perhaps during a riding tour of my property." The invitation carried obvious personal interest beyond mere neighborly cooperation. Fletcher had remained attentively at Charlotte's side for much of the past hour, his admiration becoming increasingly evident with each conversation. His company was pleasant enough, intelligent, well-mannered, and clearly prosperous, yet Charlotte found herself unable to reciprocate his interest with equal enthusiasm. "That sounds very educational," she replied diplomatically, "though I'm afraid my schedule remains quite demanding with our expanded cattle operations." Fletcher smiled, undeterred. "Of course. Perhaps when winter slows the pace somewhat? I make excellent coffee over a campfire, and the view from Sunset Ridge is spectacular after a fresh snow." Charlotte opened her mouth to formulate another gentle deflection, when a sudden shift in the room's energy caught her attention. Conversations nearest the entrance had paused, heads turning with expressions ranging from curiosity to outright disapproval. Following their gaze, Charlotte felt her breath catch in her throat. Grayson Cole stood in the doorway, his tall frame momentarily silhouetted against the darkness beyond. He had clearly made concessions to the occasion's formality, his usual trail-worn attire replaced by a dark suit that, while not new, had been meticulously brushed. His face was clean-shaven, revealing the strong line of his jaw usually obscured by stubble. Most striking was his hair, typically hidden beneath his hat, now neatly combed and revealing unexpected waves of deep brown with hints of auburn where the lamplight caught it. He paused in the entrance, his expression guarded as he surveyed the room with the careful assessment of a man accustomed to evaluating potential threats. When his gaze finally found Charlotte, something in his features shifted subtly. A softening around the eyes, a barely perceptible relaxation of tension. The connection between them seemed to transcend the physical distance and crowded room, creating a private moment within the public setting. Charlotte felt an involuntary smile curve her lips, a genuine warmth replacing the polite expression she'd maintained throughout the evening's social obligations. "Miss Langford?" Fletcher's voice penetrated her awareness, tinged with confusion at her sudden distraction. "Is everything all right?" "Yes, of course," Charlotte replied, dragging her attention back to her companion with effort. "I just noticed my foreman has arrived. I should probably speak with him about tomorrow's cattle movement." Fletcher followed her gaze, his expression cooling noticeably when he identified the object of her attention. "Cole? I wasn't aware he participated in community events." The slight emphasis on community spoke volumes about Grayson's outsider status. Around them, whispers had begun circulating, snippets of conversation reaching Charlotte's ears. "That drifter from Copper Creek, heard he rode with Mosby's raiders during the war. Keeps to himself, never explains his business." The subtle ostracism was unmistakable as people shifted to create a small island of space around Grayson, their body language communicating wariness, if not outright rejection. Unlike his reception of Miguel and Tomas, who had been greeted with handshakes and backslaps, the community clearly regarded Grayson as an interloper rather than a participant in their celebration. "Mr. Cole has been instrumental in restoring Copper Creek's operations," Charlotte said, unable to keep a defensive edge from her voice. "His expertise has been invaluable to our success." Fletcher's expression suggested he recognized more than professional appreciation in her response. "I'm sure he's a competent ranch hand," he conceded, with forced generosity, "though men with mysterious backgrounds tend to move on eventually. That's the nature of drifters, after all." The dismissive assessment stirred unexpected indignation in Charlotte. "Mr. Cole has demonstrated more loyalty and capability than many so-called settled men I've encountered," she replied, her tone cooler than it had been all evening. "If you'll excuse me, I should speak with him about ranch matters." Fletcher's disappointment was palpable, but he managed a graceful nod. "Of course. Perhaps we might continue our conversation later. The supper intermission begins soon." "Perhaps," Charlotte agreed noncommittally, already turning toward where Grayson stood, still isolated at the room's periphery. As she made her way across the dance floor, Charlotte was acutely aware of the eyes tracking her movement, the significance of her public acknowledgement of Grayson not lost on the observant crowd. Social connections carried weight in this small community, and her choice to openly approach the man they regarded with suspicion represented a statement of sorts. She found she didn't care. The calculating interactions with Holloway, the political maneuvering with the sheriff, even Fletcher's transparent courtship, all had been managed with careful attention to impression and advantage. This single action, driven by genuine feeling rather than strategic consideration, felt unexpectedly liberating. Grayson watched her approach, his expression carefully neutral, though his eyes tracked her movement with an intensity that belied his casual stance. When she reached him, Charlotte was momentarily at a loss for words. The practiced social phrases that had carried her through countless introductions suddenly inadequate. "You came," she said simply, the words carrying more significance than their brevity suggested. "Said I might," Grayson replied, his deep voice pitched low enough that only she could hear. His gaze traveled briefly over her altered gown, lingering momentarily before returning to her face. "Blue suits you." The straightforward compliment, delivered without Fletcher's elaborate flourishes, somehow meant more coming from Grayson's usual reserve. Charlotte felt warmth rise in her cheeks that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. "Thank you," she replied, suddenly conscious of how close they stood, the subtle scent of shaving soap and clean linen replacing his usual hint of leather and pine. "I'm glad you decided to attend. There have been several useful business conversations already." Grayson nodded, understanding her need to frame his presence in practical terms, at least publicly. "Figured that might be the case. Saw you dancing with Holloway earlier. You trying to buy the ranch again?" "Among other tactics," Charlotte confirmed. "He seems to have influence with the local bank. Made a point of mentioning our outstanding notes." A muscle tightened in Grayson's jaw. "Man never changes his approach, uses money to control what he can't simply take." "Which is why having Copper Creek properly represented tonight matters," Charlotte said, unconsciously echoing his earlier phrasing. "The more allies we establish, the harder it becomes for Holloway to isolate us." The musicians began tuning their instruments again, signaling the next round of dancing would soon begin. Charlotte was suddenly, irrationally anxious that Grayson might retreat back to the ranch having made only a token appearance. "The next set is beginning," she observed, striving for casual indifference. "I believe it's a waltz." Grayson glanced toward the dance floor where couples were already forming, then back to Charlotte with an expression she couldn't quite decipher. "Been a while since I've danced properly," he said, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. "Might not meet the standards you're accustomed to." "I find frontier standards remarkably refreshing after Boston's rigid expectations," Charlotte replied, offering the opening she hoped he would take. For a moment Grayson hesitated, his gaze shifting to where Fletcher watched their interaction with poorly disguised interest. Something resolute settled in his features as he returned his attention to Charlotte. "In that case, Miss Langford," he said formally, extending his hand, "would you do me the honor of this dance?" Charlotte placed her gloved hand in his much larger one, the simple contact sending an inexplicable warmth through her despite the layers of fabric separating skin from skin. "I'd be delighted, Mr. Cole." As Grayson led her toward the dance floor, Charlotte was conscious of the ripple of reaction their movement created. Raised eyebrows, exchanged glances, and speculative whispers that followed their progress. Yet for the first time since arriving at the Founders' Day dance, she found herself genuinely unconcerned with the impression she was creating or the advantages she might secure. The only impression that mattered was the one reflected in Grayson Cole's blue eyes as he turned to face her, his hand settling at her waist with careful respect as the first notes of the waltz filled the hall. The waltz began as Charlotte and Grayson took their positions on the dance floor. Charlotte was acutely aware of the curious glances directed their way. Fletcher's poorly concealed disappointment, Mrs. Hawkins' speculative smile, Holloway's calculating assessment from across the room. Yet all these observations faded to insignificance as Grayson's hand settled at her waist, his touch respectful yet undeniably affecting. "People are staring," he observed quietly as they began the opening steps. Let them, Charlotte replied with newfound boldness. I believe I've fulfilled my social obligations for one evening. A hint of surprise flickered across Grayson's features. Didn't take you for one to dismiss societal expectations so easily. Perhaps I'm evolving, she countered, finding unexpected pleasure in the simple honesty of the moment. Copper Creek has a way of changing a person's priorities. They moved together with surprising harmony, Grayson's natural grace belying his earlier self-deprecation. Despite his claim of being out of practice, he guided her through the waltz with confident precision, their movements aligned as if they had danced together countless times before. Charlotte noticed the dance floor gradually clearing around them, other couples subtly shifting to create a small space where they became unintentionally showcased. The scrutiny might have been uncomfortable under different circumstances, but she found herself caring little for anything beyond the immediacy of their shared movement. You dance very well for someone who claims to be out of practice, she observed as they executed a flawless turn. The corner of Grayson's mouth lifted in a rare half-smile. Cavalry officers were expected to maintain certain social graces alongside military skills. Colonel Williams insisted his men represent the regiment properly at territorial functions. Another piece of your mysterious past revealed, Charlotte noted, savoring this small confidence. I'm beginning to assemble a picture, one fragment at a time. Not much worth knowing, he deflected, though without his usual abruptness. Unlike Boston society ladies who transform into capable ranchers. I had excellent teachers, Charlotte replied, meeting his gaze directly. Someone once told me that out here, people are measured by what they can do rather than their social standing. Sounds like a wise observation, Grayson acknowledged, guiding her smoothly through another turn. It was yours, actually, Charlotte reminded him, the night we fixed the bookshelf during the thunderstorm. Surprise registered in his eyes, followed by something warmer. You have a good memory. For things that matter, she confirmed, her voice softer than she'd intended. They completed another circuit of the floor, their movements synchronized without conscious effort. The physical proximity created a particular awareness that Charlotte had never experienced in Boston's formal ballrooms. The subtle strength in Grayson's hand at her waist, the clean scent of his freshly laundered shirt, the way his eyes remained steadfastly on hers rather than scanning the room, as most of her previous partners had done. May I ask you something? She ventured as the music continued. Seems to be becoming a habit with you, he replied, though his tone held a warmth that belied any real objection. Why did you come tonight? Charlotte asked, the directness of her question surprising even herself. You made it clear this morning that social gatherings aren't to your taste. Grayson was silent for several steps, his expression thoughtful rather than evasive. When he finally spoke, his voice was pitched low enough that only she could hear. I came to see you. The simple admission, devoid of flattery or calculation, affected Charlotte more deeply than Fletcher's elaborate compliments or Holloway's practiced manipulation. Heat rose to her cheeks, even as something expanded in her chest, a curious lightness that made the walls feel suddenly effortless. Not for ranch business? She asked, needing confirmation despite the vulnerability it revealed. That, too, he conceded, his gaze steady on hers. But mostly to see you in that blue dress Sarah mentioned. Charlotte's breath caught at the unexpected candor. And is the reality satisfactory? She inquired, her attempt at lightness undermined by the slight tremor in her voice. More than satisfactory, Grayson replied, his usual reserve giving way to something more personal. Worth putting on a suit and facing a room full of speculation? The music swelled toward its conclusion, yet neither seemed inclined to acknowledge the approaching end. Charlotte found herself wishing the waltz could continue indefinitely, preserving this rare moment of connection outside the practical demands of ranch life and complicated histories. Thank you, she said simply. For the dance? Grayson asked. For coming. For seeing me as more than just the owner of Copper Creek. For being honest when everyone else tonight has had ulterior motives. Something shifted in Grayson's expression, a fleeting shadow that Charlotte couldn't interpret before it was replaced by a warmth that reached his eyes. Honesty's simpler in some ways, he said. Fewer things to remember. The final notes of the waltz faded, yet they remained momentarily connected, neither immediately stepping away as propriety dictated. Around them, other couples had already separated, many openly watching their lingering proximity with expressions ranging from curiosity to disapproval. "I believe we've given the gossips sufficient fodder for one evening," Charlotte finally observed, though she made no move to withdraw her hand from his. "Reckon we have," Grayson agreed, reluctantly releasing her waist while maintaining hold of her hand a moment longer than strictly necessary. "Worth it, though." As they finally separated, Charlotte became aware of the ripple of hushed conversation spreading through the hall. Mrs. Hawkins beamed approvingly from near the refreshment table, while Fletcher made a show of engaged conversation with the mayor's daughter, though his gaze continually drifted in Charlotte's direction. Most telling was Holloway's reaction, a calculating frown as he observed their interaction with evident displeasure. "I need some air," Charlotte decided, suddenly overwhelmed by the combination of emotional intensity and public scrutiny. "It's rather warm in here. Would you like company?" Grayson offered, his expression suggesting he expected refusal. "I'll just step onto the veranda for a moment," she assured him. "Perhaps you could fetch us some punch. I'll only be a minute." Grayson nodded, though something like reluctance flickered in his eyes as he watched her turn toward the side door leading to the veranda. Charlotte felt his gaze follow her progress, a tangible connection that lingered even as physical distance grew between them. The night air struck Charlotte's heated skin with blessed coolness as she stepped onto the veranda. Stars punctuated the velvet darkness overhead, bright and clear in the way only desert skies could produce. She moved to the wooden railing, drawing deep breaths to steady herself after the unexpected emotional intensity of her dance with Grayson. Music and conversation continued behind her, muffled by the building's walls. The contrast between the lively gathering inside and the profound stillness of the desert night created a liminal space perfect for gathering scattered thoughts. Charlotte pressed her gloved hands against the weathered wood, grounding herself in its solid reality. The sound of voices from around the corner of the building intruded upon her moment of reflection. Men speaking in hushed, urgent tones clearly not intended for public consumption. Something in their furtive quality made Charlotte remain still, rather than announcing her presence. "The situation grows complicated," Vernon Holloway's distinctive voice asserted, his usual bombastic tone subdued into something more dangerous. "The Langford woman proves more resilient than anticipated. Tonight's display suggests she's gaining allies, temporary setbacks only," replied a second male voice. Oddly familiar, yet not immediately identifiable to Charlotte. Its careful cadence suggested education beyond frontier schooling. "The fundamental weaknesses remain. Winter will apply pressure where we need it most." "Time isn't on our side," Holloway countered. "Those silver deposits increase in value with each new assay report from neighboring properties. If she connects them to the water rights her grandfather secured—" Charlotte's breath caught at the explicit mention of silver deposits, the very ones her mother had documented in her journal. She leaned slightly closer, straining to identify the second speaker, whose voice nagged at her memory like a half-forgotten melody. "She won't," the man assured Holloway with quiet confidence. "The original survey maps remain secure, and she lacks the resources to commission a new geological assessment. Yet she's managing to expand cattle operations despite limited capital," Holloway observed. "These new contracts with Davidson and others strengthen her position. We need more direct pressure." "Patience, Vernon," the second voice counseled. "Our man at Copper Creek provides valuable intelligence. The right opportunity will present itself." "A man at Copper Creek?" Charlotte's heart began a painful hammering against her ribs as implications cascaded through her mind. Someone on her small ranch staff was feeding information to Holloway, reporting vulnerabilities, perhaps even creating them. The betrayal struck with physical force, leaving her momentarily dizzy. "Your confidence would be more reassuring if results were forthcoming," Holloway replied, irritation evident in his tone. "The longer she maintains control, the more difficult forcing a sale becomes. Some situations require careful manipulation rather than brute force," the second man responded smoothly. "Which reminds me, your approach to the Peterson foreclosure was unnecessarily public. Such obvious aggression creates resistance where subtlety would serve better." The creak of the door behind Charlotte interrupted her eavesdropping. She turned to find Grayson framed in the rectangle of light from the hall, 2 cups of punch in his hands. The expression on her face must have alarmed him, for he immediately set the cups on a nearby bench and moved swiftly to her side. "What's wrong?" he asked, voice low and urgent. Charlotte glanced toward the corner where the conversation had been taking place, but the voices had fallen silent. When she turned back to Grayson, his eyes were scanning the darkness with the focused intensity of a man accustomed to assessing potential threats. "Did someone bother you out here?" he demanded, a protective edge hardening his tone. "No, nothing like that," Charlotte assured him, though her voice sounded strained even to her own ears. "I overheard a conversation. Holloway and someone else. They were discussing Copper Creek." Grayson's expression darkened. "What did they say?" Charlotte hesitated, suddenly conscious of the implications of what she'd heard. If someone at the ranch was indeed reporting to Holloway, could she be certain where loyalties truly lay? The thought sent a chill through her that had nothing to do with the night air. "They mentioned silver deposits on Copper Creek land," she said carefully, watching Grayson's reaction, "and something about forcing a sale. But most disturbing was a reference to having a man at the ranch providing information." Grayson's expression shifted from concern to something harder, more dangerous. "One of our people is working for Holloway?" "Apparently," Charlotte confirmed, troubled by the very idea. Their small staff had come to feel like family in recent months. The thought of betrayal from within that circle created a hollow ache in her chest. I couldn't identify the second speaker, though his voice seemed vaguely familiar. Grayson moved to the corner of the veranda, looking out into the darkness beyond. "They're gone now," he reported after a moment's inspection. "Did they see you?" "I don't think so," Charlotte replied. "They were around the corner. I only heard them because they raised their voices slightly during a disagreement." Grayson returned to her side, his expression troubled. "We should return inside. Standing alone out here makes you vulnerable." Charlotte nodded, though her enthusiasm for the evening's festivities had evaporated like morning dew under the Arizona sun. As Grayson offered his arm to escort her back inside, she placed her hand upon it with new awareness of complexities she hadn't imagined at the evening's start. "Wait," she said, halting their progress toward the door. "Should we tell Miguel? Or Tomas? About what I heard, I mean." The implications of her question hung between them. If they couldn't identify the informant, anyone could be suspect. The ranch hands, Sarah, even... The thought struck with surprising pain. Grayson himself. "Not yet," he advised after careful consideration. "Better to watch and wait. Alerting Holloway's informant would only drive them to greater caution." His reasoning made sense, yet Charlotte found herself studying his face with new scrutiny. The mysterious man who had appeared so fortuitously during the stagecoach robbery, who knew her mother by reputation yet revealed little of his own past, who had arrived at Copper Creek just as she was establishing control. Could he possibly be the man Holloway had mentioned? The thought brought physical pain, yet Charlotte couldn't entirely dismiss it. Too many questions remained unanswered about Grayson Cole. Too many aspects of his presence at Copper Creek remained unexplained. "Charlotte," he prompted, using her given name without the usual formality. "Are you all right?" "Just unsettled," she admitted, forcing a calmness to her expression that she didn't feel. "It's disturbing to think someone we trust might be working against us." Grayson's hand covered hers where it rested on his arm, a brief, reassuring pressure. "We'll figure it out," he promised. Together, Charlotte nodded, allowing him to guide her back toward the brightly lit hall and its music and laughter. But as they rejoined the celebration, her mind remained fixed on the revelation that somewhere within her trusted circle lurked a betrayer. Someone reporting her vulnerabilities, her plans, perhaps even her growing feelings for the man now walking beside her. The dance that had begun with such promise now felt like a battlefield, requiring vigilance rather than enjoyment. Even as she smiled and conversed with neighbors and potential business associates through the remainder of the evening, Charlotte found herself watching, assessing, cataloging reactions and connections with new wariness. The Founders' Day dance had indeed provided valuable insights, though not in the way she had anticipated. The evening had revealed both the potential for profound connection and the reality of calculated betrayal, lessons that would shape her approach to Copper Creek's challenges in ways she was only beginning to understand. Chapter 8. Charlotte knelt beside Copper Creek, pressing her fingertips against the soil where water had flowed just days earlier. The damp earth crumbled between her fingers, already drying in the relentless morning sun despite the early hour. 2 weeks had passed since the Founders' Day dance, and with each day, the signs of drought had become increasingly difficult to ignore. The water level has dropped another 3 inches since yesterday, she observed, brushing the dirt from her hands as she straightened. At this rate, we'll have only isolated pools by the end of the week. Miguel nodded grimly, his weathered face creased with concern as he surveyed the diminishing creek. Not normal, even for dry season. Should have steady flow until November at least. They walked along the creek bed in silence, Miguel occasionally pointing out troubling indicators Charlotte would have missed without his guidance. The cottonwood saplings along the bank had begun to yellow prematurely, their leaves curling at the edges in distress. Cracks pressed into the mud showed wildlife had congregated at the remaining water overnight. Deer, coyote, and smaller animals all drawn to the dwindling resource. The cattle in the south pasture will need to be moved, Miguel advised, gesturing toward the grazing land that had historically been among their most reliable. Grass is withering without proper moisture. Won't sustain them another week. Charlotte frowned, mentally recalculating their grazing rotation. The implications extended beyond immediate concerns about thirsty cattle. We're scheduled to deliver 15 head to Davidson in 10 days, she reminded him. The contract specifically mentioned prime condition. If we can't maintain proper grazing and water access, we risk failing to meet our obligations. Could move them to the eastern section, Miguel suggested. Still has morning shade and deeper soil that holds moisture, but it's our last good grazing area. He hesitated before adding, if this continues, we'll face difficult decisions by month's end. The gravity of the situation settled heavily on Charlotte's shoulders as they completed their inspection circuit and returned to the ranch house. Sarah Quinn waited on the porch, a pot of coffee and 3 cups set on the small table beside her chair. Her expression suggested she already anticipated bad news. "Creek's down again?" she asked as they approached, though her tone indicated she knew the answer. Charlotte nodded, accepting the cup Sarah poured with grateful hands. The morning might be warm, but the chill of worry had settled deep in her bones. Worse than yesterday. Miguel thinks we'll need to adjust the grazing rotation again. Sarah's lips pressed into a thin line as she handed Miguel his coffee. Heard troubling stories in town yesterday when I went for supplies. The Henderson's well has gone completely dry after 15 years of steady water. The Martins are hauling from the community well for their livestock, first time in 2 decades they've needed to. Drought affects everyone, Miguel acknowledged, blowing steam from his coffee, but not equally. Some properties suffering more than others. The implication hung unspoken between them. Since the dance and Charlotte's overheard conversation, they had been cautious about openly discussing Holloway's suspected interference with their water supply. The knowledge that someone within their small circle might be reporting back to him had created a subtle current of unease beneath their usual camaraderie. "Has Tomas returned from scouting the northern boundary?" Charlotte asked, deliberately shifting the conversation to practical matters. "Not yet," Miguel replied. "Should be back by midday. Wanted to check all water access points after moving the cattle yesterday." Charlotte sipped her coffee, her mind working through their limited options. "I want to ride upstream today," she decided. "See the water situation firsthand all the way to the western property line." "Dangerous to go alone?" Sarah cautioned, her practical nature asserting itself. "Especially with tensions as they are." "I won't be alone," Charlotte assured her, though she hadn't yet determined who would accompany her. The question of whom she could trust completely had lingered uncomfortably since the dance. As if summoned by her thoughts, Grayson appeared from the direction of the barn, his tall figure instantly recognizable even at a distance. Charlotte felt the familiar flutter in her chest that his presence invariably triggered, now complicated by the shadow of doubt she couldn't entirely dismiss. "Morning," he greeted them, declining Sarah's offered coffee with a shake of his head. "Checked the north pasture fence, no signs of tampering, but the cattle are restless. searching for better water access. Miss Langford wants to ride upstream today, Miguel informed him. Check water conditions toward the western boundary. Grayson's gaze shifted to Charlotte, his expression unreadable, though she thought she detected concern beneath his usual reserve. Creek passes through narrow canyon sections, potential for ambush. I plan to take Miguel or Tomas, Charlotte replied, aware of the slight tension that had existed between them since the dance. Their waltz had created a moment of connection, quickly followed by the disturbing revelation of betrayal from within their ranks. Since then, their interactions had been primarily professional, the personal warmth carefully contained. Thomas is still checking the northern boundary, Grayson reminded her, and Miguel needs to move the south pasture herd before the heat peaks. His decision formed with characteristic efficiency. I'll ride with you. We can leave within the hour if that suits. Charlotte hesitated only briefly before nodding. Despite her lingering questions about everyone at Copper Creek, Grayson remained their most capable defender should trouble arise. An hour will be fine. I'll gather supplies and meet you at the stable. As she rose to prepare for the journey, Sarah caught her eye with a meaningful glance that conveyed both understanding and caution. The housekeeper had witnessed Charlotte's growing feelings for Grayson, just as she had heard Charlotte's concerns after the dance. The complexity of the situation was not lost on either woman. Be careful, Sarah said quietly as Charlotte passed. In all ways. Charlotte nodded, understanding the multiple levels of her caution. The physical dangers of the drought-stricken landscape were real enough, but equally perilous were the emotional currents running beneath the surface of daily ranch operations. As she climbed the steps to prepare for the journey, Charlotte found herself praying for wisdom to navigate both with equal skill. The morning sun had climbed higher by the time Charlotte and Grayson set out, following the creek's winding path westward from the ranch house. They rode in companionable silence for the first mile, each lost in their own observations of the increasingly troubling landscape. Where the creek had once flowed strong enough to create gentle rapids over stone formations, now only thin rivulets connected shrinking pools of standing water. Have you ever seen it this low before? Charlotte finally asked, guiding Mariposa carefully along the rocky bank. Grayson surveyed the creek bed with narrowed eyes. Once, about 4 years back, but that was late October, near the end of dry season. Never this early. The simple observation reinforced Charlotte's growing concern. Even accounting for natural drought cycles, their water shortage seemed suspiciously severe and premature. Miguel says the cattle in the western pasture are showing signs of thirst stress, she commented, hollowing around the eyes, dull coats. Not severe yet, but worrying given how early in the season it is. Grayson nodded, his expression grim. Notice the same in the north herd. They're spending more energy searching for water than grazing. Affects weight and condition. Which impacts our ability to fulfill contracts, Charlotte concluded, voicing the business concern that accompanied her worry for the animals' welfare. Davidson expects quality stock, and we've built our reputation on delivering it. We'll manage, Grayson assured her, though his tone lacked its usual confidence. Might need to negotiate adjusted delivery schedules if conditions worsen. They continued upstream, the terrain gradually changing as they approached the western boundary of Copper Creek. Rocky outcroppings rose on either side of the creek bed, creating a natural channel that in wetter times would have been treacherous with fast-flowing water. Now they could ride directly in the creek bed in many sections, their horses' hooves leaving prints in damp sand where currents should have been. Charlotte noticed it first, a series of marks carved into a cottonwood tree beside a particularly narrow section of the creek. The cuts were too precise, too deliberate to be animal damage or natural scarring. "Mr. Cole," she called, drawing her horse to a halt. "These markings, they look intentional." Grayson turned his gelding around, returning to where Charlotte indicated the tree. His expression changed subtly as he examined the marks. 3 parallel horizontal lines crossed by a single vertical slash. "Old survey markings, most likely," he said after a moment, his tone casual despite the sudden tension in his posture. "Territorial surveyors used to mark property boundaries and water features." Charlotte studied the carving more closely. "These don't look weathered enough to be old survey marks," she observed. "The exposed wood is still pale, not gray with age." Grayson's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. Some ranchers mark their own boundaries, refresh them periodically. We're still well within Copper Creek property, Charlotte pointed out. At least a mile from the western line, according to my mother's maps. Maps can be disputed, Grayson replied, urging his horse forward again. Best to keep moving. Want to check the upper creek before midday heat? Charlotte remained motionless a moment longer, studying both the marks and Grayson's unusually evasive response. Something about the interaction raised the fine hairs at the nape of her neck. Not fear exactly, but a heightened awareness that pieces of a puzzle were shifting into new configurations around her. She guided Mariposa forward, catching up to Grayson as the canyon began to widen again. Similar markings appeared periodically on trees and rocks as they progressed, always at strategic points where the creek's course narrowed or changed direction. Someone's mapping the water flow, Charlotte realized aloud. These aren't boundary markers, they're hydrological survey points. Grayson didn't respond immediately, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a note of resignation. Looks that way. But who would... Charlotte began, only to fall silent as they rounded a bend in the creek and discovered the answer to her unfinished question. Before them, spanning a narrow section of the canyon, stood a recently constructed dam. Not large by engineering standards, but substantial enough to significantly reduce water flow to Copper Creek. Stones and logs had been skillfully arranged to create a barrier that diverted most of the water into a man-made channel, cutting away from the natural creek bed toward the northwest, directly toward Holloway's property. Charlotte stared in disbelief, then growing outrage as she comprehended the deliberate sabotage. Nearby, equipment for expanding the structure had been left in preparation for further work. Shovels, pry bars, coils of rope. A canvas bag bearing the unmistakable H brand of Holloway's ranch hung from a tree branch. That bastard, she breathed, her normal propriety forgotten in the face of such blatant theft. He's stealing our water. Deliberately strangling Copper Creek. Grayson dismounted, examining the construction with a critical eye. Recent work, he assessed. No more than a week old, but well-engineered. Someone who knows water management built this. Charlotte slid from Mariposa's back, her boots hitting the ground with unnecessary force as anger propelled her forward. She stalked toward the dam, mentally calculating the water loss it caused, easily 2/3 of their normal flow, possibly more during drier periods. This explains everything, she said, her voice tight with controlled fury. The premature dropping of water levels, the stressed vegetation, the cattle's difficulty. It's not natural drought, it's theft. Grayson continued his inspection, moving along the structure with practiced assessment. Territorial water rights are complex, he said carefully. Holloway would argue he's merely securing his legal allocation. Charlotte rounded on him, momentarily stunned by what sounded like a defense of the man who was systematically destroying her ranch. Legal allocation. This creek has flowed through Copper Creek since before my grandfather established the property. The water rights are clearly documented in the original land grant. I'm not defending him, Grayson clarified quickly, raising his hands in a placating gesture. Just explaining how he'll justify it if confronted. He'll claim the water originates on shared land and he's entitled to a portion. A portion, perhaps, not 2/3 of our entire water supply. Charlotte paced along the creek bank, her mind racing through implications and potential responses. This is deliberate sabotage of Copper Creek. He's trying to force me to sell by eliminating our water access. Grayson nodded grimly. Likely been planning it since your arrival proved more permanent than he expected. Something in his phrasing caught Charlotte's attention. You don't seem particularly surprised by this development, she observed, studying his face with newfound scrutiny. A muscle worked in Grayson's jaw, his expression carefully controlled. Holloway's reputation for aggressive expansion is well established. Water rights disputes are his preferred method. But this specific dam? Charlotte pressed, unable to shake the feeling that Grayson knew more than he was revealing. Did you suspect its existence before today? Their eyes locked across the diverted creek, the question hanging between them with uncomfortable weight. After a moment that stretched too long, Grayson broke eye contact, turning back to examine the construction. Had suspicions water wasn't just disappearing naturally, he admitted. Wanted confirmation before raising unnecessary alarms. The explanation was reasonable, yet incomplete. Charlotte couldn't help remembering the conversation she'd overheard at the dance. Holloway and his mysterious associate discussing their man at Copper Creek. The shadow of that suspicion darkened her thoughts as she watched Grayson methodically inspect the dam's construction. We need to document this before taking action, she decided, forcing herself to focus on practical next steps rather than troubling speculations. Miguel should see it, and possibly Sheriff Wilson. We'll need witnesses to the deliberate nature of the diversion. Grayson nodded, apparently relieved by her shift to tactical consideration. Should take measurements too, calculate exactly how much water we're losing. He pulled a small notebook from his saddlebag, along with a stub of pencil, can sketch the construction details as evidence. As he began documenting the dam, Charlotte walked the perimeter of the site, searching for additional evidence of Holloway's involvement. The scattered tools confirmed ongoing work, suggesting they had interrupted the project mid-completion. Near the diversion channel, boot prints of at least 3 different men marked the damp earth. Holloway's workers, presumably. They'll be back, she said, returning to where Grayson completed his sketch. Probably tomorrow, given the tools left behind. Likely, he agreed, tucking the notebook away. We should consider our response carefully. Confrontation could escalate beyond water rights quickly. Charlotte studied the damaging structure, her righteous anger tempered by strategic consideration. Holloway must have known I'd discover this eventually. He's practically daring me to respond. Testing your resolve, Grayson suggested. And your resources. Direct confrontation would require legal representation, witnesses, potentially a territorial court hearing, all expensive and time-consuming. Resources he knows are already stretched thin, Charlotte concluded bitterly. While the ranch struggles without adequate water, we'd be fighting paper battles in town. Grayson mounted his gelding, extending a hand to help Charlotte onto Mariposa. Their fingers connected briefly as she accepted his assistance, the simple contact a stark reminder of the waltz they had shared 2 weeks earlier. A moment of connection now complicated by layers of suspicion and uncertainty. We should head back, he advised as she settled into her saddle. Bring Miguel here this afternoon. 3 witnesses are better than 2. Charlotte nodded, taking a final look at the dam before turning Mariposa downstream. This changes everything, she said quietly. The drought isn't natural, the water loss isn't temporary, and Holloway isn't simply an aggressive competitor. No, Grayson agreed, his expression hardening. This is war, just fought with water instead of bullets. As they rode back toward the ranch house, Charlotte found herself watching Grayson's straight-backed figure with mingled emotions. Trust built through months of working side by side, attraction she could no longer deny, and the persistent whisper of doubt she couldn't entirely silence. If someone at Copper Creek was indeed working for Holloway, could it possibly be the man who had become so central to both the ranch's operations and her own carefully guarded heart? The question hung unanswered as they followed the diminished creek back toward home, the evidence of deliberate sabotage adding yet another layer of complexity to an already precarious situation. Whatever came next would require all Charlotte's determination, wisdom, and courage to navigate, qualities her mother had recognized in her long before Charlotte had discovered them in herself. The Silver Springs Bank stood as a testament to frontier prosperity, its brick facade and painted columns a stark contrast to the weathered wooden structures surrounding it. Charlotte marched up the short flight of steps, her riding skirt whipping around her ankles as she pushed through the polished double doors. The righteous anger that had driven her 15-mile ride from Copper Creek still burned hot in her chest, undimmed by the journey's dust and heat. Inside, the bank's hushed atmosphere momentarily checked her momentum. Several customers turned at her abrupt entrance, expressions ranging from curiosity to disapproval at her disheveled appearance. The young clerk behind the teller window straightened nervously as she approached, clearly recognizing both her identity and her unusual agitation. "I need to see Mr. Holloway," Charlotte announced, her voice carrying in the quiet space. Immediately, the clerk swallowed visibly. Mr. Holloway is in a meeting with— It can wait, Charlotte interrupted, placing both hands firmly on the polished counter. This is an urgent matter concerning illegal activity on Copper Creek property. A door at the rear of the bank opened before the clerk could respond further. Vernon Holloway emerged from his private office, his substantial frame clothed in an expensive suit that emphasized both his wealth and his authority in this particular domain. Ms. Langford, he acknowledged, his tone suggesting mild surprise, though his eyes betrayed no such emotion. What an unexpected pleasure. Though you seem somewhat distressed. Distressed is a considerable understatement, Mr. Holloway, Charlotte replied, refusing to be cowed by his practiced composure or the watching audience. Perhaps you'd care to explain the illegal dam constructed on Copper Creek watershed, the one bearing your ranch's distinctive brand on the equipment left behind? A ripple of whispers spread through the bank's customers. Holloway's expression tightened momentarily before smoothing into practiced neutrality. He gestured toward his office door with exaggerated courtesy. Such serious allegations deserve a private discussion, don't you think? Please join me in my office. Charlotte hesitated, recognizing the tactical advantage of maintaining witnesses to their exchange. Yet the public confrontation had served its purpose, establishing the dispute within community awareness. With a curt nod, she followed Holloway into his private sanctuary, her spine rigid with determination. The office reflected its owner's prosperity and ambition. Heavy oak furniture, leather-bound ledgers neatly shelved, and a large territorial map prominently displayed on one wall. Charlotte noted with interest that Holloway had marked property boundaries in colored ink, with Copper Creek outlined in red. Now, Miss Langford, Holloway began once the door closed behind them, all pretense of cordiality evaporating from his tone. These accusations are quite serious and entirely unfounded. Unfounded? Charlotte repeated incredulously. I saw the dam myself yesterday. Your brand is clearly visible on equipment left at the site. Holloway settled into his leather chair with deliberate casualness. Anyone can place a brand on equipment. Perhaps someone is attempting to create discord between neighboring properties. That's absurd, Charlotte countered, remaining standing despite his gesture toward the visitor's chair. The construction is recent, substantial, and intentionally redirects 2/3 of our water flow to your western property. What you describe sounds like a water management system, Holloway corrected smoothly. Perfectly legal under territorial statutes when properly permitted. Charlotte felt her confidence falter momentarily. Permitted? You've obtained no such permission for diverting Copper Creek water, haven't I? Holloway withdrew a document from his desk drawer, holding it where Charlotte could see the territorial seal. Water rights reassignment. Filed last month with the land office in Tucson. Quite official, I assure you. He passed the paper across the desk, watching with evident satisfaction as Charlotte scanned its contents. The legal language was dense and circuitous, but its essential meaning became distressingly clear. Holloway had indeed filed paperwork claiming that historical survey errors had misplaced certain watershed boundaries. This is fraudulent, Charlotte declared, her hands tightening on the document. Copper Creek's water rights were established in my grandfather's original land grant. They're indisputable. Nothing is indisputable in a developing territory, Holloway replied, his tone maddeningly reasonable. Original surveys often contain errors discovered only through modern assessment. The land office is merely correcting historical inaccuracies. With remarkable convenience for your holdings, Charlotte observed acidly, I suppose it's pure coincidence that the corrections exclusively benefit your property at the expense of mine? Holloway spread his hands in a gesture of affected innocence. The territorial surveyor makes determinations based on geographical facts, not personal interests. I simply follow proper legal channels. Legal channels you control through financial influence, Charlotte retorted, beginning to understand the full scope of his machinations. How much did it cost to persuade the surveyor to discover these convenient errors? A flash of genuine anger crossed Holloway's features before his mask of civility reasserted itself. "You're dangerously close to alleging corruption among territorial officials, Ms. Langford. Such accusations could prove costly without substantial evidence." "I'll take this to higher authorities," Charlotte warned, placing the document back on his desk with controlled precision. "The territorial governor will hear about this manipulation of water rights." Holloway's smile held no warmth. "By all means, exercise your right to petition. Though I should mention Governor Safford and I served together on the Territorial Enterprise Commission last year. We maintain a productive correspondence on development matters." The casual reference to his political connections confirmed Charlotte's growing realization that official channels might provide no immediate remedy. Holloway had methodically constructed his scheme, securing legal paperwork and influential allies before implementing the physical diversion. "This isn't over," Charlotte stated, her voice leveled despite the frustration building within her. "Copper Creek's water rights are legitimate, regardless of whatever documents you've managed to manufacture." "Of course it isn't over," Holloway agreed, his tone suddenly conciliatory in a way that set Charlotte's nerves on edge. "There's a simple solution that would resolve all these unfortunate complications." "Selling Copper Creek to you is not a solution," Charlotte replied flatly. "It's capitulation to deliberate sabotage." Holloway sighed with exaggerated patience. "I prefer to call it practical business negotiation. Assets increase and decrease in value based on changing circumstances. Without reliable water access, Copper Creek's value diminishes considerably with each passing week." He rose from his chair, moving to the territorial map on his wall. His finger traced the boundaries of Copper Creek with unsettling familiarity. "My offer still stands, $5,000. Given recent developments, I consider that quite generous." "The property is not for sale at any price," Charlotte insisted, though the magnitude of her challenge was becoming increasingly apparent. "And I will not be intimidated by illegal water diversion or manipulated paperwork." "As you wish." Holloway turned from the map, his expression suggesting the conversation had proceeded exactly as he'd anticipated. "Though I would advise reconsidering before drought conditions worsen. Cattle require water daily, I believe. How long can Copper Creek sustain its herd on diminishing resources?" The thinly veiled threat hung in the air between them. Charlotte recognized the calculation behind his strategy. He didn't need to defeat her in court or even prove his claims legitimate. He merely needed to restrict her water long enough for the practical realities of thirsty cattle and failing crops to force her surrender. "Good day, Mr. Holloway," she said, turning toward the door rather than engaging further. "I suggest you enjoy your temporary advantage while it lasts. My grandfather and mother didn't build Copper Creek by surrendering to the first sign of adversity." "Admirable spirit," Holloway called after her as she reached for the doorknob. "Though I believe they both understood the value of pragmatism when facing insurmountable obstacles." Charlotte paused, her hand on the brass knob. "Nothing about you is insurmountable, Mr. Holloway. You're merely an obstacle to be overcome, like drought or winter storms. Copper Creek has weathered both." The satisfaction of having the last word carried her through the main room of the bank with her head high, though inwardly Charlotte felt considerably less confident than her parting declaration suggested. As she exited the building and mounted Mariposa for the long ride home, the reality of their situation settled heavily upon her shoulders. Holloway had orchestrated his strategy with damaging precision. Legal paperwork filed, political connections secured, and physical diversion implemented before she'd even recognized the threat. Whatever countermeasures she might devise would require time they didn't have. Without water, Copper Creek's cattle and crops would begin failing within days, not the weeks or months a legal challenge would require. As Mariposa carried her back toward the ranch, Charlotte's mind raced through potential solutions, each seeming more desperate than the last. By the time the ranch buildings appeared on the horizon, she had formulated only one certainty. They needed to convene immediately and consider every possible option, however unlikely or uncomfortable those might be. Lamplight cast long shadows across the dining room table as Charlotte surveyed the faces of her small ranch family. Miguel sat to her right, his weathered features set in grim determination. Beside him, Tomas fidgeted with barely contained youthful energy despite the serious circumstances. Sarah occupied her usual place at the table's far end, her practical expression suggesting she was already calculating contingencies. Grayson stood slightly apart, leaning against the door frame rather than sitting, his tall figure half in shadow. "I'll be direct," Charlotte began, spreading the copied document from Holloway's office before them. "The situation is worse than we anticipated. Holloway has filed legal paperwork claiming historical survey errors misplaced watershed boundaries." Miguel leaned forward, scanning the document with narrowed eyes. "This is nonsense. Your grandfather and I walked those boundaries together 30 years ago. The markers were clear then." "Clear to honest men," Sarah commented dryly. "Holloway's never counted himself among those." "Legal or not, the paperwork gives him territorial backing for now," Charlotte continued. "Which means we need practical solutions while any official challenge proceeds." Grayson pushed away from the doorframe, moving to study the document without sitting. "How was your meeting with Holloway?" he asked, his voice carefully neutral. "Enlightening," Charlotte replied, trying to keep bitterness from her tone. "He's remarkably confident in his position, claims friendship with the territorial governor, and suggests any appeal would be futile." "Men like Holloway always exaggerate their connections," Sarah observed, "though he does have influence beyond Silver Springs." Tomas spoke up, his youthful face unusually serious. "The cattle in the west pasture are already showing distress, ribs becoming visible on the younger stock, eyes sunken." "Same in the north section," Grayson confirmed quietly. "Another week without proper water access, we'll start losing calves. 2 weeks, we risk adult stock." The blunt assessment hung heavily in the room. Charlotte had known the situation was dire, but hearing the timeline stated so plainly brought fresh urgency to their predicament. "What are our options?" she asked, looking around the table. "Even temporary solutions would buy us time to fight this legally." Miguel scratched his chin thoughtfully. "Could dig new wells closer to the ranch house. Water table is higher near the eastern boundary." "How quickly?" Charlotte pressed. 2 weeks minimum," Miguel replied reluctantly. "Possibly longer without proper equipment." "Too slow," Grayson stated flatly. "Cattle won't last." "We could haul water from town," Tomas suggested. "Use the wagon to bring barrels from the community well." Sarah shook her head. "I calculated that option this afternoon. Our wagon holds 8 barrels. Each round trip takes 4 hours. The herd needs 30 barrels daily, minimum. We'd need 4 wagons running continuously just to maintain survival levels." "And Silver Springs would object to that much draw on the community well," Charlotte added, having considered the same possibility during her ride home. "Not to mention the expense of hiring additional teamsters and wagons." A heavy silence descended as the impracticality of each solution became apparent. Charlotte forced herself to voice the option she'd been avoiding. "What about reducing the herd? Selling a portion to decrease water requirements?" Miguel winced visibly. "Selling distressed cattle brings poor prices. Buyers recognize desperation, and word would spread to Davidson about our difficulties," Grayson added. "Might jeopardize existing contracts if he believes we can't fulfill future obligations." "So, we can't dig wells fast enough, can't haul sufficient water, and can't sell without undermining our business position," Charlotte summarized, frustration evident in her voice. "There must be something we haven't considered." Throughout the discussion, she had noticed Grayson's unusual quietness. He had offered factual observations, but none of the practical solutions she had come to expect from him. Now, as their options dwindled, she found herself watching him with growing curiosity. His expression suggested internal conflict rather than his usual decisive assessment. "You're remarkably silent tonight, Mr. Cole," she observed, drawing everyone's attention to him. "No suggestions to offer?" Grayson straightened, his blue eyes meeting hers with an intensity that suggested he was weighing his words carefully. "There's one option we haven't discussed," he said finally. "Removing Holloway's dam directly." The suggestion hung in the air like gunpowder smoke. "Dangerous, volatile, impossible to ignore." "You mean tear it down?" Tomas asked, a hint of eagerness creeping into his voice. "Precisely," Grayson confirmed. "Return the creek to its natural course." "That's destruction of property," Charlotte pointed out, though the idea had occurred to her as well. "Likely illegal, regardless of the dam's legitimacy." "So is theft of water," Grayson countered. Sometimes practical solutions exist outside legal frameworks. Miguel studied Grayson with newfound interest. Dangerous proposition. Holloway would retaliate, possibly violently. He's already attacking us through water deprivation, Grayson replied. At least this would buy time for the cattle while legal challenges proceed. Charlotte considered the suggestion with conflicting emotions. The direct approach appealed to her growing frustration, yet the potential consequences troubled her. Would we be any better than Holloway if we resort to such tactics? She asked quietly. Sometimes survival requires difficult choices, Sarah observed, her practical nature asserting itself. Your mother wasn't above direct action when circumstances demanded it. This revelation caught Charlotte's attention. What do you mean? Sarah's lips curved in a rare smile. Let's just say certain problems during your mother's management mysteriously resolved themselves without official intervention. Elizabeth understood frontier justice when necessary. The conversation shifted as they debated the practicalities and risks of Grayson's suggestion. Technical questions arose. How many men would be needed? What equipment required? How to avoid detection during the operation? Throughout the discussion, Charlotte watched Grayson carefully, noting both his thorough knowledge of the dam's construction and his evident discomfort with his own suggestion. We need time to consider all implications, she finally declared, seeing exhaustion settling over her team. No decisions tonight. Everyone get some rest and we'll reconvene tomorrow. As the meeting dispersed, Charlotte noticed Grayson lingering in the doorway, clearly wanting to speak privately. When the others had departed, he approached the table where she remained seated, gathering the scattered documents. You have reservations about the dam removal, she observed, meeting his troubled gaze. Grayson nodded, his expression unusually vulnerable. It creates complications I'm not sure you're prepared for. Holloway won't respond legally. He'll escalate to methods outside the law. You think we'd be initiating a war, Charlotte summarized. I think the war has already begun, he corrected quietly. This would simply change its nature from slow strangulation to direct confrontation. Charlotte studied him, trying to read beneath his carefully controlled expression. There's something you're not saying. Grayson hesitated, conflict evident in his features. Just concerned about potential repercussions. For you, for Copper Creek. The moment stretched between them, weighted with unspoken complexities. Since the dance and her overheard conversation, Charlotte had scrutinized everyone at the ranch with new wariness. Yet looking at Grayson now, his evident distress seemed genuine rather than calculated. We'll find a solution, she assured him, though whether she was convincing him or herself remained unclear. Copper Creek has faced challenges before. Not like this, Grayson replied softly, not with so much at stake. As he turned to leave, Charlotte wondered at the multiple meanings his words might carry. The immediate crisis demanded her full attention, yet she couldn't dismiss the lingering questions about Grayson's past and his unexpected arrival at Copper Creek just when she had needed assistance most. Alone in the dining room, Charlotte gathered the scattered papers with weary determination. The meeting had ended without clear resolution, and she sensed the morale of her small team ebbing with each passing day of diminished water. Yet surrender remained unthinkable, regardless of Holloway's machinations or the daunting odds against them. What would you do, Mother? She whispered to the empty room, wishing fervently for Elizabeth Langford's guidance. The question hung unanswered, as Charlotte extinguished the lamp, darkness settling over Copper Creek Ranch like the drought that threatened everything she had worked to build. Moonlight spilled through the bedroom window, casting Charlotte's writing desk in silver illumination as the grandfather clock in the hallway struck midnight. Sleep had proven elusive despite her exhaustion, her mind refusing to quiet as she reviewed potential solutions to their water crisis, only to discard each as impractical or insufficient. Restless and frustrated, she'd lit the bedside lamp and retrieved her mother's journal from its place in her nightstand drawer. The leather-bound volume had become a source of both comfort and guidance in the months since her arrival at Copper Creek. Now she turned its pages with renewed purpose, searching for anything that might offer insight into their current predicament. Elizabeth Langford had faced countless challenges during her stewardship of the ranch, Surely she must have prepared for drought conditions, particularly given her detailed understanding of the property's hydrology. Charlotte paused at a section she had read several times before, yet never fully understood. The Spanish fathers knew water's true value in this harsh land. Where 3 crosses align at summer solstice, the Ancient One's path appears. Miguel's grandfather showed him as his father showed him before. I've marked the way, though only eyes that truly seek will find it. Agua escondida, the hidden water that never runs dry. The passage had initially seemed like romantic folklore, the kind of local legend that accumulated around old ranches. Now, with Copper Creek's future hanging in the balance, the reference to hidden water took on new urgency. Charlotte pulled out the hand-drawn maps tucked between the journal pages, spreading them carefully on her desk. The primary map showed Copper Creek's boundaries and major features, with Elizabeth's neat handwriting labeling creeks, ridges, and grazing areas. But it was the second, smaller map that captured Charlotte's attention, a rough sketch of what appeared to be the eastern section of the property, marked with cryptic symbols and sparse notations, mostly in Spanish. 3 small crosses formed a triangle on this smaller map, positioned around a feature labeled only as Donde el águila mira hacia el sol naciente, where the eagle looks toward the rising sun. Charlotte had assumed this referred to Eagle Ridge, a distinctive rock formation on the eastern boundary, but now she noticed fine dotted lines connecting the crosses, converging at a point marked with a symbol she didn't recognize. Turning back to the journal, she found another entry that seemed relevant. When the earth thirsts most deeply, the markers reveal themselves. What remains hidden in abundant seasons becomes visible in times of need. The drought of 62 uncovered the first cross, buried since the mission days. The second appeared when the creek bed dried completely. The third waits where shadows align properly, visible only when the sun reaches its highest point. Charlotte sat up straighter, excitement building as connections formed in her mind. The drought, what they had assumed was their greatest threat, might actually be revealing features previously hidden beneath vegetation or seasonal water flow. She recalled a conversation with her grandmother years ago, one of many tales about the Southwest that had seemed like mere bedtime stories to a young girl in Boston. The Spanish missionaries built their chapels where water could be found, her grandmother had explained, describing her own childhood in the territories. When the Apache raids became too dangerous, they sometimes concealed their water sources, marking them with coded signs only the faithful would recognize. Charlotte returned to the maps with renewed focus, comparing the journal's eastern section diagram to the larger property map. The placement of the crosses corresponded to terrain features she recognized: a distinctive rock formation, a lightning-struck oak tree mentioned in her mother's descriptions, and the dried creek bed they had inspected just yesterday. What if the cryptic references to Agua Escondida weren't merely folklore, but practical information about an alternative water source? One that remained viable even when the main creek ran dry. The possibility sent a surge of hope through Charlotte as she pored over the journal entries with new understanding. Dawn found her still at the desk, pages of notes spread before her as she pieced together her mother's cryptic directions. References to specific times of day when shadows would align properly, landmarks visible only during certain seasons, and Spanish phrases that hinted at ancient knowledge of the land's hidden resources. As the first light of morning painted her bedroom walls with soft gold, Charlotte made her decision. They had exhausted conventional options. Now it was time to pursue the unconventional. If her mother had documented a hidden water source accessible during drought, finding it could mean salvation for Copper Creek when they needed it most. Charlotte dressed quickly in her most practical map securely in her pocket. Whatever skepticism her theory might face, she was determined to investigate immediately. With water levels dropping daily, they had nothing to lose by following her mother's cryptic trail, and potentially everything to gain. "You believe there's a hidden spring somewhere on the eastern section," Grayson repeated, his tone balanced carefully between skepticism and hope as they rode across the drought-hardened earth. The morning sun had barely cleared the distant mountains, casting long shadows across the landscape that would soon vanish in the day's growing heat. Not just any spring, Charlotte clarified, gesturing with her mother's journal. According to these entries, it's a substantial water source that remains viable even during severe drought. one the Spanish missionaries deliberately concealed when they abandoned this region. Grayson guided his gelding alongside Mariposa, close enough that Charlotte could see the conflicting emotions playing across his features. "That's a lot of faith to place in folklore and old journal entries," he observed, though without dismissing her theory outright. "Especially with the herd survival at stake." "My mother wasn't given to fantasy," Charlotte countered, patting the journal in her pocket. "Her observations about Copper Creek have proven remarkably accurate in all other matters. Besides, what alternative do we have? Holloway's Dam won't be overturned through legal channels quickly enough to save our cattle." They rode in silence for several minutes, the eastern section of the ranch unfolding before them. Unlike the western areas with their dramatic canyons and arroyos, this terrain featured gentler contours. Rolling hills dotted with mesquite and occasional stands of scrub oak. To the untrained eye, it appeared unremarkable, but Charlotte scanned the landscape with heightened attention, comparing its features to her mother's detailed descriptions. "There," she said eventually, pointing toward a distinctive rock formation jutting from a low rise. "Eagle Ridge. Or, where the eagle looks toward the rising sun, as my mother called it. It's the first reference point on her map." Grayson studied the formation with narrowed eyes. "Does look something like an eagle's head in profile," he acknowledged, his skepticism softening slightly. "What's it supposed to align with?" Charlotte withdrew the small map, orienting it to their current position. "According to this, it forms a line with the lightning oak and something called La Primera Cruz, the first cross. The old oak's about half a mile ahead," Grayson confirmed, his knowledge of the property's features remaining impressive even in this less frequented section. "Storm split it about 10 years back, according to Miguel, but it's still standing." They rode toward the ancient oak, its massive trunk bearing the distinctive blackened scar where lightning had struck it years earlier. Despite the drought, it maintained a sparse canopy of leaves, testament to a deep root system that could access moisture unavailable to younger trees. Charlotte dismounted when they reached it, pulling out her mother's journal to read a specific passage. "When shadows align on the solstice, the path reveals itself. Stand where the eagle's beak meets the wounded oak at morning light, and walk 20 paces toward the rising sun." "Solstice was 3 weeks ago," Grayson pointed out, sliding from his saddle to join her. "And we've no way of knowing exactly where those shadows would have fallen." "True," Charlotte conceded, "but the journal also mentions that drought reveals what remains hidden in wetter seasons. I think we need to look for something that's become visible only because of the current conditions." They secured their horses to the oak's lower branches and began a methodical examination of the surrounding area. The ground was hard-packed and barren where spring grasses had withered in the intense heat, revealing contours and features normally concealed by vegetation. "What exactly are we looking for?" Grayson asked, scanning the ground with increasingly genuine interest. Charlotte consulted the journal again. "My mother described it as a stone marker carved with the sign of faith, half buried by time and earth. I think she meant a cross, possibly of Spanish origin, like a grave marker?" Grayson knelt, brushing away loose soil from a suspicious irregularity in the ground. "No, more like a trail marker," Charlotte corrected, recalling her grandmother's stories. The missionaries often marked hidden paths with religious symbols that would appear insignificant to unfriendly eyes. They worked outward in a gradually expanding circle, the sun climbing higher as morning progressed. Charlotte found herself watching Grayson with quiet appreciation as he committed fully to their search despite his initial reservations. The physical labor suited him, his movements economical yet thorough, his attention to detail revealing the sharp observational skills that had served Copper Creek so well in recent months. "Tell me more about these missionaries," he requested as they continued their inspection of the area. "When were they here?" "Early to mid-1000s, 700s, according to my grandmother," Charlotte replied, grateful for his engagement with her theory. "They established a small mission near what's now Silver Springs, working with local tribes. When Apache raids intensified, they abandoned the permanent settlement but maintained hidden routes throughout the territory." Grayson nodded thoughtfully. "Makes sense. Water would have been their most valuable resource, worth concealing from potential enemies." An hour into their search, Charlotte was beginning to question her interpretation of the journal's clues. The punishing sun had erected a mocking haze across the landscape, distorting distances and obscuring details. Sweat dampened her collar despite the relatively early hour, a reminder of how quickly the day's heat would become unbearable. "Maybe we should try another approach," she suggested, wiping her forehead with her handkerchief. The journal mentioned standing where the eagle's beak meets the wounded oak, specifically at morning light. Grayson looked up from his examination of a rocky outcropping. "Worth trying. Where exactly would the eagle's beak be from our perspective?" Charlotte studied Eagle Ridge with fresh attention, noting how its profile did indeed resemble a raptor's head in profile. "There," she pointed to the jutting formation that formed the beak of the stone eagle. "If we position ourselves so that feature aligns directly with the oak." They moved to the position she indicated, standing where their shadows stretched long across the drought-hardened earth. From this vantage point, the landscape revealed subtle alignments not visible from other angles. A natural corridor formed by low rises, a sequence of weathered rocks that might once have served as crude steps up a gentle slope. 20 paces toward the rising sun," Charlotte murmured, orienting herself eastward. She began counting steps, moving carefully across the uneven ground. "Wait," Grayson called when she reached the 15th pace. "Look down to your right." Charlotte followed his direction and froze, her breath catching in her throat. There, partially exposed where erosion had stripped away soil that would normally cover it, lay a flat stone bearing the unmistakable outline of a cross. The carving was weathered almost smooth, its edges softened by centuries of exposure, but its distinctive shape remained recognizable. "La Primera Cruz," she whispered, hardly daring to believe they'd actually found it. The first cross, Grayson approached slowly, kneeling beside the stone marker with an expression of genuine wonder. "This is old," he assessed, running his fingers along the worn carving. "Spanish colonial work, I'd guess, deliberately placed." Charlotte knelt beside him, excitement building in her chest as she compared the marker to her mother's drawing. "It matches exactly," she confirmed, pulling out the small map. "And if this is correct, it forms a line with the other two crosses, leading to the hidden water source." Their hands brushed accidentally as they both traced the ancient symbol, the brief contact sending an unexpected warmth up Charlotte's arm despite the professional nature of their collaboration. When she glanced up, Grayson was watching her with an intensity that had nothing to do with their water search. A momentary lowering of the careful guards he'd maintained since the night of the dance. "You were right," he acknowledged quietly. "Your mother's journal contained real information, not just folklore." The simple validation meant more to Charlotte than she'd expected. "She understood this land," she replied, her voice softening. "Better than I realized." She was preparing for a time when someone might need this knowledge desperately. "Like now," Grayson agreed, his hand settling briefly over hers where it rested on the stone marker. "You've given us the first real hope since discovering Holloway's dam." The connection between them strengthened in that moment of shared discovery. Professional respect, deepening into something more personal. As they knelt together in the harsh landscape, Charlotte found herself trusting her instincts about Grayson, despite the lingering questions about his past. Something in his genuine wonder at finding the marker, his willingness to follow her seemingly far-fetched theory, reassured her in ways logical analysis could not. "We should look for the second cross," she suggested, reluctantly withdrawing her hand from beneath his. "According to the journal, it becomes visible when the creek bed dries completely." Grayson nodded, rising to his feet and offering her a hand up. "The old creek bed is about a quarter-mile southeast of here. Hasn't held water in living memory, according to Miguel, but it still shows as a waterway on the original property maps." As they retrieved their horses and prepared to continue the search, Charlotte felt a renewed sense of purpose, replacing her earlier desperation. The crisis remained urgent, but they had found tangible evidence that her mother had indeed documented an alternative water source, one that might yet save Copper Creek from Holloway's stranglehold. "Thank you," she said as they mounted their horses, "for believing in this enough to help, even when it must have seemed improbable." Grayson's expression softened into one of the rare, genuine smiles that transformed his usually guarded features. "I'm learning that with you, Miss Langford. The improbable often proves possible. like a Boston socialite becoming a successful rancher against all expectations. The compliment warmed Charlotte more deeply than the Arizona sun as they rode toward the next marker, their shadows stretching before them like promises across the parched earth of Copper Creek Ranch. The sun climbed relentlessly toward its zenith as Charlotte and Grayson picked their way across increasingly rocky terrain. The ancient creek bed, long dry even in normal seasons, wound like a pale scar through the landscape, its banks crumbling and eroded where water had once flowed. Heat shimmered in waves above the baked earth, distorting distant features and adding to the disorienting nature of their search. The journal mentioned the second cross becoming visible when the creek bed dries completely, Charlotte said, consulting her mother's notes for the dozenth time that morning. Sweat had dampened the paper where she held it, making her even more careful with the precious document. It should be near a stone that resembles a sleeping turtle. Grayson surveyed the winding creek bed, his keen eyes scanning formations that a less observant person might dismiss as random rocks. Your mother had quite the imagination for descriptions, he commented, though without mockery. Makes me wonder what she saw in all this that most folks miss entirely. Charlotte smiled despite her fatigue. She always said that truly seeing required patience and the willingness to look beyond the obvious. My father considered it fanciful nonsense. He preferred ledgers and straightforward accounts. Different kinds of vision, Grayson observed, dismounting to examine a promising outcropping. Both valuable in their way, though out here your mother's way seems more useful. They had tethered their horses in a small patch of shade created by an overhanging rock and continued on foot, the terrain too treacherous for mounted exploration. Charlotte's boots, practical though they were, hadn't been designed for this kind of scrambling over loose rocks and hard-packed soil. Blisters had formed hours ago, each step now an exercise in determined endurance. There, Grayson called, pointing toward a formation about 30 yards ahead. Could that be your turtle? Charlotte squinted against the harsh light, hope surging as she recognized the distinctive shape. The weathered stone did indeed resemble a turtle, its domed back rising from the parched earth, its head extended slightly as if the creature had been frozen mid-crawl millions of years ago. That has to be it, she agreed, quickening her pace despite the pain in her feet. Mother's drawing shows the second cross should be just beyond it, where the creek bed makes a sharp turn eastward. Reaching the turtle rock, they paused in its meager shadow for a moment's respite. Charlotte accepted the canteen Grayson offered, taking a careful sip of their precious water before returning it. Their supplies had been rationed with the understanding that finding the hidden spring was their priority, a fact that added urgency to each passing hour of searching. What made you decide to take on Copper Creek? Grayson asked unexpectedly as they caught their breath. Most women in your position would have sold to the first offer and returned to civilization. Charlotte considered the question, appreciating its directness. At first, it was simply the allure of independence, escaping Boston's suffocating expectations after Edmund's betrayal. But it became something more. She gazed across the harsh landscape that had somehow captured her heart. This land gets into your blood, challenges you, makes you discover strength you never knew you possessed. Grayson nodded, understanding evident in his expression. The territory does have a way of stripping people down to their essentials. No room for pretense when survival's at stake. What about you? Charlotte ventured, seizing the rare opportunity of his openness. What brought you to this life? Miguel mentioned you rode with the Confederate cavalry during the war. A shadow crossed Grayson's features, though he didn't retreat behind his usual reserve. My father's death left little reason to return to Tennessee. Our land was confiscated, our neighbors divided by the conflict. After Vicksburg, he paused, the memory clearly still potent. After that battle, something in me couldn't settle anymore. Drifting became easier than staying anywhere long enough to form attachments. The admission held a vulnerability that touched Charlotte deeply. Until Copper Creek, she observed quietly. His eyes met hers, something unguarded in their blue depths. Until Copper Creek, he agreed. The simple confirmation containing layers of meaning neither seemed ready to fully articulate. The moment stretched between them, charged with possibilities that extended far beyond their current search. Then Grayson straightened, returning to the practical matter at hand. Let's find that second cross. Daylight won't last forever. They continued around the Turtle Rock, following the creek bed as it curved eastward. The terrain grew increasingly challenging, loose shale that shifted treacherously underfoot, thorny vegetation that snagged clothing and scratched exposed skin. Charlotte pushed forward despite her body's protests, ignoring blisters and muscle fatigue with stubborn determination. Grayson matched his pace to hers, occasionally offering a steadying hand over particularly difficult sections, but never suggesting she couldn't manage. His respect for her capabilities had become one of the cornerstones of their working relationship, an unspoken acknowledgement that she belonged in this harsh environment despite her Eastern origins. "Tell me about your plans for Copper Creek," he said as they paused to refill the canteen from a small trickle of ground seep. "Assuming we find this water source and overcome Holloway's schemes." Charlotte's face lit with enthusiasm despite her exhaustion. "Selective breeding to improve the herd quality. Davidson's already commented on our stock's superior conformation. With proper investment, we could develop a distinctive line that commands premium prices." She gestured toward the eastern hills. "The upper pastures could support twice our current numbers with proper rotation, and I've been studying techniques for conserving water through strategic irrigation." "Ambitious," Grayson noted, appreciation evident in his tone. "My mother had similar visions," Charlotte continued. Her journal outlines experiments with drought-resistant grasses and natural windbreaks using native plants. She was decades ahead of her time, like daughter, like mother, Grayson observed quietly. The unexpected compliment brought warmth to Charlotte's cheeks that had nothing to do with the relentless sun. Before she could respond, Grayson suddenly stilled, his attention caught by something ahead. "There," he said, pointing toward a rock face where centuries of flash floods had carved a small alcove. "Is that what we're looking for?" Charlotte moved closer, hope surging as she recognized the distinctive outline partially concealed by accumulated sediment. Weathered but unmistakable, a cross had been carved into the stone face. Larger than the first marker and more elaborately designed, with distinctive Spanish colonial flourishes. "The second cross," she confirmed, excitement lending new energy to her tired body. "It's exactly as Mother described it." Grayson knelt beside the carving, brushing away loose soil to reveal more of the ancient marker. "Deliberately placed to be visible only when water levels drop completely," he observed. "Clever system. Only those truly desperate for water would see these signs." Charlotte consulted the map, aligning it with their current position and the first marker they'd discovered earlier. "According to this, the third cross should be directly east, forming a perfect triangle with the others. The hidden spring lies at the center of that triangle." Grayson squinted toward the eastern ridgeline, where the afternoon sun cast harsh shadows across rugged terrain. "That's challenging country ahead. Lots of ravines and box canyons. Could take days to search thoroughly." "The journal mentions the third cross being visible only when the eagle shadow touches the Ancient One's path at day's end," Charlotte said, frustration edging her voice as she tried to decipher the cryptic clue. "But what does that mean practically?" They spent the next several hours methodically exploring eastward, the sun gradually sinking toward the horizon as their search continued without success. By late afternoon, Charlotte's determination remained undiminished, despite her body's growing protests. Each step had become an exercise in willpower, her throat parched despite careful rationing of their water. Grayson watched her with quiet admiration that he made no attempt to conceal. "We should consider heading back," he finally suggested as shadows lengthened across the landscape. "Can return tomorrow with fresh supplies and continue the search." Charlotte looked up at the darkening sky with obvious reluctance. "If we leave now, we lose a full day. The cattle won't benefit if you collapse from exhaustion," Grayson finished gently. "Finding this spring won't help if you're not healthy enough to implement whatever system is needed to utilize it." Logic warred with determination as Charlotte considered his advice. Finally, practicality won. "You're right," she conceded. "We'll return at first light tomorrow. The third cross has remained hidden for decades. It can wait one more night." As they made their way back toward their tethered horses, Charlotte stumbled slightly, her foot turning on loose shale. Grayson's hand shot out, catching her elbow to steady her. The simple contact lingered slightly longer than necessary, his fingers warm against her skin even through the fabric of her sleeve. "Thank you," she said quietly, the words encompassing more than just his physical support. For what? He asked, his voice matching her subdued tone. For believing this could work? For not dismissing my mother's journal as nonsense? For being here? Something shifted in Grayson's expression, a lowering of the guardedness that had characterized him since they'd first met. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else, he admitted, the simple truth of the statement hanging between them as they continued toward their horses in the gathering dusk. Dawn painted the eastern horizon with streaks of gold and crimson, as Charlotte and Grayson crested the ridge overlooking yesterday's search area. They had left the ranch house before first light, eager to resume their quest with renewed energy and additional supplies. Miguel had remained behind to manage the increasingly stressed cattle, while Sarah had packed enough provisions to sustain them through a full day's exploration. The eagle's shadow, Charlotte murmured, watching as early light played across the landscape below. Mother's clue about the third cross mentioned it being visible only when the eagle's shadow touches the Ancient One's path. Grayson surveyed the terrain thoughtfully. Could be referring to Eagle Ridge casting its shadow at a specific time of day. Charlotte nodded, excitement building as new understanding dawned. We've been thinking too literally, looking for another carved marker similar to the first two. But what if the third cross isn't man-made at all? What if it's a natural formation that only resembles a cross when seen from a particular angle? With specific lighting conditions, Grayson added, grasping her theory immediately, like the shadow of Eagle Ridge falling a certain way at sunset. Or sunrise, Charlotte suggested, gesturing toward the distinctive rock formation they had identified the previous day. As the morning sun climbed higher, its rays struck the jutting stone beak of the eagle profile, casting a distinctive shadow across the valley below. We need a higher vantage point, Grayson decided, studying the ridgeline above them. If we climb to that outcropping, we'll have a clear view of where the shadow falls. The climb proved challenging but not impossible, loose stone giving way to more solid footing as they ascended. Charlotte ignored her body's protests, yesterday's blisters and sore muscles forgotten in the excitement of potential discovery. When they reached the higher vantage point, both stood silent for a moment, breathless from the climb and the stunning panorama that stretched before them. From this elevation, the relationship between landscape features became startlingly clear. Eagle Ridge cast a distinctive shadow that indeed resembled a raptor's silhouette against the lighter earth. As they watched, the shadow's edge crept across the valley floor, gradually approaching a dry streambed that meandered roughly east to west. The Ancient One's path, Grayson murmured, could be referring to that old watercourse. Charlotte consulted her mother's map with growing excitement. That has to be it. The streambed doesn't appear on modern maps because it rarely carries water, but it would have been an important feature when the Spanish missionaries were here. They watched intently as the shadow continued its progress across the landscape. Where it intersected the dry streambed, a curious natural formation became visible. Two fallen boulders had landed in a configuration that, from their elevated perspective, formed a distinct cross pattern. There, Charlotte pointed, unable to contain her excitement. The third cross. It's a natural formation, visible only from this height and with this specific lighting. Grayson studied the location through his field glass, a smile of genuine wonder spreading across his usually guarded features. Ingenious system. You'd need both local knowledge and the specific clues to recognize these markers. Checking the map once more, Charlotte triangulated the position of all three crosses. The carved stone near the lightning-struck oak, the Spanish marker in the creek bed, and now this natural formation visible only at dawn from their elevated position. Where the three lines intersected on her mother's drawing, a small symbol resembling a spring had been marked. The hidden water should be directly south of that formation, in the center of the triangle formed by the three crosses, she said, already planning their route down from the ridge. The descent proved faster but more treacherous than their climb, loose shale sliding beneath their boots and requiring careful navigation of steep sections. By the time they reached level ground, the sun had risen fully, its heat beginning to assert itself across the parched landscape. They followed the coordinates carefully, measuring paces and checking landmarks against the journal's descriptions. The terrain grew increasingly rugged as they approached the theoretical location of the hidden spring, a maze of small ravines and box canyons cutting through otherwise unremarkable scrubland. This whole area would be underwater during flash flood season, Grayson observed, examining the eroded walls of a narrow ravine. Makes sense as a location for an underground water source. Charlotte nodded, wiping perspiration from her forehead as she studied her mother's map. We should be very close now. The spring should be within this canyon system, where all three sightlines converge. They walked deeper into the ravine, its walls rising on either side to create welcome shade from the climbing sun. The passage narrowed, then widened into what appeared to be a dead end. A curved wall of stratified rock blocked further progress, with fallen boulders and accumulated brush obscuring its base. This can't be right, Charlotte said, frustration evident in her voice as she rechecked the map. The water source should be right here, where we're standing. Grayson moved forward, examining the brush pile with narrowed eyes. This debris isn't entirely natural, he said after a moment of careful inspection. Some of it's been deliberately placed. Look at how these branches are arranged. They're screening something. Working together, they began clearing away the accumulated brush and smaller rocks. The task proved arduous under the strengthening sun, but determination drove them forward. Charlotte worked alongside Grayson with single-minded focus, ignoring scratched hands and strained muscles as they gradually revealed what lay behind the natural-appearing barrier. "There's an opening," Grayson announced, as they removed a particularly large branch that had been wedged between two boulders. Behind it, a narrow crevice was visible in the canyon wall, just wide enough for a person to pass through sideways. "This has to be it," Charlotte breathed, excitement renewing her energy. The entrance to the hidden spring. Grayson retrieved a small lantern from their supplies, lighting it before approaching the opening. "I'll go first," he said, practical concern for her safety evident in his tone. "Could be unstable after all these years." Charlotte nodded, watching as he edged through the narrow passage, the lantern's glow disappearing as the crevice curved away from the entrance. Moments that felt like hours passed before his voice echoed back to her. "Charlotte, you need to see this." The use of her given name rather than the formal Miss Langford conveyed his excitement more effectively than any elaborate description could have. She squeezed through the opening, following the curve of the passage as it descended slightly before opening into a space that drew an involuntary gasp of wonder from her lips. A small chamber had been carved by water and time from the living rock, its ceiling high enough to stand comfortably, but it was what occupied the center of this natural room that rendered Charlotte momentarily speechless. A pool of clear water, perhaps 15 feet across, its surface reflecting the lantern light in dancing patterns against the stone walls. "It's a spring," Grayson confirmed, kneeling beside the pool. "Look, you can see where the water bubbles up from underneath." He pointed to a spot near the center, where small ripples disturbed the otherwise mirror-like surface. Charlotte approached with reverent steps, hardly daring to believe they had actually found it. She knelt beside Grayson, peering into the crystal-clear water. "It's beautiful," she whispered. "And practical," he added, dipping his hand in to test the temperature. "Cool and clean. Tastes sweet, too." He scooped a handful to his lips, confirming his assessment. Charlotte followed his example, the water indeed proving remarkably pure and refreshing. "How is this possible, when everything above ground is so parched?" "Underground aquifer," Grayson explained, gesturing toward the rock walls surrounding them. These limestone formations often conceal extensive water systems that remain viable even during severe drought. Your mother's journal mentioned this being connected to what the Spanish called agua escondida, probably an entire network of subterranean water sources. Looking more closely at their surroundings, Charlotte noticed unmistakable signs of human modification. Small channels had been cut into the rock floor leading from the pool to the chamber's far side, where a narrow passage continued deeper into the earth. Stone steps had been carved leading down to the water's edge, worn smooth by years of use. The missionaries didn't just find this place, they improved it, she realized, engineered it for practical use, and then concealed it when they left, Grayson added, admiration evident in his voice, protecting the resource for those who knew how to find it. Charlotte moved around the pool's circumference, examining the channels with growing excitement. These look like they once directed water outward. If we could clear the original outlet, we could potentially restore flow to a surface stream, Grayson finished, following her thinking immediately. Create a controlled water source, even during drought conditions. The implications of their discovery expanded with each passing moment. This wasn't merely a small spring for emergency drinking water. It represented a sustainable solution to Holloway's stranglehold on their primary creek. With proper engineering, they could establish an independent water supply for the ranch's most critical needs. "We did it," Charlotte said softly, the reality of their success finally sinking in. "We actually found it." "You did it," Grayson corrected, his expression showing unguarded admiration. "Your faith in your mother's journal, your willingness to pursue what seemed impossible, that's what saved Copper Creek." Charlotte shook her head, needing to share the credit. "We did it together. I couldn't have found this place alone." Their eyes met across the ancient pool, the lantern light casting a warm glow across features that had grown increasingly familiar and important to each other over the challenging months at Copper Creek. Something fundamental had shifted between them during this 2-day journey, a deepening of trust, a confirmation of mutual respect, and perhaps something more personal that neither had yet named aloud. "What happens next?" Grayson asked, the question encompassing far more than just the practical matters of utilizing their discovery. "We bring Miguel here immediately," Charlotte began, focusing on the immediate needs of the ranch. "Assess what's needed to create a viable delivery system to the main grazing areas, and we keep this discovery private for now. Holloway doesn't need to know we found an alternative water source." Grayson nodded, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "And longer term?" Charlotte's face lit with determined purpose. "We rebuild Copper Creek stronger than before. Self-sufficient, resistant to outside pressure." She paused, then added more softly. "We create something lasting, something worth fighting for." The "we" in her statement hung between them, its significance unmistakable, though neither commented on it directly. Instead, Grayson extended his hand across the ancient pool, an offering of partnership that transcended employer and employee. "To Copper Creek's future," he said simply. Charlotte placed her hand in his, the connection feeling both professional and deeply personal as their fingers intertwined. "To our future," she replied, the slight alteration speaking volumes about how far they had come since her arrival in the territory. As they gathered their equipment to return to the ranch with their momentous news, Charlotte cast a final glance at the hidden spring. Her mother had preserved this knowledge specifically for a time of greatest need, trusting that someday her daughter would find both the clues and the courage to follow them to their conclusion. "Thank you, Mother," she whispered to the peaceful chamber as Grayson waited respectfully by the exit passage. The cool underground air seemed to whisper back, a benediction from the past carrying forward into a future now filled with renewed hope and possibility. The ancient spring chamber seemed to breathe around them, cool and serene despite the scorching heat of the world above. Charlotte knelt at the water's edge, trailing her fingers through the crystal-clear pool. Sunlight filtered through a narrow fissure in the rock ceiling, casting a single golden beam that danced across the water's surface. The sweet, earthy scent of wet stone filled the air, a stark contrast to the parched dust that had coated everything at Copper Creek for weeks. "I still can't quite believe we found it," she said, her voice hushed with reverence. They had spent the past hour exploring the chamber, discovering additional passages and assessing the spring's potential. "It's like something from a fairy tale, a magical grotto hidden beneath the desert." Grayson crouched nearby, examining the stone channels that once directed water flow. "Your mother knew exactly what she was documenting," he observed. "These aren't just random notes. She understood this system's value to the ranch's survival." "She was preparing for a time like this," Charlotte agreed, dipping her cupped hands into the pool and raising them to her lips. The water tasted impossibly sweet after days of carefully rationed supplies. As she drank, a sense of overwhelming relief washed over her, a physical release of the fear and tension that had gripped her since discovering Holloway's dam. The emotion bubbled up from somewhere deep inside, transforming into something unexpected. Pure, unadulterated joy. Without stopping to consider propriety or her usual composure, Charlotte swept her hand across the water's surface, sending a sparkling arc toward Grayson. The droplets caught him squarely across the chest, darkening his shirt and spattering his surprised face. For a moment, he froze in apparent shock at this childlike gesture from his normally dignified employer. "I'm sorry," Charlotte began, immediately embarrassed by her impulsive action. "I don't know what came over me." Her apology died in her throat as Grayson's expression transformed. The surprise melted into something she'd rarely witnessed: genuine, unrestrained amusement. His laughter started low, then grew until it echoed against the chamber walls, the deep, rich sound releasing weeks of shared tension. "Is that how Boston ladies celebrate?" he asked, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Before Charlotte could respond, he dipped his hand into the pool and returned her splash with interest, sending water droplets cascading over her hair and shoulders. "Grayson Cole!" she gasped in mock outrage, though laughter bubbled beneath her protest. "That is hardly gentlemanly behavior." "Never claimed to be a gentleman," he reminded her, the rare smile transforming his usually guarded features. Charlotte retaliated with another splash, this one more deliberate and effective. Within moments, they were engaged in a playful water battle that would have scandalized Boston society, the rancher and her foreman laughing like children in the secluded spring chamber, their usual roles and careful boundaries temporarily forgotten. Their laughter echoed through the ancient space, perhaps the first sounds these stone walls had heard in decades. The moment felt cleansing, washing away not just trail dust, but the weight of responsibility and worry that had marked their interactions for so long. Eventually, breathless and considerably damper, Charlotte raised her hands in surrender. "Enough! You clearly have the advantage with those long arms." Her hair had come partially loose from its practical braid, tendrils framing her face and curling damply against her neck. Droplets clung to her eyelashes and traced shining paths down her cheeks. She knew she must look a sight, yet she couldn't remember feeling this lighthearted since arriving at Copper Creek. "We should probably act like responsible adults again," she admitted, though reluctance tinged her voice. "There's so much to plan before we return to the ranch." "Probably," Grayson agreed, though his relaxed posture suggested he was in no hurry to end this rare moment of carefree connection. Charlotte knelt at the pool's edge once more, cupping her hands for a final drink before they began the serious work of documenting the spring's features. As she started to rise, her boot slipped slightly on the smooth, damp stone. Grayson was beside her instantly, his hand catching her elbow to steady her. "Careful," he cautioned, his fingers warm against her skin. "Thank you," Charlotte replied, finding herself standing unexpectedly close to him, close enough to see the water droplets clinging to his eyelashes and the way the filtered sunlight brought out hints of amber in his blue eyes. He should have released her then, propriety dictating a respectful step back. Instead, his hand remained at her elbow, neither tightening nor withdrawing. Something shifted in his expression, the playfulness giving way to something deeper, more intense. "Charlotte," he said, her given name sounding different in his voice, weighted with meaning beyond its syllables. She couldn't have said who moved first. Perhaps they both did, drawn by the same invisible force that had been building between them for months. One moment they stood in suspended animation, the next his hands cradled her face with unexpected gentleness, her own fingers curling into the damp fabric of his shirt. Their lips met with none of the hesitation that had marked their previous near encounters. This kiss held the certainty of inevitability. Passionate yet achingly tender, conveying months of unspoken feelings in a single perfect connection. Charlotte yielded completely to the moment, her usual careful restraint dissolving like mist in morning sunlight. Grayson's arms encircled her waist, drawing her closer as the kiss deepened. Charlotte responded with equal fervor, her hands sliding up to his shoulders, feeling the solid strength beneath damp cotton. The world narrowed to this single point of contact, this man, this moment, this profound recognition of something that had been building between them since that first meeting on the stagecoach. When they finally broke apart, both breathless, Grayson didn't release her immediately. Instead, he rested his forehead against hers, his eyes closed, as if memorizing the sensation. Charlotte allowed herself to simply exist in the moment, feeling the steady beat of his heart against her palm where it rested on his chest. Gradually, she became aware of a subtle tension replacing the previous yielding in his embrace. Though his arm still encircled her, something in his posture had changed, a nearly imperceptible withdrawal that had nothing to do with physical proximity. When he finally opened his eyes, Charlotte was startled by the conflict she read in their blue depths. Beneath the undeniable desire lingered something that looked distressingly like guilt, or perhaps regret. "Grayson?" she questioned softly, her hand rising to touch his cheek. "What's wrong?" He captured her hand in his, pressing a kiss to her palm that felt disturbingly like a farewell, before gently lowering it. "This is complicated," he said, his voice rough with emotion. "It doesn't have to be," Charlotte countered, though uncertainty began creeping into her own heart. Unless I've misunderstood what's between us." "You haven't misunderstood," Grayson assured her quickly, his hands tightening briefly on her waist before reluctantly releasing her. "That's not—" He broke off, seeming to struggle for words that usually came so easily to him. "Then what?" Charlotte pressed, the lingering sweetness of their kiss now shadowed by his obvious distress. "Please, just tell me what's troubling you." Grayson stepped back slightly, creating physical distance that felt symbolic of something deeper. He ran a hand through his damp hair, his gaze fixed on some point beyond her shoulder rather than meeting her questioning eyes. "There are things you don't know about me," he said finally. "Things that make this complicate matters?" The vague response triggered Charlotte's lingering doubts. The overheard conversation at the dance, the mysterious man working for Holloway, Grayson's persistent reticence about his past. She searched his face, looking for reassurance that her growing suspicions were unfounded. "What things?" she asked directly. "Grayson, if there's something I should know—" "We should get back," he interrupted, his expression closing like a door being shut. The open, unguarded man who had laughed and kissed her moments ago had vanished, replaced by the composed, reserved foreman she had first encountered. "Need to bring Miguel here before dark. Start planning how to utilize this water source." The abrupt return to practical matters felt like a physical rebuff. Charlotte wrapped her arms around herself, suddenly cold despite the chamber's moderate temperature. "Of course," she agreed, her voice carefully controlled. "The ranch must be our priority." Grayson nodded, already gathering their equipment, with efficient movements that suggested relief at returning to familiar territory. The moment of connection, so perfect and promising, had shattered like glass, leaving Charlotte to wonder what secrets he harbored that could overshadow what they had just shared. As they prepared to leave the spring chamber, Charlotte cast one final glance at the pool where moments ago they had laughed and played like carefree children before surrendering to feelings too powerful to deny. The water's surface had settled once more into perfect stillness, reflecting the chamber walls with mirror-like precision. Beautiful, clear, and revealing nothing of the depths beneath. Like Grayson himself, she thought with a pang of uncertainty. Whatever lay beneath his carefully maintained surface remained hidden, even after their most intimate moment. As she followed him through the narrow passage toward daylight, Charlotte couldn't shake the feeling that discovering the hidden spring might ultimately prove simpler than uncovering the truth about the man who had somehow become essential to both Copper Creek's survival and her own happiness. Chapter 9. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the trail as Charlotte and Grayson made their way back toward the ranch house. They had left the spring 2 hours earlier, pausing only to mark the route with subtle indicators that would guide them back, while remaining invisible to casual observers. Charlotte's mind raced with plans and possibilities, the practical aspects of their discovery providing welcome distraction from the lingering awareness of what had transpired in the hidden chamber. "If we divert the spring through that eastern ravine," she said, tracing a path on the crude map they'd sketched, "we could create a controlled flow that would reach the main grazing pastures without crossing Holloway's property line." Grayson nodded, his expression focused on the technical challenge rather than the woman beside him. "Would need to clear the original channels the missionaries built. Some have collapsed over time." He pointed to a section of their drawing. "This area would require reinforcement to prevent water loss through seepage." "Miguel might know traditional methods," Charlotte suggested. Mentioned once that his grandfather worked with soil and stone containment systems for irrigation. Worth asking, Grayson agreed, his responses noticeably shorter than usual, his gaze rarely meeting hers directly, the tension between them stretched like a taut wire, invisible but undeniably present. Their kiss, passionate, uninhibited, revealing, hung unacknowledged in the space between them, too significant to forget, yet apparently too complicated to discuss. Charlotte found herself hyper-aware of Grayson's every movement, the capable hands that had cradled her face with such tenderness, the shoulders that had felt so solid beneath her fingers, the lips that had claimed hers with unexpected hunger. Mariposa stumbled slightly on loose shale, jolting Charlotte from her distracting memories. She steadied the mare with practiced ease, noting how naturally such skills now came to her after months at Copper Creek. "Your riding has improved considerably," Grayson observed, apparently seizing on the neutral topic. "Hard to believe you were struggling to mount properly just a few months ago." Charlotte smiled despite the awkwardness between them. "I had an exacting teacher." "You had determination," he countered. "Most Eastern ladies would have given up after the first blisters and saddle sores." "I'm beginning to think my mother wasn't a typical Eastern lady either," Charlotte replied. Her journal suggests she embraced ranch life with similar enthusiasm. She glanced at Grayson curiously. "Did you ever cross paths with her during your travels through this territory? She made regular visits until shortly before her death." The seemingly casual question caused an almost imperceptible stiffening of Grayson's shoulders. "No," he answered, his tone neutral. "Like I said before, only knew of her reputation." Charlotte nodded, filing away his reaction along with similar responses whenever she probed his past. "You mentioned Tennessee earlier," she continued, testing this persistent pattern. "Where exactly was your family's property?" "Eastern part of the state," Grayson replied vaguely. "Not much to tell. It's gone now, confiscated after the war like many Confederate holdings." "And afterward?" Charlotte pressed gently. "You must have traveled extensively before arriving in Arizona territory." Grayson's expression closed further, his jaw tightening visibly. "Various places. Texas, New Mexico, California for a spell." He suddenly pointed toward a rock formation ahead. "That outcropping would make a good marker for the trail back to the spring. Distinctive enough for us to recognize, but wouldn't draw outside attention." The abrupt change of subject confirmed what Charlotte had noticed repeatedly. Grayson Cole avoided personal history with the same careful precision he applied to tracking or shooting. He could discuss ranch operations, cattle management, or territorial politics with detailed knowledge, but his own background remained a carefully guarded mystery. "Were you ever in Boston?" she asked, the question slipping out before she could reconsider its wisdom. This time his reaction was unmistakable, a momentary freezing of his entire body before he forced relaxation. "Don't care much for Eastern cities," he replied, not actually answering her question. "Too crowded. Too many rules about who matters and who doesn't." "That's an accurate assessment," Charlotte acknowledged, disturbed by his obvious evasion, "though Boston has its charms as well. The public gardens in spring, the libraries, the music." "You miss it?" Grayson asked, turning the conversation back to her rather than himself. Charlotte considered the question honestly. "I miss certain aspects. Occasionally the conveniences, some cultural elements, but not the constraints." She met his gaze directly. "I've found something more authentic here at Copper Creek." Something in Grayson's expression softened momentarily, the genuine connection they'd shared at the spring flickering to life again before being carefully banked. "The territory changes people," he observed quietly. "Strips away pretenses." "Not all pretenses, it seems," Charlotte replied, the words emerging with more edge than she'd intended. Grayson's eyes met hers then, acknowledging the implied challenge with a complexity of emotion that caught her off guard. Before he could respond, the ranch buildings appeared in the distance, ending their private conversation as if a door had closed between them. As they drew closer, Charlotte noticed something unexpected in the yard. A carriage unlike any she'd seen in Silver Springs or the surrounding territory. Its elegant lines and polished black surface spoke of Eastern craftsmanship and considerable expense. 2 matched bay horses stood in harness, their quality evident even at a distance. "Are we expecting visitors?" Grayson asked, his posture subtly shifting to alertness. "Not to my knowledge," Charlotte replied, unease settling in her stomach. Miguel would have mentioned it before we left this morning. They approached at a more measured pace, both instinctively cautious of the unexpected arrival. As they reached the edge of the yard, Sarah emerged from the main house onto the porch, her expression a mixture of concern and irritation that did nothing to alleviate Charlotte's growing apprehension. Behind her appeared a man whose tailored suit and perfectly arranged hair looked absurdly formal against the ranch house's rustic backdrop. Even from this distance, Charlotte recognized the distinctive posture and carefully calculated gestures that had once been so familiar to her. "Edmund," she whispered, her throat suddenly dry with shock. Grayson's head turned sharply toward her. "Edmund? As in Edmund Blackwell?" Charlotte confirmed, her voice strained. "My former fiancé." A muscle worked in Grayson's jaw as his gaze returned to the man on the porch. "The one who left you standing in the church," he stated flatly, the words carrying an undercurrent of barely controlled anger. "The very same," Charlotte replied, drawing a steadying breath as she prepared to face this most unexpected ghost from her past. Whatever Edmund Blackwell wanted at Copper Creek, his timing couldn't possibly be worse. Or, perhaps, she thought with grim humor, more ironically perfect for disrupting the fragile connection she and Grayson had forged at the Hidden Spring. Edmund Blackwell's perfectly tailored suit remained remarkably unwrinkled, despite what must have been a long journey from civilization. His boots gleamed with fresh polish, his cravat lay in precise folds against his crisp white shirt, and his golden hair was arranged with the careful attention to style that Charlotte remembered all too well. Standing on Copper Creek's weathered porch, he looked like a figure transplanted from another world, which, in many ways, he was. Charlotte dismounted without waiting for assistance, handing Mariposa's reins to a hovering Tomas who had appeared from the direction of the barn. She kept her back straight and her chin level as she approached the house, determined to face this unexpected confrontation with the dignity she had fought to rebuild since leaving Boston. "Charlotte, my dear," Edmund called, his cultured voice carrying across the yard with practiced projection. "What a pleasure to see you looking so robust. The country air clearly agrees with you." The subtle emphasis on robust reminded Charlotte that Edmund had always preferred women to maintain a fashionable delicacy, something her months of physical ranch work had certainly eliminated. She ignored the veiled criticism, addressing him with cool formality as she reached the porch steps. "Mr. Blackwell, this is an unexpected visit." She deliberately omitted any welcome, her tone making it clear none was forthcoming. Edmund's smile didn't waver, though his eyes registered the rebuff. "I can imagine my appearance must come as quite a shock. May I say you look remarkably well, despite the somewhat primitive conditions." His gaze traveled dismissively over the ranch house before returning to her dusty riding clothes and sun-darkened complexion, though perhaps a touch weathered compared to your Boston radiance. Sarah snorted softly behind him, making no attempt to disguise her immediate dislike. "I'll fetch some refreshments," she announced, though her expression suggested she'd prefer to fetch something considerably less hospitable. "Unless you'd prefer the visitor depart immediately, Miss Langford?" The pointed question hung in the air, Sarah's loyalty providing Charlotte a graceful exit if she wished to take it. For a moment, she was tempted to do exactly that, dismiss Edmund without further conversation, and spare herself whatever manipulative purpose had brought him to Arizona territory. Some coffee would be appropriate, she decided instead, curiosity overcoming her initial impulse. Edmund Blackwell never acted without calculated purpose. Understanding his presence at Copper Creek might prove important, however distasteful the conversation. Charlotte became aware of Grayson's presence as he climbed the porch steps behind her. His expression revealed nothing to casual observation, but she had learned to read the subtle signs of his displeasure. The slight tightening around his eyes, the deliberately measured movements that suggested carefully controlled emotion. "Edmund, this is Grayson Cole, my foreman," she introduced, watching both men's reactions with careful attention. "Mr. Cole." Edmund Blackwell of Boston. "Sir," Grayson acknowledged with a curt nod, offering no hand to shake. Edmund barely glanced at him, dismissing the ranch foreman as insignificant with the practiced ease of a man accustomed to categorizing others by their social standing. "Charmed, I'm sure," he replied without interest, before returning his focus to Charlotte. "Might we speak privately? I've traveled a considerable distance to discuss matters of mutual interest. Anything you wish to discuss can be said in front of Mr. Cole, Charlotte replied smoothly, noting how Edmund's brow creased with annoyance at her refusal to comply. He manages Copper Creek's operations and has my complete confidence. Something shifted in Grayson's posture, a nearly imperceptible straightening that suggested her words had affected him, though his expression remained carefully neutral. These are delicate financial matters, Edmund persisted, his smile thinning. Family business, one might say. We are not family, Mr. Blackwell, Charlotte reminded him with pointed emphasis. That possibility ended when you abandoned me at the church 5 months ago. Edmund had the grace to look momentarily discomfited, though he quickly recovered. A regrettable misunderstanding, which I hope to explain fully. He glanced meaningly at Grayson, then back to Charlotte. But perhaps not in the company of the household staff. The deliberate attempt to diminish Grayson's position sparked a flare of anger in Charlotte's chest. Mr. Cole is not household staff. He is my partner in managing this ranch and privy to all business considerations affecting its operation. Edmund's eyebrows rose slightly at the word partner, his gaze sharpening as he reassessed Grayson with new interest. I see. How progressive of you, Charlotte. Before she could correct his obvious misinterpretation, Grayson stepped forward. Ms. Langford should hear what you have to say, he said, his voice carrying the quiet authority Charlotte had come to respect. But I have cattle to check after our ride today. We'll discuss the water situation later, ma'am. The courtesy title, which Grayson had largely abandoned in private conversations, signaled his deliberate retreat to formality. Charlotte felt a stab of disappointment as he turned to leave, though she understood his tactical withdrawal. His expression as he glanced back at her conveyed unspoken support, even as he removed himself from a situation where his presence might hinder her obtaining valuable information. Sarah reappeared with a tray of coffee just as Grayson descended the porch steps. In the parlor, I suppose, she said with barely disguised disapproval. Though I'd advise keeping the door open, Miss Langford. Some visitors don't deserve the courtesy of privacy. Edmund's lips tightened at the housekeeper's impertinence, but he maintained his composure with practiced ease. Your staff appears to have grown rather familiar during your time here, he observed as he followed Charlotte into the house. I prefer to call them my ranch family, Charlotte corrected, leading him into the parlor, where afternoon sunlight illuminated the comfortable but simple furnishings. She noted Edmund's subtle wince at the room's frontier practicality. The handmade furniture lacking Boston's gilded elegance, the unadorned walls free of expensive artwork, the functional simplicity that had come to represent home more than her father's mansion ever had. Quite rustic, Edmund commented, selecting the sturdiest-looking chair with visible caution. Though I suppose one makes do under the circumstances. Charlotte seated herself across from him, accepting coffee from Sarah with a grateful nod. The housekeeper made a show of arranging the tray and adjusting curtains, clearly reluctant to leave Charlotte alone with the visitor. That will be all for now, Sarah, Charlotte said gently, though please remain within calling distance. Sarah nodded, throwing a final suspicious glance at Edmund before withdrawing, deliberately leaving the parlor door wide open as she departed. Really, Charlotte, Edmund sighed once Sarah had gone, allowing servants such liberties hardly maintains proper household discipline, though I suppose standards necessarily slip in primitive territories. You didn't travel 2,000 miles to critique my household management, Edmund, Charlotte replied, setting her coffee cup down with deliberate precision. State your purpose plainly. Why are you here? Edmund studied her for a moment, perhaps reassessing his approach in the face of her directness. A quality she had developed at Copper Creek that would have been considered shockingly unfeminine in Boston drawing rooms. Very well, he conceded, setting aside his untouched coffee. I've come with an offer from your father. Arthur's health has deteriorated since his stroke. His doctors recommend complete rest and freedom from business concerns, a prescription he steadfastly ignores. Charlotte felt a pang of genuine concern despite the complicated relationship with her father. How serious is his condition? Serious enough that he has authorized me to negotiate on his behalf, Edmund replied. The Langford Railroad interests require immediate attention to prevent further financial deterioration. Your father believes, and I concur, that consolidating family assets would provide necessary capital to safeguard the Boston holdings. The carefully phrased explanation didn't mislead Charlotte for a moment. You mean he wants me to sell Copper Creek and return the proceeds to Boston to shore up his business interests? Edmund smiled thinly. I've always appreciated your quick understanding, Charlotte. Yes, essentially, though the arrangement would be structured as a family investment rather than an outright liquidation. And you've come as his emissary? Charlotte asked skeptically. After abandoning me at the altar? He must be truly desperate to send you of all people. A flash of genuine emotion, possibly even shame, crossed Edmund's features before his practiced composure reasserted itself. Our personal history is regrettable, but business considerations must transcend such matters. I understand the property and its potential value better than most, having reviewed the initial reports before our misunderstanding. You mean before you discovered my father's financial troubles and decided I was no longer a suitable match, Charlotte corrected, the old hurt largely healed but not forgotten. Edmund had the grace to look momentarily discomfited. Business and personal considerations became unfortunately entangled, he acknowledged. But that's in the past. Your father offers a fair price for the ranch, $12,000, a considerable increase over its assessed value given its current condition. Charlotte couldn't hide her surprise at the figure, more than double Holloway's highest offer. The property has appreciated significantly in recent months, she said carefully, revealing nothing about their water discovery that might explain such a generous proposal. Perhaps, Edmund allowed, though our sources suggest ongoing drought conditions have severely impacted its operational capacity. The offer reflects potential value rather than current circumstances. The casual mention of sources caught Charlotte's attention immediately. How did Boston bankers have current information about Copper Creek's water situation? The question raised troubling possibilities she filed away for later consideration. I'm not interested in selling, she stated firmly. Copper Creek is my home now, not merely an investment property. Edmund's expression suggested he had anticipated this initial refusal. I understand your attachment, which is why I've been authorized to offer an additional inducement. He leaned forward slightly, his voice softening with practiced charm. Arthur is prepared to welcome you back to Boston society without reference to our previous misunderstanding. Any irregularities in your departure would be discreetly forgotten. The condescension in his offer, as if social rehabilitation were a prize Charlotte still coveted, might have wounded her months ago. Now, it merely confirmed how completely her values had changed since leaving Boston. My place in Boston society is of no interest to me, Edmund, she replied coolly. Nor is your approval or my father's social maneuvering. I've built something meaningful here, something I'm not willing to surrender for any price. Edmund's facade of charm slipped slightly, revealing the calculating businessman beneath. Charlotte, be reasonable. This ranch is barely sustaining itself. The water rights problems alone would challenge even experienced Western operators. Arthur needs family support during his recovery, and you need rescue from this ill-conceived adventure. Is that what they're calling it in Boston? Charlotte asked, genuine curiosity in her tone. An adventure, not a disgrace or a scandal? Your father has managed the narrative carefully, Edmund acknowledged. Society believes you're on an extended visit to family property, temporarily managing your inheritance while suitable management is arranged. Charlotte couldn't help the small laugh that escaped her. How convenient. And now I'm to return, having fulfilled my obligation to inspect the family holdings. She shook her head, genuine amusement replacing her earlier irritation. You truly understand nothing about what I've built here, do you? Edmund's expression hardened, his patience visibly wearing thin. What you've built is a precarious existence in a hostile environment where you remain entirely out of place despite your romantic notions. Be practical, Charlotte. Take the money. Return to civilization where you belong. The dismissal of her achievements, the cattle contracts secured, the ranch operations improved, the respect earned from Miguel, Hamas, and Sarah fueled a quiet anger in Charlotte's chest, but it was the absence of one name from her mental inventory that suddenly struck her with cold clarity. Edmund had spoken of sources regarding Copper Creek's condition. He knew details about their water situation that weren't common knowledge. How exactly did you learn about our water rights problems? She asked carefully. Something flickered in Edmund's eyes. Caution, perhaps even momentary alarm, before his composed expression returned. Business intelligence. Arthur maintains connections throughout the territories where Langford investments exist. The vague explanation did nothing to alleviate Charlotte's growing suspicion. The conversation with Holloway she had overheard at the dance returned with new significance. The mention of our man at Copper Creek providing information. I think this conversation has reached its conclusion, Charlotte said, rising from her chair with deliberate grace. You may inform my father that Copper Creek is not for sale at any price. As for your personal inducements, I find them both presumptuous and unwelcome. Edmund remained seated, studying her with narrowed eyes. You've changed, Charlotte, he observed, sounding genuinely surprised by the realization. There's a hardness to you now that wasn't present in Boston. Not hardness, she corrected. Strength. Something Boston society discouraged in its women, but the territory demands. He rose slowly, adjusting his perfect cuffs with meticulous attention. Your father anticipated your initial refusal. I'll be remaining in Silver Springs for the week should you reconsider. The $12,000 offer expires when I depart. Charlotte moved toward the parlor door, making it clear the interview was concluded. Don't extend your stay on my account, Edmund. My answer won't change. As she escorted him to the front door, Charlotte noticed Grayson standing near the corral, his back deliberately turned toward the house, though his posture suggested acute awareness of the departing visitor. Edmund followed her gaze, a calculating expression crossing his features. Your foreman seems unusually attentive for a hired hand, he observed. One might almost suspect a personal interest. Mr. Cole is committed to Copper Creek's success, Charlotte replied neutrally. Edmund's smile held no warmth. Be careful, Charlotte. Men in his position often see female property owners as a means to advancement, particularly those with your inherited wealth. The warning struck uncomfortably close to her own lingering doubts about Grayson's motives for remaining at Copper Creek. I believe I've learned to judge character more accurately since my Boston days, she replied pointedly. Recent experience has made me particularly wary of men who present themselves as something other than what they truly are. Edmund accepted the barb with a slight incline of his head. Point taken. He paused at the threshold, glancing back with unexpected sincerity. Despite our past, I don't wish to see you harmed, Charlotte. This territory is more dangerous than you realize, not just physically, but in the kinds of men it attracts. Men with histories best left unexamined. Before she could respond to this cryptic warning, he had descended the porch steps and was making his way to the waiting carriage. Charlotte watched his departure with troubled thoughts, his visit raising far more questions than it had answered. Chief among them, who at Copper Creek was feeding information to Boston, and what connection might exist between her father's sudden interest and Holloway's persistent pressure. As Edmund's carriage disappeared down the ranch road, Charlotte turned to find Grayson approaching the house, his expression guarded, but his eyes asking the question he didn't voice aloud. He brought an offer from my father, she explained. $12,000 for Copper Creek. Grayson's eyebrows rose slightly. Generous figure, considering our apparent difficulties. Too generous, Charlotte agreed, the implication hanging between them, especially given his detailed knowledge of our water situation. Something shifted in Grayson's expression, a wariness that hadn't been present before Edmund's arrival. Your father has sources in the territory? Apparently, Charlotte confirmed, studying Grayson's reaction carefully. Including someone at Copper Creek, if I'm interpreting correctly. The accusation remained unspoken but palpable in the air between them. Grayson held her gaze steadily, neither confirming nor denying the implicit question. Do you trust me, Charlotte? He asked finally, her given name carrying weight after his earlier retreat to formality. I want to, she replied honestly, the memory of their kiss at the hidden spring sharpening the painful uncertainty. But there's too much I don't know about you, Grayson, too many questions you won't answer. A muscle worked in his jaw as he absorbed her words. Fair enough, he acknowledged quietly. But ask yourself this: who benefits most from turning you against the people closest to you right now? The question lingered as he turned away, heading back toward the barn without waiting for her response. Charlotte remained on the porch, watching his retreating figure with a heart divided between growing attachment and persistent doubt. Edmund's unexpected arrival had disrupted more than her afternoon. It had cast new shadows across the fragile trust she had begun to place in the man who had become essential to both Copper Creek's survival and her own happiness. Charlotte sat rigidly in the parlor chair, watching Edmund sip his coffee with the deliberate appreciation of a man accustomed to judging others by their hospitality. The afternoon light slanted through the windows, catching dust motes and golden beams that seemed oddly festive for such an unwelcome reunion. Sarah had reluctantly provided fresh coffee and corn muffins before withdrawing, though Charlotte noticed she found reasons to pass the open parlor door with suspicious frequency. "I must say, Charlotte," Edmund began, setting his cup down with precision, "you've created something quite charming here. A rustic experiment, to be sure, but impressive for a woman of your background and limited experience." The condescension in his tone was so carefully masked beneath apparent admiration that years ago Charlotte might not have detected it. Now, after months of direct interactions with people who spoke their minds plainly, the artifice stood out like a theatrical performance. "Copper Creek is hardly an experiment," she replied evenly. "It's a functioning cattle ranch with established contracts and growing reputation for quality stock." Edmund smiled indulgently. "Yes, I've heard about your little arrangement with the local merchant. Davidson, is it? Quite resourceful of you to establish such connections, limited though they may be." He leaned forward slightly, his voice taking on the practiced tone of a mentor instructing a promising but naive student. "However, regional commerce has natural limitations. Real growth requires proper financing and connections to larger markets. Which you're offering, I presume." Charlotte kept her expression neutral, despite the irritation building behind her composed facade. "Not just me," Edmund corrected, his smile broadening. "I've established productive partnerships with several forward-thinking businessmen in the territory, men with vision and resources to develop this region properly." A suspicion formed in Charlotte's mind. Would Vernon Holloway be among these visionary partners? Edmund couldn't quite hide his surprise at her direct question. "Indeed, a most impressive gentleman with extensive holdings and political connections." "We've had dealings," Charlotte replied carefully, "primarily regarding water rights that Mr. Holloway seems determined to appropriate through questionable means." Edmund waved a dismissive hand. "Minor territorial disputes are inevitable during development phases. With proper management, such conflicts can be resolved to everyone's benefit." He straightened his already immaculate cuffs, a gesture Charlotte remembered from their courtship days, typically preceding what he considered an important pronouncement. "Which brings me to my proposal." "I thought you'd already delivered my father's offer," Charlotte interjected. "That was merely the opening position," Edmund explained with the patience of a man addressing a child. "Having seen the property firsthand and assessed its potential more accurately, I'm prepared to present an alternative arrangement with greater advantages for all concerned." Charlotte folded her hands in her lap to hide their slight trembling, not from nervousness, but from the growing anger she was determined to control. "I'm listening." "My partnership with Holloway and select Boston investors is acquiring strategic properties throughout the territory," Edmund explained, shifting into the precise tone he reserved for business discussions. "Copper Creek's location and water rights make it particularly valuable within our development plan. Rather than a simple purchase, we're prepared to offer you a minority interest in the full enterprise." "Meaning what exactly?" Charlotte asked, though she suspected she already knew. "You would sell Copper Creek to our partnership at the previously stated price," Edmund continued smoothly, "plus receive a 10% stake in future profits from regional development. You would, of course, return to Boston, where your father requires your presence during his recovery." He paused, his expression shifting to one of apparent concern. "His condition has worsened since I departed, according to the latest telegrams. The doctors express increasing concern about his heart." The mention of her father's health sent a sharp pang through Charlotte's chest. Despite their complicated relationship and his disapproval of her choices, Arthur Langford remained her only living parent. I receive regular updates from Mr. Perkins regarding father's condition, she said, hiding her uncertainty behind practicality. His last telegram reported stability, not decline. A flicker of annoyance crossed Edmund's features. Perkins likely shields you from distressing details given your remote location and limited ability to assist. Having seen your father personally, I can assure you his appearance would shock you. He asks for you frequently, though his pride prevents him from admitting how desperately he desires your return. The emotional manipulation was so transparent that Charlotte almost laughed despite the seriousness of the situation. How considerate of you to convey these sentiments, Edmund, particularly since my father specifically refused to see me after my departure, according to his own letter. Edmund's expression hardened slightly before he recalibrated his approach. Families experience misunderstandings, Charlotte, especially during times of transition and illness. This arrangement would allow you to reconcile with your father while securing your financial future. Surely that's worth considering. I've built my own financial future here at Copper Creek, Charlotte replied firmly, without surrendering control to men who've demonstrated questionable ethics in their business practices. Ethics? Edmund repeated, a new edge entering his voice. Rather bold criticism from someone operating beyond the boundaries of proper feminine conduct. Boston society has been remarkably generous in its interpretation of your extended visit to family property. That generosity isn't unlimited. I'm no longer concerned with Boston society's approval, Charlotte stated plainly. Nor am I interested in selling Copper Creek at any price. My answer remains no, Edmund. The polished veneer finally cracked, revealing the calculating businessman beneath. You're being foolish, Charlotte. This property cannot sustain itself without water access, which Holloway controls through legal filings you cannot afford to contest. Your cattle delivery contracts won't matter when your stock is too dehydrated to meet quality standards. Your concern is noted, Charlotte replied, rising to signal the conversation's end. But my decision stands. Edmund remained seated, his expression cooling to something more dangerous than mere displeasure. Consider carefully before rejecting this offer. Territorial development proceeds with or without individual cooperation. Properties that resist reasonable acquisition often face unfortunate circumstances. Damaged fencing, scattered cattle, accidents that reduce their value significantly. The thinly veiled threat hung in the air between them. Charlotte maintained her composure through sheer determination, though her heart hammered against her ribs. Are you threatening me, Edmund? Simply stating business realities, he replied, finally standing to face her. The territory rewards those who understand progress and align themselves accordingly. It punishes sentimentality and stubbornness. He adjusted his jacket with practiced precision. You have until my departure at week's end to reconsider. After that, circumstances may become considerably less favorable. I believe you should leave now, Charlotte said, her voice steady despite the anger and fear swirling within her. Your business is concluded and your welcome exhausted. Something ugly flashed in Edmund's eyes, a glimpse of the true nature he had successfully concealed during their Boston courtship. You've changed, Charlotte. There's a hardness to you that's most unbecoming in a lady of your background. Not hardness, she corrected, echoing her earlier statement. Strength. Something you failed to recognize when you abandoned me at the altar. The barb struck home, a flush of anger rising in Edmund's cheeks. That decision was based on sound business assessment, as is my current evaluation of your situation here. You're overmatched, Charlotte. This territory will break you without proper male guidance. Good day, Mr. Blackwell, Charlotte replied, moving to the parlor door and holding it open with pointed finality. I won't expect to see you at Copper Creek again. Edmund collected his hat, pausing as he passed her. Your father will be devastated to learn of your continued rebellion. I fear the news may prove detrimental to his already precarious health. The final manipulation, attempting to place responsibility for her father's condition on her choices, nearly broke Charlotte's carefully maintained composure. She said nothing, holding the door with steady hand until Edmund finally moved through it. Sarah materialized in the hallway, her expression making it clear she'd overheard at least portions of the conversation. I'll see Mr. Blackwell to his carriage, she announced, the glint in her eye suggesting she might be tempted to assist his departure with more than mere directions. Charlotte managed to maintain her dignity until the front door closed behind them. Only then did she allow her shoulders to sag, the weight of Edmund's threats and manipulations pressing down like a physical burden. She returned to the parlor on unsteady legs, sinking into the chair Edmund had vacated. Was she being foolish? The question crept unwelcome into her mind as she stared unseeing at the pattern of her mother's rug. Edmund's partnership with Holloway explained the coordinated pressure she'd been experiencing. Together, they commanded resources and political influence far beyond what Charlotte could muster, even with the discovery of the hidden spring. "Don't you dare doubt yourself now," Sarah's voice startled Charlotte from her ruminations. The housekeeper stood in the doorway, arms folded across her chest, her expression fierce with protective loyalty. "That snake in fancy boots doesn't deserve a moment of your consideration." Charlotte managed a weak smile. "His threats weren't entirely hollow, Sarah. Holloway has already demonstrated what he's willing to do with the dam. Together with Edmund's Boston connections, they could make things very difficult for us." "Difficult isn't impossible," Sarah countered firmly. "Your mother faced down worse in her time. Those men count on you surrendering at the first sign of serious opposition because that's what proper ladies are supposed to do." She snorted with undisguised contempt. "You're made of sterner stuff, whether Boston recognized it or not." The simple vote of confidence warmed Charlotte unexpectedly. "Thank you, Sarah." The housekeeper nodded brusquely, practicality reasserting itself. "That man's visit has thrown dinner preparations behind schedule. I should return to the kitchen." She hesitated, then added more gently, "Take some time for yourself. That kind of encounter leaves bruises a body can't see but feels all the same." After Sarah departed, Charlotte remained in the parlor for several long minutes, gathering her scattered thoughts and fortifying her determination. Edmund's appearance had shaken her more than she cared to admit, not because she harbored any lingering attachment, but because his arrival had thrust her Boston past into her carefully constructed present. Two worlds that were never meant to collide had crashed together with jarring dissonance. Rising finally, Charlotte decided fresh air might clear her troubled thoughts. The barn, with its comforting animal sounds and familiar scents of hay and leather, had become a refuge during difficult moments at Copper Creek. There, surrounded by the honest simplicity of necessary work, she often found clarity that eluded her elsewhere. Evening shadows stretched long across the ranch yard as Charlotte made her way toward the barn. The day's heat was slowly yielding to desert night, bringing the promise of cooler air and the chirping chorus of nocturnal insects. She had changed from her riding clothes into a simple cotton dress, practical enough for ranch life but offering a psychological separation from the day's events. Her hair hung in a single braid down her back, freed from the tighter arrangement she'd maintained during Edmund's visit. The simple walk across the yard felt restorative, each step creating distance between herself and the parlor, where Edmund's threats still seemed to linger in the air. Charlotte breathed deeply, drawing in the scents of sage, dust, and the distinctive desert perfume released by cooling stones at day's end. This was her home now. Not the artificial constraints of Boston society or the manipulative machinations of men like Edmund and Holloway. As she approached the barn, male voices drifted through the partially open door, one cultured and precise, the other deeper and more resonant. Charlotte slowed her steps, recognition dawning with cold clarity. Edmund had not departed after all, and he was speaking with someone inside the barn. The second voice, though pitched too low to distinguish words clearly, carried the unmistakable timbre of Grayson Cole. Instinct urged Charlotte to announce her presence immediately, but something in the furtive quality of their conversation held her back. She moved closer to the barn door, careful to remain out of sight as the voices became more distinct. "Expected better results after 3 months," Edmund was saying, impatience evident in his clipped syllables. "You were supposed to convince her to sell, not help her succeed." Charlotte froze, the blood in her veins turning to ice as the implications registered. Carefully, she edged closer to the narrow opening, positioning herself where she could see into the barn's shadowed interior without being observed. Grayson stood with his back partially turned toward her, his posture uncharacteristically tense as he faced Edmund Blackwell. The banker looked perfectly at ease, despite his formal attire's incongruity in the rustic setting. one hand resting casually on a stall door. "Circumstances changed," Grayson replied, his voice controlled but with an undercurrent Charlotte couldn't immediately identify. "The woman isn't easily manipulated." "Evidently not," Edmund agreed dryly, "though I'd have thought a man with your particular talents could manage one sheltered Boston socialite. Our arrangement was quite specific, Cole. Your initial payment reflected the importance of this acquisition." Initial payment. The words struck Charlotte like physical blows. Grayson had been paid to convince her to sell Copper Creek. The very man she had come to trust, perhaps even to love, had been working against her from the beginning. "She's not what we expected," Grayson said, shifting his weight slightly. "Charlotte Langford isn't the same woman who left Boston. The territory changes people." "Spare me your philosophical observations," Edmund snapped. "The partnership has invested considerable resources based on your assurances about this property. Holloway's water diversion was implemented on your recommendation, yet she persists in her stubborn attachment to this dusty outpost." Charlotte's hand flew to her mouth, stifling the gasp that threatened to escape. Grayson had recommended the water diversion? Had he been working with Holloway all along? "I'm handling it," Grayson insisted, though his tone lacked conviction. "Given enough time." "Time is precisely what we no longer have," Edmund interrupted sharply. "Her discovery of the hidden spring changes everything. If she implements that water source, Holloway's leverage disappears." The final piece crashed into place with devastating force. They knew about the spring, knowledge that could only have come from Grayson himself. The precious discovery that had seemed like salvation had already been betrayed. "Perhaps it's time to consider alternative approaches," Edmund continued, his tone shifting to something more calculated. "Ms. Langford clearly holds you in considerable esteem. One might even say her feelings transcend professional appreciation." A cold smile curved his lips. How interesting that would find that information. "Leave her out of this," Grayson replied, a new edge entering his voice. "The arrangement was for information and influence, nothing more." "Arrangements evolve based on circumstances," Edmund countered smoothly. "Your somewhat colorful history would make fascinating dinner conversation. I wonder how Miss Langford would react to learning exactly who she's welcomed into her home and her confidence." Grayson took a step forward, his hands clenching at his sides. "Threatening me isn't wise, Blackwell." "Merely pointing out realities," Edmund replied, seemingly unconcerned by Grayson's evident anger. "Your past makes you particularly vulnerable to certain revelations. Boston banking circles maintain extensive records of financial improprieties, including those committed under various aliases." Charlotte shifted slightly, trying to better see Grayson's expression, needing to glimpse some denial or explanation in his features. Her movement caused the weathered boards beneath her feet to creak. A small sound, but in the tension-filled silence, it carried with devastating clarity. Both men turned sharply toward the door, Edmund's expression shifting from surprise to smug satisfaction as he registered Charlotte's presence. It seems our discussion has attracted an audience." Grayson's face drained of color as his eyes met Charlotte's across the shadowed space. In that brief, electric moment of connection, Charlotte saw everything she needed to confirm her worst fears: guilt, regret, and the unmistakable knowledge of betrayal discovered. No denial sprang to his lips, no immediate explanation offered to counter the damning evidence she had overheard. "Charlotte," he said finally, her name emerging as little more than a ragged whisper. She took an instinctive step backward, as if physical distance might somehow lessen the emotional blow. "You've been working for them all along," she stated, her voice remarkably steady despite the hurricane of emotions threatening to overwhelm her. "Everything was a lie." "Not everything," Grayson countered, moving toward her with a desperate urgency. "Charlotte, please. I trusted you." The simple statement contained volumes of pain, the accumulated weight of months building something she had believed real and true. "With my ranch, with my future," she swallowed hard, forcing the next words past the constriction in her throat. "With my heart." Edmund observed the exchange with the detached interest of a scientist noting a particularly fascinating experiment. "How? Very affecting," he commented. "Though perhaps predictable, given your unfortunate tendency toward romantic rather than practical considerations, Charlotte." She ignored him completely, her focus entirely on Grayson as the full implications cascaded through her consciousness. The dam, the water shortage, you knew exactly what Holloway was planning because you helped design it. It wasn't like that, Grayson insisted, though his eyes held the unmistakable shadow of guilt. Things changed. I changed. Did you report our discovery of the spring immediately, or did you wait until morning? Charlotte interrupted, each word precise despite the trembling that had overtaken her body. Was that kiss part of your assignment too? A convenient way to gain my complete trust? The color that had drained from Grayson's face returned in a flush of genuine anguish. The spring, the kiss, those were real, Charlotte. Whatever this started as, what's between us now is nothing, she finished for him, drawing herself up with the last reserves of her dignity. Nothing but a particularly cruel deception. Edmund cleared his throat, seemingly entertained by the unfolding drama. While this is certainly illuminating, perhaps we should continue our business discussion under more controlled circumstances. Cole, we'll speak later about revised expectations. He turned to Charlotte, his expression a mask of false concern. My dear, you've had quite a shock. Allow me to escort you back to the house? Charlotte's laugh held no humor, only bitter recognition. You truly understand nothing about me, Edmund. Nothing at all. She stepped back from both men, creating deliberate distance. I want you both off Copper Creek property. Immediately. Edmund's eyebrows rose at her directive. Surely in your distress you're not thinking clearly. The evening stage has already departed, and... I don't care if you have to walk to Silver Springs in the dark, Charlotte interrupted, her voice gaining strength as righteous anger replaced the initial shock of betrayal. You will not spend another minute on my land. Charlotte, Grayson tried again, his expression raw with emotions she refused to interpret. At least let me explain. There's nothing to explain, she cut him off. Your arrangement with these men is perfectly clear, as is your betrayal of everything I thought you stood for. She turned away, unable to bear the sight of him any longer. You have until sunrise to collect your things from the bunkhouse. After that, I'll consider you trespassing. Without waiting for further response, Charlotte walked away, her steps measured and deliberate despite the violent trembling that threatened to buckle her knees. She would not run. She would not give either man the satisfaction of seeing her break. Only when she had rounded the corner of the barn, safely out of sight, did her composure begin to crack. Tears burned behind her eyes, demanding release she could not yet permit. There would be time for grief later, when she was truly alone. For now, survival required strength and clear thinking. Because one devastating truth stood out among the swirling chaos of revelations. Copper Creek faced enemies far more dangerous than drought or financial strain. Edmund's partnership with Holloway had targeted her ranch with calculated precision, and they had planted their agent at the very heart of her operation. Grayson Cole, the man she had come to rely on, to trust, perhaps even to love, had been their instrument from the beginning. The betrayal cut deeper than Edmund's abandonment ever had, slicing through layers of carefully constructed defenses to the vulnerable core Charlotte had allowed no one else to glimpse. As she made her way toward the house, each step a testament to determination over despair, one question burned through all others. How could she save Copper Creek when the very person who knew all its strengths and weaknesses had just revealed himself as the enemy within? Don't stop on my account, gentlemen. Charlotte's voice cut through the shocked silence, steely with contained fury as she stepped fully into the barn. The lantern light cast harsh shadows across her face, emphasizing the rigid line of her jaw and the dangerous glitter in her eyes. Please continue discussing your arrangement regarding my property. Edmund recovered first, his momentary surprise giving way to smug satisfaction. He leaned casually against a stall door, as comfortable in the rustic setting as he would be in a Boston boardroom, a predator at ease in any environment where prey might be found. My dear Charlotte, eavesdropping is hardly becoming behavior for a lady of your background, he chided, his tone carrying the condescension that had once been so carefully hidden during their courtship. Fortunately, I'm no longer concerned with what you consider becoming, Charlotte replied, her attention shifting to Grayson, who stood unnaturally still, his face a mask of conflicting emotions. What I am concerned with is learning exactly how extensive this betrayal runs. Edmund smiled thinly, clearly relishing his role in revealing the deception. Perhaps I should provide some context, since our mutual friend seems temporarily at a loss for words. He gestured toward Grayson with affected graciousness. Mr. Cole's employment preceded your arrival at Copper Creek. He was quite specifically tasked with assessing the property's vulnerabilities and, shall we say, encouraging your return to Boston through strategic disappointments. Each word struck Charlotte like a physical blow, confirming the devastating truth she had begun to piece together. She maintained her rigid composure through sheer force of will, refusing to grant either man the satisfaction of witnessing her pain. "Is that true?" she asked Grayson directly, needing to hear the admission from his own lips. His eyes, those blue eyes that had looked at her with such apparent sincerity at the hidden spring, met hers briefly before dropping to focus on some middle distance. "The initial arrangement, yes," he acknowledged, his voice roughened with evident tension. "I was hired in Boston before you arrived." The confirmation, simple and unadorned with excuses, somehow hurt more than Edmund's elaborate explanation. Charlotte nodded once, the slight motion concealing the violent trembling she fought to control. "How convenient that you happened to be on that stagecoach when we were robbed," she observed, connections forming with sickening clarity. "A perfect opportunity to insert yourself into my life as the gallant protector." "The robbery was not part of our arrangement," Grayson stated firmly, his gaze lifting to meet hers with unexpected directness. "That danger was genuine," Edmund waved a dismissive hand. "Details of implementation were left to Mr. Cole's discretion. The essential aim was gathering information about the property while undermining your confidence in managing it." His smile widened with cruel precision, though I must say your romantic attachment was an unanticipated but potentially useful development. Charlotte flinched involuntarily at having her private feelings exposed so callously. "Is there no depth to which you won't sink, Edmund? First abandoning me at the altar, now orchestrating this elaborate deception?" "Business requires decisive action," Edmund replied without a trace of remorse. "Though I'll admit Mr. Cole's gradual shift in loyalties was unexpected. He became curiously reluctant to report certain developments, such as your discovery of the hidden spring." His gaze hardened as he glanced toward Grayson. "A significant oversight given our partnership's investment in controlling the property's water rights." Grayson's jaw tightened visibly. "The spring changes circumstances. Charlotte has a viable water source independent of Holloway's manipulation." The use of her given name stung Charlotte afresh, a painful reminder of the intimacy she had believed genuine. "How magnanimous of you to acknowledge that," she said bitterly. "After helping orchestrate the very crisis the spring resolves. You still don't understand what you're sitting on, do you?" Edmund interjected, studying Charlotte with the detached interest of a scientist observing a specimen. "Water is merely the surface concern, quite literally." A chill ran through Charlotte as Edmund's meaning registered. "The silver deposits my mother documented. Not just any silver deposits," Edmund continued, clearly enjoying his role as revelator. "Some of the richest veins in the territory according to geological surveys your grandfather commissioned before his death. Surveys your father deliberately concealed from you when you inherited the property." Charlotte's mind raced, connecting fragments of information that suddenly aligned with devastating clarity. "That's why the offer was so high. 12,000 for land worth potentially hundreds of thousands." "Precisely." Edmund straightened his already immaculate cuffs, a gesture Charlotte now recognized as his tell for particular satisfaction. "Our partnership recognized the property's true value long before you stumbled upon your mother's hidden documentations. Your father's financial difficulties merely provided convenient leverage for our acquisition strategy. Using me as your unwitting agent," Grayson added, his voice flat with self-recrimination. Edmund cast him a dismissive glance. "An agent who proved disappointingly susceptible to misplaced sentiment. Still, the essential facts remain unchanged." He turned back to Charlotte, his expression hardening. "Copper Creek's value far exceeds your capacity to develop it properly. Without substantial capital investment, those silver deposits might as well not exist." "You've made your position abundantly clear," Charlotte replied, her voice steadier than she would have believed possible given the turmoil within. "Now I'll make mine equally clear. Get off my property, Edmund. You've said quite enough. For a moment, Edmund appeared ready to argue further, but something in Charlotte's expression apparently convinced him of the futility. He inclined his head in mock deference, retrieving his hat from where it rested on a nearby stall door. "I'll take my leave then. Our offer remains open until my departure at week's end, though I suggest you consider how isolated your position has become." He glanced meaningly toward Grayson. "Even those you trusted most have proven unreliable." The parting shot struck its intended target with precision, but Charlotte refused to grant him the satisfaction of a visible reaction. She stood motionless as Edmund moved past her toward the barn door, his footsteps measured and unhurried, the confident stride of a man who believed victory inevitable regardless of temporary setbacks. Only when the sound of his departing carriage faded into the distance did Charlotte allow her attention to return fully to Grayson, who remained where he had stood throughout the confrontation, his expression a complex mixture of regret, resignation, and something else she refused to name. The barn fell silent, save for the occasional soft shuffling of horses in their stalls and the distant chorus of night insects beginning their evening songs. Two people who had stood together against drought, Holloway's schemes, and countless daily challenges now faced each other across a gulf that seemed unbridgeable. Trust shattered between them like precious porcelain dropped from a great height. "Was any of it real?" Charlotte asked finally, her voice barely above a whisper yet carrying clearly in the barn's hushed interior. "Or was everything, every conversation, every shared moment, simply part of your assignment?" Grayson took a step toward her, then stopped as she instinctively withdrew. "It became real," he answered, the simple declaration carrying the weight of absolute truth, despite everything that had come before. "That's what Edmund couldn't understand, what I couldn't explain even to myself. How convenient that your change of heart coincided with our discovery of valuable resources," Charlotte observed, cold fury replacing her initial shock. "First the hidden spring, now confirmation of the silver deposits." "I didn't know about the silver," Grayson insisted, his voice rough with intensity. "That information wasn't shared with me. My task focused solely on water rights and encouraging your departure." Charlotte laughed, a brittle sound entirely devoid of humor. "And you performed admirably at first, didn't you? All those initial doubts about my capabilities, the predictions that I'd fail and return to Boston within weeks, the memory of those early interactions, recontextualized through the lens of betrayal, cut with renewed sharpness. How satisfying it must have been to report my struggles back to Edmund and Holloway." "Charlotte, please," Grayson began, taking another step toward her. "Don't." She held up a hand, physically warding him off. "I want the complete truth, now. Everything you've hidden from me, every manipulation, every lie." Grayson's shoulders sagged slightly, the resignation in his posture suggesting he recognized the futility of further pretense. "I was approached in Boston 4 months ago. Edmund Blackwell and Arthur Langford jointly." "My father was directly involved?" Charlotte interrupted, this new revelation landing like a physical blow. Grayson nodded, his expression grim. "He was suffering financial difficulties, but refused to sell Copper Creek outright. The compromise was hiring someone to ensure you'd become discouraged enough to return voluntarily." "And you were conveniently available," Charlotte concluded bitterly. "I had experience in the territory and needed the money," Grayson acknowledged without excuse or elaboration. "The assignment seemed straightforward. Observe the property's condition, identify weaknesses, create manageable difficulties that would convince you ranching was beyond your capabilities." Charlotte remembered the numerous coincidental problems during her early weeks at Copper Creek, fence breaks that scattered cattle, equipment failures at crucial moments, the persistent sense of taking 1 step forward and 2 steps back. "You deliberately sabotaged my efforts, at first," Grayson admitted, meeting her accusing gaze directly. "Small things that wouldn't cause permanent damage but would make everything harder than necessary. While pretending to help me overcome those very challenges," Charlotte added, the calculated duplicity making her physically ill. "Gaining my trust through manufactured crises you secretly created?" "Yes." The single word held no justification or defense, just simple acknowledgement of an unpalatable truth. Charlotte paced several steps away, needing physical distance to process the scope of the deception. When did this supposed change of heart occur? What miraculous conversion transformed you from saboteur to supporter? Something flickered in Grayson's eyes, a vulnerability at odds with his usual guarded expression. It wasn't one moment. It was watching you refuse to surrender despite every obstacle. Your determination to learn, to adapt, to build something meaningful here. He paused, seeming to weigh his next words carefully. And it was recognizing that the woman I was hired to manipulate deserved far better than the men conspiring against her. How noble, Charlotte replied, though the sarcasm couldn't entirely mask the pain beneath. When exactly did you stop reporting to them? After the Founders' Day dance? After we found the spring? Or have you been feeding information continuously while pretending to support me? My last report to Blackwell was 3 weeks ago, Grayson answered. After the dance. Nothing substantive. General observations about ranch conditions carefully worded to suggest you were struggling but persisting. And nothing about the hidden spring? Charlotte pressed. Nothing, he confirmed emphatically. That discovery was too important to your survival here. I wouldn't betray that. Charlotte studied him, searching for any sign of continued deception in his familiar features. Why should I believe anything you say now? You've proven yourself an accomplished liar. Grayson accepted the accusation without flinching. You shouldn't believe me. I haven't earned that right. The simple honesty in his response caught Charlotte off guard. All I can tell you is that whatever this arrangement started as, my loyalty hasn't been with Blackwell or your father for some time now. And the kiss at the spring? Charlotte forced herself to ask, the memory both precious and painful in light of current revelations. Was that part of your revised strategy? A different kind of manipulation? Pain flashed across Grayson's features, raw and unguarded. No, that was real. More real than anything has been in years. The conviction in his voice threatened Charlotte's carefully maintained anger, offering a dangerous temptation to believe, despite overwhelming evidence of betrayal. She steeled herself against the pull of what she had thought they were building together. Even if I could somehow trust that statement, which I can't, it changes nothing, she said finally. You came to Copper Creek under false pretenses. You deliberately undermined my efforts while pretending to support them. You reported my private affairs to the very men conspiring to take my property. Grayson remained silent, offering no defense against the irrefutable charges. I want you gone by morning, Charlotte continued, her voice steady despite the growing hollow sensation in her chest. Whatever personal belongings are in the bunkhouse, take them. Leave everything else. Charlotte, Grayson began, then stopped, apparently recognizing the futility of further explanations. Instead, he asked, What will you tell Miguel and Tomas? The practical question caught her momentarily off guard. She hadn't considered how to explain his sudden departure to the others, who had come to respect and rely on Grayson as much as she had. The truth, she decided, or enough of it, that you were hired by Boston interests to report on Copper Creek and that arrangement has been discovered. She paused, then added, They deserve to know who they've been working alongside. Grayson nodded slowly, accepting the judgment without protest. For what it's worth, and I understand it's worth very little right now, I'm sorry. Not just for the deception, but for everything that led to this moment. The apology, sincere though it seemed, only intensified Charlotte's pain. You're right, she replied coldly. It's worth very little against months of calculated betrayal. She turned to leave, unable to bear his presence any longer. Each second in the barn felt like another twist of the knife that had been plunged into her heart with Edmund's revelations. Charlotte, Grayson called softly as she reached the door. She paused without turning back, unwilling to let him see the tears that threatened, despite her fierce determination to maintain composure. There's something else you should know. About the silver deposits. What about them? She asked, her voice carefully neutral. Your mother's journal contains more than just locations, he said. The last pages, the ones that appear blank, have technical details written in invisible ink that only becomes visible under certain conditions. Charlotte turned slightly, curiosity momentarily overriding her desire to escape. How could you possibly know that? I don't, not for certain. Grayson's expression had shifted to something urgent, focused entirely on providing information he deemed essential. But there was a similar technique used during the war for Confederate dispatches. Lemon juice or milk, applied with a clean quill, becomes visible when heated carefully over a flame. The information, delivered without personal appeal or attempt to mitigate his actions, struck Charlotte as potentially valuable, despite her distrust of its source. "I'll keep that in mind," she acknowledged stiffly. "The journal is your best protection against whatever they try next," Grayson continued, his tone practical rather than pleading. "Your mother documented everything. Water rights, property boundaries, mineral claims. That knowledge is what they fear most." Charlotte nodded once, accepting the tactical advice while maintaining emotional distance. "Goodbye, Mr. Cole." The return to formality felt like the final severing of whatever had grown between them over the past months. "Goodbye, Charlotte," he replied softly. She walked from the barn without looking back, each step requiring conscious effort as she fought the irrational impulse to turn around, to seek some explanation that could possibly justify or mitigate what she had discovered. But no such explanation existed. The stark reality remained. The man she had come to trust, perhaps even to love, had entered her life as an agent of those who sought to take everything she had built. The cool night air against her face provided momentary relief from the stifling emotion that threatened to overwhelm her. Charlotte fixed her gaze on the ranch house ahead, its windows glowing with warm lamplight that seemed to mock the cold emptiness spreading within her chest. She would not cry. Not yet. Tears were a luxury she couldn't afford when Copper Creek faced threats from all sides. Edmund's partnership with Holloway, her father's apparent collusion in their schemes, and now the revelation of silver deposits that multiplied the stakes beyond anything she had imagined. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, including explaining Grayson's departure to Miguel and Tomas. She would need to reassess their security, their strategies for developing the hidden spring, their defenses against whatever Edmund and Holloway might attempt next. Every aspect of ranch operations would require reconsideration in light of Grayson's betrayal. But tonight, in the privacy of her bedroom, Charlotte would allow herself to mourn what she had believed was growing between them, the connection that had felt so genuine at the hidden spring, the trust that had developed through shared challenges, the future she had begun to imagine might be possible with a man who understood both her strengths and vulnerabilities. All illusion. All carefully constructed deception designed to gain her confidence while undermining her determination. The realization twisted inside her like a living thing, each memory of their time together now tainted by the knowledge of its fraudulent foundation. As Charlotte reached the porch steps, she permitted herself one final glance toward the barn. No figure stood in the doorway watching her retreat. No silhouette was visible against the faint light within. Grayson Cole had already begun his withdrawal from Copper Creek, and from the life Charlotte had foolishly allowed him to enter. She straightened her shoulders and climbed the steps, each one bringing her closer to the solitary struggle that lay ahead. Whatever came next, she would face it alone. Without the support she had come to rely upon, the lesson had been painful but necessary. In the territory, as in Boston, trust was a luxury she could no longer afford. The ranch office lamp burned low, its golden circle of light illuminating maps and documents spread across the oak desk, where Charlotte had been working for hours. After leaving the barn, she had walked directly to her bedroom, closed the door, and allowed herself precisely 10 minutes of silent tears measured by the ticking mantel clock, before washing her face with cold water and redirecting her grief toward productive action. If Grayson had been reporting on Copper Creek's vulnerabilities, she needed to understand exactly what she was defending. Not just cattle and water rights, but apparently mineral deposits valuable enough to justify elaborate deception from Boston to Arizona territory. She had begun by retrieving every document related to the ranch's founding. Her grandfather's original land grant, boundary descriptions, water rights declarations, and the survey maps her father had apparently hidden from her. Some she found in the office's wooden filing cabinet, others in a trunk in the attic where her mother's business papers had been stored after her death. Now, well past midnight, Charlotte studied a geological survey map dated 1865. its carefully drawn contours marked with notations in her grandfather's distinctive handwriting. Probable silver deposits were indicated in 3 locations across the northern section of the property, precisely the area her mother's journal had focused on with its cryptic references to El Camino de Tres Cruces. The ancient Trail of 3 Crosses hadn't been leading merely to water, as she had assumed, but to something far more valuable. Each cross marker corresponded precisely to locations noted on the geological survey as having significant silver-bearing ore. The hidden spring had been merely one piece of a much larger puzzle her mother had preserved for future discovery. Charlotte unfolded another document, the mineral rights declaration her grandfather had filed with territorial authorities in 1858. Unlike the simplified property deed her father had shown her, this document specifically reserved all subsurface rights to the Langford family in perpetuity, with detailed language that would be difficult to challenge, even in the malleable legal environment of the territory. Edmund's claims were confirmed, though not in the way he had intended. The silver deposits were real, but so were the legal protections her grandfather and mother had established around them. Indeed, the more Charlotte studied the carefully preserved documentation, the more she recognized the deliberate strategy behind their actions. Rather than developing the mines immediately, they had chosen to build a sustainable cattle operation while maintaining secrecy about the property's mineral wealth, preserving options for future generations. Reaching for her mother's journal, Charlotte recalled Grayson's parting information about invisible ink. She hesitated, his betrayal still raw, but pragmatism overcame her reluctance to trust anything he had said. Carefully, she held several seemingly blank pages from the journal near the lamp's flame, not touching the paper to the heat, but allowing it to warm gradually. Slowly, like ghosts materializing from nothingness, faint brown letters appeared across the page. Her mother's handwriting emerged in careful diagrams, assay results, and precise coordinates, technical information about the silver deposits that would be meaningful to mining engineers and potential investors. The silver veins run deepest at the junction of granite and limestone, marked on survey map J as points C, F, and G. Grandfather's initial assays showed 218 ounces per ton at sampling point C, warranting substantial investment when conditions proved favorable. Charlotte continued warming sections of the previously blank pages, revealing increasingly detailed information. Her mother had documented everything: potential mining approaches, estimated costs for development, even preliminary engineering assessments. Yet she had chosen not to pursue this wealth during her lifetime, focusing instead on building Copper Creek as a cattle ranch. A notation on the final page explained this apparent contradiction. Silver brings swift wealth, but swifter ruin to the land. Mining operations would destroy the watersheds, poison the soil, and transform Copper Creek from living ranch land to barren rock face within a generation. I choose sustainable prosperity over temporary riches. Perhaps someday, when mining methods improve, these resources can be extracted without such sacrifice. Until then, let the silver sleep beneath the earth while cattle graze peacefully above. The simple wisdom in her mother's decision brought tears to Charlotte's eyes. Elizabeth Langford had understood something that men like Edmund, Holloway, and even her father had missed: that true value lay not in extracting maximum profit as quickly as possible, but in preserving the land's integrity for future generations. Charlotte gathered the documents into careful stacks, organizing them by type and significance. The hidden spring discovery had been valuable, certainly, but these papers represented Copper Creek's ultimate protection, legal evidence that would stand against whatever manipulations Edmund's partnership might attempt. As she worked, Charlotte found her tears had dried, replaced by a cold, clear determination. The betrayal she had discovered still ached like a physical wound, but the pain had been transformed into something productive, a sharp awareness of exactly what she was fighting for and against whom. Grayson's deception, painful though it was, had inadvertently led her to uncover the complete truth about her inheritance. The lamp flame guttered as the oil ran low, but Charlotte continued working by its fading light, making detailed notes about each document's significance. Her legal education, considered frivolous by Boston society for a young woman of her standing, now provided the foundation for understanding precisely how these papers protected Copper Creek's boundaries, water rights, and mineral claims. She was still bent over her notes when the office door creaked open, admitting Sarah Quinn bearing a fresh lamp and a steaming cup of coffee. Dawn light had begun filtering through the office windows, though Charlotte hadn't noticed the night's passage. "Thought I might find you here," Sarah said quietly, setting down the coffee at Charlotte's elbow. "You haven't been to bed, have you?" Charlotte straightened, wincing as her stiff muscles protested the movement. "I slept a little," she admitted, gesturing vaguely toward the small settee where she had dozed fitfully for perhaps an hour. "There was too much to understand." Sarah's sharp eyes took in the organized stacks of documents, the maps with newly marked notations, and the journal pages spread carefully to dry after their heat treatment. "Found something important, I take it." "Everything," Charlotte replied, taking a grateful sip of the strong coffee. Edmund wasn't lying about the silver deposits. "They're real, and they're substantial. But my mother and grandfather protected them legally in ways he likely doesn't realize." Sarah nodded, settling into the chair opposite the desk. "Doesn't surprise me. Your mother was thorough in everything she did." She paused, studying Charlotte's face with maternal concern. "You want to tell me what happened in that barn last night? Miguel says Cole was gone before first light, took nothing but his personal gear and that old horse." Charlotte's throat tightened momentarily at the mention of Grayson, but she forced herself to respond calmly. "He was working for Edmund and my father all along, sent here before I arrived to undermine my efforts and report our vulnerabilities." To her credit, Sarah didn't waste time with expressions of shock or disbelief. "Thought there might be something off about his convenient appearance," she said with grim satisfaction. "Too neat how he showed up just when you needed saving from those bandits." "You suspected?" Charlotte asked, surprised by the housekeeper's lack of astonishment. "Not specifically," Sarah admitted, "but I've lived long enough to be suspicious when things align too perfectly. Handsome stranger with exactly the skills you need appearing precisely when you need them." She shook her head. "Territory's full of coincidences, but that stretched belief." Charlotte smiled faintly, appreciating Sarah's pragmatic perspective. "I wish I'd shared your skepticism earlier. It would have saved considerable pain." Sarah's expression softened with genuine compassion. "Pain teaches lessons that caution never could," she observed. "And I'm guessing there was more between you two than just ranch business by the end." The simple acknowledgement of feelings Charlotte had barely admitted to herself broke through her carefully maintained composure. "I trusted him," she whispered, the words inadequate to express the depth of the betrayal. "I believed in him." "I thought he—" She broke off, unable to complete the thought. "Believed in you too," Sarah finished gently. "Maybe he did in the end. Men are complicated creatures, especially those carrying secrets. Doesn't excuse the deception, but might explain why leaving seemed to hurt him as much as it did you." Charlotte shook her head, unwilling to entertain justifications that would only prolong her pain. "It doesn't matter now. What matters is protecting Copper Creek from whatever Edmund and Holloway attempt next." Sarah studied the determination in Charlotte's face with evident approval. "You've got more steel in your spine than any Boston socialite has a right to," she observed. "Your mother would be proud of the woman you've become." "I hope so," Charlotte replied softly. "I'm only beginning to understand what she built here, and why she valued it beyond the silver beneath the soil." She explained her discoveries about the mineral deposits and her mother's deliberate choice to preserve the ranch rather than exploit its hidden wealth. Sarah listened attentively, occasionally nodding as pieces of history she had witnessed firsthand were confirmed by Charlotte's research. "Elizabeth always said Copper Creek was about more than cattle or profit," Sarah recalled when Charlotte had finished. "Said it was about building something that would last beyond a single lifetime." She reached across the desk to cover Charlotte's hand with her work-roughened one. "Arts and land both need time to heal after betrayal. The territory teaches patience to those willing to learn." Charlotte squeezed Sarah's hand gratefully, drawing strength from the older woman's steady presence. "Patience isn't my natural virtue," she admitted with a small smile, "but I'm learning." "What will you do now?" Sarah asked, practical as always. Charlotte gestured toward the organized documents. "Use these to fight back. Edmund and Holloway believe I'm operating from a position of ignorance and weakness. They don't realize I now understand exactly what I'm defending and how to protect it legally." She rose, moving to the window where the first golden light of morning illuminated Copper Creek's buildings and pastures. Despite everything, the drought, Holloway's dam, Edmund's schemes, and Grayson's betrayal, the ranch retained its essential beauty and promise. The cattle in the near pasture moved with unhurried purpose across the landscape, the newly built water troughs fed by pipes from the hidden spring providing life-sustaining resources even as the main creek remained diminished. "I won't sell," Charlotte stated with quiet finality. "Not at any price. Copper Creek isn't merely land or cattle or hidden silver. It's a legacy my mother entrusted to me, one I intend to honor despite every obstacle." Sarah studied her with evident pride. "Knew you were more than a temporary visitor the day you arrived, even covered in stagecoach dust and looking half terrified. There was something in your eyes that said you'd found home." The simple observation crystallized what Charlotte had been feeling since discovering the complete truth about her inheritance. Despite the heartbreak of Grayson's betrayal, despite the challenges that still lay ahead, Copper Creek had indeed become home in a way Boston never truly had. "I have work to do," she said, turning back to the desk with renewed purpose. "Legal documents to prepare, boundaries to reinforce, allies to secure. Edmund remains in Silver Springs until week's end, and I intend to be fully prepared for whatever he attempts next." Sarah rose, recognizing Charlotte's need to channel grief into action. "I'll bring breakfast to your office," she offered. "Imagine Miguel and Tomas will be full of questions about Cole's departure when they come in from morning chores." Charlotte nodded, mentally preparing for that difficult conversation. "I'll tell them the essential truth, without unnecessary details. They deserve to know who they've been working with, but not the full extent of my own foolishness in trusting him." "Not foolish to see good in others," Sarah corrected gently. "Foolish only if you let one betrayal steal your capacity for trust entirely." As the housekeeper departed, Charlotte returned to her work with methodical precision, organizing the ranch's legal protections into a coherent defense strategy. The pain of Grayson's deception remained a hollow ache beneath her breastbone, but she refused to allow it to overshadow the larger purpose that had brought her to Copper Creek. Boston's genteel drawing rooms had taught Charlotte to hide vulnerability behind social graces. The territory had taught her something far more valuable, that genuine strength came not from avoiding pain, but from channeling it toward meaningful action. Her mother had understood this essential truth, building Copper Creek not as a temporary enterprise, but as a lasting legacy. "I won't fail you, Mother," Charlotte whispered to the silent office, her fingers resting on the journal that had revealed so much about both Elizabeth Langford and the ranch she had loved. "Whatever comes next, Copper Creek will endure, I promise you that." The rising sun cast her shadow long across the office floor as Charlotte bent once more to her work, broken heart set aside in service to the land and legacy she had claimed as her own. Chapter 10. Charlotte drove the shovel into the hard-packed earth with more force than necessary, the impact jarring her shoulders. Sweat trickled down her temples, despite the morning's lingering coolness. She had been working since dawn, helping Miguel repair a section of corral fencing that had mysteriously broken overnight. The third such accident in the week since Grayson's departure. "Miss Langford," Miguel called from the barn doorway, his weathered face creased with concern. "Thomas has breakfast ready. You should eat something," Charlotte paused, leaning on the shovel as she surveyed the repaired section. "I'll be there shortly. Just want to finish setting this post properly." Miguel hesitated, clearly wanting to say more but uncertain how to proceed. In the 7 days since she had explained Grayson's abrupt departure, providing the essential facts while carefully omitting the more personal aspects of his betrayal, her foreman had treated her with a curious mixture of increased respect and gentle concern. "The new hands arrived this afternoon," he reminded her. "From Peterson's old place. Good men, according to Sheriff Wilson." Charlotte nodded, grateful for the practical topic. Have Tomas prepare the west bunkhouse, and we'll need to review duties and wages before they arrive." "Already done," Miguel assured her. "Sarah made up the bunks yesterday." Charlotte managed a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Her small ranch family had rallied around her with quiet efficiency in the past week, each member working longer hours without complaint to cover duties Grayson had previously handled. Their loyalty provided a stark contrast to the betrayal that had left an emptiness permeating the ranch like a physical presence. "Thank you, Miguel," she said, meaning far more than her simple words conveyed. "For everything." The older man nodded, understanding the unspoken gratitude. 10 minutes, he reminded gently, "before the coffee gets cold." As Miguel disappeared back into the barn, Charlotte returned to setting the fence post, her movements precise despite her exhaustion. Sleep had proven elusive since that night in the barn, her mind replaying Grayson's betrayal and Edmund's revelations whenever she closed her eyes. Rather than surrender to restless nights, she had channeled her hurt into relentless activity, rising before dawn, working alongside the men all day, and poring over ranch documents until late into the night. By the time she entered the kitchen, Tomas and Miguel were already seated at the table. They exchanged glances as she appeared, a silent communication that ceased abruptly when they realized she had noticed. Charlotte pretended not to see, taking her place at the head of the table, where Sarah immediately placed a cup of strong coffee and a plate of eggs and cornbread before her. "Eat," the housekeeper directed without preamble. "Can't run a ranch on coffee and stubbornness, no matter what you might think." Charlotte obediently took a bite of cornbread, realizing suddenly that she was genuinely hungry. She had been pushing food around her plate for days, eating just enough to maintain her energy while her appetite remained absent. This morning, the simple food tasted unexpectedly good. "The spring pipeline should be completed by week's end if the weather holds," she said between bites, focusing the conversation on practical matters. "That will give us independent water access regardless of what Holloway does with his dam." "See," Miguel agreed. "Though we'll need at least one more man dedicated to the construction. Those irrigation channels the missionaries built have collapsed in several places." "We can use one of the new hands," Charlotte decided. "Assuming they prove reliable." Tomas looked up from his plate. "Diego Martinez is asking about joining our crew, too. Good man, worked Copper Creek years back when your mother was here." "Hire him," Charlotte replied immediately. "If you vouch for him, that's enough for me." The simple statement earned a smile from Tomas, who had been working particularly hard to compensate for Grayson's absence in handling the cattle. Though only 23, he had stepped up to greater responsibility without hesitation, his quiet competence a steady source of support. "Martinez has a son, 17, Tomas added. "Learning vaquero skills could be useful during the roundup if you approve an additional hire." Charlotte considered the budget implications before nodding. "Bring them both on. We'll need every capable hand with the Davidson contract due in 3 weeks." The conversation continued along practical lines as they ate, discussing fence repairs, cattle rotation, and supply orders with the efficiency of a team that had worked together far longer than Charlotte's few months at Copper Creek. Not once did anyone mention Grayson, though his absence colored every topic. From the roan gelding that needed schooling to the broken axe handle that would have typically fallen to him to replace. When the men had departed to their morning duties, Sarah lingered at the table, watching as Charlotte drained the last of her coffee. "You need more than 4 hours sleep a night," the housekeeper observed without preamble. "Pushing yourself to exhaustion won't undo what happened." Charlotte started to offer the automatic denial she had perfected over the past week, then sighed, too tired to maintain the pretense. "I know," she admitted, "but it's easier to fall asleep when I'm too exhausted to think." Sarah's expression softened with understanding. "Hearts heal at their own pace, not ours. But wearing yourself to the bone won't speed the process. It's not just about him," Charlotte said, still unable to speak Grayson's name without a hitch in her voice. "Edmund's partnership with Holloway poses a genuine threat to everything we're building. I can't afford to show weakness when they're looking for any opportunity to force a sale." "There's a difference between strength and recklessness," Sarah countered, rising to collect the breakfast dishes. "The men are worried about you. So am I." Charlotte looked up, meeting the housekeeper's concerned gaze directly. I need to prove to myself as much as to them that Copper Creek doesn't require Grace and Cole to succeed. That I don't need... She trailed off, unable to finish the painfully honest thought. Sarah's work-roughened hand settled briefly on Charlotte's shoulder. Nobody doubts your capability, least of all those who've watched you transform this ranch. But even the strongest rider needs rest between races. The simple wisdom pierced Charlotte's carefully constructed defenses. I'll try, she promised quietly, after we complete the spring pipeline. That has to be our priority now. Sarah nodded, accepting the compromise. One step at a time. Just remember, you're not alone in this fight, even if it feels that way some days. As Charlotte rose to begin the day's work properly, she carried that reassurance with her, a small comfort against the hollow ache that had become her constant companion since discovering the elaborate deception at the heart of her ranch family. Midday sun beat down mercilessly as Charlotte helped guide a section of wooden pipe into the trench they had excavated from the hidden spring chamber. The rough-hewn trough, constructed of split logs hollowed by axe and adze, formed a crucial link in their developing water system. When completed, the pipeline would channel the precious resource from the concealed spring to holding tanks near the main grazing pastures, providing Copper Creek with water independent of the creek Holloway had diverted. Careful of that joint, she called to Luis Martinez, one of their newly hired hands. It needs to maintain the downward angle or we'll lose flow. Luis nodded, adjusting his grip on the heavy wooden section. At 45, he brought valuable experience to the ranch crew, having worked similar water projects at other properties throughout the territory. His 17-year-old son Diego worked alongside Miguel near the spring chamber, clearing debris from the ancient channels the Spanish missionaries had originally constructed. For 5 days, they had labored to transform Charlotte's discovery into a practical resource for the ranch. The work proved more challenging than anticipated. The hidden canyon's access required clearing decades of accumulated rockfall, while the missionaries' original water system had deteriorated beyond simple repair in many sections. Charlotte wiped sweat from her forehead with her sleeve, leaving a streak of dirt across her skin that matched several others already marking her face and neck. Her split riding skirt was coated with dust, her boots caked with mud from the spring chamber. She had long since abandoned any pretense of maintaining ladylike appearance during the physical labor, working alongside the men with single-minded determination. "That section's secure," Louise announced, straightening with a wince as his back protested the movement. "Ready for the ceiling pitch whenever you are, Miss Langford." Charlotte nodded, moving to where they had set up a small fire to heat the mixture of pine pitch and beeswax that would waterproof the wooden joints. The sticky black substance bubbled in a cast iron pot, giving off pungent fumes that made her eyes water as she approached. "I'll handle this part," Tomas insisted, intercepting her before she could lift the heavy pot. "Burned my fingers 3 times learning how, no sense you suffering the same." Charlotte started to protest, but recognized the logic of his argument. She had insisted on participating in every aspect of the pipeline construction, ignoring Miguel's gentle suggestions that certain tasks might be left to those with more experience. Her pride and determination to prove her capability to herself as much as others had resulted in blistered hands, bruised shins, and an exhaustion so profound she occasionally found herself swaying on her feet when standing still too long. "Very well," she conceded, stepping back to allow Tomas access to the sealing mixture, "but I want to learn the technique for future repairs." Tomas nodded, understanding her need to master every aspect of ranch operations. "Watch first," he suggested, "then try on the next section." While Tomas demonstrated the proper application of the sticky sealant, Charlotte surveyed their progress with critical attention. They had completed nearly 3/4 of the pipeline, connecting the hidden spring to a series of holding tanks positioned at strategic intervals. The work had proceeded more quickly once Luis and Diego joined their crew, bringing both additional labor and valuable experience with similar projects. Miguel approached from the spring chamber, his expression reflecting satisfaction mingled with concern as he took in Charlotte's disheveled appearance. "Making good progress," he observed. "Another day, perhaps 2, and we'll have water flowing to the main property." Charlotte nodded, too tired for her usual detailed assessment. The past 5 days of physical labor had pushed her to limits she hadn't known existed. Every muscle ached. Her hands were raw despite leather work gloves, and exhaustion pressed against her consciousness like a physical weight. "Ms. Langford needs rest," Miguel said to Tomas, speaking about her rather than to her in a way that would have irritated Charlotte had she more energy for indignation. "And water. The spring air is deceptive, cooler than the ranch, but a person still dehydrates quickly working in this sun." As if his words had triggered awareness, Charlotte suddenly registered her parched throat and lightheadedness. She accepted the canteen Tomas offered without protest, drinking deeply of the cool water from the very spring they were working to harness. "Siesta," Miguel declared firmly. 1 hour, for everyone. Work goes better after rest." The men needed no further encouragement. Finding shady spots beneath overhanging rocks or scrubby juniper trees, Charlotte started to object. There was still daylight to use, work to complete, but the words died unspoken as dizziness washed over her. She sank onto a flat rock in the shade of the canyon wall, reluctantly acknowledging that Miguel's assessment was correct. "You pushed too hard," he said quietly, settling beside her with the ease of a man accustomed to finding comfort on whatever perch was available. "Even your mother took breaks during the hottest part of the day." Charlotte sipped from the canteen again, knowing he was right but reluctant to concede. "There's so much to do," she replied, "and limited time before Holloway or Edmund attempt something new." Miguel nodded his understanding. "Still, a dead rancher accomplishes nothing, and working yourself to exhaustion serves no one. Not the ranch, not the men who respect you, not even your pride." The gentle rebuke struck home more effectively than any harsher criticism might have. Charlotte felt her defensive posture soften slightly. "I suppose even determined Boston socialites need occasional rest," she acknowledged with the ghost of a smile. "See," Miguel agreed, relief evident in his tone. Determined Boston socialites most of all, since they work twice as hard to prove themselves. They sat in companionable silence for several minutes, both watching as Louise demonstrated to his son the proper technique for shaping a wooden channel. The father-son dynamic, patient instruction met with eager learning, created a poignant tableau that unexpectedly tightened Charlotte's throat with emotion. Her own father had never shared such moments with her, considering ranch management inappropriate knowledge for a daughter destined for advantageous marriage rather than practical work. "Tell me about my mother," Charlotte said suddenly. "When she was here working on projects like this, was she as stubborn as I am?" Miguel's weathered face creased with fond remembrance. "Even more so, though she hid it better. Your mother had a way of making people think her ideas were their own," he chuckled softly. "She would work alongside the men just as you do, but somehow managed to look perfectly composed, even covered in dust and mud." "A skill I apparently didn't inherit," Charlotte observed ruefully, gesturing to her disheveled appearance. "Different times require different strengths," Miguel replied with unexpected philosophical insight. "Your mother built, you must defend. The work shapes the worker." Charlotte considered his words, finding wisdom in the simple observation. "I wish I had known her better," she admitted quietly. "The woman she was here seems so different from the mother I remember in Boston." "She was most herself at Copper Creek," Miguel confirmed. "Free from society's rules and your father's expectations. Here, she could be the woman she truly was. Smart, determined, visionary." The description resonated with Charlotte's own experience. In Boston, she had maintained a carefully composed exterior that concealed her true thoughts and ambitions. Here at Copper Creek, despite the challenges, or perhaps because of them, she had discovered aspects of herself previously hidden beneath social expectations and proper behavior. "We should get back to work," she said after several more minutes of rest, feeling somewhat restored by both the break and the connection to her mother's legacy. "I want to test the first section of pipeline before sunset." Miguel rose, offering a hand to assist her. Charlotte accepted the gesture without protest, recognizing it as the respectful courtesy it was intended to be, rather than a commentary on her capability. By late afternoon, they had completed enough of the system to attempt an initial test. Charlotte stood with Miguel and the others at a provisional holding tank positioned just beyond the hidden canyon's entrance. If their calculations and construction proved correct, water from the spring should flow through the newly laid pipeline to fill the wooden reservoir. Open the main channel, Charlotte directed Luis, who stood at the control point they had constructed at the spring chamber. Luis nodded, then disappeared into the chamber. Minutes passed with no visible result, tension building as Charlotte began to fear they had miscalculated the necessary angles or inadequately sealed the wooden channels. Then, almost imperceptibly at first, moisture appeared at the pipeline's outlet. The droplets became a trickle, the trickle a steady flow that splashed into the holding tank with musical precision. A spontaneous cheer arose from the men, Diego tossing his hat in the air with youthful exuberance. "It works!" Tomas exclaimed, grinning broadly. "The missionaries knew their business building channels that still function after all these years. With considerable help from present company," Charlotte added, ensuring credit was properly distributed. "Each of you has contributed vital skills to this project." The celebration continued as Luis emerged from the spring chamber, confirming that the flow appeared steady and strong. The men exchanged congratulatory backslaps and handshakes, their exhaustion temporarily forgotten in the satisfaction of successful completion. Charlotte found herself smiling, genuinely smiling for the first time in days. Though the expression felt strangely unfamiliar on her features, the achievement was significant, providing Copper Creek with water security regardless of Holloway's manipulations. Yet as the initial excitement faded, she became aware of a curious hollowness beneath her satisfaction. This moment should have been shared with everyone who had contributed to the ranch's survival and success. One conspicuous absence cast a shadow over the accomplishment, though no one spoke the name that hung unspoken in the air. Whatever his betrayal, Grayson Cole had been part of discovering the hidden spring that now offered salvation to Copper Creek. "We should return to the ranch," Miguel suggested, noting the setting sun. "Celebrate properly with Sarah's cooking and perhaps a drop of the special mezcal I keep for important occasions." The men needed no further encouragement, gathering tools and equipment with renewed energy. Charlotte lingered a moment longer at the holding tank, watching the water collect in shimmering ripples that reflected the golden evening light. A significant victory, yes, but the war for Copper Creek was far from won. Dawn painted the eastern horizon with pale gold and lavender as Charlotte rode alongside Miguel toward the new pipeline. They had been awakened an hour earlier by Diego Martinez, who had discovered something alarming during his early morning patrol of the water system. The young man's agitation had been evident despite his attempts at calm reporting, prompting both Charlotte and Miguel to saddle up immediately. The three riders approached the first holding tank in tense silence. Charlotte had insisted on seeing the damage herself, refusing Miguel's suggestion that she remain at the ranch house while he assessed the situation. Whatever had occurred, she would face it directly, as she had faced every challenge since arriving at Copper Creek. "There," Diego pointed as they crested a small rise that provided a view of the first water tank. "Just as I found it an hour ago." Charlotte reined Mariposa to a halt, a cold sensation spreading through her chest as she registered the extent of the destruction. The wooden holding tank lay in splintered ruins, deliberately smashed with what must have been considerable force. Water had carved channels through the dust, indicating the damage had occurred several hours earlier, allowing the tank's contents to drain completely. "Oh my God," Miguel muttered, dismounting to examine the wreckage more closely. "This was no accident. Look at the marks on these boards. Axe strokes, deliberate and thorough." Charlotte slid from her saddle, her movements precise despite the rage building within her. She knelt beside a section of destroyed pipeline leading to the tank, noting the clean cuts that had severed the wooden channel. "Professional work," she observed, her voice unnaturally calm. "Someone who knew exactly where to strike for maximum damage." Diego remained mounted, scanning the surrounding terrain with the alertness of a seasoned scout despite his youth. "Found tracks over there," he reported, pointing toward a cluster of scrub oak. 3 men, I think. The ground is hard, doesn't hold impressions well." Charlotte moved to examine the tracks, her months of practical ranch experience now allowing her to read signs that would have been meaningless upon her arrival. 3 men on horseback, she confirmed. 1 horse with a distinctive chip in its left front shoe. She pointed to a particular impression. "Heavy riders, well-mounted, not casual vandals." Miguel's expression darkened as he joined her. "Holloway's men? Or someone working for Edmund?" Charlotte replied. rising to survey the destruction with calculated assessment rather than emotional reaction. The timing is suspicious. They waited until we completed the project before striking, ensuring maximum disappointment. Psychological warfare, Miguel agreed grimly. They want to break your spirit, make you believe the ranch cannot be protected. Charlotte's laugh held no humor, only cold determination. Then they understand nothing about me or what I'm fighting for. She turned to Diego. Did you check the other holding tanks and pipeline sections? The young man nodded. Intact as far as I could see. They concentrated on this main junction. Without it, water cannot reach the ranch proper. Repairable? She asked Miguel. He surveyed the damage with a critical eye. See? With sufficient labor, 2 days, perhaps 3. We have some suitable lumber already cut for corrals that could be repurposed. Charlotte nodded, her mind working through practical solutions rather than dwelling on the violation this attack represented. Diego, ride back to the ranch. Tell Luis and Tomas what's happened. Bring tools, the spare lumber, and whatever men can be spared from essential duties. As Diego galloped toward the ranch, Charlotte continued examining the surrounding area, her attention caught by something partially concealed beneath a shattered board. She lifted the wood carefully, revealing a folded piece of paper weighted down with a small stone. What is it? Miguel asked, noting her discovery. Charlotte unfolded the paper, her expression hardening as she read the precisely penned message, "Sell now, while there's still something worth selling. Next time, it won't be just water tanks." A warning, she said, passing the note to Miguel. Or rather, a threat. Miguel read the message, his hand tightening on the paper until it crumpled in his grip. "This goes beyond business competition," he said angrily. "This is criminal intimidation." "And unfortunately difficult to prove," Charlotte observed, taking back the crumpled note and carefully smoothing it for preservation as evidence. "Sheriff Wilson is sympathetic, but without witnesses to the actual destruction, we have little legal recourse." They surveyed the damage in silence for several moments, both recognizing the implications extended beyond the immediate destruction. This attack demonstrated that Copper Creek's vulnerabilities extended throughout the property. They couldn't possibly guard every fence line, water source, and structure continuously. "We need to organize round-the-clock patrols," Charlotte decided. 2-man teams, rotating shifts. No one rides alone, especially near property boundaries or critical infrastructure. Miguel nodded his agreement. "The new hands prove their worth now. With Martinez and his son, we have enough men to maintain adequate coverage." "And I'll speak with neighboring ranchers," Charlotte added. Donovan and Peterson both expressed concern about Holloway's growing influence. Perhaps they'll agree to mutual support arrangements. "You should not ride alone either," Miguel cautioned, his protective instinct evident. "Not with threats escalating this way." Charlotte wanted to dismiss his concern but recognized the wisdom in his caution. "I won't take unnecessary risks," she promised, "but I won't be imprisoned on my own property either." As they heard hoofbeats announcing the return of Diego with the repair crew, Charlotte took a final assessment of the destruction. The saboteurs had struck with precision, targeting the weakest point in their new water system. The attack revealed not just malice, but tactical intelligence about Copper Creek's operations. Knowledge that could only come from someone intimately familiar with the property and their recent activities. The unspoken name hung between them, though neither Charlotte nor Miguel gave it voice. Whatever Grayson's complicity in earlier schemes, his departure had clearly not ended the threats to Copper Creek. If anything, the attacks had escalated, becoming more direct and destructive without his moderating presence. "We'll rebuild," Charlotte stated with quiet certainty as the repair crew arrived. "Stronger this time. And we'll be ready when they return." Miguel nodded, his expression reflecting both concern and pride as he witnessed Charlotte's unflinching response to this new attack. "They will learn what your mother knew," he said softly. "That Langford women don't surrender what they love, no matter the opposition." Charlotte accepted the assessment without comment, turning instead to direct the arriving men with practical efficiency. The hollow ache inside her chest had hardened in recent days, transforming grief into something more useful, a cold, clear determination that lent precision to her thoughts and actions. If Edmund and Holloway believed this attack would weaken her resolve, they had fundamentally misunderstood their opponent. Charlotte Langford had not traveled 2,000 miles and endured heartbreaking betrayal only to surrender at the first deliberate sabotage. Copper Creek would survive this attack as it had survived drought, deception, and disappointment. Whatever came next, and she harbored no illusions that the enemies arrayed against her would easily surrender. Charlotte would meet it with the strength she had discovered within herself, forged through loss and tempered by determination. The fight for Copper Creek had escalated beyond business competition into something far more personal. And personal battles, Charlotte had learned, were won through endurance rather than single victories. As she organized the repair effort with decisive command, her expression revealed nothing of the emotions churning beneath her composed exterior. Only the unwavering resolve that would carry Copper Creek through this crisis and whatever challenges followed. Silver Springs Town Hall buzzed with voices as Charlotte stepped through the doorway. The hastily called meeting about regional water rights had drawn nearly every property owner in the county. The wooden benches filled to capacity with ranchers, merchants, and townspeople alike. Conversation paused momentarily as those nearest the entrance registered her arrival, heads turning and whispers spreading like ripples across a pond. Charlotte lifted her chin almost imperceptibly, channeling years of Boston social training as she navigated the crowded aisle. She had dressed with deliberate care for this confrontation, her most formal riding skirt and jacket in deep blue, hair arranged in a simple but elegant knot, her mother's silver brooch pinned at her throat. The ensemble struck a careful balance between frontier practicality and Eastern refinement, projecting the authority she needed for the battle ahead. "Ms. Langford," Sheriff Wilson acknowledged with a respectful nod as she approached the front rows. "Saved you a seat, figuring you'd want to hear this business firsthand." "Thank you, Sheriff," Charlotte replied, accepting the offered place on a bench already occupied by several smaller ranchers she recognized from previous visits to town. Their greetings, once perfunctory or skeptical, now carried undertones of genuine respect, a subtle but significant shift that hadn't escaped her notice. From the raised platform at the front of the hall, Vernon Holloway watched her arrival with the calculating assessment of a chess player noting an opponent's move. He stood behind a small podium, immaculately dressed as always, a stack of papers arranged precisely before him. Several prominent businessmen flanked him on either side, including the bank manager and William Foster, owner of the largest mercantile in Silver Springs. Mayor Peterson called the meeting to order with 3 sharp raps of his gavel. "Folks, as you're all aware, we're facing unprecedented drought conditions throughout the county. Tonight's meeting was called to discuss community approaches to water conservation and rights allocations during this crisis." A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd. Nearly everyone present had felt the drought's effects in some form: reduced crops, stressed livestock, or diminished well levels. "Mr. Holloway has kindly offered to present a regional management proposal," Peterson continued, yielding the floor with obvious deference. "As our county's most successful rancher and a man of considerable experience in water management." Holloway stepped forward, his benevolent smile not quite reaching his eyes. "Friends and neighbors," he began, his voice pitched to carry easily through the hall, "our community faces a challenge that threatens the livelihood of everyone in this room. Water, the lifeblood of our ranches and farms, has become dangerously scarce." Charlotte listened carefully as Holloway outlined the drought conditions, noting how skillfully he presented verifiable facts to establish credibility before transitioning to his proposed solution. "The harsh reality," he continued, scanning the audience with practiced concern, "is that many smaller operations lack the resources to implement effective water management systems. Without proper storage facilities, irrigation controls, and conservation methods, precious water is wasted. Water that could sustain our community through these difficult times." Several heads nodded, particularly among town merchants who had less direct knowledge of ranching practices. Charlotte remained perfectly still, her expression revealing nothing as Holloway built toward his true purpose. "Therefore," he announced, "I propose a regional consolidation initiative. My consortium is prepared to purchase struggling properties at fair market value, allowing owners to relocate to more favorable conditions while preserving their financial security." There it was, the land grab dressed up as community service. Charlotte felt a cold anger settle in her chest as Holloway continued outlining his proposal, describing how consolidated management would allegedly benefit everyone through economies of scale and modernized distribution systems. Those who choose to remain independent, Holloway added with a smile that didn't touch his eyes, would naturally face higher access fees for shared water resources, reflecting the increased burden on community infrastructure. The implied threat wasn't lost on the ranchers present. Several exchanged troubled glances, recognizing the choice Holloway presented wasn't really a choice at all. Sell now voluntarily or be forced out later through manipulated water access. Charlotte waited for Holloway to finish, allowing his proposal to settle fully before making her move. When Mayor Peterson asked for questions, she rose gracefully to her feet, the motion drawing all eyes in the crowded hall. "Miss Langford?" Peterson acknowledged, unable to hide his surprise at her willingness to speak publicly. "You have a question?" "Not a question, Mr. Mayor, but rather relevant information the community should consider before voting on Mr. Holloway's proposal," Charlotte replied, her voice clear and steady. "With your permission, I'd like to address certain factual matters pertaining to our current water situation." Peterson hesitated, glancing toward Holloway, who gave a nearly imperceptible nod, a man confident in his position, willing to humor what he clearly expected to be a minor objection. "Proceed, Miss Langford," the mayor granted, "though please be concise. We have much to cover tonight." Charlotte moved to the central aisle where she could be seen by everyone present. "Mr. Holloway has accurately described the drought's effects on our region," she began, acknowledging his points to establish her own reasonableness. "However, he failed to mention certain man-made contributions to our water shortage." From her pocket, she withdrew several folded papers, opening them deliberately. "I have here documentation, including sworn statements from witnesses and survey records, confirming that the water flow in Copper Creek, which serves not just my ranch but 3 neighboring properties through downstream access, has been artificially reduced by a dam constructed on the western boundary of Mr. Holloway's property." A murmur rippled through the audience. Charlotte continued before Holloway could interrupt. "This dam, built without notification to affected downstream properties and in potential violation of territorial water rights statutes, diverts approximately 2/3 of the natural flow that historically served multiple ranches in our county." Holloway stepped forward, his composure slightly cracked. "Mayor Peterson, Ms. Langford is presenting unsubstantiated accusations that have no bearing on tonight's discussion of community water management." "On the contrary," Charlotte countered smoothly, "they bear directly on the matter at hand. A community cannot make informed decisions about water management when natural resources are being deliberately manipulated to create artificial scarcity." She turned to face the audience directly. "Many of you have experienced reduced water access this season. Before assuming this is entirely due to natural drought, consider whether upstream diversions might be contributing to your difficulties." She let the implications sink in before continuing. "Particularly if you've been approached recently with purchase offers significantly below your property's normal value." The room erupted in conversation, several ranchers turning to confer with neighbors about exactly such experiences. Sheriff Wilson rose from his seat, lifting his hands for quiet. "Folks, these are serious allegations," he acknowledged when the noise subsided. "However, I must clarify that water rights disputes fall under territorial jurisdiction, not local law enforcement. My office has limited authority to intervene in such matters without territorial court directives." "Precisely," Holloway interjected smoothly, "which is why regional cooperation through my proposed consortium offers the most practical solution. Individual disputes through territorial courts could take years to resolve, during which many operations would simply fail." Charlotte refused to surrender the momentum. "There's another option," she stated clearly, "one that preserves individual property rights while addressing immediate water needs." All eyes returned to her as she outlined an alternative approach, a mutual aid arrangement between neighboring ranches to share water resources during the drought period. "Copper Creek has recently developed an independent spring water source," she explained, deliberately omitting specific details about its location. We're prepared to provide access to neighboring properties through a cooperative system that respects existing rights while ensuring critical needs are met. She described a straightforward arrangement where participating ranchers would contribute labor and materials proportional to their water usage, creating a sustainable system that benefited everyone without surrendering property control to Holloway's consortium. As Charlotte outlined specific implementation steps, she noticed several smaller ranchers leaning forward with obvious interest. Even some merchants nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that preserving multiple independent operations would maintain healthier market competition than Holloway's consolidated approach. This isn't merely about surviving the current drought, Charlotte concluded, meeting the gaze of individual audience members as she spoke. It's about preserving the independence that brought each of us to this territory. Working together doesn't require surrendering our ranches to a single controlling interest. True community means supporting each other while respecting individual rights and livelihoods. A spontaneous burst of applause erupted from several ranchers, quickly spreading through portions of the audience. Charlotte returned to her seat, careful to maintain dignified composure despite the rush of satisfaction at the visible shift in public sentiment. Mayor Peterson struggled to restore order, his gavel tapping ineffectually against the podium. "Order, please. We have additional speakers. Mr. Holloway wishes to respond." But the meeting's dynamics had fundamentally changed. Small groups formed throughout the hall, ranchers discussing Charlotte's proposal with growing enthusiasm. 3 property owners approached her immediately, asking practical questions about water sharing arrangements and implementation timelines. Across the room, Holloway gathered his papers with barely concealed fury, his consortium supporters huddled around him in urgent conference. When he departed minutes later without addressing the crowd again, his abrupt exit only confirmed what many had begun to suspect. His community solution had been nothing more than a thinly disguised attempt to acquire vulnerable properties at depressed prices. Sheriff Wilson settled onto the bench beside Charlotte as she concluded arrangements to meet with 5 neighboring ranchers the following afternoon. "That was quite a performance," he observed quietly. "Holloway doesn't take public humiliation lightly." "It wasn't personal," Charlotte replied, though they both recognized the half-truth in her statement. "The facts speak for themselves. His dam is restricting water that historically served multiple properties." Wilson's expression remained troubled. "Facts don't always provide protection in the territory, Miss Langford. Watch yourself carefully in the coming days. Men like Holloway have long memories and numerous resources for settling scores." Charlotte met his concerned gaze directly. "I appreciate the warning, Sheriff, but intimidation only works when fear outweighs principle." She gathered her papers, preparing to depart. "That calculation changed for me some time ago." As she made her way through the still buzzing crowd, accepting handshakes and murmured support from people who had barely acknowledged her existence months earlier, Charlotte felt a curious lightness beneath her practical concerns. Tonight marked a significant shift, not just in her battle against Holloway, but in her relationship with the community she had chosen to join. For the first time since arriving in the territory, she wasn't merely Elizabeth Langford's Eastern daughter playing at ranching. She had established her own identity, earned respect through actions rather than inheritance. Whatever challenges lay ahead, and she harbored no illusions about Holloway's willingness to escalate their conflict, Charlotte no longer faced them as an isolated outsider. The realization carried her out into the star-filled night with renewed determination. Copper Creek's future remained precarious, but tonight's small victory had demonstrated an essential truth. Strength rarely came from standing alone, regardless of how fiercely independent one might be. True resilience arose from building alliances based on mutual respect and shared principles, a lesson her mother had apparently understood long before Charlotte arrived to continue her legacy. Morning mist clung to the creek bed as Charlotte, Miguel, and James Peterson guided their horses along the barely visible trail. Peterson, no relation to the mayor despite sharing his surname, owned a small ranch bordering Copper Creek's northern boundary. He had been among the first to approach Charlotte after the town meeting, offering to join her expedition to inspect and potentially dismantle Holloway's dam. Boundary marker should be just ahead. Miguel said, pointing toward a weathered wooden post, partially concealed by overgrown brush. Holloway's property begins 50 yards beyond, continuing to that ridgeline. He indicated a rocky outcropping in the distance. Charlotte nodded, consulting the survey map she had brought along. The dam is situated approximately 200 yards inside his boundary, she noted, but the creek itself defines the property line for nearly half a mile before and after that point, meaning water flow is essentially shared territory, Peterson observed, stroking his graying beard thoughtfully. That's the basis for your legal position? Precisely, Charlotte confirmed. Territorial statute clearly states that waterways forming natural boundaries must maintain historical flow patterns unless all affected parties agree to modifications. Holloway never sought such agreement before constructing his diversion. They dismounted at the boundary marker, securing their horses before proceeding on foot. Charlotte carried a leather satchel containing legal documents, survey maps, and most importantly, the territorial water rights provisions she had spent hours researching in preparation for this confrontation. Might be wiser to pursue this through legal channels in Tucson, Peterson suggested as they walked, though his tone indicated he understood Charlotte's decision to take direct action. Though I reckon the drought would claim half our stock before territorial courts rendered a decision, legal channels remain our fallback position, Charlotte assured him, stepping carefully along the rocky creek bed. But immediate restoration of water flow serves everyone's interests, even Holloway's, though he refuses to recognize that sustainability benefits all properties in the region. Miguel, walking slightly ahead, suddenly raised his hand in warning. We're approaching the structure, he said quietly. No signs of guards, but best to proceed with caution. They advanced slowly, using natural cover until the dam came into view. The structure wasn't particularly impressive, a strategic arrangement of rocks, logs, and packed earth that nevertheless effectively redirected most of the creek's flow into an artificial channel leading toward Holloway's southern pastures. Charlotte studied the construction with practiced assessment, noting vulnerabilities and structural weak points. The design is quite deliberate, she observed. Created to appear natural if viewed casually, yet precisely engineered to maximize water diversion. Clever work, Peterson acknowledged grudgingly. Would fool most folks who didn't know what to look for. Miguel had already begun a methodical inspection of the surrounding area, checking for any signs of recent activity. No fresh tracks, he reported after completing his circuit. Doesn't appear anyone has been here for at least 2 days. Charlotte removed the legal documents from her satchel, handing the formal papers to Peterson. These establish our right to restore natural water flow, she explained. Sheriff Wilson confirmed that removing artificial barriers to restore historical patterns is permitted under territorial statutes, provided we don't cause damage to permanent structures or enter buildings on Holloway's property. Peterson reviewed the documents carefully, clearly impressed by Charlotte's thorough preparation. You've covered all legal bases, he agreed, returning the papers. Let's proceed before anyone happens along to complicate matters. They worked methodically, beginning with the smaller stones and debris that reinforced the main structure. Miguel's experience with irrigation systems proved invaluable as he identified key support elements that, when removed, would allow the creek to gradually reclaim its natural course without causing downstream flooding. As the morning progressed, their efforts began showing visible results. Water that had been diverted into Holloway's artificial channel started returning to the original creek bed, first in trickles, then in steadier flows as more of the dam was dismantled. We've weakened it sufficiently, Miguel announced after 2 hours of labor. The water pressure will complete what we've started, washing away the remaining material naturally over the next day or so. Charlotte stood at the creek's edge, watching as water found its way through the gaps they had created in the artificial barrier. There was something profoundly satisfying in this moment, not merely the tactical victory over Holloway, but the rightness of restoring what had been unnaturally diverted. Water returning to its proper course seemed to carry symbolic weight beyond the practical benefits to downstream properties. With a final, calculated adjustment to a key supporting log, Miguel triggered the dam's critical failure point. The structure didn't collapse dramatically, but began a controlled disintegration as water pressure worked against weakened supports. The creek's flow visibly strengthened, redirecting from Holloway's artificial channel back to its natural bed. "That's done it," Peterson observed with evident satisfaction. "Creek should be running normally by nightfall, once the backed-up water works through the system." Charlotte couldn't suppress the smile that spread across her face, the first genuine expression of happiness she had experienced in weeks. The simple joy of watching clear water flow where it naturally belonged created an unexpected lightness in her chest, temporarily displacing the hollow ache that had become her constant companion since Grayson's betrayal. "Worth every risk," she said softly, more to herself than her companions. "Your mother would agree," Miguel replied, catching her words despite their quietness. She valued the land's natural patterns above all else. They gathered their tools and prepared to depart, careful to leave no evidence of their presence beyond the restored creek flow itself. As Charlotte secured her satchel, Peterson suddenly stiffened, his attention caught by something beyond the ridgeline. "Riders approaching," he warned, pointing toward a distant dust cloud, moving fast from the direction of Holloway's ranch house. Miguel's hand moved instinctively to the rifle secured to his saddle. "We should leave immediately," he advised. "Our legal position is solid, but confrontation would serve no purpose." They mounted quickly, turning their horses back toward Copper Creek property. Charlotte cast one final glance at the steadily increasing water flow. A small victory, but significant in both practical and symbolic terms. Whatever consequences followed, this moment of restoration had been worth the inevitable escalation in hostilities. The distant crack of a rifle shot shattered their departure, the bullet striking a tree trunk several yards to their left. Peterson muttered a curse, urging his horse to greater speed as they navigated the uneven terrain toward the protection of Copper Creek's boundary. "Warning shot," Miguel assessed grimly. "They're too far away for accurate aim, but the message is clear enough. Holloway won't take this lightly," Peterson added as they reached the cover of a small grove that marked Charlotte's property line. "You've challenged him publicly and now reversed his water diversion. He'll respond with whatever means necessary to reassert control." Charlotte nodded, acknowledging the warning without allowing it to diminish the day's achievement. "We proceeded legally with documented justification and minimal intervention," she replied. "If he chooses to escalate beyond legal boundaries, he only confirms what the community already suspects about his methods." The practical assessment didn't fully capture her internal determination. In dismantling Holloway's dam, Charlotte had done more than restore water flow. She had demonstrated that his manipulations could be countered through strategic action and community alliance. Peterson's willing participation represented the first concrete step toward the cooperative approach she had proposed at the town meeting. As they rode toward the ranch house, Charlotte found her thoughts turning unexpectedly to Grayson. He would have appreciated the tactical precision of their operation, she realized, the careful balance of legal justification and practical necessity. The thought came unbidden, bringing with it a renewed ache of betrayal that tempered her satisfaction in the day's accomplishment. "We should organize additional patrols," Miguel suggested as the ranch buildings came into view. "Holloway will retaliate, though perhaps not immediately. He prefers calculated response over emotional reaction." Charlotte nodded, forcing her attention back to immediate security concerns. "Double the night guards on the water pipeline and main herd," she directed, "and send word to neighboring ranchers about the restored creek flow. They should prepare to defend their water access if necessary." The warning shots had confirmed what she already knew. Their battle with Holloway had entered a new phase, one where legal niceties might quickly give way to more direct confrontation. Charlotte had no illusions about the dangers ahead, yet found herself welcoming the clarity of open conflict over the shadowed manipulations that had characterized their earlier encounters. If Holloway wanted war, she would meet him with every resource at her disposal. Copper Creek had survived drought, betrayal, and sabotage. It would endure whatever came next, provided Charlotte remained vigilant against threats both expected and unforeseen. Stars scattered across the velvet darkness like spilled diamond dust, their brilliance undiminished by moon or competing lamplight. Charlotte guided Mariposa along the edge of the east pasture, her Winchester rifle resting across the saddle before her. The mare moved with careful precision in the darkness, her steps sure despite the limited visibility. Charlotte shouldn't have been riding alone. Miguel had explicitly advised against solitary patrols, particularly after their confrontation at Holloway's Dam 2 days earlier. Yet she had slipped away from the ranch house after midnight, driven by restlessness that made sleep impossible, and a growing certainty that Holloway's retaliation would come sooner rather than later. The night air carried the particular stillness that precedes dawn, heavy with dew and the mingled scents of sage and cattle. Charlotte inhaled deeply, finding unexpected comfort in these now familiar elements of her adopted home. Her transformation from Boston socialite to territory rancher had progressed so gradually that she seldom noticed its completion until moments like this, when the taste of desert air felt more natural than the perfumed drawing rooms she had once inhabited. Mariposa's ears suddenly pricked forward, her steady pace faltering. Charlotte immediately reined to a stop, listening intently for whatever had alerted her mount. For several heartbeats, she heard nothing beyond normal night sounds. Distant coyotes, the soft shuffling of cattle bedded down for the night, the whisper of breeze through scrub brush. Then she detected it. A faint clink of metal against metal, too deliberate for natural causes. Someone was moving along the fence line approximately 50 yards ahead, obscured by darkness and scattered mesquite. Charlotte dismounted silently, securing Mariposa to a sturdy sage bush with a quick hitch designed for easy release if necessary. She checked her rifle's load before advancing on foot, moving from shadow to shadow with the stealth she had perfected during hunting excursions with Miguel. The quarter moon provided just enough illumination to distinguish shapes without revealing details. Charlotte stopped behind a large boulder, using its bulk as both concealment and potential cover if the situation deteriorated. From this vantage point, she could make out at least 3 figures working methodically along her fence line, their movements purposeful rather than furtive. Wire cutters snipped through strands of her boundary fence, the sound carrying clearly in the night stillness. Beyond the fence, additional mounted men waited in the shadows, their presence betrayed only by occasional movement and the soft nickering of horses held in check. Charlotte felt cold anger replace her initial tension. This wasn't mere vandalism or intimidation. This was calculated theft. By cutting the fence and positioning riders to flush cattle through the opening, the intruders intended to drive part of her herd onto open range where ownership marks could be disputed or altered. She counted at least 6 men total, 3 working the fence, 3 mounted and waiting. Too many to confront directly, yet allowing them to proceed unchallenged was unthinkable. Miguel and the night patrol were monitoring the western boundary, too distant to provide immediate assistance. Whatever action she took would be without reinforcement. The fence cutters had created an opening approximately 15 feet wide, more than adequate for driving cattle through in the darkness. As Charlotte watched, they began moving toward the nearest cluster of sleeping cattle, preparing to spook the animals toward the breach. Decision crystallized into action. Charlotte rose from her concealed position, leveling her Winchester at the nearest figure. "That's far enough," she called, her voice steady despite her pounding heart. "You're trespassing on Copper Creek property." The men froze momentarily, clearly surprised by her appearance. Then one of the mounted figures urged his horse forward, his voice carrying a note of amusement beneath its threatening tone. "Well now, if it isn't the Boston lady herself. Out for a midnight ride all alone?" Charlotte maintained her position, rifle unwavering. "I won't ask twice. Leave my property immediately." A different voice laughed from the shadows. 6 against 1, and a woman at that. Odds don't favor you much, Miss Langford. "First man who moves gets a bullet," Charlotte replied calmly. "I may not get all of you, but I guarantee whoever leads the charge won't live to collect Holloway's blood money." The mention of Holloway's name created a palpable shift in the atmosphere. The mounted leader urged his horse a few steps closer, his features still indistinguishable in the darkness. "Nobody mentioned Holloway. This is just business between ranchers." "Rustling is business only to thieves," Charlotte countered, adjusting her aim to center on his chest. "And cutting my fence while attempting to steal my cattle carries severe consequences in the territory." The standoff stretched for several tense heartbeats, neither side willing to retreat or escalate. Charlotte maintained her outward composure through sheer determination, though internally she recognized the precariousness of her position. If the men called her bluff and charged simultaneously, She couldn't possibly stop them all. The mounted leader apparently reached a similar conclusion. "Seems we have a misunderstanding," he drawled. "Just looking for strays, ma'am. Thought some of our cattle might have wandered onto your property." At midnight? Through a freshly cut fence? Charlotte's tone conveyed precisely how little credibility she granted this explanation. "Sheriff Wilson will find that story interesting when he inspects this damage tomorrow." One of the fence cutters shifted his weight, hand moving subtly toward the gun at his hip. Charlotte immediately adjusted her aim, the rifle barrel tracking his movement. "That would be a grave mistake," she warned, her finger tightening fractionally on the trigger. The mounted leader raised his hand, halting his companion's motion. "No need for bloodshed tonight," he said, his casual tone belied by the tension evident in his posture. "We'll be on our way. But riding alone after dark isn't wise, Miss Langford. Territory's full of dangers for a woman without proper protection." The implicit threat wasn't lost on Charlotte, but she maintained her steady aim. "I've noticed that the most dangerous elements tend to work for the same employer," she replied. "Give Mr. Holloway a message from me. Copper Creek isn't for sale no matter what tactics he employs." A tense silence followed her declaration. Then, with deliberate slowness, the mounted men began retreating, followed by the fence cutters, who backed away without turning their backs to Charlotte's rifle. Only when they had disappeared into the darkness beyond the cut fence did she allow herself to exhale fully, the Winchester's weight suddenly heavy in her trembling hands. The confrontation had ended without bloodshed, but Charlotte harbored no illusions about its significance. The rustlers' retreat represented postponement rather than surrender. They would return, perhaps in greater numbers or with more direct tactics. Holloway had escalated from property damage to attempted theft, a progression that suggested increasingly dangerous intentions. As tension drained from her body, leaving exhaustion in its wake, Charlotte found her thoughts turning involuntarily to Grayson. In previous crises, his steady presence had provided both practical security and emotional reassurance. Even knowing his initial motives had been deceptive, she couldn't deny the protection his reputation and capabilities had afforded Copper Creek. "Stop it," she whispered fiercely to herself, angry at this moment of weakness. Grayson Cole had been part of the conspiracy against her from the beginning. Whatever protection he had provided served only to gain her trust while reporting vulnerabilities to her enemies. His absence was a clarity, not a loss. Yet, as Charlotte retrieved Mariposa and mounted to continue her patrol, she couldn't entirely banish the hollow ache that had become her constant companion. The rational arguments against trusting Grayson did nothing to erase the memory of his hands, gentle on her waist as he'd lifted her onto her horse, his rare smile that transformed his entire face, or the way he'd looked at her in the hidden spring chamber before their first and only kiss. The eastern horizon had begun showing the first pale hints of approaching dawn as Charlotte guided Mariposa toward the ranch house. She would need to inform Miguel about the attempted rustling immediately and organize repairs to the cut fence before cattle discovered the opening. The night's confrontation had demonstrated yet again how vulnerable Copper Creek remained, despite their growing vigilance. As she rode, Charlotte firmly redirected her thoughts from dangerous memories to practical necessities. Whatever emotional entanglements lingered from Grayson's betrayal were irrelevant to Copper Creek's survival. She had stood alone against 6 armed men tonight and emerged victorious through courage and determination. That strength discovered rather than borrowed would carry her through whatever challenges Holloway devised next. The rising sun painted the distant mountains with golden light as Charlotte approached the ranch yard. Another day of defending what she had built. Another opportunity to demonstrate that Copper Creek would not surrender to intimidation or sabotage. Whatever the cost, whatever the danger, she would protect her inheritance, not merely as Elizabeth Langford's daughter, but as a woman who had claimed this land and its legacy through her own hard-won right. The rustlers had regrouped faster than Charlotte anticipated. She'd barely managed to reach the shelter of a rocky outcropping when the first shots rang out, bullets striking stone inches from her position. Splinters of rock stung her cheek as she pressed herself against the natural barricade, Winchester clutched to her chest. "Last chance, Miss Langford," the leader called from the darkness. Throw out your weapon and we'll let you ride away unharmed. Just business, nothing personal." Charlotte checked her ammunition with growing concern. 4 cartridges remaining in the Winchester, plus her revolver with 5 shots. Not nearly enough to hold off 6 determined men. Yet surrender remained unthinkable. These men had come to steal her cattle, and she doubted their assurances about her personal safety carried any genuine guarantee. "This is Copper Creek property," she shouted back. "You're the ones who need to leave while you still can." Her bravado drew only mocking laughter. "Ain't nobody coming to help you, ma'am. Your ranch hands are clear across the property. By the time they hear gunfire, this will be long finished." Charlotte knew he spoke the truth. Miguel and the others were patrolling the western boundary, too distant to provide assistance even if they heard the exchange of gunfire. She was entirely alone. Exactly the situation her foreman had repeatedly warned against. A volley of shots forced her deeper into the inadequate shelter. Charlotte returned fire selectively, trying to conserve ammunition while keeping the rustlers at bay. The darkness worked to her advantage, concealing the exact limitations of her position, but dawn was approaching. With growing light would come greater vulnerability. She fired again, gratified to hear a pained curse as her bullet found its mark. 3 cartridges left in the Winchester. Charlotte swallowed hard, calculating angles and possibilities. If she could reach Mariposa, tethered 30 yards back in a shallow gully, she might outride her pursuers. But crossing that exposed ground under fire seemed suicidal. She winged Carson, a voice hissed from the darkness. "Boston lady's got decent aim." "Rush her from both sides," the leader ordered. "She can't cover 2 approaches at once." Charlotte's heart hammered against her ribs as she heard movement to her left and right, the rustlers implementing their strategy with practiced coordination. If they flanked her position, her meager cover would become a trap rather than protection. She readied the Winchester, knowing her next shots would need to count. As a shadow detached itself from the darkness to her right, Charlotte took careful aim and fired, rewarded with a cry of pain and the distinct sound of a dropped weapon, 2 cartridges remaining. Before she could redirect her attention to the left flank, multiple gunshots erupted from an entirely new direction. Precise, measured fire that sent the rustlers diving for cover. The unexpected intervention created instant confusion, their coordinated attack dissolving into chaotic individual responses. "Who the hell?" the leader shouted, cut short by another shot that kicked up dirt at his feet with dangerous accuracy. Charlotte remained frozen, unable to identify this new participant in the increasingly dangerous standoff. The shooting continued, methodical single shots that seemed designed more to create strategic displacement than to inflict casualties. Whoever had joined the conflict was herding the rustlers away from her position with remarkable precision. "It's Gall," one of the rustlers shouted, panic evident in his voice. "I told you he might be watching the place." Charlotte's breath caught at the name. Impossible. Grayson had been gone for weeks, his betrayal complete and unambiguous. Yet the tactical shooting, moving systematically from target to target with expertise few men possessed, was unmistakably familiar. "Fall back," the leader ordered, his earlier confidence evaporated. "This ain't worth dying over." The rustlers retreated in disarray, abandoning their planned attack in favor of self-preservation. Hoofbeats pounded into the distance as they fled, leaving sudden silence in their wake. Charlotte maintained her defensive position, Winchester still ready despite its depleted ammunition. The new threat might have driven away the rustlers, but his identity and intentions remained uncertain. If it truly was Grayson, a figure emerged from the shadows, approaching her position with hands deliberately held away from weapon holsters. "Charlotte?" A familiar deep voice called. "Are you hurt?" Her throat tightened at the sound, a voice she had convinced herself she never wanted to hear again. "Stay where you are," she ordered, the Winchester's barrel unwavering despite her internal turmoil. Grayson stopped, remaining just beyond clear visibility in the pre-dawn darkness. "The rustlers are gone," he said, his tone carefully neutral. "But they might circle back once they realize I'm alone. We should move to safer ground." "What are you doing here?" Charlotte demanded, ignoring his suggestion. "You were ordered off Copper Creek weeks ago." "I never went far," he admitted. Been watching the property line most nights since leaving. The simple statement sent conflicting emotions coursing through Charlotte. Anger at his presumption, confusion about his motives, and beneath both, an unwanted flicker of something that felt dangerously like relief. "I don't need your protection," she stated flatly, finally lowering the rifle as her arm began aching from maintaining aim. "Copper Creek is managing quite well without you." Even in the darkness, she sensed his slight smile. Noticed that. "Your water pipeline was particularly impressive work." Charlotte fought the unexpected warmth his approval generated. "Why are you really here, Grayson? More intelligence gathering for Holloway and my father?" He stepped forward, moving into a patch of moonlight that revealed his features clearly for the first time. Charlotte barely suppressed a gasp at his appearance. Grayson looked haggard, his face leaner than she remembered, several days' worth of stubble darkening his jaw, his clothes travel-worn and dusty. "I'm not working for them anymore," he said simply. "I haven't been since before I left the ranch." "You expect me to believe that?" Charlotte challenged, though something in his appearance lent credibility to his claim. This was not the well-maintained Grayson Cole who had managed Copper Creek with efficient competence. This man looked like someone who had been sleeping rough for weeks, keeping solitary vigil without comfort or convenience. "Doesn't matter what you believe," he replied with unexpected gentleness. "Just wanted to make sure you were safe while Holloway escalated his tactics." The practical reminder of their situation overshadowed Charlotte's confusion about his presence. "We should alert Miguel about the rustlers," she acknowledged. "They may regroup and try elsewhere along the boundary." Grayson nodded, turning slightly to scan the surrounding terrain. As he moved, moonlight caught something on his shirt that hadn't been visible before, a dark stain spreading across his left side. "You're bleeding," Charlotte said, sudden concern overriding her emotional guardedness. Grayson glanced down with mild surprise, as if just noticing the injury himself. "Caught one during the exchange," he confirmed, his voice remaining steady despite the obvious wound. "Doesn't feel too deep." He took a step toward her, then swayed unexpectedly, his usual grace deserting him. Charlotte moved forward instinctively, Winchester abandoned as she reached to steady him. Her hands contacted his shoulders just as his knees buckled, his substantial weight suddenly collapsing against her. "Grayson!" Alarm replaced all other considerations as she struggled to support him, easing his descent to the ground rather than allowing him to fall outright. His breathing had grown labored, face pale in the strengthening dawn light. "Sorry," he managed, the single word tight with pain. "Seems worse than I thought." Charlotte lowered him to a seated position against the rocks that had sheltered her earlier, quickly examining the wound that had soaked the left side of his shirt. The bullet had entered just below his ribs, the bleeding steady rather than pulsing, missing major blood vessels but serious nonetheless. "We need to get you to the ranch," she said, practicality overriding the complex emotional tangle that his presence created. Whatever his betrayal, whatever unresolved hurt remained between them, she couldn't leave him bleeding in the desert dawn. Grayson's eyes held hers for a moment, something vulnerable and unguarded in their blue depths. "Didn't expect a rescue," he said, his voice growing weaker. "Just wanted to make sure you were safe." Before Charlotte could respond, distant hoofbeats signaled the rustlers' return. Torn between protecting their position and tending Grayson's wound, she reached for the abandoned Winchester, knowing its 2 remaining bullets would provide little defense against renewed attack. Grayson fumbled at his hip, withdrawing his Colt with effort. "Take this," he instructed, pressing the revolver into her hands. "Fully loaded. I'll be fine here while you hold them off." The offer of his weapon placing his trust and safety entirely in her hands despite their fractured relationship struck Charlotte with unexpected force. Whatever complications lay between them, in this moment of crisis, Grayson Cole had chosen to place his life in her keeping without hesitation. As she accepted the weapon, Charlotte silently promised that trust would not be misplaced, whatever reckoning awaited them when immediate danger had passed. "Careful with his left side," Charlotte directed as Miguel helped her maneuver Grayson from the wagon to the ranch house porch. The bullet wound reopened during the ride back. Dawn painted the eastern sky with pale gold and rose as they supported Grayson's semi-conscious form between them, his arms draped across their shoulders, feet dragging slightly despite his efforts to walk. The confrontation with the rustlers had ended unexpectedly when the approaching riders proved to be Miguel and two ranch hands responding to distant gunfire, rather than returning enemies. Sarah appeared at the door, her expression shifting from concern to shock as she recognized their burden. "Bring him to the guest room," she directed without hesitation. "Luis, fetch my medicine chest from the pantry. Tomas, hot water and clean cloths." Charlotte marveled at the housekeeper's immediate practicality, despite what must have been considerable surprise at Grayson's unexpected return. Questions and recriminations could wait. The immediate priority was addressing his increasingly serious condition. They maneuvered him onto the guest room bed, where Sarah immediately took charge, cutting away his blood-soaked shirt to reveal the extent of his injury. Charlotte found herself unable to look away from the wound, a ragged hole just below his ribs, the surrounding skin angry and inflamed. "Bullet still in there," Sarah assessed grimly. "Needs to come out before infection sets in worse than it already has." Miguel placed a supportive hand on Charlotte's shoulder. "Perhaps you should wait outside, Miss Langford. This won't be pleasant." Charlotte shook her head, moving to help Sarah arrange the medical supplies Luis had delivered. "I'm staying," she stated, her tone making clear this wasn't open for discussion. If Sarah found Charlotte's decision surprising, she gave no indication. "Hold his shoulders," she instructed, threading a needle with catgut. "He'll fight us when I start digging, conscious or not." What followed tested Charlotte's resolve more severely than any previous challenge at Copper Creek. Sarah worked with grim efficiency to extract the bullet, her weathered hands steady despite the difficulty of the task. Grayson remained mercifully unconscious through most of the procedure, though occasionally surfacing to awareness with groans that tore at Charlotte's composure more effectively than any verbal accusation could have. "Got it," Sarah announced finally, dropping a misshapen lead slug into a basin with a metallic clink. "Now to clean and close before infection takes stronger hold." By the time Sarah finished stitching the wound and applying a poultice of herbs whose pungent scent filled the small room, Charlotte's arms ached from maintaining pressure on Grayson's shoulders. Her dress was stained with his blood, her hair had escaped its practical knot to hang in disarray around her face, and exhaustion pressed at the edges of her consciousness. "They'll need watching," Sarah said as she wiped her hands on a damp cloth. "Fever's likely to worsen before it breaks. Someone should stay with him." "I'll take first watch," Charlotte volunteered before Miguel could speak. "You both need rest after last night's events." Sarah studied Charlotte's face, her expression suggesting she understood more than Charlotte might wish about the tangled emotions beneath her practical offer. "Call me when the fever rises," she instructed, gathering her supplies. "And Charlotte, whatever he did, whatever lies between you two, remember that men with deep wounds often speak truths when fever breaks down their guards." Left alone with Grayson's unconscious form, Charlotte settled into a chair beside the bed, her emotions a turbulent mixture of anger, concern, confusion, and something deeper she refused to name. The man before her had betrayed her trust completely, working as an agent for those who sought to take everything she had built at Copper Creek. Yet he had also placed himself in danger to protect her, receiving a bullet meant for Charlotte herself. How could she reconcile these contradictions? How could the same man who had reported her vulnerabilities to Edmund and Holloway also maintain secret vigil over her property after being dismissed? As morning stretched toward noon, Grayson's condition deteriorated as Sarah had predicted. Fever claimed him fully, his skin burning beneath Charlotte's touch as she bathed his face and chest with cool cloths. His breathing grew labored, punctuated by murmured fragments that initially made little sense. "The silver, not what they think," he muttered, turning restlessly beneath the light sheet covering him. "Tell her different now." Charlotte continued her ministrations mechanically, trying to maintain emotional distance even as physical proximity made such detachment increasingly difficult. This was the closest she had been to Grayson since their kiss at the Hidden Spring, a memory that still carried the power to disturb her carefully reconstructed composure. As afternoon faded toward evening, Grayson's fever-induced delirium intensified. Charlotte listened with growing unease as scattered phrases began revealing pieces of a story she had never fully understood. "Family gone, everything taken," he murmured, his head turning restlessly on the pillow. "The colonel said, 'Restore the name.'" Sarah relieved Charlotte briefly, insisting she eat something and change her blood-stained dress. When Charlotte returned, freshly attired in a simple cotton dress with her hair neatly rebraided, the housekeeper offered a measured assessment. "Fever's still climbing," she reported. "Night will be the test. If he survives until dawn without the infection reaching his blood, he'll likely recover." "And if the infection spreads?" Charlotte asked, though she already anticipated the answer. Sarah's expression conveyed the gravity of his condition. "Then no amount of watching will change the outcome." Left alone again as night settled over Copper Creek, Charlotte resumed her vigil with renewed attention. Despite everything that had passed between them, despite the betrayal that had shattered her trust, she found herself unwilling to accept Grayson's potential death. The realization disturbed her carefully maintained anger, suggesting her feelings ran deeper than she had been willing to acknowledge even to herself. Grayson's delirium continued as midnight approached, his fragmentary utterances gradually forming a more coherent narrative as Charlotte pieced together repeated references and connected previously obscure allusions. "Not Cole, Harrison," he murmured at one point, the name emerging with particular emphasis. "Family honor, must reclaim." Later, as she pressed a cool cloth to his burning forehead, he grasped her wrist with surprising strength. "Charlotte," he said, his eyes opening but clearly not seeing her, lost instead in some fevered vision. "Meant to tell you, Boston wasn't what you think." "What about Boston?" she asked softly, uncertain whether he could hear or understand her in his delirious state. "Investigated your father. Banking fraud. Not Edmund's target." His words slurred together, the effort of speaking clearly taxing his limited strength. "You were never supposed to be involved." Charlotte remained perfectly still, fear and confusion warring within her as implications began assembling themselves into a coherent picture. "Who are you really, Grayson?" she whispered, though she didn't expect a coherent response. To her surprise, his eyes focused briefly, a moment of clarity breaking through the fever's fog. "Grayson Harrison Cole," he said with unexpected precision. "Colonel's adjutant sent to investigate Langford banking collapse. Blackwell's involvement." His gaze lost focus again, slipping back into delirium. "Never meant to care for you." The final admission hung in the air between them, carrying weight beyond the simple words themselves. Charlotte sat frozen, her hand still captured in his loosening grip as she processed this new information against what she already knew. Through the night, Grayson's condition fluctuated between concerning stability and alarming decline. Charlotte maintained her vigil despite Sarah's offers to relieve her, applying cool compresses when fever spiked and carefully monitoring his breathing when it grew shallow and labored. The scattered admissions continued, gradually revealing a story far different from what Charlotte had assumed. Grayson, or perhaps more accurately Harrison, apparently came from a family destroyed financially during the war. He had served as adjutant to a Colonel Williams, later tasked with investigating banking irregularities that had contributed to multiple family failures. That investigation had somehow led to Arthur Langford and Edmund Blackwell, though the exact connection remained unclear in Grayson's fevered revelations. What became increasingly evident, however, was that Charlotte herself had never been the original target of the investigation. Her arrival at Copper Creek had complicated what was intended to be a straightforward financial inquiry. As false dawn lightened the eastern sky from black to deepest indigo, Grayson's fever finally broke. The transition was subtle, a gradual easing of the restless movements, a cooling of his skin beneath Charlotte's touch, a deepening of his breathing into the regular rhythm of natural sleep rather than fever-induced unconsciousness. Charlotte sagged in her chair, exhaustion claiming her as the immediate crisis passed. She had not slept in more than 24 hours, the combined strain of the Rustler confrontation and Grayson's precarious condition draining her last reserves of energy. Yet beneath the exhaustion lay something else, a conflicted relief that demanded further examination when she had the strength for such emotional accounting. Sarah found her there as true dawn broke, Charlotte's head pillowed on her arms at the edge of Grayson's bed, one hand still resting protectively above his bandaged wound. The housekeeper's expression softened at the tableau, though she made no comment as she gently woke Charlotte. "The fever's broken," Sarah confirmed after a brief examination. "He'll need time to recover strength, but the immediate danger has passed." Charlotte nodded, too tired for proper response. She rose stiffly from the chair, muscles protesting the night's immobility after the previous day's exertions. "You should rest," Sarah advised, guiding her toward the door. "I'll watch him now." Charlotte paused at the threshold, looking back at Grayson's sleeping form. In repose, with fever's flush fading from his features, he appeared both familiar and strangely altered. The man she had come to know at Copper Creek, yet somehow fundamentally different from what she had believed him to be. "He said things during the night," she told Sarah quietly, "about his past, about why he came here, about connections between my father and Edmund Blackwell that I never suspected." Sarah nodded, unsurprised. Fever strips away pretense. Men speak truths they'd guard carefully otherwise. "I don't know what to believe anymore," Charlotte admitted, the confession emerging despite her usual reserve. "Everything I thought I understood about him, about my father, about why I was sent here, it's all shifting beneath me." The housekeeper's weathered hand squeezed Charlotte's shoulder with gentle understanding. "Truth is rarely simple, especially when powerful men and money are involved. But one thing I've learned in my years, when a man takes a bullet protecting someone, his actions speak more honestly than any fevered words could." Charlotte carried that observation with her as she finally sought her own bed, too exhausted to process its implications fully. Whatever revelations awaited when Grayson regained consciousness, whatever explanations might clarify the contradictions between his original deception and his subsequent protection, one reality remained undeniable. He had placed himself between Charlotte and danger without hesitation, regardless of cost to himself. That truth would not erase his betrayal or magically restore broken trust. But as Charlotte surrendered to overwhelming exhaustion, she acknowledged that it did demand reconsideration of everything she had believed about Grayson Cole and his place in the complex battle for Copper Creek's future. Chapter 11. Sunlight streamed through the partially opened curtains, painting golden stripes across the worn floorboards of the spare bedroom. Grayson blinked against the brightness, disorientation giving way gradually to recognition as his surroundings came into focus. The familiar ceiling beams of Copper Creek's ranch house, the faint scent of Sarah's herbal poultices, and the unmistakable ache of a healing bullet wound confirmed he wasn't dreaming. He turned his head slightly, wincing at the effort, and found himself looking at Charlotte. She was asleep in a straight-backed chair beside his bed, her posture suggesting she hadn't intended to doze off. Her head rested at an awkward angle against the chair's wooden frame, a ledger book open on her lap, as if she'd been working while watching over him. Dark circles shadowed her eyes, and her usually neat braid had loosened, allowing tendrils of auburn hair to frame her face. Grayson remained perfectly still, unwilling to disturb her rest, yet unable to look away. The sight of Charlotte Langford, composed, determined, Charlotte surrendering to exhaustion while maintaining watch over the man who had betrayed her trust, struck him with unexpected force. Whatever her reasons for allowing him to return to Copper Creek, they had cost her dearly in terms of rest and peace of mind. As if sensing his gaze, Charlotte stirred, her eyes opening directly into his. For one unguarded moment, relief flickered across her features before being carefully masked behind the neutral expression she had maintained throughout his feverish recovery. "You're awake," she observed, straightening in her chair and closing the ledger with deliberate calm. "How are you feeling?" "Like I've been kicked by a particularly ill-tempered mule," Grayson replied honestly, his voice rough from disuse, "but considerably better than I expected given the circumstances." Charlotte nodded, her eyes assessing him with clinical detachment. "Sarah said the bullet missed anything vital. You lost blood and infection set in, but the fever broke 2 nights ago." 2 nights? Grayson attempted to push himself into a sitting position, abandoning the effort when pain sliced through his left side. "How long have I been here?" 4 days, Charlotte replied, setting her ledger aside and rising from the chair. "You were delirious for most of it. Sarah wasn't certain you'd survive the first night." The neutral tone couldn't quite conceal what those 4 days must have entailed. Constant care, sleepless vigilance, and difficult decisions about allowing his presence at Copper Creek after everything that had transpired between them. "Thank you," he said simply, the words inadequate for what he truly wished to express. For everything. Before Charlotte could respond, the door swung open as Sarah entered, carrying a tray laden with a steaming bowl and several small bottles. The housekeeper assessed the scene with one shrewd glance, noting Charlotte's carefully maintained distance and Grayson's conscious state. "About time you rejoined the living," she announced briskly, setting the tray on the bedside table. "Bullet wounds heal, but only if the patient has sense enough to rest properly afterward." Her no-nonsense manner provided welcome relief from the tension crackling between Charlotte and Grayson. Sarah proceeded to help him into a semi-reclined position, propped against pillows that allowed him to take the broth she had brought without choking. "Miss Langford has barely left this room for 4 days," Sarah informed him, ignoring Charlotte's quick look of protest. "Changed your bandages, kept the fever down, even managed ranch business from that uncomfortable chair while you were thrashing about with delirium." "Sarah," Charlotte interrupted, discomfort evident in her tone, "Mr. Cole doesn't need a detailed account of his care." The housekeeper snorted softly. "Man ought to know who to thank for his life," she countered, measuring a dose of dark liquid from one of the bottles. "Especially when that person had every reason to let him bleed out in the dirt instead." Grayson's gaze returned to Charlotte, who stood near the window now, arms crossed protectively across her midsection. "I owe you a debt I can't repay," he acknowledged quietly. Charlotte's chin lifted slightly, her composure firmly in place despite Sarah's revelations about her constant attendance. "Or even now," she replied. "You took a bullet during the wrestler attack that was likely meant for me. That balances whatever obligation I might have felt to provide medical care." The careful accounting, attributing her actions to reciprocal duty rather than personal concern, told Grayson everything he needed to know about where they stood. Charlotte had saved his life out of humanity and principle, not forgiveness or lingering affection. The realization stung more than it should have, given all he had done to destroy her trust. Sarah seemed about to comment further, but apparently thought better of it after glancing between them. "Drink this," she directed instead, handing Grayson a small cup containing her measured dose. "For pain and continued fever prevention. Tastes foul, but works better than anything those fancy Boston doctors prescribe." Grayson obeyed without comment, swallowing the bitter concoction and suppressing a grimace at its taste. Sarah nodded approvingly before turning her attention to Charlotte. "You need proper rest," she stated in a tone that brooked no argument. "Miguel can check on our patient for the next few hours while you sleep in an actual bed rather than that torture device you call a chair." Charlotte looked as if she might protest, then nodded with apparent relief at the offered escape. "I'll be in my office if anything changes," she said, moving toward the door. At the threshold she paused, looking back at Grayson with an expression he couldn't quite interpret. "I'm glad you're recovering," she added, the words formal but not entirely without feeling. Before Grayson could respond, she was gone, leaving him with Sarah's watchful presence and a profound sense of all that remained unspoken between them. "She's confused," Sarah commented as she efficiently changed his bandages, her gentle hands belying her brisk tone. "Angry, too, and hurt, but mostly confused. 4 days listening to your fever talk didn't provide the clear answers she needs." Grayson winced as she applied fresh salve to his wound. "What exactly did I say during the fever?" Sarah's expression suggested she might not answer, then relented. "Enough for her to know there is more to your story than she first believed. Not enough to make sense of why you did what you did." She secured the fresh bandage with practiced efficiency. "That part will need to come from you once you've strength enough for proper conversation." Grayson nodded, accepting both her medical assessment and the implicit challenge in her words. Charlotte deserved the complete truth, not fever-induced fragments or carefully edited explanations, but the full, unvarnished story of who he was and how he had come to Copper Creek. Whether that truth would heal the breach between them or widen it permanently remained to be seen. But after 4 days of Charlotte maintaining vigil beside a man she had every reason to despise, he owed her nothing less than absolute honesty, whatever the personal cost might be. 3 days later, Grayson stood beside his bed, testing his balance with deliberate care. The bullet wound still ached fiercely when he moved, but inactivity had become its own form of torment. Four walls and a ceiling, no matter how well-intentioned the care provided within them, felt increasingly confining to a man accustomed to open spaces and physical exertion. A soft knock interrupted his cautious movements. The door opened to reveal Charlotte, her expression revealing momentary surprise at finding him standing. "Sarah won't approve of this exercise," she observed, though without immediate insistence that he return to bed. "Sarah has been an exemplary nurse," Grayson replied, "but I'm not suited to complete inactivity. Figured I'd see if my legs still functioned properly." Charlotte studied him for a moment, her practical assessment noting his improved color and steadier posture, despite obvious weakness. "Perhaps some fresh air would help your recovery," she suggested. "The porch gets afternoon shade this time of day." The offer caught Grayson off guard. The first voluntary extension of assistance beyond necessary medical care since his return to consciousness. "That would be welcome," he acknowledged, careful not to overplay his response. Charlotte nodded, moving forward to offer her arm with impersonal efficiency. "Lean on me if needed," she instructed. "No sense undoing a week's healing through misplaced pride." The simple contact as he accepted her support sent an unexpected current through Grayson, despite their circumstances. Charlotte remained carefully expressionless as she helped him navigate the hallway, her movements deliberate and controlled, like everything about her interactions with him since his awakening. Sunshine and fresh air struck Grayson with almost physical impact as they stepped onto the porch. After a week confined indoors, the familiar sense of dust, sage, and sun-warmed wood represented a freedom he had feared might be permanently lost during those feverish nights when death had seemed a likely outcome. Charlotte guided him to a sturdy rocking chair, maintaining physical contact only as long as strictly necessary before releasing his arm and stepping back to a more comfortable distance. She hesitated, apparently uncertain whether proper courtesy required her to remain or allowed her to retreat to the safer territory of ranch business. "Stay," Grayson said quietly, able to read her indecision after months of learning her expressions. "Please, if you have time." Charlotte glanced toward the barn, where Miguel and the ranch hands were visible, preparing for afternoon work. The activity offered a plausible excuse for departure, yet after a moment's consideration, she settled into a second chair, maintaining careful space between them. They sat in silence for several minutes, both ostensibly watching the ranch yard's familiar routines, while acutely aware of each other's presence. The afternoon hummed with ordinary sounds: horses nickering in the corral, chickens scratching in the dust, the rhythmic clang of Luis Martinez repairing tack at the barn entrance. "Copper Creek looks good," Grayson observed finally. "Better than when I left." Charlotte nodded, accepting the objective assessment without particular pride or comment. "The spring water has made a significant difference. Once we repaired the sabotaged pipeline, we were able to irrigate the south pasture properly." "Holloway's men?" Grayson asked, though the answer seemed obvious. "Most likely," Charlotte confirmed, though we never found definitive proof. The fence cutting and rustling attempt carried clearer signatures. Another silence fell, more charged than the first. Grayson understood she was waiting for him to address the substantial matters between them: his deception, his departure, and now his unexpected return and injury. The time for partial truths and strategic omissions had ended the moment he had taken a bullet defending her property. "No more half-truths, Charlotte," he said finally, the decision crystallizing with sudden clarity. "You deserve the whole story, all of it, from the beginning." Charlotte's expression remained carefully neutral, though something flickered in her eyes. Wariness, perhaps, or simply the natural caution of someone who had been lied to before. "I've had quite enough stories from you, Mr. Cole," she replied, deliberate formality reinforcing the distance between them. "Why should I believe anything you say now? The question was fair, painfully fair, and deserved direct acknowledgement." "You shouldn't," Grayson admitted. "I've given you no reason to trust my word, but after a week of your care, despite everything that happened between us, the least I owe you is honesty." Charlotte studied him for a long moment, weighing his sincerity against her experience of betrayal. Finally, she nodded once. Not acceptance necessarily, but willingness to listen. "Very well. Start with your name. During the fever, you mentioned Harrison. Is Cole merely an alias?" The directness of her question confirmed Sarah's comment about his fever-induced revelations. Still, beginning with his true identity felt appropriate after so many layers of deception. My full name is Grayson Harrison Cole, he explained. Cole is my actual surname. Harrison was my mother's family name, once prominent in eastern Tennessee before the war changed everything. Charlotte's expression suggested she was comparing this information against what she had gathered from his delirious mutterings. And your connection to my father and Edmund Blackwell, was that part fabricated as well? The connection is real, Grayson confirmed, though not as simple as you were led to believe. He shifted slightly, wincing as the movement pulled at his healing wound. The complete story isn't brief, Charlotte. Are you certain you want to hear it now? Something in his tone must have conveyed the seriousness of what he offered, for Charlotte's expression softened fractionally. I've waited this long for the truth, she said. I suppose I can listen while you explain yourself. Grayson nodded, gaze shifting to the distant mountains as he gathered thoughts and memories long compartmentalized for survival's sake. When he finally spoke, his voice carried the weight of years spent avoiding precisely this kind of naked honesty. I was born and raised on a prosperous farm in eastern Tennessee, he began. Not a large plantation like those further south, but substantial. Good bottomland along the river, decent timber stands, healthy livestock. My father worked that land his entire life, as his father had before him. Charlotte remained silent, her expression unreadable as she allowed him the space to continue his account without interruption. When the war came, Tennessee divided much like the nation itself. My father opposed secession initially, believed the Union should be preserved if possible, but when federal troops moved through our county, requisitioning crops without proper payment and treating locals with suspicion, his position shifted. Grayson's jaw tightened at memories still raw despite the passage of years. I enlisted in '62, believing like many others that the conflict would resolve within months. My father continued working the farm with hired help, producing food desperately needed by both armies crisscrossing our state. The familiar activities of the ranch yard continued around them. Luis finishing his tack repairs, Tomas leading 2 horses toward the corral, Sarah hanging laundry on the line behind the house. Their ordinary routines formed a stark contrast to the painful history Grayson recounted. By '63, both armies had stripped the region of almost everything useful, he continued. Crops confiscated, livestock taken for military use, forests cut for firewood and fortifications. What they didn't take, they often destroyed to prevent the enemy from using it. Charlotte's expression had softened further, the universal tragedy of war temporarily superseding personal grievances. Your family's farm was lost during this time? She asked when Grayson paused. Not immediately, he clarified. My father managed to maintain operations despite incredible difficulties. He secured loans against future harvests when currency became nearly worthless, negotiated with both Union and Confederate quartermasters to preserve enough seed stock and breeding animals to continue essential production. Grayson's hand moved unconsciously to his wounded side, the physical pain a counterpoint to the older, deeper ache of these memories. I was at Vicksburg when my mother died. Pneumonia after weeks of inadequate food and medicine. News reached me months later, along with my father's assurance that he was managing despite everything. The shadows had lengthened across the porch as Grayson spoke, afternoon giving way to early evening. Charlotte remained silent, allowing him to continue at his own pace, despite the growing emotional weight of his narrative. When the war ended, I returned home to find my father had died just weeks earlier, heart failure brought on by years of strain and deprivation. The farm was in shambles, most fields untended, buildings damaged or destroyed. Grayson's voice remained steady through long practice at containing these particular memories. But the land itself remained. I believed I could rebuild given time and determination. He met Charlotte's gaze directly for the first time since beginning his account. That's when I discovered the banks had other plans. 3 different financial institutions held notes against the property loans my father had taken to keep operations going during the worst years. With his death, they demanded immediate payment in full. Understanding dawned in Charlotte's expression. They foreclosed, she said quietly. Grayson nodded, the old bitterness rising despite years of attempted burial. They gave me 30 days to produce payment in hard currency, an impossible task in a region where Confederate money was worthless and Union dollars nearly non-existent. When I couldn't pay, they seized everything: land, remaining livestock, farm equipment. even the family cemetery where generations of Coles rested. The stark injustice in his account hung between them in the lengthening shadows. Charlotte's composure had given way to genuine empathy, despite her lingering wariness. "What did you do?" she asked. "The only thing I could," Grayson replied. "I left Tennessee with nothing but my horse, my weapons, and a growing certainty that banks and the men who ran them represented a particular kind of evil disguised as legitimate business." His gaze returned to the distant mountains, their peaks now gilded with sunset's golden light. "That's where my story truly begins, Charlotte. Everything that led me to Copper Creek started with those banks foreclosing on land my family had worked for generations." Twilight settled over Copper Creek, transforming the landscape into shadowed contours, punctuated by the golden glow from ranch house windows. Sarah had brought a tray with coffee and cornbread, lighting the porch lantern before retreating with obvious reluctance, her protective instincts toward Charlotte evident in her lingering glance. Now the empty cup sat between them, evidence of how long Grayson's narrative had continued. "Hatter, Tennessee, I drifted westward," he explained, accepting the blanket Charlotte offered against the evening chill with a nod of thanks. "Took whatever work appeared: cattle drives, ranch hand, occasional scouting for the army when they needed someone who could read terrain and track effectively." Charlotte had maintained attentive silence throughout his account, her earlier wariness gradually yielding to absorbed interest. "And your connection to Colonel Williams?" she asked. "You mentioned him during your fever." "That came later," Grayson confirmed. "I was working as a trail guide in Colorado when our party was attacked by Arapaho warriors. Among the travelers was Colonel James Williams, retired from active service but still connected to Army intelligence operations." He shifted position carefully, the healing wound reminding him of its presence with each movement. "We survived the attack, largely through luck and desperate measures. Afterward, the colonel took an interest in my background, military experience, knowledge of the territory, facility with languages." "Languages?" Charlotte interrupted with genuine surprise. "You speak multiple languages?" Grayson nodded, a ghost of a smile touching his lips at her obvious disbelief. "Spanish fluently, passable Navajo and Apache, enough French to negotiate with trappers. Necessary skills for survival in the territories, especially when scouting." Charlotte absorbed this revelation, another piece of the enigmatic man she had thought she knew during their months working together. "Continue," she said, gesturing for him to proceed with his account. "Williams offered me a position," Grayson explained. "Not formal military service, but contract work, investigating matters requiring discretion and specialized knowledge. The arrangement suited me: better pay than ranch work, independence in how I conducted inquiries, occasional opportunity to address injustices similar to what had destroyed my family." Understanding dawned in Charlotte's expression. "That's why Edmund approached you. Your investigative experience?" "Partly," Grayson acknowledged, though our initial meeting was more coincidence than calculation on his part. The lantern light caught the puzzlement in Charlotte's eyes. "Explain," she requested simply. "I was in Denver 3 years ago, between assignments for the colonel. A banking consortium was foreclosing on several ranches in the area, a pattern similar to what had happened in Tennessee after the war." Grayson's expression hardened at the memory. "I was researching connections between Eastern financial institutions and these territorial operations." He paused, gathering thoughts for this crucial portion of his explanation. "I encountered Edmund Blackwell in the hotel dining room. Purely chance, though he claimed later it was fortunate timing. He recognized me from William's social circle in Washington, though we'd never been formally introduced." Charlotte leaned forward slightly, attention focused completely on his account, previous wariness temporarily forgotten in her desire to understand. "And he approached you with a proposition?" "Not immediately," Grayson clarified. "He invited me to join his table, engaged in seemingly casual conversation about territorial development, gradually steered discussion toward Arizona properties specifically. Only later that evening, over brandy in the hotel lounge, did he mention Copper Creek and his interest in Langford Holdings. The names, familiar yet suddenly recontextualized, brought back Charlotte's cautious expression. "What exactly did he propose?" Grayson met her gaze directly, understanding that this moment required absolute honesty, regardless of how it might affect her perception of him. Initially, simple information gathering. He explained that Arthur Langford faced financial difficulties in Boston but stubbornly refused to sell valuable property in Arizona territory that could resolve his situation. A muscle tightened in Charlotte's jaw at the mention of her father's financial dealings. "And Edmund persuaded you to help pressure my father through me," she concluded, connecting the established facts with his new narrative. "Not precisely," Grayson corrected. Edmund's initial approach centered on the property itself, gathering information about its condition, potential value, and vulnerabilities. Your involvement wasn't mentioned until months later, when your father's financial position deteriorated further and you inherited Copper Creek directly. The distinction seemed to catch Charlotte off guard. "Are you suggesting Edmund recruited you before I even knew the ranch existed?" Grayson nodded, knowing how this timeline contradicted her understanding of events. "Nearly a year before you arrived. I'd been observing the property intermittently, primarily focused on water rights and mineral potential rather than the ranching operation itself." Charlotte rose abruptly, moving to the porch railing where she stood with her back to him, absorbing this revelation. "You're claiming your arrangement with Edmund predated my inheritance?" she said finally, her voice tight with controlled emotion. "That I wasn't originally part of whatever scheme they were implementing." "You were never supposed to come to Copper Creek at all," Grayson confirmed, understanding how this fundamental revision to her narrative might unsettle her more deeply than expected. "The original plan involved your father selling directly to Edmund's consortium once financial pressure reached a critical point. Your decision to claim your inheritance and move here complicated their strategy significantly." Charlotte remained facing away from him, her shoulders rigid beneath her simple dress. When she finally turned back, her expression combined dawning realization with renewed suspicion. "That's why Edmund arranged to have you assigned as my rescuer during the stagecoach robbery. You were already familiar with the property and the region." The pieces were connecting rapidly in her quick mind, forcing Grayson to acknowledge the calculation behind their initial meeting. The robbery itself wasn't planned, that danger was genuine, but Edmund made certain I was nearby when your stage departed Silver Springs, with instructions to use the opportunity to establish connection. A connection designed to undermine my confidence and encourage my return to Boston, Charlotte added, the bitter edge returning to her voice. "Which you implemented quite effectively during my early weeks here." Grayson didn't attempt to deny or minimize this truth. "Yes," he acknowledged simply. "I deliberately created or exacerbated difficulties that would convince you ranch management exceeded your capabilities. Broken fences, equipment malfunctions, cattle wandering where they shouldn't, small setbacks that accumulated toward inevitable failure. The harsh assessment of his own actions hung between them in the gathering darkness." Charlotte's expression reflected the betrayal he had already acknowledged, yet something else lurked beneath the surface. A question still unanswered. "What changed?" she asked finally, returning to her chair, though maintaining maximum distance within the small porch. "If your arrangement with Edmund was so long-standing and financially beneficial, why did you gradually shift from sabotaging my efforts to supporting them?" The question cut to the heart of everything that had developed between them at Copper Creek. Grayson considered his response carefully, understanding that absolute honesty required vulnerability he had rarely permitted himself since Tennessee. "You did," he said simply. "You changed everything." Charlotte's skeptical expression suggested this answer seemed too convenient, too aligned with what a woman might wish to hear rather than representing genuine truth. "I arrived at Copper Creek with preconceptions about Eastern wealth," Grayson continued, refusing to retreat from the difficult honesty this moment required. "To me, the Langfords represented everything I despised about privileged Easterners who profited from others' hardship without understanding the human cost of their financial manipulations." He gestured toward the ranch that spread around them, visible now only as darker shadows against the night sky. Helping Edmund acquire this property seemed justified, merely redirecting assets from one wealthy Easterner to another with the benefit that I might personally profit from the transfer. "How mercenary," Charlotte observed, though without the cutting edge she might have employed. "Practical," Grayson corrected without defensiveness. "Or so I believed at the time." "And now?" Charlotte pressed, her gaze steady in the lantern light. Grayson met her eyes directly, understanding the question encompassed far more than his current assessment of past decisions. Now, I recognize how profoundly I misjudged both the situation and you personally. He leaned forward slightly, his expression reflecting the earnestness of his explanation, despite Charlotte's continued wariness. I expected a pampered Boston socialite playing at ranch management until the first hardship sent her fleeing back to civilization. What I found instead was a woman of genuine determination and intelligence, willing to learn everything necessary to succeed, despite formidable obstacles. Including obstacles you deliberately created, Charlotte reminded him, though the observation carried less heat than it might have previously. Especially those, Grayson acknowledged. Your persistence, despite setbacks that would have defeated most experienced ranchers, forced me to reconsider everything I believed about you and your purpose here. The admission hung between them, genuine despite its delayed delivery. Charlotte's expression suggested she was weighing his sincerity against her experience of betrayal, measuring this new narrative against the evidence of his actions over their months together. When exactly did your loyalties shift? She asked finally. When did reports to Edmund stop or change in substance? They began changing after the first month, Grayson replied without hesitation. Initially subtle adjustments, emphasizing difficulties while omitting your effective responses, suggesting temporary setbacks rather than fundamental failure. Charlotte's eyebrows rose slightly at this acknowledgement. And complete cessation? After the Founders' Day dance, he admitted. Watching you navigate Holloway's manipulations, build community alliances, and establish yourself as a legitimate force in territorial affairs made continued deception impossible to justify, to Edmund or myself. The night had deepened around them as Grayson's account continued, stars emerging in brilliant profusion across the velvet sky. From the bunkhouse, faint sounds of an accordion suggested the ranch hands were enjoying well-earned relaxation after their day's work. Your fever talk mentioned something about my father, Charlotte said after a prolonged silence. Something about banking fraud and investigations. That part remains unclear. Grayson nodded, recognizing this aspect required particular clarity, given her relationship with Arthur Langford. Colonel Williams assigned me to investigate certain banking irregularities that cross territorial boundaries. A pattern of foreclosures and property seizures that suggested coordinated manipulation rather than independent business decisions. Like what happened to your family farm, Charlotte noted, making the connection immediately. Precisely, Grayson confirmed. The investigation led to several financial institutions with interconnected directorships, including both Blackwell Banking and your father's investment firm. Edmund's partnership with Holloway represented an extension of those Eastern connections into territorial development. Charlotte absorbed this information with remarkable composure, though Grayson recognized the emotional complexity it must present. Learning her father might be implicated in precisely the kind of financial manipulation that had destroyed Grayson's family heritage. And the silver deposits, she asked, her practical nature asserting itself even amid these personal revelations. Were they always central to Edmund and Holloway's interest in Copper Creek? From the beginning, Grayson confirmed. Your grandfather's original surveys identified substantial veins that remain largely untapped. Your mother apparently chose not to develop them for environmental reasons, but their potential value has only increased with recent silver discoveries throughout the region. Charlotte nodded, this confirmation aligning with her own discoveries in Elizabeth Langford's journals. One final question, Mr. Cole, she said, deliberate formality suggesting she remained guarded despite the extensive explanations. Why did you continue watching over Copper Creek after I ordered you to leave? You had no obligation to protect property you had been hired to help appropriate. The question struck at the heart of everything Grayson had carefully avoided addressing directly, despite the comprehensive honesty of his account. He considered evading even now, offering practical justifications about completing investigations or monitoring Holloway's activities. Instead, looking at Charlotte's face in the gentle lamplight, her expression a complex mixture of wariness, curiosity, and something deeper he didn't dare name, Grayson chose the simple truth he had avoided acknowledging even to himself until bullets and fever had stripped away pretense. Because I couldn't leave you unprotected. he admitted quietly. Whatever began as assignment or obligation had become something entirely different by the time I left Copper Creek. Riding away was necessary given what you'd discovered, but staying completely away proved impossible. The unspoken emotional content behind this admission hung between them in the night air. Charlotte's expression revealed she understood precisely what he hadn't explicitly stated, her own response carefully contained behind the protective barriers his betrayal had necessitated. "It's late," she said finally, rising from her chair with deliberate composure. "You should rest. Your wound still requires careful attention despite today's exertions." Grayson nodded, accepting this retreat to practical concerns as appropriate given all he had revealed. "Thank you for listening," he said simply. "Whatever you decide about my continued presence at Copper Creek, you deserved the complete truth." Charlotte paused at the doorway, her expression softening fractionally in the lamplight. "Truth is rare enough to merit acknowledgement," she replied. "I appreciate your honesty, however belatedly it arrived." The qualified acceptance represented more than Grayson had reasonably expected after everything that had transpired between them. As Charlotte disappeared into the ranch house, leaving him alone with the night sounds and star-filled sky, he recognized that whatever might develop from this point forward would be built on authentic understanding, rather than strategic calculation or convenient deception. Whether that foundation could support renewed trust, let alone the deeper connection that had begun developing before Edmund's revelations shattered their relationship, remained uncertain. But for the first time since leaving Tennessee with nothing but bitter determination and a hunger for justice, Grayson Harrison Cole had offered someone his complete, unguarded truth. That vulnerability represented its own kind of freedom, regardless of its ultimate consequences for his relationship with Charlotte Langford and his future at Copper Creek Ranch. The western sky blazed with spectacular hues as sunset transformed scattered clouds into islands of crimson and gold. Charlotte sat on the porch steps, her practical work skirt spread around her, with uncharacteristic disregard for propriety or dust. A day spent reviewing ranch accounts and corresponding with merchants had left her craving open air and the simplicity of watching day surrender to evening. She hadn't expected Grayson to join her. His recovery had progressed steadily in the weeks since their lengthy conversation, but he typically maintained careful distance, respecting the unspoken boundaries her cautious response to his revelations had established. Yet, as the sunset reached its most vibrant display, his tall figure appeared in the doorway behind her. "May I?" he asked quietly, gesturing toward the space beside her on the wide porch steps. Charlotte hesitated only briefly before nodding. "The evening's too beautiful to experience alone," she acknowledged, though the admission of enjoying his company remained carefully unstated. Grayson settled beside her, maintaining a respectful distance while positioning himself to share her view of the spectacular sunset. His movements were less stiff than they had been days earlier, though he still favored his left side where the bullet wound continued healing. "Reminds me of sunsets in the Grand Canyon," he observed after several minutes of companionable silence. "Same colors, though nothing matches the canyon's scale." Charlotte glanced at him with genuine curiosity. "You've been to the Grand Canyon?" "I've only seen illustrations in geographical journals." Grayson nodded, the sunset's golden light catching the planes of his face as he gazed westward. "Spent nearly a month exploring its northern rim 3 years ago. Most magnificent sight I've ever encountered. Makes a man feel simultaneously insignificant and connected to something immense." "What took you there?" Charlotte asked, the personal question emerging more naturally than she might have expected given their still cautious interactions. A curious expression crossed Grayson's face, something between amusement and self-deprecation. "Would you believe I was searching for lost Spanish gold?" Charlotte's eyebrows rose slightly. "Treasure hunting seems rather fanciful for someone of your practical nature." "I prefer historical investigation," Grayson replied with the ghost of a smile, though the distinction might seem academic to outside observers. His unexpected openness about what appeared to be a personal passion rather than professional assignment caught Charlotte's interest. "Tell me more," she invited, the sunset momentarily forgotten as she studied his expression. Grayson seemed to debate internally before continuing, perhaps weighing how much of himself to reveal beyond the necessary truths he had already shared. After losing our family land, he began finally, I became somewhat fixated on finding means to restore what had been taken. Not merely financial compensation, but something that might reestablish a heritage destroyed by others' greed. The vulnerability in this admission touched Charlotte unexpectedly. This aspect of Grayson's motivation, deeply personal rather than merely pragmatic, added dimension to her understanding of his character. Throughout the Southwest, he continued, stories persist about Spanish missionaries who hid substantial treasures during periods of unrest, gold and silver accumulated from church donations and mining operations, concealed to prevent seizure during Apache uprisings or territorial conflicts. Charlotte found herself drawn into the narrative despite her lingering wariness. And you believed these stories held truth? Not initially, Grayson admitted. I dismissed them as campfire tales until encountering a retired cavalry officer in Santa Fe who had documented evidence, fragments of maps, coded journal entries, even church records acknowledging resources secured against native hostilities that were never officially recovered. The sunset had given way to deeper twilight as Grayson spoke, painting the landscape in muted purples and indigos. Charlotte listened with growing fascination as he described years spent following fragmentary clues throughout Arizona, New Mexico, and southern Colorado, historical research interspersed with practical investigations of abandoned mission sites and natural landmarks mentioned in cryptic Spanish documents. The search led me eventually to this region, Grayson explained. Local legends referenced a Franciscan mission that had operated briefly near what is now Silver Springs before being abandoned during the Apache conflicts of the 1780s. When Colonel Williams mentioned Arthur Langford's property holdings in the area, the name Copper Creek caught my attention immediately. Charlotte straightened slightly, making connections she hadn't previously considered. Because of the Spanish naming convention, agua de cobre, water of copper. Grayson nodded, appreciation for her quick understanding evident in his expression. Precisely. Spanish documents referenced El Arroyo de Cobre donde agua escondida fluye, the copper creek where hidden water flows. The phrase matched too perfectly with your property's name and location to be coincidental. So Edmund's request to investigate Copper Creek aligned with your personal search, Charlotte concluded, adding this new layer to her understanding of Grayson's complicated motives, an unexpected convergence of interests, he acknowledged. Though I never shared my historical investigations with Edmund, his concern was strictly financial. Property values, water rights, mineral deposits that could be verified through standard geological assessment. Charlotte absorbed this information, reconciling it with what she had learned from her mother's journals and her own experiences at the ranch. Did you find evidence of this hidden treasure during your time here? She asked finally. Something shifted in Grayson's expression, a subtle change that suggested the conversation had reached a particularly meaningful juncture. I found something far more valuable, he said quietly, though not in the form I had anticipated. His gaze met hers directly, the fading light unable to disguise the sincerity in his blue eyes. The irony isn't lost on me, Charlotte. Years searching for legendary Spanish gold led me to Copper Creek, where I found something of genuine value that had nothing to do with hidden treasure. The implication hung between them in the gathering dusk, neither subtle enough to ignore nor explicit enough to demand immediate acknowledgement. Charlotte felt warmth rise in her cheeks despite her determination to maintain emotional distance. When did you stop working for Edmund? She asked, the question emerging with unexpected directness, the one point his previous explanations had left imprecisely defined. Grayson held her gaze steadily, understanding the significance of both question and answer. After the Founders' Day dance, he replied without hesitation. More specifically, when I danced with you. The simple declaration contained no elaborate justification or strategic calculation, just straightforward acknowledgement of a turning point. Charlotte remembered with equal clarity. That waltz had shifted something fundamental between them, creating connection neither had anticipated nor sought. Why then, she pressed, needing to understand precisely what had changed in that moment. Grayson seemed to choose his words with particular care. Because holding you while we danced made everything absolutely clear. Whatever assignment or arrangement had brought me to Copper Creek no longer mattered compared to what had developed between us. The candid admission hung in the twilight air, offering emotional truth beyond the factual explanations of previous conversations. Charlotte found herself without immediate response, caught between lingering caution and the undeniable impact of his words. "I don't expect you to forgive the deception," Grayson added quietly when she remained silent. "Only to understand that whatever began as calculation had transformed into something genuine long before Edmund's arrival forced everything into the open." Charlotte studied his face in the fading light, searching for any hint of continued manipulation or strategic presentation. Instead, she found only the openness that had characterized his revelation since regaining consciousness, the barriers of self-protection lowered despite vulnerability this honesty created. "I believe you," she said finally, the simple acknowledgement representing a significant shift from her previous wariness. "Though trust once broken remains difficult to restore completely." Grayson nodded, accepting this measured response without protest. "Understandable," he agreed. "Trust requires demonstration through actions, not merely explanations after the fact." The conversation's tone had shifted from historical narrative to something more personally significant. Charlotte found herself at the edge of emotional territory she had carefully avoided since discovering Grayson's original deception. Retreating to practical matters offered safer ground while she processed his revelations. "We should go inside," she suggested, rising from the porch steps as true darkness settled around them. "Sarah will have dinner ready soon." Grayson stood with careful movements that respected his healing wound, maintaining the respectful distance that had characterized their interactions since his recovery began. Yet something had undeniably changed during their sunset conversation. A tentative thawing in Charlotte's carefully maintained reserve, a willingness to consider that genuine feelings might have developed despite deceptive beginnings. As they entered the ranch house, Charlotte glanced back at the darkening landscape where they had shared both sunset and significant truths. The beauty that had initially drawn her outside had been eclipsed by a different kind of illumination. The growing clarity about a man whose complicated motives and actions defied simple categorization as either ally or adversary. Whatever developed from this point forward would be based on clearer understanding of both past events and present intentions. Whether that foundation could support something beyond cautious cooperation remained uncertain, but for the first time since discovering his betrayal, Charlotte found herself willing to consider possibilities beyond permanent distrust. Morning sunlight streamed through the ranch office windows as Charlotte spread her mother's journal and associated papers across the desk. She had spent hours after the previous evening's conversation reviewing Elizabeth Langford's cryptic notations with new perspective, seeing potential connections she had previously overlooked. A knock at the open door drew her attention. Grayson stood at the threshold, hesitation evident in his posture despite his otherwise steady recovery. "Miguel mentioned you wanted to see me," he said, remaining carefully outside the office that had once been his daily workplace. Charlotte nodded, gesturing toward the chair opposite her desk. "Please, come in. I have something I'd like your opinion on." Grayson entered, his movements revealing lingering stiffness from his healing wound, though he no longer required assistance to walk. He settled into the indicated chair, his expression revealing curiosity, tinged with caution, clearly uncertain about this unexpected summons. "You mentioned Spanish missionaries and coded messages yesterday," Charlotte began without preamble. "I believe my mother's journal contains exactly that type of hidden information." She turned the leather-bound volume toward him, open to pages where faint brownish writing had appeared when exposed to heat. "These sections were invisible until I held them near a lamp flame, following advice you provided while delirious with fever." Grayson leaned forward with evident interest, his experience with historical documents immediately apparent in how he examined the pages without touching their delicate surface. "Lemon juice or milk," he observed, confirming his earlier feverish guidance. "Standard practice for confidential communications during the war, but the technique dates back centuries." "You've seen similar journals before?" Charlotte asked, watching his expression as he studied the revealed writing. Grayson nodded, a spark of genuine excitement animating his features. Several times during my historical research, Spanish missionaries frequently documented important information in coded form, particularly details about mineral deposits or water sources that might attract unwanted attention if discovered by hostile parties. His familiarity with such documents confirmed what Charlotte had begun to suspect during their sunset conversation. "Then perhaps you can help me understand sections I haven't been able to decipher," she suggested, turning to specific pages that had proven particularly cryptic. "May I?" Grayson asked, gesturing toward the journal with appropriate respect for both its personal significance and historical value. Charlotte hesitated briefly before nodding, the small act of trust representing more significant progress than mere practicality might suggest. She moved around the desk, bringing an additional chair to position beside his rather than maintaining the formal separation of remaining behind the desk. As she settled next to him, close enough that their shoulders nearly touched, Charlotte became acutely aware of his physical presence, the clean scent of soap and laundry starch, the controlled rhythm of his breathing, the careful way he turned pages with obvious reverence for their significance. These symbols along the margin, he observed, pointing to small markings Charlotte had previously dismissed as decorative elements. They're Franciscan trail markers, simplified versions of symbols used to guide travelers between missions when maps might be intercepted by hostile parties. Charlotte leaned closer, her interest in the revelation temporarily overshadowing awareness of their proximity. "Can you interpret them?" Grayson nodded, his finger tracing the sequence without touching the actual page. "This one indicates water source. This represents elevation or climbing required. This suggests a cavern or protected enclosure." His voice took on the focused quality Charlotte had noted when he explained practical ranch matters. Precise, methodical, sharing expertise without condescension. "My mother referenced El Camino de Tres Cruces, the path of 3 crosses," Charlotte said, turning to the map page where her heat treatment had revealed previously invisible markings. "We found the hidden spring by following those cross markers, but her journal suggests they lead to something more significant." Their heads bent together over the journal, physical proximity highlighting the unresolved tension between them, even as shared intellectual curiosity created temporary bridge across emotional distance. Charlotte found herself simultaneously aware of Grayson's analytical focus and her own response to his nearness, a complicated mixture of lingering wariness and undeniable attraction. "May I see the map again?" Grayson requested, his voice betraying excitement she hadn't heard since before Edmund's revelations had shattered their working relationship. Charlotte turned to the relevant page, where faint lines connected 3 cross symbols with a 4th location marked by a symbol she hadn't been able to identify. "The crosses led us to the spring," she explained, "but this marking seems to indicate something beyond that initial discovery." Grayson studied the symbol intently, then looked up with unmistakable recognition. "It's a stylized chalice," he said, the significance evident in his tone. "Used in Franciscan documents to indicate sacramental valuables, typically gold or silver items used in religious ceremonies." Charlotte's heart quickened at this confirmation of her growing suspicions. "The Spanish treasure you mentioned searching for," she concluded. "My mother's journal contains directions to its location." "Not just directions," Grayson corrected, turning back several pages to where Elizabeth had drawn detailed renderings of rock formations near the hidden spring. "These aren't merely landscape sketches. They're navigational markers, using natural features as guides." The excitement of discovery temporarily superseded the complicated history between them as they bent over the journal together. Grayson's expertise in Spanish colonial documentation helping decode passages that had remained opaque despite Charlotte's best efforts. "This reference to agua que corre debajo de la tierra, water that runs beneath the earth, suggests an underground stream or river connected to your hidden spring," Grayson explained, pointing to a section Charlotte had struggled to interpret. "And this mention of la cámara donde el sol toca el altar, the chamber where the sun touches the altar, indicates a cave or enclosure with a specific lighting alignment." As they worked through the journal's cryptic passages, patterns emerged that neither had fully recognized individually. Elizabeth Langford's carefully preserved information, combined with Grayson's historical knowledge, created a coherent narrative that transformed fragmentary clues into potential path forward. "Your mother must have discovered this during her time at Copper Creek," Grayson observed, genuine admiration in his voice. "These entries span years, methodical documentation and verification rather than speculative treasure hunting." "She never mentioned any of this in her letters to Boston," Charlotte replied, still processing the implications of their discoveries. "Father would have insisted on immediate excavation if he'd known about potential gold deposits beyond the silver veins." "Your mother understood something your father didn't," Grayson suggested, "that Copper Creek's true value lay in sustainable ranching rather than extractive treasure hunting or mining. She preserved this knowledge while choosing not to act on it during her lifetime." The insight aligned perfectly with other aspects of Elizabeth Langford's journal: her appreciation for the land's natural balance, her concern about mining's environmental impact, her vision of Copper Creek as legacy rather than mere asset. "She preserved it for me," Charlotte said softly, the realization carrying emotional weight beyond the practical implications, "ensuring I would have options beyond what Boston society prescribed for women of my background." Grayson nodded, understanding evident in his expression. "She created security while leaving the choice of whether to utilize it entirely in your hands. Remarkable foresight and trust in your judgment." The observation cast Charlotte's inheritance in new light. Not merely property transferred through legal necessity, but deliberately preserved opportunity her mother had protected specifically for her daughter's benefit. The journal literally contained keys to securing Copper Creek's future, hidden until Charlotte proved ready to receive them. "This changes everything regarding Holloway and Edmund's consortium," she observed, practical implications solidifying as emotional significance settled. "If these references genuinely indicate Franciscan treasure beyond the documented silver deposits, Copper Creek's value exceeds even their inflated assessments," Grayson confirmed, "though accessing whatever may be hidden would require careful exploration based on these coded directions." He looked up from the journal, meeting Charlotte's gaze with unexpected intensity. "I want to be absolutely clear about something, Charlotte. Whatever knowledge or assistance I can provide regarding these historical references is offered without any claim or expectation of personal benefit." The declaration, unprompted and emphatic, addressed potential concerns before Charlotte needed to voice them. "You've spent years searching for precisely this type of discovery," she noted, studying his expression for any hint of calculation beneath the apparent sincerity. "And found something considerably more valuable in the process," Grayson replied quietly, the simple statement carrying unmistakable personal significance beyond practical assessment. "Helping secure Copper Creek's future matters more than any treasure hunting ambition that brought me to this territory." The moment stretched between them, weighted with implications extending far beyond historical documents or hidden valuables. Charlotte found herself believing him, despite lingering caution born of previous betrayal, not merely because she wanted to trust him again, but because his actions since returning to consciousness had consistently demonstrated priorities beyond self-interest. "We'll need to explore these locations carefully," she said finally, returning to practical considerations that felt safer than emotional territory. Neither seemed quite ready to navigate fully. "If the journal's information proves accurate, decisions about any discovery should respect my mother's evident wishes for Copper Creek's future." Grayson nodded, accepting both her implicit acceptance of his assistance and the boundaries she maintained around longer-term considerations. "The first step would be confirming the underground water connection to your hidden spring," he suggested. "The journal indicates a specific alignment visible only during certain seasonal conditions." Their conversation shifted to logistical planning, the shared excitement of discovery creating temporary bridge across emotional distance neither had fully resolved. By midday, they had outlined preliminary exploration based on journal references, identifying specific locations that aligned with Elizabeth Langford's cryptic notations. As they concluded their work, gathering the journal and associated papers for safekeeping, Charlotte found herself reflecting on the morning's unexpected developments. Beyond the potential practical implications for Copper Creek's security, their collaboration had demonstrated what might be possible between them if trust could be restored through consistent actions rather than mere explanations. "Thank you for sharing this with me," Grayson said as he prepared to leave the office. "I understand what your mother's journal represents beyond its historical significance." Charlotte nodded, acknowledging both the practical appreciation and deeper understanding his comment conveyed. "Your expertise proved helpful in ways I hadn't anticipated," she replied, the measured response nevertheless representing significant progress from her previous wariness. As Grayson departed, Charlotte remained at her desk, carefully securing the journal in its locked drawer. Whatever might develop from their discoveries, whether hidden Franciscan treasure or simply deeper understanding of Copper Creek's history, the morning's collaboration had demonstrated possibilities extending beyond their complicated past. Trust broken through deliberate deception couldn't be immediately restored through shared excitement or intellectual connection. Yet Charlotte found herself considering, for the first time since discovering Grayson's betrayal, that new foundation might be built through consistent actions demonstrating genuinely changed priorities and honest intentions. Whether that foundation could support anything beyond practical cooperation remained uncertain, but as she reviewed her notes from their morning's work, Charlotte acknowledged that possibilities existed she hadn't been willing to consider in the painful aftermath of Edmund's revelations and Grayson's departure. Time and demonstrated trustworthiness would determine what might develop from this tentative new beginning. For now, the potential to secure Copper Creek's future through her mother's carefully preserved legacy provided sufficient purpose for cautious collaboration with a man whose complicated motives and actions defied simple categorization as either dedicated ally or confirmed enemy. Charlotte's skirts swished against the rough stone as she navigated her way deeper into the canyon, one hand trailing along the sun-warmed rock wall. Her other hand rested lightly on Grayson's forearm, ostensibly to help him maintain his balance on the uneven terrain. Though his limp had improved considerably over the past week, the wound in his side still pulled when he attempted any strenuous movements. "Mind your step here," Grayson cautioned, guiding her around a section where the path narrowed treacherously. His hand moved to the small of her back, warm and steady through the thin cotton of her shirt. Charlotte's breath caught at the contact. She'd spent the past 3 years avoiding touch, avoiding connection. Yet here she stood, allowing this man, this virtual stranger, liberties that would scandalize her neighbors in town. "I've explored this canyon dozens of times," she said, attempting to sound unaffected. "I'm quite capable of navigating it." "I don't doubt that for a moment, Miss Reynolds," Grayson replied, his voice a low rumble that seemed to reverberate off the canyon walls. "But I suspect you've been too focused on what lies ahead to notice what's right beside you." She arched an eyebrow. "And what exactly have I missed, Mr. Blackwood?" Instead of answering, he reached for her hand and guided it to what appeared to be an ordinary section of the canyon wall. "Feel that?" he asked, his calloused fingers pressing hers against the stone. At first, Charlotte felt nothing but rough sandstone, but as he moved her fingers in a slow arc, she detected subtle indentations beneath years of mineral deposits and lichen growth. "There's something carved here," she whispered, excitement building in her chest. "Look closely," he urged, stepping aside so the slanting afternoon light could better illuminate the wall. Charlotte leaned forward, squinting. As her eyes adjusted, faint markings emerged from what had appeared to be random pockmarks in the stone. She traced them with her fingertip, following the deliberate pattern. "These aren't natural," she breathed. "No," Grayson agreed. "They're man-made, and quite old if I had to guess." Her mind flashed to her mother's journal, to the careful sketches of symbols she'd always assumed were fanciful imaginings. "Wait," she said, fumbling in her satchel until she extracted the worn leather book. Her fingers trembled slightly as she flipped through the pages. "Here," she said finally, holding the journal open beside the wall markings. "They match." Grayson's eyes widened. "Your mother recorded these." Charlotte nodded, her throat suddenly thick with emotion. "She wrote about finding ancient carvings, but I always thought—" She paused, swallowing hard. "I always thought it was just stories she made up to entertain me." His gaze softened. "Sometimes the stories we tell hold more truth than we realize." He reached out to steady the journal, his fingers brushing against hers. Neither pulled away. For several long moments, they stood together, comparing the markings to her mother's meticulous drawings. The symbols formed no alphabet Charlotte recognized, yet there was an undeniable intentionality to their arrangement. "Your mother was a remarkable woman," Grayson said finally. "These drawings are extraordinarily accurate." Pride washed through Charlotte. She was. She hesitated before adding, "She never received the recognition she deserved for her findings. The male archaeologists from back east dismissed her theories." Grayson's mouth tightened. "Their loss," he said simply, "and our gain." He indicated another section of wall, partially obscured by a stunted juniper growing from a crack in the rock. "There's more here." Together, they pushed aside the tough branches. As the last rays of afternoon sun penetrated deeper into the canyon, they illuminated a section of wall that appeared almost smooth compared to the surrounding rock. At its center, a small natural shelf had formed. "I've passed this spot dozens of times," Charlotte murmured. "How did I never notice?" "The light has to hit it just right," Grayson said, "and you have to be looking for it." He reached up, fingers exploring the shelf's edge. "There's something here." Charlotte watched, holding her breath as he carefully extracted a small box from the recess. It was no larger than her palm, carved from what appeared to be the same sandstone as the canyon walls, making it nearly invisible when nestled in its hiding place. "It's beautiful," she whispered as he placed it in her hands. The box was cool to the touch, its surface covered with the same symbols that decorated the canyon wall and her mother's journal. Charlotte's fingers trembled as she traced the intricate patterns. "Should we open it?" she asked, suddenly hesitant. Whatever lay inside had been hidden for decades, perhaps centuries. Grayson nodded. "That's why we're here, isn't it? To uncover secrets?" His voice had dropped lower, and Charlotte wasn't entirely certain they were still discussing the box. She carefully worked her fingernails around the edges of the lid, which had been sealed by years of mineral deposits. With a gentle crack, it came free. Inside, nestled on a bed of crumbling cloth, lay not gold, but a silver pendant in the shape of a spiral, tarnished but still beautiful. Beneath it, a fragment of what appeared to be a hide map, the markings faded but discernible. "Mother mentioned a silver spiral in her journal," Charlotte whispered, lifting the pendant. It dangled from her fingers, catching the fading light. "She wrote of water flowing in spirals beneath the earth." Grayson gently took the map fragment, handling it as if it might dissolve at his touch. "This shows water passages," he said, his voice filled with wonder. "Far more extensive than anyone could have imagined. Look." He held it closer so she could see. "These blue lines must represent underground rivers or aquifers." Charlotte stared at the fragile piece of hide, her mother's words echoing in her mind. "The desert holds more water than men know. It doesn't flow where they expect, but follows ancient paths, hidden from those who see only what they wish to see." "She knew," Charlotte said softly. "All those years ago, she understood what this land could become with proper water management." Her voice broke slightly. "She was planning for the future, for me." Their hands met over the precious artifacts, fingers intertwining without conscious thought. The warmth of Grayson's palm against hers sent a current of awareness through Charlotte's body that had nothing to do with their discovery and everything to do with the man beside her. When she finally raised her eyes to his, the intensity she found there stole her breath. His gaze dropped briefly to her lips before returning to her eyes, the question in them unmistakable. Charlotte knew she should move away, maintain the proper distance. Instead, she found herself swaying slightly toward him, drawn by a force as inexorable as the hidden waters flowing beneath the desert floor. "Charlotte," he murmured, her name on his lips sounding like a revelation. The distant cry of a hawk echoed through the canyon, breaking the spell. Charlotte stepped back, clutching the pendant in one hand and her mother's journal in the other, her heart pounding in erratic rhythm against her ribs. "We should head back," she said, her voice not quite steady. "The light will be gone soon, and these paths become treacherous after dark." Grayson nodded, carefully folding the map fragment and returning it to the stone box. "There's much more to discover," he said, his eyes never leaving hers. "We've only just begun to scratch the surface." Charlotte wasn't entirely certain they were still talking about the canyon's mysteries. She tucked the pendant into her pocket, its weight small but significant against her thigh. Whatever secrets it held, whatever secrets this man before her concealed, she was suddenly, irrevocably committed to uncovering them all. Chapter 12. The dining room table had been cleared of the evening meal, replaced by maps, papers, and the quiet determination of 5 people whose lives had become inextricably bound to Copper Creek Ranch. Lamplight cast a warm glow across the weathered oak surface, illuminating Charlotte's mother's journal and the territorial survey map Miguel had spread open with paperweights at each corner. "Holloway's men have been spotted near the East Ridge 3 times in the past week," Charlotte said, tapping the location on the map. "Always in groups of 2 or 3, always armed." Miguel nodded grimly. "And yesterday, Tomas caught sight of strangers watching the main house through field glasses from the northern boundary. No innocent explanation for such surveillance." Grayson leaned forward, his normally guarded expression open and intent as he studied the map. His wound had healed enough that he moved with only occasional stiffness, though Sarah insisted on changing the bandage daily. "These aren't casual intimidation tactics anymore," he observed. "This is methodical reconnaissance before a planned operation." Charlotte felt a chill at his assessment, recognizing the military precision in his analysis. The past 2 weeks had seen a gradual shift in her willingness to rely on Grayson's expertise. His consistent actions since returning wounded to Copper Creek slowly rebuilding what his deception had shattered. "You believe they're preparing for a direct assault on the ranch?" she asked, meeting his gaze with steady composure that belied her inner concern. "Not the main buildings," Grayson replied, shaking his head as he pointed to another area of the map. "The hidden spring. It's our lifeline during the drought, and Holloway knows it. With the main creek still running at half flow due to his dam, controlling that spring would effectively choke Copper Creek into submission." Sarah placed a fresh pot of coffee on the table, her practical movements not disguising her concern. "That matches what I heard in town yesterday. Mrs. Hawkins mentioned that Holloway's hired 6 new men, rough types with troubling reputations. Not ordinary ranch hands." "Gunmen," Tomas said quietly, his youthful face hardened by months of increasing hostility from neighboring properties. "Like the ones who tried rustling cattle last month." The room fell silent as they absorbed this escalation. Charlotte drew a steadying breath, her fingers absently tracing the embossed cover of her mother's journal. "There's more at stake here than water rights," she said finally, her decision to share everything crystallizing in that moment. "It's time you all knew exactly what we're defending." 4 pairs of eyes fixed on her with varying degrees of curiosity. Only Grayson's held knowledge rather than question, his slight nod encouraging her to continue with the revelation they had discussed privately the previous day. Charlotte opened the journal to marked pages where the heat-revealed writing had exposed her mother's careful documentation. "Copper Creek contains more than cattle grazing land and water sources. My mother discovered evidence of substantial silver deposits beyond what my grandfather initially surveyed, veins that could potentially exceed the value of every other mine in the territory." Miguel's weathered features registered shock, though not disbelief. "Your mother mentioned testing rock samples years ago, said the results were promising, but never elaborated." "She deliberately kept the information private," Charlotte confirmed. "She believed mining would destroy the sustainable ranching operation she valued more than immediate wealth. And beyond the silver," Grayson added, picking up the thread of explanation with seamless coordination that didn't escape Sarah's observant gaze, "there's evidence suggesting Spanish missionaries concealed valuable artifacts somewhere near the hidden spring. Potentially gold or silver religious items of considerable historical and material value." Tomas whistled softly. "No wonder Holloway and that Boston banker are so determined." "But how would they know about treasures your mother kept secret?" Sarah asked, her practical mind cutting straight to the essential question. Charlotte and Grayson exchanged a glance, their shared knowledge creating momentary connection before she answered. "We believe Holloway may have accessed some of my grandfather's original surveys that referenced preliminary mineral findings. Edmund," she paused, the name still carrying the sting of betrayal. Edmund likely pieced together information from my father's business papers during their banking partnership. Neither has the complete picture, Grayson clarified. But they know enough to recognize Copper Creek's potential value far exceeds its apparent worth as ranch land. Charlotte stood, moving to the window where moonlight silvered the yard between house and barn. The ranch buildings looked peaceful tonight, belying the danger gathering beyond their boundaries. When she turned back to the table, her expression held the same quiet determination that had carried her through every challenge since arriving at Copper Creek. Which means we're facing an enemy with virtually unlimited resources and powerful motivation, she said. They won't be satisfied with minor sabotage or intimidation any longer. Whatever they're planning will be decisive, designed to force surrender of the property through whatever means necessary. Then we prepare accordingly, Miguel stated, the certainty in his voice reflecting absolute loyalty to both ranch and owner. Every approach to the spring can be defended. We have enough men now with Luis, Diego, and the new hands. Grayson rose, moving to stand near Charlotte with a respectful distance that nevertheless suggested solidarity. Defense alone won't be sufficient, he said, his strategic thinking evident in the careful assessment. We need to anticipate their likely approaches, create deliberate vulnerabilities that channel them where we want them, and establish fallback positions if primary defenses are breached. Charlotte nodded, finding unexpected comfort in how naturally they had fallen back into collaborative planning. We should consider setting watches in rotation, 2 men at minimum for each position. No one rides alone, regardless of destination or time of day. The ranch hands will need clear instructions, Miguel added. Authority chains established in advance for when decisions must be made without time for consultation. For the next hour, they mapped defensive positions and established communication protocols with the efficiency of a military operation. Charlotte found herself increasingly relying on Grayson's tactical experience, his suggestions revealing knowledge gained during wartime service that proved invaluable for their current circumstances. We should move the best breeding stock to the hidden canyon near the spring, Charlotte decided as their planning progressed. Not the entire herd, that would be impractical, but enough to preserve bloodlines if we face substantial losses. Good thinking, Grayson agreed. And we'll need supply caches at strategic locations. Food, ammunition, medical supplies. Basic necessities to sustain defenders if the main ranch is cut off, Charlotte finished, the completion of his thought so natural that neither immediately noticed how seamlessly their thinking had aligned. Sarah did notice. Her knowing glance traveled between them as she refilled coffee cups around the table, a small smile touching her lips before disappearing behind her usual practical expression. "What about the town?" Tomas asked. "Sheriff Wilson should be informed about Holloway's increased activities." Charlotte nodded. "I'll ride to Silver Springs tomorrow, speak with him directly. He may not have legal authority to intervene without clear evidence, but he should at least be aware of suspicious movements near our boundaries." "Not alone," Grayson said, the quiet statement holding concern rather than command. When Charlotte met his gaze, something passed between them, unspoken acknowledgement that past barriers were gradually yielding to renewed trust built on demonstrated loyalty. "Miguel can accompany me," Charlotte conceded, not from submission to Grayson's concern, but from practical recognition of genuine danger. "While we're there, we'll send telegrams to neighboring ranchers who sided with us during the water rights meeting. They should be alerted that Holloway's actions may eventually threaten their properties as well." The planning continued until the clock on the mantel chimed 11, marking hours of collaborative strategy that had strengthened their preparations and, perhaps more significantly, their sense of unified purpose. When Charlotte finally rolled the territorial map and secured it with leather ties, the atmosphere in the dining room had transformed from tense concern to determined readiness. "We should get some rest," she suggested, conscious of the exhaustion evident in Tomas's youthful features, and the careful way Grayson occasionally shifted position to accommodate his healing wound. "Tomorrow will require clear thinking and steady hands." As the group dispersed, Sarah lingered, gathering coffee cups with unhurried movements that suggested she had something to say beyond goodnight. When only Charlotte and Grayson remained, the housekeeper paused in the doorway, her observant gaze taking in their standing positions, closer than they had habitually maintained since his return, yet still carefully proper. "Your mother would be proud," she said to Charlotte. the simple statement carrying deeper meaning than its surface simplicity suggested. She understood that some treasures are worth more than silver or gold. Her meaningful glance between them made it clear she wasn't referring only to Copper Creek's material assets. After Sarah departed, a moment of quiet stretched between Charlotte and Grayson, not the awkward silence of unresolved conflict, but something more contemplative, filled with unspoken acknowledgments that neither seemed quite ready to articulate directly. "Thank you," Charlotte said finally, "for your insights tonight. Your tactical experience adds dimensions to our planning I wouldn't have considered." Grayson nodded, accepting her gratitude without overreaching its boundaries. "This ranch is worth defending," he replied simply. "Not just for its material value." Charlotte met his gaze directly, allowing herself to recognize what had been gradually emerging from beneath layers of caution and justified wariness. "Yes," she agreed, the single word encompassing far more than mere agreement with his assessment of Copper Creek's worth. They stood together in the lamplight, the room around them filled with evidence of shared purpose and emerging possibility. Whatever Holloway and Edmund might unleash against Copper Creek in coming days, they would face a united defense, protecting something far more valuable than silver deposits or Spanish treasure, a community built through challenge and preserved through loyalty that had been tested, broken, and cautiously restored. "We should both rest," Grayson suggested finally, though his expression suggested reluctance to end this moment of quiet connection. "Tomorrow's preparations will require clear heads." Charlotte nodded, gathering her mother's journal and notes from the table. "Dawn comes early," she agreed. Yet as they moved toward the doorway, she paused, turning back to face him fully. "Whatever happens, Grayson, we'll face it together," he finished, the completion of her thought requiring no particular effort, as natural as breathing. For the first time since discovering his betrayal, Charlotte allowed herself a genuine smile, small but radiant with possibilities. Yes, together. The simple agreement carried weight beyond its brevity. Acknowledgement that whatever lay ahead, for Copper Creek and perhaps for them personally, would be navigated not through isolated self-reliance, but through partnership forged stronger for having been tested by betrayal and rebuilt through demonstrated trust. As they parted in the hallway, Charlotte toward her bedroom, Grayson toward the guest room that had become his during recovery, both carried with them something neither would have predicted possible weeks earlier. The tentative yet growing certainty that some connections, once forged, could withstand even the most devastating breaches of trust when rebuilt on foundations of genuine understanding and demonstrated loyalty. Copper Creek faced imminent danger from powerful enemies, but tonight, as moonlight silvered the ranch buildings and night sounds created familiar harmony beyond the windows, the risk of potential defeat seemed less daunting than it had before their planning session began, not because their defensive strategies had eliminated threats, but because the people committed to protecting Elizabeth Langford's legacy had found their way back to unity, despite the divisions Holloway and Edmund had so carefully cultivated. "That's the last of the broken fence posts," Charlotte announced, dusting her gloved hands against her riding skirt as Grayson loaded the splintered wood into the wagon. She tilted her head back, studying the sky where dark clouds gathered along the western horizon, their underbellies tinged with an ominous greenish gray. "Looks like we finished just in time." Grayson followed her gaze, his experienced eye measuring the approaching weather with practiced assessment. "Wind's picking up too. Storm's moving faster than I expected." Their easy coordination as they secured tools in the wagon reflected weeks of gradually restored partnership since the defensive planning session. What had begun as cautious cooperation had evolved into comfortable familiarity that neither commented upon directly, though both privately acknowledged its significance. "Miss Langford!" Miguel called, riding toward them from the direction of the east pasture, his horse's hooves kicking up dust that swirled in the freshening breeze. "Storm's building faster than normal. Got the distinctive anvil shape that means trouble." Charlotte nodded, quickly calculating priorities. "We should bring the horses in from the south pasture first. That area floods even in moderate rain." "Already sent Tomas and Luis to handle it," Miguel replied, swinging down from his mount with the fluid grace of a lifelong horseman. "Diego's moving the new calves to the sheltered pen near the barn. Good thinking, Grayson affirmed, securing the last rope around the loaded wagon. What about the equipment at the irrigation project? That's next on my list, Miguel replied, glancing again toward the irrigation storm clouds. Those shovels and picks will rust if left out in what's coming. Charlotte listened to their exchange with quiet appreciation for how seamlessly Grayson had reintegrated into the ranch's operations. His suggestions were offered as considerations rather than directives, respecting Miguel's authority while contributing valuable insights that even the experienced foreman acknowledged with ready acceptance. A sudden gust of wind caught Charlotte's hat, nearly carrying it away before she secured it with one hand. The air had taken on the distinctive metallic scent that preceded significant thunderstorms, reminding her of childhood afternoons spent watching lightning dance across Boston Harbor from the safety of her father's study. We have perhaps an hour before it hits full force, she assessed, her gaze still fixed on the approaching clouds. Miguel, once the men secure the livestock and equipment, make sure everyone knows to shelter in place when the storm arrives. I've seen twisters form in clouds with that particular formation. See, Miss Langford. Miguel began, but stopped mid-sentence as a distant flash of lightning illuminated the western sky, followed several seconds later by the low rumble of thunder. He crossed himself with the instinctive gesture of his Catholic upbringing. Santa Maria, that's going to be a bad one. The thunder's distant growl triggered something in Charlotte's memory, a passage from her mother's journal she had reviewed repeatedly during their defensive preparations. When thunder speaks, the crosses align, she quoted softly, her eyes widening with sudden realization. What was that? Grayson asked, catching her whispered words despite the freshening wind. My mother's journal, Charlotte explained, excitement building in her voice. There's a passage about following the alignment of shadows when thunder echoes through the canyon. Something about the third cross becoming visible only during specific weather conditions. Grayson's expression shifted from confusion to dawning comprehension. The storm might reveal landscape features we couldn't see during clear weather, he concluded, immediately following her thinking. Exactly, Charlotte confirmed, already calculating possibilities. The journal mentioned specifically that heaven's tears wash away the concealing dust of ages. We've been trying to locate the final chamber based on incomplete clues, but what if certain markers only appear during heavy rainfall? Miguel looked between them with growing concern. You're not thinking of going out in this weather, are you? That storm's bringing lightning that could strike a rider in open country. Charlotte's determined expression answered his question before she spoke. This could be our only opportunity to complete the alignment described in the journal. The mission chamber has remained hidden for nearly a century because people weren't present during the specific conditions required to reveal its location. And there's another consideration, Grayson added, his tone suggesting reluctant agreement with Charlotte's assessment, despite obvious concerns. If this storm is as severe as it appears, Holloway and his men won't be watching the boundaries. They'll be securing their own property against damage. Charlotte nodded, grateful for his understanding without explicit explanation. Precisely. We'll have freedom of movement without worry about being observed or followed. Miguel shook his head, recognizing the futility of arguing against Charlotte's determination when she had set her mind to a course of action. At least take proper supplies, he insisted. Oilcloth coats, ropes, emergency provisions. We will, Charlotte promised, already turning toward the house. And we'll follow the journal's guidance precisely. Sometimes opportunity appears disguised as adversity. Grayson fell into step beside her, matching his longer stride to hers with the unconscious accommodation that had developed between them. I assume I'm included in this expedition, he asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. Charlotte glanced sideways at him, a small smile touching her lips despite the seriousness of their situation. I can't imagine undertaking it without you, she replied honestly. You understand the journal's historical context better than anyone, and... She hesitated briefly before adding, I trust your judgment, especially regarding potential dangers. The simple acknowledgement of restored trust hung between them, more significant than elaborate declarations might have been. Grayson nodded, accepting both the affirmation and the responsibility it entailed. Then we should prepare quickly. That storm isn't going to wait for us to be ready. As they crossed the ranch yard toward the house, the wind continued strengthening, catching Charlotte's skirts and whipping strands of hair free from her practical braid. The approaching clouds had darkened further, their leading edge now visibly churning with internal energy that promised significant atmospheric violence. Yet despite the ominous weather bearing down upon Copper Creek, Charlotte felt an unexpected surge of excitement and possibility. Perhaps today, amid thunder and lightning that would send most people scurrying for shelter, she and Grayson might finally uncover the chamber her mother had documented but never fully explained. The final piece of Elizabeth Langford's legacy that could secure Copper Creek's future against all threats, both natural and man-made. Charlotte spread her mother's journal on the study desk, quickly locating the passages most relevant to their imminent expedition. Outside, the storm's leading edge had arrived, rattling windows and sending occasional splashes of rain against the glass. The room's usual orderly appearance had given way to controlled chaos as she and Grayson gathered necessary supplies with efficient haste. "Here it is," she said, finger tracing carefully preserved words written in her mother's elegant. "The chamber reveals itself only when heaven's tears wash clean the guardian's face. Stand where the eagle watches when thunder echoes thrice, and the third cross will reveal itself to those patient enough to witness its emergence." Grayson looked up from where he coiled a length of sturdy rope, his expression thoughtful. "The eagle must refer to Eagle Ridge, the formation we identified earlier. But the guardian," he paused, considering possibilities, "could be the large boulder formation near the second cross, the one that vaguely resembles a human profile from certain angles." "That would align with the directional notations in the margin," Charlotte agreed, carefully extracting the map fragment she had recreated based on her mother's invisible ink notations. "If we position ourselves at this specific point during the height of the storm, we might see whatever feature has remained hidden during our previous explorations." Grayson nodded, his methodical organization of practical supplies continuing even as he engaged with the theoretical aspects of their search. He had packed lanterns, flint and steel, extra lamp oil, canteens, dried beef, hardtack, medical supplies, and tools that might prove useful for clearing debris or navigating difficult terrain. Charlotte found herself watching his preparations with a warmth that had nothing to do with the stuffy air preceding the storm. His attention to practical details complemented her focus on historical documentation in a way that felt not merely useful but somehow right, as if they had been designed to work in tandem despite all the complications that had initially separated them. "What if we find nothing?" she asked suddenly, giving voice to the doubt that had occasionally surfaced during their weeks of research and exploration. Grayson paused in his preparations, meeting her gaze directly. "Then we'll have eliminated one possibility and can focus on others," he replied simply. "Your mother's journal has proven accurate in everything else. The hidden spring, the silver deposits, the cross markers. I see no reason to doubt her documentation of this final chamber." His matter-of-fact confidence steadied Charlotte's momentary uncertainty. "And if we do find something significant, Spanish treasure or artifacts beyond what we've anticipated?" Grayson continued packing supplies into waterproof oilcloth wrappings, his hands never ceasing their efficient movements despite the seriousness of their conversation. "Then you'll have additional resources to secure Copper Creek's future, whatever form that might take." The straightforward response, devoid of personal claim or expectation, reminded Charlotte how significantly their relationship had evolved since his return wounded to the ranch. Where once she might have questioned his motives, now she recognized the genuine support behind his words. Assistance offered without expectation of personal benefit. "I've been considering that future," she said, carefully rolling the journal pages and map fragments into a waterproof leather case. "Regardless of what we find today." Grayson looked up, curiosity evident in his expression, though he didn't press for elaboration. Instead, he secured the bundled supplies with practiced efficiency, creating easily transported packages that would withstand the storm conditions they would soon face. Charlotte secured the leather case in her riding jacket's inner pocket, then moved to help him with the final preparations. Their hands occasionally brushed as they worked together, each contact sending an awareness through her that had nothing to do with their imminent expedition and everything to do with the man himself. "I want to establish an educational trust," she said finally, the decision she had been contemplating for weeks emerging with unexpected clarity. If we find significant resources beyond what's needed to secure the ranch itself, I want to create a foundation that would provide schooling for ranch children throughout the territory. Girls, especially. Grayson's hands stilled momentarily, his expression reflecting genuine interest rather than merely polite attention. That would be meaningful, he acknowledged. The territorial schools are limited in both quality and accessibility, particularly for isolated ranching families. My mother valued education above almost everything except the land itself, Charlotte continued, encouraged by his receptiveness. She maintained extensive correspondence with professors and scientists despite the difficulties of frontier communication. I believe she would approve of using whatever resources we might discover to extend similar opportunities to others. She would, Grayson agreed with quiet certainty. Everything in her journal suggests she viewed Copper Creek as more than personal property. She saw it as legacy and responsibility. The simple validation of her thinking strengthened Charlotte's confidence in the plan she had been developing. I haven't mentioned this to anyone else, she admitted. It seemed presumptuous to make plans for treasure we haven't yet located. Not presumptuous, Grayson corrected gently. Visionary. Having purpose for resources before they're discovered prevents them from becoming merely wealth to be hoarded or disputed. The insight revealed understanding that went beyond practical assistance, suggesting shared values that aligned with her own despite their different backgrounds and experiences. Charlotte found herself studying him with new appreciation as he completed their preparation with the same thoroughness he brought to every task. We should get moving, he suggested, glancing toward the window where rain now fell steadily, occasional lightning illuminating the ranchyard with stark brilliance. The journal mentioned specific timing regarding thunder echoes and rainfall intensity. Charlotte nodded, gathering her oilcloth coat from its peg beside the door. As Grayson shouldered the main supply pack and reached for his own weatherproofed coat, she found herself momentarily overwhelmed by the significance of what they were undertaking. Not merely a search for hidden resources, but potentially the culmination of her mother's careful documentation and planning spanning decades. Grayson, she said impulsively, using his given name with the natural ease that had gradually replaced earlier formality. Whatever we find or don't find, today I'm grateful for your assistance with this search. He turned toward her, his expression revealing understanding of everything her simple statement encompassed, acknowledgement of his expertise, appreciation for his support, and implicit recognition of the trust that had been cautiously rebuilt between them. Partners face challenges together, he replied, the straightforward response carrying weight beyond its brevity. Copper Creek deserves nothing less than our combined best efforts. The word partners lingered between them as they made final preparations, neither attempting to define precisely what form that partnership might ultimately take beyond their immediate expedition. Yet, as Charlotte secured her hat against the storm they would soon face, she found herself unexpectedly certain that whatever awaited them, Spanish treasure, dangerous conditions, or merely another step in their ongoing exploration, facing it together represented something valuable, regardless of material discoveries. Thunder crashed overhead as they stepped onto the porch, the storm now fully engaged in its atmospheric display of power. Charlotte secured her coat against driving rain, mentally reviewing the journal's guidance about timing and positioning during specific weather conditions. Beside her, Grayson made final adjustments to their equipment, his practical focus complementing her historical research in the seamless coordination that had come to characterize their working relationship. Whatever the afternoon might bring, they would face it as partners whose shared purpose transcended individual interests, a foundation far stronger than Charlotte would have believed possible during those painful days following Grayson's initial betrayal and subsequent return. As they mounted their horses and turned toward the canyon where Eagle Ridge stood sentinel over the hidden spring, Charlotte found herself unexpectedly at peace, despite the storm raging around them and the uncertain outcome of their expedition. Some treasures, she was beginning to understand, revealed themselves gradually, rather than through dramatic discovery. Their value measured not in gold or silver, but in trust, carefully rebuilt and partnership forged through shared purpose. Charlotte leaned into Mariposa's neck as the mare picked her way along the rain-slicked trail. The sky had darkened to an ominous charcoal, punctuated by jagged lightning that momentarily transformed the landscape into stark relief, before plunging it back into shadow. Beside her, Grayson guided his gelding with the easy confidence of a man long accustomed to nature's fury, his slicker gleaming with rivulets of water that cascaded from the brim of his hat. "We need to reach Eagle Ridge before the storm peaks," Charlotte shouted over a deafening crack of thunder. She fumbled beneath her oilskin coat, extracting the leather-bound journal now protected by a waterproof wrapping. The alignment only becomes visible when lightning illuminates the entire valley at once. Grayson nodded, scanning the terrain ahead where Eagle Ridge rose like a sentinel above the rolling ranch lands. The weather had transformed Copper Creek's familiar features into something almost mythical. Rock formations looming larger through curtains of rain, gullies becoming fast-flowing streams, the desert brush bowing beneath the wind's insistent pressure. "The next junction is where the first cross marker stands," he called back, gesturing toward an outcropping now barely visible through the downpour. "We should tether the horses there and continue on foot. The trail narrows considerably beyond that point." Charlotte felt a surge of gratitude for his practical knowledge of the terrain. Where she might have pressed forward on horseback, risking injury to the animals on increasingly treacherous ground, Grayson's assessment balanced progress against unnecessary danger, with the judgment she had come to rely upon. They reached the stone outcropping that marked the first cross, its distinctive shape now streaming with rainwater that gave the weathered rock an almost lifelike appearance. Dismounting, Charlotte secured Mariposa to a sturdy juniper, while Grayson extracted necessary supplies from his saddlebags and fashioned a crude shelter for the horses using a tarp and natural rock overhang. "They'll be fine here until we return," he assured her, giving both animals a reassuring pat before turning toward the narrow trail that continued upward. "Stay close to the inner wall," he advised, indicating the path that hugged the ridge. "The outer edge could give way if the rain has undermined it," Charlotte nodded, gathering her skirts with one hand while clutching the precious journal with the other. Her riding boots slipped slightly on the mud-slicked path, but she maintained her balance with the determination that had carried her through every challenge since arriving at Copper Creek. The rain intensified as they climbed, driven sideways by gusts that threatened to tear Charlotte's hat from her head despite its secure ties. Grayson moved slightly ahead, his broader frame breaking the worst of the wind. Occasionally he would turn, offering his hand at particularly steep sections where the trail had transformed into miniature waterfalls cascading down the rock face. "We need to reach the second cross marker," Charlotte shouted, pausing beneath a slight overhang to consult the journal. The pages, though protected by oilskin, were difficult to read in the dimming light. "When thunder speaks thrice in succession, stand where the broken tree points toward heaven," she read, squinting to make out her mother's elegant handwriting. Grayson surveyed the ridge above them. "There," he pointed toward a lightning-scarred pine clinging to the rocky slope approximately 50 yards ahead. "That might be our marker. The trunk has split, with one section angling skyward." They pressed onward, each step requiring careful placement on ground increasingly saturated by the deluge. As they neared the split pine, a tremendous thunderclap shook the very ground beneath their feet, followed in quick succession by two more booming retorts that echoed through the canyon like artillery fire. "Thunder speaking thrice," Charlotte breathed, her voice lost in the storm's cacophony, though Grayson seemed to understand, nodding as he reached the fractured tree. "We need to secure ourselves here," he shouted, already unwinding a coil of rope from his shoulder. With swift efficiency, he looped the rope around the sturdiest section of the tree, then around his own waist, before extending the remaining length to Charlotte. "Tie this around yourself," he instructed. "The wind's strong enough to sweep a person off this ridge." Charlotte complied, grateful for his foresight as another gust slammed into them with enough force to make her stagger. Once secured, she extracted the journal again, using her body to shield the pages from the worst of the rain. "Stand where the broken reaches for heaven, when the sky speaks with fire," she read. "Only then will the third cross reveal itself to those with eyes to see beyond the obvious." Lightning split the sky directly overhead, illuminating the valley below with brilliant clarity for one breathtaking moment. Charlotte scanned the landscape frantically, searching for anything resembling the cross formation described in her mother's journal. The flash faded too quickly, plunging them back into storm-darkened obscurity before she could identify any significant pattern. "We need to wait for another strike," Grayson said, positioning himself slightly behind Charlotte, his body providing additional shelter from the driving rain. "Next time, focus on the western slope where that cluster of boulders forms a natural line." She nodded, every sense alert as they waited. The storm's intensity had reached its peak, lightning dancing across the sky in spectacular displays that nonetheless failed to provide the specific illumination they needed. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours as they maintained their precarious position, soaked to the skin despite their protective gear. Then it happened. A massive lightning bolt struck somewhere very near, the accompanying thunder so loud it seemed to vibrate through Charlotte's very bones. For 3 full seconds, the entire valley was bathed in light, bright enough to rival midday sun. In that extended moment of perfect clarity, Charlotte saw it, a formation of rocks and shadow on the opposite ridge that formed an unmistakable cross pattern, visible only from their exact position during precise lighting conditions. "There!" she cried, pointing toward the momentary apparition before it vanished again into darkness. "The third cross! It's formed by those 2 rock formations casting shadows on the light-colored stone behind them." Grayson had seen it too, his expression reflecting the same excitement that surged through Charlotte. "And look where it's pointing," he added, indicating how the cross shape seemed to direct attention toward a specific location, where the ridge curved inward. "There's something there, some kind of dark opening that wasn't visible before." Charlotte consulted the journal again as another lightning flash provided brief illumination. "Where the 3 crosses align, heaven's tears will wash clean the guardian's face, revealing the path to waters hidden since time began," she read, her voice rising with growing excitement. The storm's fury began to ease slightly, as if having served its purpose in revealing what had remained hidden for decades. With cautious haste, they made their way down from their vantage point, traversing the ridge toward the location indicated by the 3rd cross. The rain continued steadily, but the dangerous gusts had subsided enough to make movement less treacherous. As they approached the spot Grayson had identified, Charlotte gasped. Where there had apparently been solid rock face during their previous explorations, a narrow fissure now appeared. Rainwater cascading from above had washed away accumulated soil and debris that had concealed the opening. Even more remarkable, a massive old pine that had stood before this section of cliff had been split by lightning during the storm, falling away to reveal the entrance completely. "The guardian's face?" Grayson breathed, studying the rock formation surrounding the opening. From their current angle, the weathered stone bore an uncanny resemblance to a stern human profile, water streaming across its features like tears. "Washed clean by heaven's tears," just as the journal described. Charlotte stood transfixed, emotion welling in her throat as she realized they were witnessing exactly the scenario her mother had documented but never personally experienced. The precise combination of storm conditions, lightning, and flash flooding had revealed an entrance that remained completely hidden during normal weather. "She knew it was here," Charlotte said softly, awe evident in her voice despite the rain still falling around them. But the conditions required to reveal it were so specific, so rare, that she could only document the possibility without confirming it personally. Grayson approached the fissure carefully, examining its edges with practiced assessment. "It's stable," he concluded. "The opening appears natural, possibly widened by the Spanish missionaries, but fundamentally a feature of the limestone formation itself." He extracted a lantern from his pack, shielding it carefully as he struck a match and adjusted the flame to provide steady illumination. The golden light pushed back the gloom just enough to reveal a narrow passage extending beyond the entrance, rough steps carved into the sloping stone floor descending into darkness. "Are you ready?" he asked, turning to Charlotte with an expression that combined excitement with appropriate caution. "We don't know what conditions might exist inside after all these years." Charlotte secured the journal inside her coat, her determination evident in every line of her posture despite her rain-soaked appearance. "I've been ready since I first read my mother's descriptions," she replied, moving to stand beside him at the threshold of discovery. This is what she preserved for future generations, not just Copper Creek's surface assets, but something hidden beneath that only the most persistent would ever find. Together they stepped into the passage, leaving the storm-washed world behind as they descended into the Earth's secrets, following a path prepared decades, perhaps centuries, before either of them had been born. The narrow passage opened gradually as they descended, Charlotte's skirts brushing against limestone walls worn smooth by water and time. Grayson held the lantern high, its golden glow revealing clear evidence of human modification. Rough steps carved into the natural slope, occasional handholds chiseled into sections where the descent steepened dangerously. The Spanish missionaries definitely improved this access, he observed, indicating tool marks still visible in the stone despite centuries of slow erosion. These chisel patterns match techniques documented at other Franciscan sites throughout the Southwest. Charlotte nodded, running her fingers across symbols carved into the wall at regular intervals. Simple crosses with additional markings that distinguished them from mere religious statements. Trail markers, she said, recalling Grayson's earlier explanations about Franciscan navigation methods. Guiding those who knew their meaning while appearing merely devotional to uninitiated observers. The air grew noticeably cooler as they continued downward, carrying a distinctive mineral scent and increasing moisture that suggested proximity to substantial water. The passage had widened enough for them to walk comfortably side by side, the ceiling rising far enough above that Grayson no longer needed to duck his tall frame beneath occasional outcroppings. After perhaps 20 minutes of careful descent, they reached a natural chamber that took Charlotte's breath away. Lantern light reflected from limestone formations that hung like frozen waterfalls from the ceiling, while natural columns created by millennia of mineral deposits stretched from floor to ceiling in fantastic shapes that seemed almost deliberately sculpted. "It's beautiful," Charlotte whispered, her voice naturally hushed in response to the cathedral-like space surrounding them. Grayson nodded, equally affected by the natural wonder they had discovered. "And there," he said, directing the lantern toward the chamber's far side, "more evidence of human presence." Near the chamber's rear wall, a rough-hewn table fashioned from a large stone slab stood flanked by smaller rocks positioned as crude seating. Ancient tools, a rusted hammer, the remains of what might have been a pry bar, and several implements Charlotte couldn't immediately identify, lay arranged on its surface as if the workers had merely stepped away temporarily, intending to return at any moment. They were excavating something, Grayson surmised, examining the tools without disturbing their positions. Looking at these patterns, I guess they were widening access to whatever lies beyond this chamber. Charlotte consulted her mother's journal again, holding it near the lantern to read the faint script. "Beyond the cathedral chamber, where stone grows from earth to heaven, seek the narrow path that none would notice without guidance," she read. "There rests the true treasure, protected by nature itself against those unworthy of its discovery." Together they surveyed the chamber's perimeter, searching for any indication of the narrow path mentioned in Elizabeth's cryptic directions. The lantern's limited reach made their progress slow, each section of wall requiring careful examination before moving to the next. "Here," Charlotte called finally, her attention caught by a section where the natural flow of stone seemed slightly different from surrounding areas. "This portion looks deliberately smoothed, as if to disguise an opening." Grayson brought the lantern closer, studying the area with focused attention. "You're right," he confirmed, running his hand along the stone surface until his fingers disappeared into what appeared to be solid rock from even a short distance. "It's an optical illusion created by careful shaping of the entrance. From most angles, the opening disappears completely into the natural pattern of the chamber wall." The passage beyond proved much narrower than the main approach, requiring them to proceed single file with shoulders occasionally brushing against cool stone. Charlotte went first, her slighter frame navigating the constricted space more easily, while Grayson followed with the lantern extended to illuminate their path. After perhaps 50 feet of twisting corridor that seemed to burrow deeper into the earth, the passage abruptly widened into a smaller chamber, roughly circular and clearly modified extensively by human hands. Unlike the natural grandeur of the larger cavern, this space had been shaped for clearly practical purposes. Its walls smoothed, ceiling reinforced with ancient timber supports, floor leveled to create a workable area. "Este es el lugar sagrado," Charlotte read from an inscription carved above a small alcove in the chamber's far wall. "This is the sacred place." Positioned with deliberate centrality within the alcove, a metal chest approximately 2 feet long by 1 foot wide rested on a stone platform. Unlike the rusted tools in the outer chamber, this container showed remarkably little deterioration, its iron construction apparently resistant to the cave's humid environment. Spanish craftsmanship, Grayson observed, examining the chest without touching it. Probably treated with oil and sealed specifically to withstand moisture. They intended whatever's inside to endure for generations. Charlotte moved forward slowly, almost reverently, as if approaching a church altar rather than a storage container. "My mother never saw this," she said softly. She documented its likely existence based on historical research and fragmentary clues, but the conditions required to reveal the entrance occurred too rarely for her to confirm her theories personally. Grayson nodded, understanding the emotional significance of completing Elizabeth Langford's unfinished exploration. "Would you like to open it?" he asked quietly. Charlotte drew a steadying breath, then gestured for him to join her. "Together," she suggested. "Whatever my mother preserved here was meant for those who valued Copper Creek enough to follow her guidance through challenge and uncertainty. That description applies to both of us." Side by side, they knelt before the ancient chest. The lid was secured by a simple iron hasp without a lock. Perhaps whatever mechanism had once protected its contents had deteriorated over time, or maybe its hidden location had been considered security enough against casual discovery. With careful coordination, they lifted the heavy lid simultaneously, the hinges protesting with metallic groans that echoed through the small chamber. As the contents became visible in the lantern light, Charlotte gasped, though not for the reason either of them might have anticipated. Instead of gold coins or precious gems that Spanish treasure tales often featured, the chest contained carefully preserved documents, maps drawn on vellum, bound manuscripts with faded but legible writing, and several small leather pouches containing what appeared to be rock samples. "This isn't what I expected," Charlotte admitted, carefully lifting one of the maps from its resting place. The document, though centuries old, had been preserved remarkably well in the sealed chest, its illustrations and notations still clearly visible despite age yellowing the material. Grayson extracted one of the leather pouches, opening it carefully to reveal several chunks of silver-bearing ore. "Samples," he concluded after a brief examination, documenting mineral deposits throughout the property if I'm interpreting these markings correctly. Charlotte had unrolled the largest map, her expression transforming from initial confusion to dawning wonder as she recognized what she was seeing. "This isn't just a property survey," she breathed. "It's a comprehensive mapping of an extensive underground aquifer system that runs beneath Copper Creek and neighboring properties." The document showed in remarkable detail how water flowed beneath the visible landscape, natural reservoirs, underground rivers, and the geological features that contained and directed this hidden resource. Additional notations, some in Spanish and others in what appeared to be native languages, marked access points and described seasonal variations in water levels. "Your mother wasn't hiding treasure," Grayson said with growing amazement as he examined additional documents from the chest. "She was protecting the water, the most valuable resource in the territory." Charlotte nodded, emotion tightening her throat as she recognized the true significance of their discovery. "In a region where drought determines survival, controlling water access means controlling everything," she said, understanding dawning with crystal clarity. "The silver deposits are valuable, certainly, but this aquifer mapping is worth more than any mineral wealth to those who understand its importance." She carefully extracted a smaller document secured with faded ribbon. Opening it revealed her mother's handwriting. Not the journal they had been following, but a separate letter addressed simply to whoever values Copper Creek enough to find this place. With hands that trembled slightly, Charlotte read aloud, "If you are reading these words, you have demonstrated the persistence and care necessary to be entrusted with Copper Creek's greatest secret. The Spanish missionaries who first documented this region recognized that its true wealth lay not in precious metals that enriched distant kings, but in the water that sustained life in an unforgiving landscape. They mapped this aquifer system not for exploitation, but for preservation, understanding that knowledge of sustainable water access would prove more valuable than gold to future generations. I have expanded their initial documentation with my own observations, confirming access points and seasonal variations throughout the property. Use this knowledge wisely. The temptation will be strong to leverage it for immediate gain, particularly given increasing pressure from those who view the territory solely as a resource to be extracted rather than a legacy to be preserved. Remember that water, unlike silver or gold, represents life itself in this harsh country. To whoever finds this cache, whether my daughter, as I hope, or some future steward of this land, I entrust not merely valuable information, but the responsibility of deciding how it will serve the greater good rather than temporary advantage. Elizabeth Langford. Silence filled the chamber as Charlotte finished reading, the lantern's flame casting dancing shadows across the ancient walls as both absorbed the significance of what they had discovered. This wasn't merely information that could secure Copper Creek against Holloway's water manipulation. It was knowledge that could reshape understanding of resource management throughout the entire region. She created a legacy that transcends property boundaries, Grayson said finally, his voice quiet with respect for Elizabeth Langford's foresight. This mapping provides the foundation for sustainable water management that could benefit every ranch and community in the area if used properly. Charlotte nodded, carefully returning the letter to its place among the documents. She knew that eventually water would become more valuable than any mineral deposit, she said. These maps don't just show where water exists, they demonstrate how the entire system interconnects, how withdrawing too much from one location affects availability elsewhere. Scientific understanding decades ahead of current practices, Grayson acknowledged, his expression reflecting genuine admiration. Your educational foundation idea makes even more sense now. Ensuring this knowledge benefits future generations rather than enriching a single property owner. Charlotte gathered the documents carefully, returning them to the chest with the reverence their significance deserved. "This is what my mother preserved for me," she said softly, "not just a ranch or mineral rights or even water access, but the opportunity to make decisions that might benefit an entire region rather than just ourselves." As they secured the chest for transport back to the ranch house, Charlotte felt a profound sense of connection with her mother that transcended the physical documents they had discovered. Elizabeth Langford had understood something essential about true value that most of her contemporaries, including Charlotte's father, had failed to recognize. "We should start back," Grayson suggested gently, noticing Charlotte's emotional response to their discovery. "The storm has likely passed by now, and Miguel will be concerned if we're not back by nightfall." Charlotte nodded, taking one final look around the chamber that had preserved her mother's legacy for decades, waiting for someone persistent enough to uncover its secrets. As they made their way back through the narrow passage toward the main cavern, she found herself walking straighter despite physical exhaustion, the weight of responsibility balanced by certainty of purpose. Whatever challenges Holloway and Edmund might yet create, whatever decisions lay ahead regarding Copper Creek's future, Charlotte now possessed something beyond material resources or legal documentation. She carried her mother's vision, a perspective that valued sustainability above immediate profit, community welfare above individual advantage. As they emerged from the cave entrance into late afternoon sunlight that had broken through dissipating clouds, Charlotte paused to survey the rain-washed landscape of Copper Creek stretching before them. Beside her, Grayson stood quietly, allowing her this moment of contemplation without interruption. "We'll need to document everything properly," she said finally, professional practicality reasserting itself. "Make copies of the maps, catalog the ore samples, create a secure storage system for the original materials." Grayson nodded, understanding that her focus on immediate practical steps represented not avoidance of the discovery's emotional impact, but rather her characteristic approach to significant challenges. The information about the aquifer system will be particularly valuable in countering Holloway's water manipulation, he observed. It will, Charlotte agreed, turning toward him with unexpected intensity in her expression. But we'll need to consider carefully how to utilize this knowledge. My mother preserved it for sustainable management, not as a weapon in property disputes, regardless of how justified our position might be. The ethical consideration, placing long-term stewardship above immediate tactical advantage, revealed Charlotte's character more clearly than any declaration might have done. Grayson studied her face with undisguised admiration, recognizing the strength required to consider broader implications even while facing immediate threats. "Whatever approach you decide upon," he said quietly, "I'm at your disposal." The simple statement, offered without qualification or self-interest, completed a transformation that had been gradually developing since his return to Copper Creek. Where once Charlotte might have questioned his motives or maintained cautious distance, she now found herself meeting his gaze with complete openness. Trust fully restored not through declarations, but through consistently demonstrated loyalty. "I know," she replied, the two words carrying acknowledgement of everything that had changed between them. "Let's go home." As they began the journey back toward the ranch house, Charlotte carried with her not just the physical evidence of their discovery, but the certainty that whatever challenges lay ahead, she would face them with clearer purpose and stronger support than she could have imagined when first arriving at Copper Creek months earlier. Elizabeth Langford's legacy had proven more valuable than gold or silver. A vision of stewardship that transcended ownership, and partnerships based on shared values rather than temporary advantage. Some treasures, Charlotte was learning, couldn't be measured in material terms, regardless of their practical value. The most important ones were found in trust restored, purpose recognized, and connections formed through shared commitment to something larger than individual interest. The first warning came as a deep vibration beneath their feet, a trembling so subtle Charlotte initially thought she'd imagined it. They had begun retracing their steps through the main chamber, the precious chest secured between them, when the vibration strengthened into an unmistakable rumble. "Grayson?" she questioned, instinctively halting mid-step. His head lifted sharply, attention focused on the ceiling, where ancient limestone formations had hung undisturbed for centuries. "We need to move, now!" He lunged toward her just as a terrible groaning split the silence. Charlotte barely registered being pulled against his chest, his body curving protectively around hers as a deafening crack shattered the chamber's hushed atmosphere. The lantern tumbled from his grasp, miraculously remaining lit as it rolled across the uneven floor. Stone struck stone in a cacophony that seemed to last both an eternity and mere seconds. Dust filled the air, chalky particles catching in Charlotte's throat as she struggled not to cough against Grayson's shoulder. His arms remained locked around her, his broad back taking the brunt of several smaller fragments that rained down from above. When the chaos finally subsided, leaving only the soft patter of pebbles and dust still settling, Charlotte became acutely aware of Grayson's heartbeat beneath her cheek. Steady, despite the danger, though certainly faster than normal. His breath warmed her temple, one hand cradling the back of her head where he'd protected her from falling debris. "Are you hurt?" he asked, voice raspy from the dust, yet remarkably calm. Charlotte took inventory before answering, methodically checking for pain beyond the inevitable bruises from his swift protective action. "No," she replied finally. Nothing significant." Grayson eased his embrace, helping her regain her footing while maintaining steadying contact as if uncertain of her stability. In the lantern's diffused glow, she could see dust covering his shoulders and hair, a thin scratch along one cheekbone where a stone fragment had grazed him. She reached automatically to brush dust from his face, the gesture unconsciously intimate. His eyes held hers for a charged moment before practicality reasserted itself, and they both turned to assess their situation. The sight stole Charlotte's momentary breath. Where the passage leading back to the cave entrance had been, a wall of fallen rock now stood, boulders and rubble completely blocking their exit route. "The storm must have triggered it," Grayson observed, retrieving the lantern and approaching the obstruction for closer examination. Sometimes heavy rainfall loosens soil above cave systems, creating pressure shifts that disturb previously stable formations. His matter-of-fact assessment helped Charlotte master the bolt of panic that had initially shot through her. She watched as he methodically inspected the blockage, testing several larger rocks to determine the collapse's stability. "Can we clear it?" she asked, already knowing the answer from his expression. Grayson shook his head. "Too extensive, and attempting to remove the wrong stone could trigger additional collapse. We need to find another way out." The calm certainty in his voice steadied Charlotte's growing unease. She glanced around the chamber, focusing on practical assessment rather than the tightening sensation in her chest. "The passage to the smaller chamber remains open. Perhaps there's another exit route we missed." "Good thinking," Grayson agreed, his manner suggesting this was merely an interesting challenge rather than potential entombment. He gestured toward the small chamber where they'd discovered the chest. "We should conduct a thorough examination of all walls. Cave systems often have multiple access points, even if some haven't been used for centuries." They returned to the sacred chamber, the metal chest now placed carefully against one wall as they began a methodical search of the space. Charlotte ran her hands along the smooth stone surfaces, searching for any crack or opening that might indicate an alternate passage. Grayson examined the ceiling, the lantern held high to illuminate natural formations that might suggest upper-level routes. "Here," he called after several minutes of silent exploration. "This air movement isn't coming from the passage we entered through." Charlotte joined him at a section of wall partially concealed behind a natural stone column. As she stood beside him, she felt the faintest breath of cool air against her dust-streaked cheek. "There must be an opening," she concluded, renewing her tactile examination of the seemingly solid rock face. "Perhaps another concealed passage like the one that led us here?" Together they explored every inch of the area where the air current seemed strongest. After several frustrating minutes, Grayson's shoulders straightened with new alertness. "It's above," he said, directing the lantern toward a narrow fissure approximately 7 feet from the floor. "There's a passage up there, small, but definitely large enough for a person." Charlotte studied the potential escape route with mingled hope and trepidation. The opening appeared barely wide enough for shoulders to pass through, and reaching it would require climbing the irregular stone column that rose nearby. "I'll go first," Grayson stated, already setting aside his coat and securing the lantern to his belt. "Once I've determined if it leads anywhere viable, I'll help you up." She watched as he scaled the column with surprising agility for such a large man, finding natural handholds in the limestone formations with the practiced eye of someone accustomed to traversing difficult terrain. When he reached the fissure's level, he braced himself against the column and extended his upper body into the opening, the lantern's glow disappearing as he assessed the passage beyond. "It continues upward," his voice echoed back, slightly hollowed by the stone surroundings, "narrow but passable with what feels like a larger space beyond." He reappeared, extending one arm toward the metal chest. "We'll need to transport this as well. Can you secure it with rope so I can pull it up once you're safely through?" Charlotte nodded, retrieving coiled rope from their supplies and fashioning a secure harness around the precious container. While Grayson maintained his precarious position, she worked with focused efficiency that helped disguise the growing anxiety she couldn't entirely suppress. The chamber that had earlier felt sacred and wondrous now seemed to close around her, the solid rock walls no longer impressive but oppressive. "Charlotte," Grayson's voice penetrated her spiraling thoughts. "The chest is secure. I need you to climb up now." She moved toward the column, grasping the first handhold with determination that belied her inner turmoil. The climb itself wasn't particularly challenging. The natural formation provided adequate purchase for someone of her size and strength. Yet with each foot of elevation, the chamber's limited dimensions seemed increasingly constricting. By the time she reached Grayson's position, her breathing had shortened noticeably, her knuckles white where she gripped the stone. "The passage narrows significantly," he warned as he helped position her at the fissure's entrance, "but it opens again about 10 feet in. I'll be right behind you." Charlotte nodded, unwilling to waste breath on words when it already seemed in short supply. The fissure proved even tighter than it had appeared, requiring her to turn sideways and edge through with agonizing slowness. Cool air brushed her face from ahead, promising escape even as the stone pressed against her back and chest in claustrophobic embrace. She had navigated perhaps 5 feet when the panic struck fully, a sudden, visceral certainty that the passage was narrowing further, that she would become trapped between unyielding stone walls with no possibility of forward or backward movement. Her breath came in short, ineffective gasps, her progress halting as muscles locked in primitive fear. "Charlotte?" Grayson's voice reached her from behind, concern evident even through the passage's acoustic distortion. "What's wrong?" "I can't," she managed, the admission painful to her pride yet impossible to suppress. "The walls, they're too close." Understanding filled his response immediately. "You're experiencing claustrophobia. It's a natural reaction, especially after the cave-in." "I need to go back," Charlotte insisted. Irrational certainty overwhelming logical assessment. "I can't continue." "Listen to me," Grayson replied, his tone shifting to something she'd rarely heard from him, gentle yet absolutely authoritative. "The passage opens ahead, I saw it, but you need to keep moving forward." "I can't," she repeated, humiliation burning through her panic at this unexpected weakness. "Yes, you can," he contradicted calmly. "I'm right here behind you, Charlotte. I won't let anything happen to you." The simple declaration somehow penetrated her fear. Charlotte drew a shaky breath, forcing her muscles to unlock enough for minimal forward movement. "That's it," Grayson encouraged. "Small steps. The opening is just ahead." She progressed another foot, then another, repeating his words in her mind like a talisman against terror. The lantern at Grayson's belt cast eerie shadows that seemed to make the passage contract further, yet she continued edging forward solely on the strength of his unwavering certainty. "When I was 9, she found herself saying, the unexpected confession springing from someplace beyond conscious control. "My cousins locked me in an old steamer trunk during a game of hide and seek. They forgot about me. I spent 2 hours in complete darkness, unable to move more than inches in any direction." The words tumbled out between controlled breaths as she continued her painful progress through the constricted space. Behind her, Grayson made a sound that might have been sympathetic understanding or suppressed anger at the thoughtless cruelty of children. "No one came when I called," she continued, the ancient fear somehow lessened by articulation. "Eventually, the housekeeper heard strange noises from the attic and found me. I've avoided confined spaces ever since." "Yet here you are," Grayson observed, "moving forward despite every instinct telling you to retreat. That's not weakness, Charlotte. That's extraordinary courage," his assessment. Delivered as simple fact rather than deliberate comfort, steadied her more effectively than elaborate reassurance might have done. She pushed forward another foot, then another, until suddenly the pressing stone on either side fell away as the passage opened into a larger space just as Grayson had promised. Charlotte practically stumbled into the new chamber, drawing deep, grateful breaths as the claustrophobic panic gradually subsided. When Grayson emerged behind her moments later, the lantern's glow revealed a much smaller cavity than the main chamber, but with a crucial difference. A shaft of diffuse daylight filtered down from what appeared to be a natural chimney in the ceiling. "An air shaft," Grayson confirmed, studying the opening overhead. "Likely one of several that ventilates this entire system, and where air passes." "People can follow," Charlotte finished, hope rising with the realization. She watched as he examined the shaft's dimensions and the natural formations that might serve as climbing holds. "It's navigable," he concluded. "Challenging, but possible. We'll need to secure the chest to your back since I'll need both hands free to help you ascend." As he arranged their gear for the climb, Charlotte found her equilibrium gradually returning. The combination of open space and visible daylight, however faint, had largely dispelled her earlier panic. What remained was peculiar vulnerability, not merely from the claustrophobic episode, but from having revealed something so personal during a moment of weakness. "Thank you," she said quietly, as Grayson secured the rope harness that would distribute the chest's weight across her shoulders. "For your patience back there." His hands paused briefly in their methodical work. "Fear isn't failure, Charlotte. Especially fear born from genuine trauma." The simple acknowledgement without judgment or diminishment touched something deep within her, a place that had grown accustomed to maintaining strength regardless of circumstance, that measured value through unwavering capability rather than human complexity. Still, she persisted, needing him to understand something she was only now recognizing herself. Few people have seen me, vulnerable in that particular way, not since I was a child. Grayson's eyes met hers, something unguarded in his expression that matched her own emotional exposure. "I consider it a privilege," he said softly, "not a weakness to be exploited. That's the difference between who I was when I arrived at Copper Creek and who I am now." The statement hung between them, weighted with significance beyond their immediate predicament. In the lantern's gentle illumination, Charlotte found herself studying his face with new clarity, the strength evident in his features balanced by compassion she had once doubted could be genuine. "I've forgiven you," she said simply, the words emerging with surprising ease given how long she had held her hurt close. "Not just because you took a bullet for me or helped find my mother's legacy, but because you've proven consistently that people can change when something matters enough to them." Grayson went utterly still, his hands frozen in the act of securing the final knot of her harness. For a moment he seemed unable to respond, his composure usually unshakable, visibly affected by her unexpected absolution. "I don't deserve it," he finally said, voice roughened with emotion he'd rarely permitted himself to display. "But I swear to you, Charlotte Langford, I will spend every day proving worthy of your trust, whether that's a week from now or 20 years from now. You and Copper Creek have become..." He paused, searching for adequate expression. "You've become the measure against which I judge every choice, every action." The raw honesty in his declaration stripped away the last of Charlotte's carefully maintained reserve. The man before her wasn't the calculating agent who had arrived to undermine her efforts, nor even the capable foreman who had gradually won her professional respect. This was Grayson Harrison Cole, completely unguarded, offering everything he was without strategic purpose or reservation. She reached for him without conscious decision, her hand settling against his dust-streaked cheek. His skin was warm beneath her palm, the slight stubble of his jaw a pleasant friction against her fingers. Their earlier kiss at the hidden spring had been impulsive, a moment of connection neither had been prepared to fully acknowledge amid complicated circumstances. This was different. As Charlotte leaned toward him, eyes holding his with deliberate intent, nothing remained hidden or unexamined between them. When their lips met, it was with complete awareness, not just of the physical sensation, though that alone would have been enough to quicken her pulse, but of everything this connection represented. Trust restored, forgiveness offered and accepted, possibility kindled not despite their difficult beginning, but somehow strengthened by the challenges they had overcome together. Grayson's response held equal measures of tenderness and barely restrained passion. His hands moved to her waist, respectful yet undeniably possessive in their gentle pressure. Charlotte allowed herself to lean into his strength, the solid reality of him anchoring her in this extraordinary moment that seemed somehow outside normal time and circumstance. When they finally separated, breath mingling in the cool cavern air, Charlotte found herself smiling with unexpected lightness despite their still precarious situation. Grayson's expression mirrored her own. Wonder tempered by the practical recognition that they remained trapped underground, with considerable challenges still ahead. As if summoned by this recognition, a small cascade of loose stone rattled down the air shaft, accompanied by a stronger beam of daylight from above. They both looked up, momentarily startled from their private moment. "The openings widened," Grayson observed, professional assessment returning despite the lingering warmth in his gaze. "The storm's effect on the surrounding soil must be continuing to shift the formation." Charlotte nodded, reluctantly stepping back to allow necessary focus on their escape route. Yet as they began preparations for ascending the natural chimney, something fundamental had changed between them. An unspoken but mutually understood commitment that transcended their immediate circumstances. Whatever awaited them beyond this underground sanctuary, they would face it not as reluctant allies or even as partners with restored trust, but as something new entirely. Two people whose separate paths had converged through circumstances neither could have anticipated, creating a connection neither had sought, but both now recognized as invaluable beyond measure. First light had barely begun painting the eastern horizon when they emerged from the air shaft onto a rocky slope nearly a quarter-mile from where they had originally entered the cave system. The storm had passed completely, leaving behind a transformed landscape of saturated earth and debris-strewn gullies. Dawn painted the scattered clouds with delicate rose and gold, the beauty a stark contrast to their bedraggled appearance after hours underground. Charlotte inhaled deeply, the fresh air sweet in lungs that had adjusted to the cave's mineral-laden atmosphere. Beside her, Grayson secured the precious chest with practiced efficiency before surveying their surroundings to establish their precise location on Copper Creek property. "We're on the eastern slope," he determined, pointing toward a distinctive rock formation visible in the growing light. "Perhaps 2 miles from the main house if we cut across the ridge instead of following the longer trail down." Charlotte nodded, automatically reaching to secure loose pins in her once neat hair, now hopelessly disheveled from their underground adventure. The practical gesture brought a soft smile to Grayson's lips, appreciation for her unfailing attention to order even in extraordinary circumstances. "You look beautiful," he said quietly, the simple compliment delivered with sincerity that brought unexpected warmth to Charlotte's cheeks. Before she could respond, movement in the valley below caught her attention. A rider approached at considerable speed, following the main trail toward their elevated position with evident purpose rather than chance direction. Miguel, she identified as the figure drew nearer, recognizing both horse and rider despite the distance. "Something's wrong." Grayson's posture shifted immediately, transitioning from private moment to alert assessment as they both watched Miguel urge his mount up the slope at a pace that risked the animal's soundness. When he finally reached them, the foreman's expression confirmed Charlotte's instinctive concern before he spoke a single word. "Gracias a Dios," Miguel exclaimed, genuine relief flooding his weathered features as he swung down from his lathered horse. "We feared the worst when you didn't return by nightfall. The men have been searching since first light." "We found what we were seeking," Charlotte assured him, gesturing toward the metal chest now secured for transport, "but encountered complications with our exit route." Miguel nodded, absorbing this explanation with typical practicality. Yet his expression remained troubled, his gaze shifting between Charlotte and Grayson with uncharacteristic tension. "What's happened?" Grayson asked directly, reading the foreman's demeanor with experienced precision. Miguel drew a deep breath. "Holloway arrived during the night," he reported grimly, "with that Boston banker and 6 armed men. They're waiting at the main house with documents they claim give them legal authority over Copper Creek." "What kind of documents?" Charlotte demanded, cold dread replacing her earlier moment of peace. "Papers supposedly signed by your father?" Miguel replied, disgust evident in his tone. "Transferring his ownership interest to their mining consortium. Sarah stalled them, claiming you were meeting with the territorial surveyor and would return by noon. They've made themselves comfortable, acting like they already own the property." Charlotte's mind raced through implications and possibilities. "How many of our men remain at the house?" "Tomas, Luis, and 3 of the newer hands," Miguel responded. "Diego is leading the second search party on the western slope. Everyone is armed, but Holloway's men are gunfighters, not ranch hands." Grayson's expression had hardened to dangerous intensity. "They've timed this deliberately," he observed. "With us absent and the property vulnerable after the storm damage," Charlotte nodded, the familiar cold clarity that accompanied genuine crisis settling over her like a mantle. "They believe they're facing an inexperienced Eastern woman they can intimidate with false documents and armed thugs," she said, a hint of steel entering her voice. "They're about to learn otherwise." She turned to Miguel. "Ride ahead and tell Sarah to maintain the pretense that I'm expected by noon. Have Tomas gather our loyal men without appearing to organize resistance. Position them strategically throughout the ranch buildings." As Miguel prepared to depart with these instructions, Charlotte opened the metal chest and extracted the most crucial documents, the aquifer mapping and mineral surveys that would prove essential to countering Holloway and Edmund's scheme. "What are you thinking?" Grayson asked, recognizing the focused calculation in her expression. "They want a fight," Charlotte replied, carefully securing the documents inside her jacket. "Let's give them one. But on our terms, not theirs." They made their way down the ridge with purposeful haste. Charlotte outlining her strategy as they walked. The combination of the underground aquifer mapping and her mother's documentation of how the water system connected surrounding properties provided leverage beyond anything Holloway had anticipated. Whatever falsified documents Edmund had procured from her father, likely through manipulation during his declining health, would hold little weight against scientific evidence of how Holloway's water diversion damaged multiple properties, not just Copper Creek. "We'll need to make copies of these maps," Charlotte determined as they neared the ranch buildings. "Send riders to neighboring properties with evidence of how Holloway's activities affect their water access?" Grayson nodded, his tactical mind already extending her strategy to its logical conclusions. Creating a coalition of landowners against a common threat rather than fighting in isolation, he confirmed. Exactly what Holloway has worked to prevent through targeted intimidation. As the ranch house came into view, Charlotte halted briefly, studying the home that had transformed from inherited obligation to genuine sanctuary during her months at Copper Creek. Morning sunlight gilded the weathered wood and stone, the surrounding landscape achingly familiar despite the storm's alterations. Smoke rose from the kitchen chimney where Sarah would be preparing breakfast with deliberate normalcy despite the unwelcome visitors within. "This isn't just about silver deposits or water rights," Charlotte said softly, sudden clarity crystallizing all the complicated emotions of the past hours. "It's about home." Grayson's hand found hers, strong fingers intertwining with her own in silent understanding. "Then we'll defend it," he stated simply. Together. Charlotte squeezed his hand briefly before releasing it, straightening her shoulders as she prepared to confront the men who believed they could take through deception and intimidation what she had earned through perseverance and genuine connection to the land. They expect a frightened woman easily manipulated through legal technicalities and masculine intimidation, she observed, a hint of something almost like anticipation entering her voice. "I believe Mr. Holloway and Edmund Blackwell are overdue for reconsideration of their assumptions." As they approached the ranch yard where Holloway's men had unsaddled their horses with presumptuous confidence, Charlotte moved with the quiet authority of someone absolutely certain of her place and purpose. Whatever legal maneuvers or physical threats awaited inside, she faced them not as the hesitant Boston socialite who had arrived at Copper Creek months earlier, but as a woman who had found her true strength in this demanding land, and would defend it with every resource at her disposal. The past 24 hours had transformed more than just the physical landscape around them. Something elemental had shifted within Charlotte herself, certainty of purpose aligned with emotional clarity that left no room for doubt or hesitation. Copper Creek was her home, her legacy, and her future. Anyone who threatened that would discover exactly how formidable Elizabeth Langford's daughter had become when fighting for something she genuinely loved. Charlotte paused at the parlor doorway, taking in the scene before making her presence known. Vernon Holloway occupied her father's leather chair as if he already owned it, his substantial frame arranged with calculated casualness that couldn't disguise the predatory alertness in his gaze. Edmund stood near the fireplace, immaculately dressed despite the early hour, examining the collection of books on the mantel with the proprietary air of someone already cataloging assets. Sheriff Wilson sat uncomfortably at the edge of a straight-backed chair, his expression caught between official neutrality and evident discomfort with the situation. None of them had noticed her yet. Charlotte used the moment to steady herself, brushing cave dust from her skirts in a practiced gesture that belied the determination coursing through her veins. Behind her, Grayson's solid presence radiated quiet strength, his nearness providing reassurance without a single word exchanged between them. "Gentlemen," she announced, stepping into the parlor with the composed dignity of a woman entering her own drawing room, rather than someone who had spent the night trapped underground. "I understand you've been waiting for me." All three men turned sharply at her voice. Edmund recovered first, his politician's smile sliding into place with practiced ease. "Charlotte, my dear," he greeted, moving toward her with hands extended as if welcoming a wayward child. "We've been concerned about your absence during the storm. Where have you—" He halted mid-sentence, finally registering her disheveled appearance, the torn riding skirt, dust-streaked jacket, and hair that had long since escaped its once neat arrangement. His gaze shifted to Grayson, who had positioned himself slightly behind Charlotte's right shoulder, his stance protective without being possessive. "What is the meaning of this?" Edmund demanded, his cordial facade cracking. "You disappear overnight and return looking like you've been dragged through a mine shaft, accompanied by a man who has no legal authority on this property." "My whereabouts are hardly your concern, Edmund," Charlotte replied, her voice leveled despite the spark of anger his presumption kindled. "More relevant is why you and Mr. Holloway have made yourselves comfortable in my home without invitation, apparently believing you have some claim to Copper Creek." Holloway rose from the leather chair, his substantial height intended to intimidate as he approached. "We have more than belief, Miss Langford," he stated, gesturing toward papers spread across the desk. "We have legal documentation signed by your father transferring his ownership interest in Copper Creek to our mining consortium." "Indeed?" Charlotte moved toward the desk without haste, her composed manner clearly unsettling both men who had expected either emotional outburst or intimidated compliance. "Sheriff Wilson, I presume you're here as official witness to these alleged transactions?" The sheriff shifted uncomfortably. "Mr. Holloway requested my presence to officially record the transfer of property and ensure peaceful transition," he explained, his expression suggesting he'd found the assignment distasteful from the beginning. "Given recent tensions, I thought it best to comply until you returned." "Very prudent," Charlotte acknowledged, examining the documents with methodical attention. Edmund and Holloway exchanged glances, their anticipated triumph fading as she showed neither distress nor confusion at the legal papers before her. The parlor had grown unnaturally quiet. Through the window, Charlotte noticed several of Holloway's armed men positioning themselves strategically around the yard, while her own ranch hands maintained casual but deliberate presence near essential buildings. The confrontation extended beyond this room, forces arranged like chess pieces awaiting decisive movement. "These papers appear quite official," she observed finally, looking up to meet Holloway's confident gaze. "Unfortunately for your purposes, they're entirely irrelevant to Copper Creek's ownership." Edmund stepped forward, impatience evident in his clipped tone. "Charlotte, be reasonable. Your father has signed legal transfer of his interests in this property. The documentation is properly notarized and witnessed according to territorial law. Sheriff Wilson can confirm the legal validity." "I don't dispute the document's technical construction," Charlotte replied, unruffled by his condescension, "merely their application to this specific property." She turned to the bookshelf behind the desk, removing a false panel Grayson had helped her discover weeks earlier during their defensive preparations. From the hidden compartment, she extracted a leather portfolio, its contents protected from both time and potential water damage. "Sheriff Wilson, would you be kind enough to examine these documents?" she requested, laying the portfolio open on the desk. "You'll find the original deed establishing separate ownership of Copper Creek, registered with territorial authorities in 1852. The sheriff moved forward, professional interest overcoming his previous discomfort as he studied the yellowed papers. "This appears to be a legal transfer of ownership, from Arthur Langford to Elizabeth Chambers Langford," he confirmed, running a finger along the document's text. "A wedding gift by the language here, transferring complete ownership rights to Mrs. Langford as her sole and separate property." Holloway's confidence visibly faltered. "That's impossible. Our research confirmed Arthur Langford as the property owner of record." "A common misconception," Charlotte acknowledged. "Well, my father apparently encouraged in his business dealings. But as you can see from the territorial seal and registry number, Copper Creek has been legally separate from my father's financial interests for over 20 years. Edmund's face had paled noticeably. "Arthur never mentioned this arrangement. He specifically confirmed his authority to negotiate the property's sale. My father's recent health difficulties have unfortunately affected his memory," Charlotte replied, the diplomatic phrasing masking her growing certainty that Edmund had manipulated Arthur Langford's diminished condition to obtain signatures. "Whatever he may have believed or stated, he lacked legal authority to transfer property he hasn't owned since before I was born." Holloway's expression had darkened dangerously, his earlier smugness replaced by calculating assessment. "Even if this ancient deed proves valid, you've repeatedly violated territorial water regulations. The recent diversion of natural water flow from my property constitutes grounds for legal intervention." Charlotte smiled slightly, the expression containing no warmth whatsoever. I was hoping you might raise that particular issue, Mr. Holloway. She extracted additional documents from the portfolio. These territorial surveys, commissioned by my mother and properly registered, establish Copper Creek's water rights, based on original watershed mapping. She gestured for Grayson to set the Spanish chest on the desk, its weathered iron stark against the polished wood surface. With deliberate movements, she unlocked it and extracted the most damning evidence against Holloway's operations. Additionally, these hydrological surveys document the natural underground aquifer system that connects properties throughout this region. They scientifically demonstrate how your illegal dam diverts water that naturally flows to multiple properties beyond Copper Creek. The sheriff leaned forward, professional interest clearly piqued by evidence that extended beyond a simple property dispute. These surveys appear to be professionally executed, he noted, examining the detailed maps with growing engagement. If accurate, they suggest water interference affecting at least 6 separate properties in the county. Precisely, Charlotte confirmed. Which is why representatives from those affected properties have agreed to file joint complaint against Mr. Holloway's water manipulation. She glanced toward the window where Miguel now stood at the edge of the yard, accompanied by 3 neighboring ranchers, whose expressions suggested they had come for more than casual visiting. Holloway's gaze followed hers, his assessment of shifting power dynamics evident in the tightening of his jaw. This changes nothing, he insisted, though with noticeably less conviction. The territorial courts will require months to adjudicate water disputes, during which time operations continue under existing arrangements. Under normal circumstances, perhaps, Charlotte agreed. However, when water diversion threatens the livestock of multiple properties simultaneously, emergency injunctions become immediately applicable. She turned to the sheriff. Isn't that correct, Sheriff Wilson? The lawman nodded slowly, his earlier discomfort now replaced by professional certainty. Territorial statute does empower me to issue immediate cease and desist orders when livestock survival is threatened, given the evidence presented and the support of multiple property owners. I'm obligated to enforce immediate restoration of natural water flow. Edmund stepped forward, abandoning pretense of cordiality entirely. This is outrageous manipulation, he snapped. The territorial courts will overturn any hasty local judgments once proper legal process is followed. You're welcome to pursue that path, Charlotte replied evenly, though I suspect careful examination of all relevant documentation will prove even less favorable to your consortium's interests. From the corner of her eye, Charlotte noticed one of Holloway's gunmen shifting position outside, his hand drifting suggestively toward his holster. Grayson had evidently observed the same movement, his posture adjusting subtly to place himself more directly between Charlotte and the potential threat. Holloway had not missed the silent exchange. His gaze shifted calculatingly between Charlotte and Grayson, assessing their obvious partnership with growing comprehension. It appears I underestimated your resourcefulness, Miss Langford. He acknowledged, his tone suggesting this merely represented temporary setback rather than definitive defeat, and the loyalty you inspire in those around you. A common mistake, Charlotte agreed, meeting his gaze without flinching. One I trust won't be repeated. The sheriff rose, authority settling across his shoulders as official capacity superseded personal discomfort. Based on the documentation presented, I'm issuing immediate injunction against water diversion affecting Copper Creek and neighboring properties, he stated formally. Mr. Holloway, your dam must be dismantled within 48 hours. Failure to comply will result in criminal charges. He turned to Edmund with clear distaste. As for these property transfer documents, they appear to have no legal standing given the evidence of prior separated ownership. I'll be filing official report noting potential fraud in their creation, which territorial authorities may wish to investigate further. Edmund's face had flushed with anger and humiliation. You haven't heard the last of this matter, he warned Charlotte, gathering the now useless papers with jerky movements. Arthur Langford's financial situation remains precarious. Other avenues of pressure remain available. I would strongly recommend against further attempts at manipulation or intimidation, Grayson interjected, his quiet voice carrying unmistakable warning. Miss Langford's allies extend beyond this immediate community. the implied threat of wider exposure clearly registered with Edmund, whose ambitions extended far beyond territorial mining interests. With visible effort, he composed his features into something approaching dignity. "We'll withdraw for now," he conceded stiffly, "though I maintain these matters require further legal clarification." "Of course," Charlotte acknowledged, moving toward the parlor door in clear indication that the meeting had concluded. "Sheriff Wilson can provide guidance on appropriate legal channels for pursuing your concerns." Holloway had remained silent during this exchange, his narrowed eyes suggesting strategic recalculation rather than admission of defeat. As he moved to follow Edmund toward the door, he paused briefly beside Charlotte. "Impressive performance," he acknowledged, voice pitched for her ears alone. "Your mother would have been proud. She was equally stubborn about certain matters." "Not stubborn, Mr. Holloway," Charlotte corrected, meeting his gaze directly. "Principled, a distinction I've come to appreciate more fully in recent months." Something resembling genuine respect flickered briefly across his features before the calculated mask returned, with a slight inclination of his head that acknowledged her victory without conceding permanent defeat. He followed Edmund from the parlor. Sheriff Wilson lingered briefly, his expression suggesting both admiration and concern. "They won't give up entirely," he warned. "Men like Holloway and Blackwell consider setbacks merely challenges to overcome through different methods." "I'm aware," Charlotte assured him. "But they'll find Copper Creek considerably better defended against future attempts than they anticipated." The sheriff nodded, casting a measuring glance toward Grayson, who remained positioned protectively near Charlotte. Whatever assessment the lawman made, it appeared to satisfy his concerns. "I'll escort them to the property line," he offered, "and ensure all their men depart with them. The neighboring ranchers have agreed to maintain presence here through nightfall as additional precaution." As he departed, Charlotte felt momentary lightheadedness that had nothing to do with their night spent underground and everything to do with the tension finally releasing from her muscles. She might have swayed slightly had Grayson not moved immediately to her side, his hand at her elbow providing unobtrusive support. "Well done," he murmured, quiet pride evident in his voice. "I've never seen a more effective dismantling of overconfident men in my life." Charlotte smiled, genuine humor warming features that had maintained careful composure throughout the confrontation. "I had excellent material to work with," she acknowledged, "and the most reliable partner possible at my side." From the doorway, Sarah appeared carrying a tray with coffee and what appeared to be freshly baked biscuits. "Thought you might need sustenance after putting those jackals in their place," she announced with undisguised satisfaction. "Never doubted you'd send them packing, but it was a pleasure to witness all the same." As Charlotte accepted the offered coffee, she noticed Miguel entering the parlor, followed by the neighboring ranchers who had provided crucial support through their presence. Their expressions contained newfound respect, mingled with genuine concern for her well-being. "Copper Creek stands stronger with allies," Charlotte acknowledged, including all of them in her gratitude. "I won't forget the support you've shown today." Jim Peterson, whose small ranch adjoined their eastern boundary, stepped forward as apparent spokesman for the group. "What benefits one property benefits all in this region," he stated pragmatically. "Your mother understood that principle. Good to see her daughter carries the same wisdom." This simple acknowledgement, comparing her favorably to Elizabeth Langford, whose reputation still commanded respect years after her death, affected Charlotte more deeply than elaborate praise might have done. As the men settled into practical discussion of maintaining watch against potential retaliation from Holloway's forces, Charlotte found herself standing slightly apart, the events of the past 24 hours finally registering fully in her exhausted mind. They had discovered her mother's hidden legacy, survived potentially fatal cave-in, and faced down enemies who had believed victory certain. Yet what registered most powerfully was none of these achievements individually, but rather the community that had gradually formed around her since arriving at Copper Creek. Not merely employees or business associates, but genuine allies who recognized shared purpose beyond immediate self-interest. Grayson moved to stand beside her, his presence requiring no words as he followed her gaze across the assembled group, now planning collaborative patrol schedules with the easy coordination of people accustomed to solving practical problems together. "This is what your mother built," he observed quietly. "Not just a successful ranch, but connections that transcend property boundaries and individual interests." Charlotte nodded, understanding with newfound clarity exactly what her mother had valued enough to document so carefully in her journal. Not merely water sources or mineral deposits, but the foundation for community strong enough to resist those who viewed the territory solely as resource to be extracted, rather than legacy to be preserved. "And what will continue building," she replied, the simple declaration containing commitment that extended far beyond the immediate victory they had secured today. The morning sunlight streamed through the parlor windows, illuminating dust motes that danced in golden shafts across the room where her mother had conducted ranch business for decades. Outside, men who had arrived as potential adversaries departed under the watchful eyes of neighbors who had recognized common cause in defending their shared watershed. Within these walls, people who had begun as strangers had become something far more significant: a community bound by mutual respect and shared purpose. Whatever challenges might yet arise from Edmund's wounded pride or Holloway's calculated ambition, Charlotte faced them not as isolated property owner, but as central thread in a strengthening fabric of interdependent interests. The confrontation that had just concluded represented not merely personal triumph, but affirmation of principles Elizabeth Langford had recognized decades earlier: that true security arose not from isolation, but from connection. Not from dominance, but from respectful partnership. As Charlotte caught Grayson's gaze across the busy parlor, she recognized that same understanding reflected in his expression. The certainty that whatever they faced in coming days or years, they would navigate it not as individuals pursuing separate advantages, but as partners whose strength derived precisely from the values Holloway and Edmund had dismissed as sentimental weakness. Some victories extended far beyond immediate circumstances, establishing foundations for futures neither could have envisioned when first meeting months earlier on a dusty stagecoach road. This morning's confrontation had secured Copper Creek's immediate safety, certainly, but more significantly, it had affirmed possibilities that transcended property disputes or mineral rights, possibilities Charlotte and Grayson would explore together in whatever challenges or triumphs awaited them beyond this sunlit morning. Chapter 13. The last golden rays of sunset painted Copper Creek's weathered buildings with honeyed light as neighbors and ranch hands gathered on the wide porch. Laughter mingled with the clinking of glasses as Sarah passed around fresh lemonade with her usual efficient grace, adding a splash of whiskey for those who preferred stronger celebration. The victory over Edmund and Holloway had lifted a weight from everyone's shoulders, allowing genuine revelry for the first time in months. Charlotte leaned against the porch railing, watching as Miguel and Jim Peterson discussed plans for a cooperative water-sharing system using the newly documented aquifer. Their animated gestures and occasional bursts of laughter revealed how quickly adversity had transformed into opportunity now that the immediate threat had passed. "Never seen Peterson warm up to anyone so quickly," Sarah observed, pausing beside Charlotte with a fresh pitcher. "Man's been suspicious of newcomers for 20 years, but here he is, planning watershed management with Miguel like they're lifelong partners." Charlotte smiled, watching the unlikely alliance with satisfaction. Mother would have appreciated that. She always believed resources were meant to be shared, not hoarded. "Elizabeth had vision," Sarah agreed, her gaze drifting across the gathering to where Grayson stood slightly apart, engaged in conversation with Tomas, yet somehow separate from the general celebration. Something she couldn't foresee, though. Following Sarah's gaze, Charlotte noticed the distance in Grayson's expression despite his cordial interaction with the young ranch hand. Though he participated in the conversation, his eyes occasionally scanned the horizon with the watchfulness of someone anticipating departure rather than continued presence. "He thinks you'll leave now that the fight's won," Sarah said quietly, the blunt observation delivered with her characteristic directness. "Can't say I blame him for wondering. Boston's problems are settled, properties secure, treasures found. Nothing keeping you in the territory for someone raised with Eastern comforts." The suggestion struck Charlotte with unexpected force. She had been so consumed with defending Copper Creek that the question of what came afterward had remained unexamined. Her father's health had stabilized, Edmund's schemes had been thwarted, the immediate dangers had passed. Would she remain as she had always insisted to doubters, or would she return to the civilization she had once considered home? More significantly, she realized, Grayson might be wondering the same thing, uncertain of his place in whatever future she might choose. "I should speak with him," Charlotte said, straightening from the railing with renewed purpose. "Might want to wait until you're certain what you're saying," Sarah advised, her weathered features softening with rare tenderness. "Some conversations shouldn't be started unless you're prepared to finish them properly." The housekeeper's wisdom gave Charlotte pause, the emotions swirling within her, triumph, relief, anticipation, and lingering uncertainty, created a confusing mixture that might lead to impulsive declarations she wasn't fully prepared to make. As twilight deepened into true evening, neighbors gradually departed with promises of continued alliance and future cooperation. The ranch hands drifted toward the bunkhouse, leaving the porch quieter with each departure. Eventually, only Charlotte remained, watching the first stars appear in the darkening sky, as she contemplated choices that would shape not just her future, but that of everyone connected to Copper Creek. Grayson had slipped away during the final goodbyes, his absence more noticeable than anyone else's departure. Charlotte found herself staring toward the bunkhouse, where lamplight glowed in the window of the small private room they had prepared for him during his recovery. What was he thinking as this day of triumph came to a close? Was he already planning his departure, assuming their partnership had served its purpose? The questions remained unanswered as Charlotte finally turned toward the house, bone-weary from days of tension and confrontation, yet strangely unsettled, despite their victory. Something remained unresolved, something more personal than property rights or water access, that would require clarity before true peace could be established at Copper Creek. Morning sunlight streamed through the windows of Silver Spring's telegraph office, dust motes dancing in golden shafts that illuminated the worn counter where Jasper Wilson had operated the territory's communication lifeline for 15 years. Charlotte waited as he transcribed an incoming message, his pencil scratching rapidly across the yellow paper despite fingers gnarled with arthritis. "Just finishing up, Miss Langford," he assured her without looking up from his work. "Then I'll send your message to those Denver livestock buyers." Charlotte nodded, her thoughts drifting to the potential new contracts she had come to town to arrange. With Copper Creek's water access secured and neighboring ranchers forming cooperative alliances, expansion seemed natural next step, despite the lingering summer drought. Jasper finally completed his transcription, tearing the paper from his pad with practiced efficiency. "This just came in for you about 30 minutes ago," he said, sliding the telegram across the counter. "From Boston, I believe. Paid for, full text, not just summary." Charlotte accepted the folded paper with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Communication from Boston had been sporadic since her arrival in the territory, primarily consisting of Mr. Perkins' concise updates about her father's condition. A fully paid lengthy telegram suggested something significant enough to justify the considerable expense. Stepping away from the counter for privacy, she unfolded the message, immediately recognizing the formal phrasing that characterized Mr. Perkins' communication style. "Miss Langford, stop. Your father's health improve sufficiently for travel. Stop. Fiskian's approved Shorneys under appropriate supervision. Stop. Arthur Langford expresses intention to visit Arizona territory within fortnight. Stop. Request confirmation of suitable accommodations and medical attention available. Stop. Please telegraph acceptance or refusal of proposed visitation immediately. Stop. Regards, Albert Perkins, attorney at law. Stop. Charlotte." Read the message twice, answering she had understood correctly. Her father, who had opposed her journey to Arizona with every argument at his disposal, now proposed to visit Copper Creek himself. The man who had dismissed the ranch as worthless frontier investment intended to leave his beloved Boston to see the property firsthand. "Everything all right, Miss Langford?" Jasper inquired, noting her extended silence. "Yes," Charlotte replied automatically, though her thoughts churned with implications and questions. "I need to send an additional reply before returning to the ranch." While Jasper prepared his equipment, Charlotte collected her thoughts. Her relationship with Arthur Langford had always been complicated, his rigid expectations for her future conflicting with her independent spirit even before Edmund's betrayal and her subsequent departure for Arizona. Their limited correspondence since then had remained coolly formal, focused on business matters rather than personal reconciliation. What had prompted this sudden decision to visit, Had news of her confrontation with Edmund reached Boston, forcing her father to recognize her capability? Or was this another attempt to pressure her return, using his health as emotional leverage? Regardless of his motivation, Charlotte realized this visit would force resolution of questions she had carefully set aside during the immediate fight for Copper Creek's survival. Would she remain permanently in Arizona, building on her mother's legacy? Or would Boston eventually reclaim her once the ranch's security was established? The implications extended beyond her personal preference. Her decisions would affect everyone who had committed to Copper Creek: Sarah, Miguel, Tomas, the newer ranch hands who had thrown in their lot with the property, and Grayson, whose uncertain place in her future remained the most complicated question of all. "Ready when you are, Miss Langford," Jasper called, pencil poised to record her reply. Charlotte straightened her shoulders, decision crystallizing with characteristic determination. "Please send the following response to Mr. Perkins in Boston." As she dictated her acceptance of Arthur Langford's proposed visit, including specific details about travel arrangements and available accommodations, Charlotte found herself embracing the opportunity this unexpected development presented. Her father's arrival would catalyze decisions she might otherwise have postponed indefinitely. By the time she departed the telegraph office, purpose had replaced uncertainty in her stride. The coming weeks would require preparation beyond simple logistics. They would demand clarity about her own intentions for Copper Creek's future and her place within it. Mounting Mariposa with practiced ease that would have been impossible months earlier, Charlotte turned the mare toward home, mind already cataloging necessary tasks before her father's arrival. Whatever Arthur Langford's motivations for this visit, she would meet him not as the hesitant Boston socialite who had fled scandal, but as the capable woman who had defended her inheritance against formidable enemies. And perhaps, in facing her father after these transformative months, she might finally resolve the lingering questions about her own heart and future that even victory over Edmund and Holloway had left unanswered. "Your father is coming here? To Copper Creek?" Sarah's astonishment momentarily overcame her customary composure as Charlotte shared the telegram's news in the ranch house kitchen. Miguel and Tomas exchanged glances of equal surprise, though they remained respectfully silent as Sarah continued. "Arthur Langford hasn't left Boston in 15 years, not even for your mother's—" She stopped abruptly, apparently thinking better of completing that particular observation. "Yes," Charlotte confirmed, setting the telegram on the kitchen table where they had gathered after her return from town. "Within 2 weeks, according to Mr. Perkins. His health has improved enough for supervised travel." Miguel cleared his throat cautiously. "Will this change ranch operations, Miss Langford? Should we prepare differently for cattle deliveries while he's here?" "Nothing changes regarding daily management," Charlotte assured him firmly. "My father is coming as a visitor, not to assume control. The ranch will continue exactly as it has been." Sarah had already shifted to practical considerations, mentally cataloging requirements with the efficiency that characterized her approach to household challenges. "The guest bedroom hasn't been properly used since your mother's last visitors from back east. All the linens will need airing, furniture polishing, and we'll need to adjust meals for Boston sensibilities, I suppose," Charlotte added with a small smile. "Though I suspect the territory's realities will be more educational than any adjustments we might make to cushion the experience." "Your father always did prefer formality," Sarah acknowledged, her expression suggesting memories of Arthur Langford's previous brief visits during Elizabeth's lifetime. Though whether that survives the journey from Silver Springs to the ranch remains to be seen. Those roads humble even the proudest men. The next days transformed into a flurry of preparation that went beyond mere housekeeping. Charlotte and Sarah inventoried linens and household supplies, discovering items tucked away in trunks and closets that hadn't been used since Elizabeth Langford's time. Throughout their work, Charlotte insisted on maintaining the ranch's authentic character, rather than attempting to recreate Boston comforts. "This is a working ranch, not an Eastern drawing room," she reminded Sarah as they aired quilts in the courtyard. "Father should experience it as it truly is, not some pretense of civilization transplanted to the territory." Sarah studied her with unexpected approval. "Your mother would agree. Elizabeth never apologized for choosing this life, even to Arthur." Working together, they transformed the rarely used guest bedroom into appropriate quarters for a man accustomed to Eastern luxury, while still preserving the home's essential character. Charlotte found herself handling artifacts of her mother's life that had remained carefully preserved since her death. The delicate china Sarah had packed away, handwritten recipe cards tucked between the pages of a kitchen ledger, even dried flower arrangements that had somehow survived years in the china cabinet. "I didn't realize you'd kept all these," Charlotte said softly, cradling a porcelain figurine that had stood on her mother's writing desk in Boston before making the journey west. The small shepherd girl with her lamb had been a gift from Charlotte's grandfather, carried carefully across the continent as tangible connection to family left behind. "Your mother valued remembrances," Sarah replied, her brisk movements gentling as she observed Charlotte's emotional response. "Said they reminded her that choosing one life didn't mean erasing everything that came before, just weaving it into something new." The simple wisdom in her mother's perspective resonated through Charlotte as she continued preparations. Her own journey had followed a similar pattern, not erasing her Boston experiences, but incorporating them into the capable rancher she had become. The refined education that once seemed irrelevant to frontier life had proved invaluable in navigating legal challenges and business negotiations. The social graces she had once considered mere performance now served strategic purpose in community alliance building. On the third day of preparations, as Charlotte arranged her mother's prized books in the rarely used parlor, she realized she still hadn't informed Grayson about her father's impending visit. She paused at the window, watching him work with the new horses in the corral. His expert handling of a spirited bay gelding demonstrated the natural affinity for animals that had first caught her attention months earlier when he'd joined the Copper Creek staff. Sarah appeared in the doorway, noting Charlotte's distraction with characteristic perception. "Some conversations only get harder the longer you postpone them," she observed quietly. Charlotte turned, unsurprised by the housekeeper's ability to read her thoughts. "It's merely information he should have as part of the ranch staff," she replied, the justification sounding hollow even to her own ears. "Is it?" Sarah's eyebrows rose skeptically. "Then why have you spent 3 days avoiding that mere information while informing everyone else?" The gentle challenge found its mark. Charlotte sighed, acknowledging the truth in Sarah's observation. "Because it feels more significant than simple information. Because his reaction matters to me in ways I'm still sorting through." Sarah's expression softened with unexpected tenderness. "Questions that have been building since he came back with that bullet wound, since before that, if I'm any judge." Charlotte nodded, grateful for the housekeeper's straightforward understanding without demanding explicit confession of feelings. Charlotte herself was still articulating internally. "I should speak with him directly. Might help both of you find some clarity," Sarah agreed. "Before Arthur Langford arrives with his own expectations and complications, the wisdom in this advice was undeniable." Charlotte set aside the book she'd been holding, straightened her shoulders with characteristic determination, and headed toward the corral where Grayson continued working with the bay gelding. Each step carried her closer to a conversation that represented more than mere information sharing, one that might finally begin resolving the unspoken questions that remained between them despite all they had overcome together. The bay gelding tossed his head, fighting the gentle pressure of Grayson's hand against his flank. Afternoon sunlight caught the animal's coat, turning it to burnished copper as he pranced nervously at the unfamiliar touch. Grayson murmured something too soft for Charlotte to hear from her position by the corral fence, his voice carrying a soothing cadence that gradually calmed the spirited horse. His hands moved with practiced confidence, neither hesitant nor forceful, finding that perfect balance that communicated both authority and respect to the animal. Charlotte lingered a moment before making her presence known, appreciating the natural grace with which Grayson handled the nervous gelding. In these quiet moments with the horses, he revealed aspects of himself that remained carefully guarded in human interactions. Patience, gentleness, and an intuitive understanding of when to press forward and when to yield. Before she could announce herself, Grayson turned, his awareness of her presence preceding any deliberate sound she had made. Their eyes met across the dusty corral, his expression shifting from relaxed concentration to a questioning alertness that suggested he'd noticed something in her demeanor, some subtle sign that this wasn't merely a casual visit to check on the horses. Charlotte leaned against the rough-hewn fence rail, trying for nonchalance she didn't truly feel. "He's settling better than expected," she observed, nodding toward the bay. Miguel wasn't certain he'd take to handling after running wild for so long. Grayson gave a slight nod, stroking the gelding's neck with measured gentleness. "He just needs to learn that not all human touch brings pain. Trust comes slowly, but it comes." Something in his phrasing suggested he wasn't speaking exclusively about the horse, though his expression remained carefully neutral. He secured the gelding to a hitching post with a quick, efficient knot, then moved toward the fence where Charlotte waited. "I received a telegram from Boston this morning," she said, aiming for a casual tone, though the words emerged more stiffly than intended. Grayson went still, his hand resting on the fence post beside her, his entire body projecting careful attention, though his expression betrayed nothing. "Your father?" he asked simply. Charlotte nodded, watching his face for reactions he'd grown skilled at concealing. "His health has improved enough for travel. He plans to visit Copper Creek, arriving within the next 2 weeks, according to Mr. Perkins." Though Grayson's expression remained composed, Charlotte detected a subtle tightening around his eyes, a momentary tension in his shoulders before he deliberately relaxed them. "That's unexpected," he said finally. "Arthur Langford never struck me as someone with interest in territorial property." "He edits the show," Charlotte confirmed, noting that Grayson had once again revealed more familiarity with her father than previous conversations should have granted him. "Which makes his sudden determination to visit all the more curious." Grayson nodded thoughtfully, his gaze shifting briefly toward the western horizon, as if gathering his thoughts. "How long does he plan to stay?" he asked, the seemingly practical question carrying unmistakable weight. "I don't know," Charlotte admitted, appreciating his directness while recognizing the implications that stretched beyond mere scheduling concerns. The telegram mentioned only that physicians have approved short journeys under supervision. Whether that means days or weeks remains unclear. The unspoken question hung between them, as tangible as the fence rail beneath Charlotte's gloved hands. Would she return to Boston when her father departed? Now that Edmund's schemes had been thwarted and Copper Creek security established, would she abandon the life she'd built in the territory for the civilization she'd left behind? Grayson cleared his throat, retreating to practical matters with evident deliberateness. "We should make certain the trail from town is cleared properly before his arrival. Spring floods left some sections rough, and the stagecoach route wouldn't be comfortable for someone in delicate health." Charlotte nodded, both grateful for and frustrated by his retreat to logistics rather than addressing the more significant implications of her father's visit. "Sarah's already begun preparations for the house. We've opened the guest bedroom that hasn't been used since Mother's time. I can have Miguel organize the men to repair that section of the drive where rainwater pools after storms," Grayson continued, still firmly in the realm of practical planning. "And perhaps we should reschedule the cattle drive to Davidson's until after your father's arrival, so you're not absent when he reaches Copper Creek." Charlotte studied his deliberately neutral expression, the careful distance he maintained while offering genuine assistance. Throughout their complicated relationship, Grayson had proven himself master of revealing exactly what he chose while concealing anything that might expose vulnerability. It had served him well as Edmund's agent, and later as her ally in confronting Holloway. But now, when what she needed most was honesty rather than strategic calculation, his careful control felt like a barrier she could no longer tolerate. "Will you still be here?" she asked abruptly, the question cutting through his practical planning like a blade through silk. Grayson's gaze snapped to hers, genuine surprise momentarily breaking through his composed expression. "What do you mean?" "When my father visits," Charlotte clarified, though they both understood her question extended far beyond Arthur Langford's temporary stay. "Do you plan to remain at Copper Creek beyond that time?" Grayson's eyes held hers, something unreadable shifting in their blue depths. "I serve at your pleasure, Miss Langford," he replied, the formal address underscoring the careful nature of his response, "as I have since my return." The non-answer sparked frustration that finally broke through Charlotte's customary composure. After everything they had experienced together, the betrayal, his return, the cave-in that had finally dissolved the barriers between them, she deserved more than diplomatic evasion. "That isn't what I asked," she countered, straightening from the fence rail to face him directly. "I didn't ask about your employment status. I asked about your intentions." Color touched Grayson's cheekbones, not the flush of embarrassment, but the high flag of emotion held rigidly in check. He remained silent for several heartbeats, clearly weighing his response with the careful consideration he brought to every significant decision. "What do you want, Grayson?" Charlotte pressed, her voice softening even as her determination hardened. "Not for Copper Creek, not for my sake. What do you want for your own future?" The directness of her question seemed to catch him unprepared, cracking the careful mask he had maintained since their return from the cave system where they had discovered her mother's legacy. For a brief moment, his expression revealed everything he normally kept concealed: longing, uncertainty, and the profound fear of reaching for something he didn't believe he deserved. "That depends entirely on you," he said quietly, the simple words carrying more honest emotion than any elaborate declaration might have conveyed. Charlotte's breath caught at the rawness in his voice, the unguarded vulnerability that transformed his features into something both achingly familiar and newly revealed. Their eyes met across the small space between them, the moment charged with all the unspoken feelings that had built through months of conflict, betrayal, forgiveness, and shared purpose. Before either could speak again, Miguel's voice called from the direction of the irrigation channel, his urgent tone suggesting a problem that couldn't wait. "Mr. Cole! The main pipeline connection has blown out again. Water's flooding the eastern pasture." Grayson's gaze remained locked with Charlotte's for a moment longer, reluctance evident in his expression as he prepared to answer the summons. "We should continue this conversation," he said, the words carrying the weight of promise rather than mere suggestion. "Yes," Charlotte agreed softly, "we should." As he strode toward Miguel with long, purposeful steps, Charlotte remained by the corral, the bay gelding watching her with curious eyes that seemed more perceptive than human observers. She exhaled slowly, acknowledging to herself that they had reached a crucial turning point that required resolution rather than continued, careful avoidance. Her father's visit would force decisions about more than ranch operations or business strategies. It would require clarity about what and whom she truly wanted in her future. Arthur Langford would arrive expecting to find his daughter ready to return to Boston now that her frontier adventure had reached its logical conclusion. Instead, he would find a woman transformed by challenges and choices that had revealed her true nature far more effectively than Boston society ever could. But the most significant transformation remained incomplete, suspended in the space between what she and Grayson had been to each other and what they might yet become, if courage matched feeling on both sides. As Charlotte finally turned toward the house, she carried with her Grayson's unspoken but unmistakable truth. His future depended on her choice. Now she needed to determine if she possessed the courage to make that choice with equal honesty, whatever the consequences might be. Charlotte frowned at the half-finished letter before her, dissatisfaction evident in the tight press of her lips. Crumpled attempts littered the polished surface of her writing desk, each discarded effort representing another failed attempt to bridge the complex distance between herself and her father. The lamp beside her burned steadily, its golden glow illuminating the elegant stationery she had retrieved from the bottom drawer, where it had remained untouched since her arrival at Copper Creek months earlier. She dipped her pen into the inkwell, then hesitated, the nib suspended above the cream-colored paper as words once again failed her. How did one address a father whose expectations she had defied, whose judgment she had rejected, yet whose approval still mattered despite her best efforts to convince herself otherwise? The formal opening she had managed to compose stared back at her with mocking inadequacy. "Dear Father, I was most surprised to receive word of your intention to visit Copper Creek. The property stands ready to receive you, though I must caution that frontier accommodations differ substantially from Boston comforts." Charlotte set down her pen with a sigh of frustration. The words were correct, but lifeless, lacking any hint of the complex emotions that defined their relationship. They read like correspondence between business associates rather than family members who had once shared a home, if never quite understanding. 3 previous attempts had proven equally unsatisfying. 1, too emotional, revealing vulnerabilities she wasn't prepared to expose. Another, too defensive, listing her accomplishments as if presenting evidence at trial. The third, an awkward attempt at warmth that rang false even as she wrote it. A gentle knock interrupted her contemplation. Sarah entered carrying a small tray with a china teapot and cup, not the everyday pottery they typically used, but her mother's prized Wedgwood that normally remained safely stored. "Thought you might need fortification," the housekeeper said, setting the tray on the corner of the desk least cluttered with discarded paper. Special occasions seemed to warrant special china. Her observant gaze took in the scattered attempts, Charlotte's ink-stained fingers, and the tension evident in her posture. "Letter giving you trouble?" Charlotte nodded, grateful for the interruption, and the steaming tea Sarah poured with practiced precision. "I've started over 4 times, and each version seems wrong in a different way." She accepted the offered cup, inhaling the familiar bergamot scent that reminded her of afternoon teas in her father's library. Ritualized interactions where protocol had substituted for genuine connection. "I don't know whether to write formally as he would expect or attempt some kind of reconciliation that might not be welcome." Sarah settled into the chair near the window, her presence offering silent permission for Charlotte to voice the concerns that had troubled her since receiving the telegram. It was a rare moment of repose for the housekeeper, who typically remained in constant motion from dawn until dusk. "It's not just a letter, is it?" Sarah observed with characteristic perception. "It's deciding how to present yourself when he arrives." "Yes," Charlotte agreed, relieved at being so readily understood. "If I write as his dutiful daughter, I'm denying everything I've become here. But if I present myself as I truly am now—" She trailed off, the conclusion too uncomfortable to articulate fully. "You fear he'll still see you as a failure for abandoning Boston society and the life he had planned for you," Sarah finished, her directness gentle but unflinching. Charlotte nodded, the simple acknowledgement releasing tension she had carried since the telegram's arrival. He never understood why Mother loved this place, why she insisted on returning year after year. To him, Copper Creek was merely an eccentric investment she insisted on maintaining despite its limited financial return. "Men like Arthur Langford measure worth differently than women like Elizabeth," Sarah replied, her normally practical tone softened with unusual philosophical consideration. "Numbers in ledgers rather than lives nurtured, business connections rather than community bonds." Charlotte sipped her tea, allowing its warmth to soothe her troubled thoughts. "I spent years trying to bridge those different ways of seeing, to be the daughter he wanted while honoring Mother's legacy. I'm not sure I succeeded at either." Sarah studied her with the insight earned through decades of observing the Langford family dynamics. "Your father's coming here, to a place he's always disdained, at considerable discomfort given his health. That suggests he's seeking something beyond ledger entries." "Perhaps," Charlotte allowed, though doubt colored her tone. "Or perhaps he simply believes recent events have left me vulnerable to persuasion. With Edmund's betrayal revealed and Holloway's schemes thwarted, he might think I've finally had enough frontier adventure to satisfy my rebellion." "Could be," Sarah acknowledged with practical fairness. "But people change, Charlotte. Not just you these past months, but possibly your father as well. Illness has a way of shifting perspectives, making a man reconsider what truly matters." She smoothed her apron with work-roughened hands that had served the Langford family for decades. "Meet him as he is now, not as he was, and let him see you as you are, not as either of you remembers." The simple wisdom in Sarah's counsel resonated through Charlotte, clearing away the confusion that had paralyzed her attempts at correspondence. She set aside her tea and drew a fresh sheet of paper toward her, understanding with sudden clarity that authenticity mattered more than meeting expectations, whether her father's or her own. "Thank you, Sarah," she said softly as the housekeeper rose to leave. "For the tea. And the perspective." Sarah nodded, her reserved smile conveying understanding without need for elaborate expression. "Your mother faced similar struggles each time she returned from Boston. She always said writing to your father was harder than managing the entire ranch during Roundup. This glimpse into her mother's experience, the shared difficulty of navigating between worlds, strengthened Charlotte's resolve. As Sarah quietly departed, closing the bedroom door behind her, Charlotte dipped her pen and began writing with renewed purpose. Father, your intention to visit Copper Creek comes as unexpected but welcome news. The property you will find differs considerably from your last visit during Mother's lifetime. What was once struggling has found new direction and stability, though not without significant challenges along the way. The words flowed more easily now, her pen moving steadily across the page as she described the ranch's progress and potential with honest pride rather than defensive justification. She detailed the cattle contracts secured, the water sources developed, the neighboring alliances established, a comprehensive account that neither exaggerated accomplishments nor minimized difficulties. The hidden spring mother documented in her journal has proven invaluable during recent drought conditions. Its discovery, coupled with the underground aquifer mapping she preserved, has transformed Copper Creek's prospects while benefiting neighboring properties through cooperative water management. I believe she would approve of how her careful documentation has served the broader community rather than merely our own interests. As the letter progressed, Charlotte found herself writing not as the daughter seeking approval, but as a woman confidently sharing her achievements with someone who held no power to validate or diminish them. The letter became a declaration of who she had become, regardless of her father's judgment. Capable, determined, and connected to the land in ways he might never fully comprehend. I look forward to showing you what Copper Creek has become and discussing its future development. While frontier living lacks certain Boston refinements, I believe you will find compensation in the community's genuine welcome and the landscape's unmatched beauty. Until your arrival, your daughter, Charlotte. She read through the completed letter with critical attention, finding it neither apologetic nor confrontational. Simply truthful in a way their communication had rarely achieved. With decisive movements, she folded the pages and sealed them with wax, pressing her mother's engraved stamp into the cooling red pool. The letter complete, Charlotte rose and moved to the window, stretching muscles stiffened from hours at the writing desk. The ranch lay peaceful in late evening darkness, most windows already darkened as the household settled into night routines. Her gaze drifted toward the bunkhouse, where a single lamp still burned in the small end room that had become Grayson's after his recovery. The distant golden rectangle seemed to mirror her own solitary light, both of them awake while others slept, perhaps both contemplating the changes Arthur Langford's arrival might bring. Charlotte touched the cool glass pensively, her reflection superimposed over the distant lamplight as if the two sources of illumination might somehow merge despite the space between them. The visual metaphor wasn't lost on her, two separate lights that remained distinct yet connected in her line of sight, like her divided heart, still uncertain whether its future lay with Copper Creek or Boston, with newfound independence or rekindled family ties. Or perhaps the most significant question centered on the man whose light burned in the distance, the complicated, honorable, maddeningly reserved Grayson Cole, whose future depended entirely on her, according to his own admission. Her father's visit would reveal more than just Arthur Langford's intentions. It would force clarity about her own heart and the life she truly wanted, beyond immediate crisis and necessary defense. The letter she had just completed represented merely the first step toward that inevitable reckoning, a declaration of who she had become, preparation for deciding who she yet wished to be. Charlotte turned from the window finally, her reflection separating from the distant bunkhouse light as she moved to extinguish her own lamp. Tomorrow she would send the letter with the eastbound stage, setting in motion events that would require courage of a different sort than facing rustlers or opposing Holloway. The courage to choose, definitively and without reservation, where and with whom her future would unfold. The distant rumble of wagon wheels broke the afternoon stillness, drawing Charlotte's attention to the road winding toward the ranch house. She straightened her shoulders, smoothing her already immaculate skirt with hands that betrayed the slightest tremor. Behind her, Sarah gave the parlor one final inspection, adjusting a cushion and straightening the row of books Charlotte had arranged to showcase the ranch's records alongside her mother's journals. "Remember," Sarah said quietly, He's the visitor here, not the other way around. Charlotte nodded, drawing strength from the simple reminder. This was her home now, not a temporary refuge she'd fled to in disgrace. The woman who would greet Arthur Langford bore little resemblance to the heartbroken daughter who had departed Boston months ago. She stepped onto the porch just as Miguel guided the buckboard into the yard. The vehicle moved slowly, its pace accommodating the elderly gentleman seated beside the foreman. Even from a distance, Charlotte could see the changes in her father. The once robust frame now thinner, shoulders slightly stooped where they had previously maintained military straightness, hair more silver than the steel gray she remembered. As the wagon halted before the house, Grayson appeared from the direction of the barn, positioning himself at a respectful distance while still visibly present. The subtle message in his placement wasn't lost on Charlotte. Supportive without presumption, available if needed, but not inserting himself into the family reunion. She found unexpected comfort in his quiet presence. Miguel descended first, then offered careful assistance to Arthur Langford. The Boston banker moved with the deliberate caution of someone managing physical limitations through sheer determination, waving off Miguel's proffered arm after the initial descent from the wagon seat. He stood for a moment, surveying the ranch buildings with critical assessment that reminded Charlotte viscerally of their shared blood despite all differences. "Father," she said, descending the porch steps to meet him, "welcome to Copper Creek." Arthur Langford turned toward her voice, something flickering across his austere features too quickly to interpret. Recognition, surprise, perhaps a hint of approval? He extended his hand in formal greeting, the gesture carrying all the propriety of a Boston drawing room, despite the frontier setting. "Charlotte," he acknowledged, his voice stronger than his appearance had suggested. "You look, well..." The momentary pause spoke volumes about his surprise at her appearance, not the wilted socialite he had perhaps expected, but a composed woman whose bearing reflected quiet confidence. "As do you," she replied, accepting his hand briefly before turning toward the house. "The journey from Silver Springs can be taxing. Sarah has prepared refreshments, and your room is ready whenever you wish to rest." Miguel and a ranch hand began unloading Arthur's trunks from the wagon as Charlotte led her father toward the house. His pace was measured, each step revealing the effects of his recent illness without surrendering to them completely. Charlotte matched his speed without comment, her instinctive adjustment acknowledging his limitations while preserving his dignity. Sarah stood in the doorway, her usual practical demeanor overlaid with formal courtesy that harked back to her early years in the Langford household. "Mr. Langford," she greeted with a small nod that managed to show both respect and the earned familiarity of long service. "It's been many years." "Sarah," Arthur acknowledged, a flicker of recognition softening his features momentarily. "You look remarkably unchanged." "The territory preserves what's useful," Sarah replied with diplomatic ambiguity that could be taken as either compliment or wry observation. She stepped aside, gesturing toward the parlor. "I've prepared tea, unless you'd prefer something stronger after the journey." Arthur's eyebrows rose slightly at this evidence of frontier adaptation from the formerly strict housekeeper. "Tea will be adequate for now," he replied, his tone suggesting surprise that such civilized options existed at Copper Creek. The first moments in the parlor carried the strained courtesy of diplomats from potentially hostile nations, each measuring words and gestures with careful precision. Charlotte poured tea into her mother's Wedgwood cups, the familiar ritual providing structure to an encounter laden with unspoken history. Arthur accepted the offering with murmured thanks, his gaze sweeping the room with the banker's instinctive assessment of assets and liabilities. "You've maintained the property better than reports suggested," he observed finally, the statement hovering between compliment and surprise. Charlotte's spine stiffened almost imperceptibly. "Copper Creek has always been well maintained," she replied, her tone even, "though perhaps recent improvements are more evident to someone who hasn't visited in many years." The gentle rebuke hung between them, acknowledged in Arthur's slight nod, though not directly addressed. "The exterior appears sound," he conceded, the new fencing along the approach particularly. "A recent addition," Charlotte explained, settling into more comfortable territory as the conversation turned to practical matters. "The spring floods damaged several sections, and we took the opportunity to improve rather than merely repair." Arthur sipped his tea, studying her over the delicate rim with the shrewd assessment that had intimidated banking competitors for decades. And these improvements are funded through the cattle contracts I've heard mentioned, among other operations, Charlotte confirmed. Neither defensive nor boastful about the ranch's financial standing. Would you care to see the ledgers? I maintain detailed records of all expenses and income. Something that might have been approval flickered in Arthur Langford's expression. Perhaps later. I should like to see the house first, if you're amenable. It has been many years since my last visit. Charlotte rose, recognizing the request as both practical desire for familiarization and strategic opportunity to evaluate the property more thoroughly. Of course, she agreed, gesturing toward the hallway. We've prepared the east bedroom for you, the one with the morning sun that Mother always preferred for guests. She led him through the ranch house with measured pacing, neither rushing past frontier simplicity nor lingering over long at evidence of refinement. Arthur followed with the careful attention of a man accustomed to evaluating properties, his occasional questions revealing professional interest beneath personal connection. The tour proceeded smoothly until they reached Elizabeth's study, the small room Charlotte had preserved almost exactly as her mother had left it, adding only her own ranch records alongside Elizabeth's journals. Arthur paused in the doorway, his composed expression faltering as he surveyed the intimate space his wife had created thousands of miles from their Boston home. Charlotte remained silent as her father moved slowly into the room, his fingertips brushing Elizabeth's desk with a gesture so uncharacteristically gentle it caught Charlotte unprepared. He lifted a small carved bird, a chickadee Elizabeth had admired on their honeymoon in Maine, his hands cradling the object with unexpected tenderness. She carried this with her every journey west, he said, voice roughened with emotion he would have dismissed as weakness in any other context. I never understood why this particular trinket mattered enough to transport across a continent. She said it reminded her that beauty exists in unexpected places, Charlotte offered softly, the memory surfacing from childhood conversations long buried, that one needn't choose between worlds, only learn to recognize value in different forms. Arthur replaced the carving with careful precision, aligning it exactly as it had been displayed. When he turned back to Charlotte, his usual stern countenance had returned, though something had shifted subtly in his eyes, a vulnerability rapidly concealed but momentarily witnessed. Your mother was a remarkable woman, he stated, the simple truth carrying more genuine emotion than elaborate declarations might have conveyed. Yes, Charlotte agreed, suddenly understanding that beneath her father's rigid exterior, Arthur Langford still grieved the wife whose independence had both frustrated and fascinated him throughout their marriage. She was. The remaining tour concluded with restored formality, yet the brief moment of shared recognition had altered the atmosphere between them. As Charlotte led Arthur back to the parlor where Sarah waited with fresh tea, she found herself reconsidering expectations about her father's visit. Perhaps the stiff banker who had opposed her journey west and the frail widower who had traveled to Copper Creek were merely different facets of a man more complex than she had allowed herself to recognize. Sarah had outdone herself with the evening meal, transforming simple frontier fare into a presentation that would not have disgraced a Boston dining room. The table gleamed with Elizabeth's best china and silver, linen napkins starched to perfect crispness, crystal glasses catching lamplight in fractured rainbows. Charlotte, dressed in her finest gown with her mother's cameo at her throat, presided at the head of the table with the poised grace her finishing school instructors would have approved. Arthur had emerged from his room freshly attired in evening clothes that looked incongruously formal in the ranch house dining room, yet somehow appropriate to the occasion. He had regained color after resting, his bearing more reminiscent of the forceful banker Charlotte remembered from childhood as he took his seat with murmured appreciation for Sarah's efforts. Grayson completed the small gathering, his formal attire striking an effective balance between Eastern propriety and Western practicality. The dark suit had clearly been tailored for him, its cut flattering his broad shoulders, while the subtle touches, a silver watch chain that had been his father's, boots polished to mirror brightness but unmistakably designed for riding rather than drawing rooms, maintained his essential identity without apology. The initial conversation flowed with careful neutrality. news of mutual Boston acquaintances, weather comparisons between Massachusetts and Arizona territory, polite inquiries about Arthur's journey west. Charlotte maintained her hostess responsibilities with practiced skill, ensuring wine glasses remained filled and serving dishes circulated with elegant efficiency. If Arthur found it surprising that his daughter commanded the frontier dining room with the same authority she had once displayed at Boston dinner parties, he gave no indication beyond an occasional assessing glance. "Davidson speaks highly of your cattle operation," Arthur observed, as Sarah served the roast beef that formed the meal's centerpiece. "His letter mentioned premium prices for your last delivery, despite regional drought conditions." Charlotte nodded, neither overly modest nor boastful about the achievement. "Quality breeding stock makes considerable difference, especially during challenging seasons. We've been selective about developing bloodlines that thrive in this climate, a long-term investment strategy," Arthur noted with professional approval. "Not the approach one typically associates with frontier operations. Mother established that foundation years ago," Charlotte replied, directing credit accurately. "I've merely continued and perhaps expanded her methodical approach." Arthur cut his roast with precise movements, his banker's caution evident even in this mundane task. "Elizabeth always did think beyond immediate returns," he acknowledged, a characteristic I failed to properly appreciate in many contexts. The hint of personal revelation hung briefly in the air before Arthur redirected towards safer territory. "I understand there have been water access difficulties with neighboring properties," he continued. "How have you addressed those challenges?" Charlotte exchanged a brief glance with Grayson, both recognizing the opening to discuss matters beyond polite dinner conversation. "Water management has indeed presented significant challenges," she confirmed, "particularly given Vernon Holloway's illegal diversion of our primary creek." "And your response?" Arthur's question carried genuine interest beyond mere politeness. Charlotte provided a measured summary of the situation. Holloway's dam construction, the discovery of her mother's hidden spring documentation, the formation of alliances with neighboring ranchers, and the eventual confrontation that had secured Copper Creek's water rights. She presented the facts without embellishment, her tone businesslike rather than dramatic. "Edmund Blackwell was involved in these schemes, I understand," Arthur said when she had finished, his expression darkening. "He partnered with Holloway in attempting to force a sale of Copper Creek," Charlotte confirmed. "Their consortium believed the property contained significant assets beyond its surface value." Arthur set down his fork with deliberate care. "Edmund's activities in Boston have recently come under scrutiny," he said, his tone carrying the precision of a man selecting words with banker's caution. "Several investments have failed rather spectacularly, and questions have arisen regarding management of client funds." Charlotte absorbed this information with outward composure. "I'm not entirely surprised," she replied. His character revealed itself quite thoroughly during his visit here. "I owe you an apology in that regard," Arthur said unexpectedly, meeting Charlotte's startled gaze directly. "Your assessment of Edmund's character proved considerably more accurate than my own. Had I heeded your concerns earlier, certain unpleasantness might have been avoided." The acknowledgement, as close to an admission of error as Arthur Langford had ever offered, momentarily silenced the table. Charlotte recovered first, inclining her head slightly in acceptance of the overdue validation. "Edmund possesses considerable skill at presenting himself advantageously," she observed diplomatically. "Many have been deceived by his calculated charm." Arthur's expression suggested he recognized and appreciated her gracious response to his admission. "Nevertheless, a father should value his daughter's judgment more highly than I did yours," he stated with unexpected directness. "Recent events have provided ample evidence of that failure." The conversation had ventured into territory never before openly navigated between them. Charlotte felt momentary vertigo at this shift in their lifelong patterns of formal interaction and careful avoidance of emotional subjects. "Recent events have provided many lessons," she replied carefully, "for all concerned." Arthur nodded, seemingly satisfied with this measured acceptance of his oblique apology. His attention shifted to Grayson, who had remained largely silent throughout the exchange. "Mr. Cole, Charlotte's correspondence has mentioned your contribution to resolving these water disputes. What is your assessment of potential further complications? The direct address, Acknowledging Grayson as worthy of consultation rather than merely staff to be observed represented another unexpected adaptation in Arthur's attitude. Charlotte watched with interest as Grayson responded with the careful consideration that characterized his approach to all significant questions. "Holloway remains a concern," he answered honestly. "Men accustomed to power rarely surrender ambitions easily. However, the community alliances Miss Langford has established create significant deterrence against further overt action." He outlined the practical security measures implemented at Copper Creek, his explanation revealing strategic thinking that clearly impressed Arthur despite the banker's neutral expression. As the conversation continued, Charlotte observed her father's increasing engagement with both the ranch's operations and Grayson's responses. Arthur's questions revealed genuine interest beyond mere courtesy, while his occasional nods suggested professional respect for the answers provided. The banker's instinctive assessment of character and competence was clearly at work, evaluating Grayson as he might a potential business associate rather than merely his daughter's employee. Sarah's apple pie, served with flourish that belied her usual practical manner, concluded the meal on a note that balanced frontier hospitality with Eastern elegance. Arthur accepted a second serving with unexpected enthusiasm, complimenting the housekeeper with a warmth Charlotte couldn't remember witnessing since childhood. "Elizabeth always claimed your apple pie superior to any Boston confectioner's," he remarked to Sarah. "I believe I must concede the point at last." Sarah's weathered features registered momentary surprise before settling into pleased acknowledgement. "Mrs. Langford had quite discriminating taste," she replied, accepting the compliment with characteristic dignity. "In all matters." The subtle emphasis on all matters carried unmistakable reference to Elizabeth's choice of Copper Creek over Boston society, a choice Arthur had never fully accepted during her lifetime. That he received the gentle rebuke without offense suggested shifts in perspective Charlotte hadn't anticipated. As the evening drew to a close, Charlotte noticed her father studying her interactions with Grayson. The unconscious coordination as they passed serving dishes, the occasional glances that communicated without words, the natural rhythm of their conversation that reflected months of developing mutual understanding. Arthur's shrewd eyes missed nothing, though his expression revealed little beyond thoughtful observation. "A most satisfactory dinner," he declared as they retired to the parlor for coffee. "Considerably more civilized than I had anticipated finding in the territory." "The frontier contains more sophistication than Eastern prejudices acknowledge," Charlotte replied, pouring the coffee Sarah had prepared, "though in different forms than Boston might recognize." Arthur accepted the cup with a nod that might have contained acknowledgement of her point. "Different forms, indeed," he murmured, his gaze moving between Charlotte and Grayson with an assessment that remained private but unmistakably thorough. As the evening concluded with Arthur retiring to his room, pleading understandable fatigue after his journey, Charlotte found herself unexpectedly hopeful about the visit's potential. The rigid banker who had opposed her departure and the father who had joined them for dinner seemed separated by more than mere miles traveled. Whether illness, time, or genuine reconsideration had prompted this evolution remained unclear, but its existence offered possibilities for understanding she hadn't allowed herself to anticipate. "Your father is not what I expected," Grayson observed quietly as they stood alone in the parlor after Arthur's departure. "Nor what I remembered," Charlotte admitted, studying the doorway through which her father had disappeared, "though whether this represents temporary accommodation to circumstances or genuine change remains to be seen." Grayson nodded, understanding her cautious assessment. "He watches you with pride whether he acknowledges it or not," he said simply. The observation, delivered with Grayson's characteristic perception rather than empty reassurance, warmed Charlotte unexpectedly. "Perhaps," she allowed, "though approval has never been freely given in our family." "Some treasures require excavation before their true value appears," Grayson replied, his words carrying wisdom beyond their immediate context. "As you've discovered repeatedly at Copper Creek." Charlotte smiled, genuine appreciation for his insight replacing the tension that had characterized much of the evening. "Indeed," she agreed softly, "though some discoveries prove more valuable than others." Their eyes met briefly in understanding that transcended the evening's careful social navigation. Whatever Arthur Langford's intentions or judgments might prove to be, Charlotte recognized with sudden clarity that her father's approval, while welcomed, was no longer essential to her sense of purpose or direction. The woman who had arrived at Copper Creek seeking refuge had discovered something far more significant than mere sanctuary. She had found home, in all the complex ways that word encompassed both place and people. Whatever questions remained unresolved between herself and Grayson, or between father and daughter, that fundamental certainty provided foundation for facing whatever challenges Arthur Langford's visit might yet present. Chapter 14. The Revelation. Charlotte tugged her gloves tighter as she stepped onto the porch, surprised to find her father already mounted on the steps, leaning heavily on his cane. The pre-dawn air carried a bite that promised a clear day ahead. "Papa? I didn't expect you'd be ready so early." She studied his pale face, noting the determined set of his jaw beneath the exhaustion. Arthur Langford straightened his shoulders, the effort visible. "I've spent enough time in that blasted bed. If I'm to form any opinion of this place you're so attached to, I should see it properly." The doctor said. I'm well aware what the doctor said. His tone softened slightly at Charlotte's concerned expression. "I've arranged a compromise. We'll ride only as far as my strength permits." Charlotte bit back further protest, recognizing the stubborn glint in his eyes, the same one she'd inherited. Before she could respond, the sound of approaching hoofbeats drew her attention to the path leading from the stables. Grayson appeared leading 3 horses, the morning light catching in his dark hair. Charlotte couldn't help noticing how the rising sun burnished his tanned skin to gold. He'd chosen the horses with obvious care. The chestnut mare for Charlotte, his own stallion, and for Arthur, the ranch's most gentle gelding. "Mr. Langford." Grayson nodded respectfully. "I've saddled Patience for you. She's steady as they come, with an even gait that won't trouble your recovery." Arthur examined the horse with a critical eye. "At least someone around here isn't treating me like spun glass." He accepted Grayson's assistance, mounting with only a slight grimace. Charlotte swung into her own saddle, exchanging a quick glance with Grayson. His subtle nod reassured her he'd keep a careful eye on her father without making it obvious. They set out as the first brilliant edge of sun crested the eastern ridges, painting the valley in soft gold. Charlotte led them along the creek bed where the terrain remained gentle, secretly adjusting the route she'd planned to accommodate her father's condition. "The southern pastures lie beyond that rise," she explained, pointing. "We have expanded the grazing land by clearing the brush and installing proper irrigation from the creek. The cattle yields have nearly doubled since last spring." Arthur studied the landscape with narrowed eyes. The soil looks richer than I expected for this elevation." "It is." Charlotte couldn't keep the pride from her voice. The valley creates a natural pocket that holds moisture. Even during the drought 2 years ago, we maintained decent crops when other ranches suffered. "And the timber operations?" "We can detour north if you'd like to see them," Grayson offered, "though the terrain grows rougher." Charlotte expected her father to decline, but he surprised her by nodding. "Lead on, Mr. Reynolds. I didn't travel all this way for a garden tour." They continued in silence for several minutes, Charlotte watching her father from the corner of her eye. Though pale, he sat straight in the saddle, absorbing every detail of the property with keen attention. Occasionally, his expression would shift, almost imperceptibly when confronted with a particularly stunning vista. After nearly an hour, they reached the lookout point, a natural shelf of rock that commanded a panoramic view of Copper Creek Ranch. Charlotte reined in beside a lone pine that clung tenaciously to the rocky ledge. "This was Mother's favorite spot," she said softly as her father eased himself from the saddle. "She used to bring me here for picnics." Arthur moved stiffly to the edge, leaning heavily on his cane. For a long moment, he simply stared at the sprawling ranch below. The neatly fenced pastures, the gleaming thread of creek water, the sturdy buildings clustered like a small village. "Elizabeth always said there was something magical about the light here." His voice carried an unfamiliar note that made Charlotte look at him sharply. "I never understood her attachment to this place." Charlotte dismounted, coming to stand beside him. "It's not just sentiment, Papa. The ranch is thriving, the new breeding program has improved our stock, and we've secured contracts with 3 major buyers in Denver. If you'll look at the ledgers, Charlotte." Her father turned to face her directly. "I didn't come here to evaluate your business acumen." She blinked, momentarily thrown. "But you said—" "I know what I said." He sighed, suddenly looking every year of his age. "I'm an old man who's become rather abruptly aware of his mortality. It has a way of clarifying one's priorities." Charlotte stared at him, uncertain how to respond to this unexpected vulnerability. Grayson cleared his throat gently. "I think I'll check the eastern ridgeline while you two talk. There's been some trouble with the fence there." With a slight nod, he mounted and rode away, leaving father and daughter alone on the precipice. "Perceptive man," Arthur murmured, watching him go. "Grayson understands people," Charlotte replied, still processing her father's strange mood. Arthur gestured toward a flat boulder. "Shall we sit? These bones aren't what they once were." Once settled, he gazed out over the valley again, his profile sharp against the morning sky. "I was wrong about Edmund." The words hung in the air between them. "What?" Charlotte finally managed. "Edmund Holloway." Her father's mouth tightened. "He wasn't what I believed him to be." Charlotte's heart stuttered. "I don't understand. After you left, certain irregularities came to light in his dealings with the bank. Nothing that could be proven in court, mind you, but enough to raise serious questions about his character." Arthur turned to face her directly. "He'd been manipulating accounts, Charlotte, including yours." "Mine?" The world seemed to tilt beneath her. "The trust your mother left you. He'd positioned himself to gain control of it after your marriage." Arthur's fingers tightened around his cane. "I discovered this just weeks after you fled to Copper Creek." Charlotte struggled to make sense of this revelation. "Are you saying you knew why I left? That you understood?" "No." Arthur shook his head firmly. "I was furious with you for embarrassing the family, but I also—" he hesitated. "I allowed you to remain here partly to keep you away from him until matters could be quietly resolved." "You never told me." Pride. The word escaped him like a confession. Damnable pride. "I couldn't admit I'd been so thoroughly deceived by the man, or that you'd been right to run." A hawk circled overhead, its lonely cry echoing across the valley. Charlotte watched it, trying to absorb this shift in everything she'd believed about her departure from Boston. "Elizabeth always said I was too concerned with appearances," Arthur continued. "She warned me about Holloway, you know. Said he reminded her of fool's gold, all flash, no substance. She never told me that." "She wouldn't have wanted to come between us." He sighed. "Your mother had a wisdom I rarely acknowledged." Charlotte studied her father's face, seeing new lines she hadn't noticed before. "Why are you telling me this now?" "Because I haven't visited Elizabeth's grave since her funeral." The words seemed wrenched from him. 7 years, and I couldn't bear to face that hillside where she chose to rest forever. So far from civilization, from me. "Papa—" "No, let me finish." He raised a hand. "I've spent years convincing myself that your mother's love for this wild place was a peculiarity I had to tolerate, that your similar attachment was merely sentimentality." His gaze swept across the landscape. "But sitting here now, I begin to understand what she saw." Charlotte felt tears burning behind her eyes. "She always said you'd understand someday. Too late, as usual." A hint of his familiar sardonic smile touched his lips, another of my less admirable qualities. They sat in silence, the magnitude of this unexpected confession settling between them. Charlotte found herself remembering her mother. Not the frail figure from her final days, but the vibrant woman who'd ridden these hills with the same freedom Charlotte now cherished. "She used to sing when we'd ride out here," Charlotte said softly. "Old Scottish ballads her grandmother taught her. Said the mountains reminded her of the highlands in her family stories." "The Mackenzie blood," Arthur nodded. "She'd hum those tunes when she thought I wasn't listening." His voice grew distant with memory. "She'd stand at the window in Boston, staring west, and I'd hear those melodies." Charlotte looked at her father with new eyes. Perhaps they'd both been wrong. He wasn't incapable of understanding her mother's love for Copper Creek. He'd simply never allowed himself to try. "I'm not asking you to return to Boston," Arthur said abruptly. "That was never my true purpose here." "What then?" "Reconciliation, I suppose." She looked uncomfortable with the word. "I'm too old and stubborn to change entirely, Charlotte. I still believe a woman of your education and breeding could do more with her life than raise cattle. But I was wrong to dismiss this place as worthless." Charlotte felt something shift inside her. Not the complete vindication she might once have craved, but something more complex and perhaps more valuable. "I don't need you to approve of my choices, Papa, but I've missed having a father." Arthur nodded, the gesture containing more emotion than any words. "And this man of yours, Grayson, he's not merely your foreman, is he?" The question caught her off guard. We're not," she faltered, suddenly unable to define exactly what Grayson was to her. "The way you look at each other tells its own story," Arthur observed. "He's quite different from the men you knew in Boston." "Yes," she wouldn't insult either of them with denials. "He's the most honorable man I've ever known, though he'd laugh to hear me say it." "And you care for him?" It wasn't a question, but Charlotte answered anyway. "It's complicated." To her astonishment, Arthur chuckled. "When is it not? Your mother turned down 3 wealthy suitors before accepting a bookish banker with no pedigree and embarrassing ambitions." Charlotte stared at him. "I never knew that." "There was much about your mother I kept to myself." A trace of the old sadness crossed his face. Perhaps too much. In the distance, they could see Grayson riding back toward them, a small figure against the expansive landscape. Arthur followed her gaze. "Your mother once told me that real treasures aren't found in ledger books." He laid his hand briefly over hers. It appears she was right about that as well. Charlotte looked at her father, then out across Copper Creek. The land that had become her home, her purpose, her future. She usually was. For the first time in years, she felt the weight of family expectation lift from her shoulders, not because her father fully understood her choices, but because he was finally willing to try. Charlotte spread the ledgers across her desk, acutely aware of her father's scrutinizing gaze as he examined the neat columns of figures. The afternoon sun slanted through the office window, illuminating dust motes that danced above the polished surface. Arthur Langford adjusted his spectacles, running one finger down a page of calculations. "Your mother's organizational system," he remarked, recognition softening his features. "She always did have a gift for clarity." "I've maintained her methods," Charlotte acknowledged, turning to the most recent ledger. "They proved more practical than anything I learned in Boston." Arthur's eyebrows rose slightly. "A rather pointed observation, my dear." "Simply the truth, Papa." Charlotte pulled out the property maps she'd carefully drawn. "These show the improvements we've made over the past 3 years. The blue markings indicate the expanded irrigation channels." Grayson entered, his tall frame filling the doorway. He carried a leather portfolio that contained the geological surveys Charlotte had commissioned last spring. His presence brought a sudden awareness that made Charlotte straighten unconsciously. "Mr. Reynolds," Arthur acknowledged. "Please join us." Grayson set the portfolio on the desk, standing beside Charlotte's chair rather than taking a seat. "These are the surveys of the silver deposits in the northern section," he explained, opening the folder to reveal detailed maps and reports. "Nothing as substantial as the mines 60 miles west, but enough to provide steady supplemental income if developed properly." Arthur studied the documents with the methodical attention that had made him one of Boston's most successful bankers. The initial investment would be considerable. "But sustainable," Charlotte countered. "We've calculated the equipment costs against projected yields for the first 5 years." She pulled another sheet from beneath the maps. "Even conservative estimates show profitability by the 3rd year." Her father studied the figures, his expression revealing nothing. Then, unexpectedly, he chuckled. "You've become quite the businesswoman, Charlotte. Your mother would be pleased." Charlotte exchanged a quick glance with Grayson. This was not the resistance she'd anticipated. "However," Arthur continued, closing the ledger with a decisive snap, "your water system remains your most valuable asset and your greatest vulnerability." The spring runoff has been sufficient, Charlotte began. For now, her father interrupted, but your expansion plans will require more consistent irrigation, particularly during drought years. He leaned forward, hands folded on the desk. I've studied the regional rainfall patterns. This area experiences 7-year drought cycles. Grayson nodded. We've been concerned about that possibility. Arthur turned to him, eyes narrowed thoughtfully. And what solution would you propose, Mr. Reynolds? A reservoir system, Grayson answered without hesitation. Creating holding tanks at strategic elevations would allow gravity-fed irrigation during dry periods. We've mapped potential locations, but the construction costs exceed our current resources. Arthur nodded slowly, a gleam of approval in his eyes that Charlotte recognized from business discussions she'd witnessed in her youth. Her father respected competence, regardless of its source. I'd like to propose an arrangement, Arthur said finally. I'm prepared to provide financial backing for the development of both the water systems and the silver deposits. Charlotte felt a flicker of wariness. In exchange for what, precisely? Arthur's lips quirked into a half smile. Ever the skeptic. I'm offering investment as a partner, Charlotte, not as a controlling owner. The distinction being? She pressed. You would maintain operational control and majority ownership, he explained. I would receive a percentage of profits commensurate with my investment, as would any business partner. Charlotte studied her father's face, searching for hidden motives. Why? You've never shown interest in Western investments before? Arthur's expression sobered. Because it's what Elizabeth would have wanted. He reached for one of her mother's journals that sat on the corner of the desk. I read these last night. All these years, I never understood her vision for this place. The admission hung in the air between them, weighted with years of misunderstanding. Grayson cleared his throat. Mr. Langford, would this arrangement involve any Boston-based oversight of daily operations? Charlotte glanced up at him gratefully. It was exactly the question she would have asked next, a reminder of why his counsel had become so essential to her. Arthur considered the question with the gravity it deserved. No, quarterly reports would be sufficient, with an annual accounting review. He turned to Charlotte. This is your domain. I'm simply offering the means to realize the potential your mother always saw. Charlotte's fingers traced the embossed leather cover of Elizabeth's journal. I'd need time to consider the specifics of any agreement. Of course, Arthur nodded approvingly. I would expect nothing less. If I may, Grayson interjected, what structure would you propose for this investment? A formal corporate arrangement or something more flexible? Arthur studied Grayson with heightened interest. You're familiar with corporate law, Mr. Reynolds. My father was heavily invested in railroad development before his death, Grayson answered, a shadow crossing his features. I learned the importance of precise legal language quite young. Charlotte noticed how her father's assessment of Grayson seemed to shift subtly. I would suggest a limited partnership, Arthur replied. It would provide the necessary financial structure while maintaining Charlotte's authority as managing partner. For the next hour, the three of them outlined a preliminary agreement. Charlotte felt a growing sense of wonder as her father contributed his financial expertise without attempting to dominate the discussion. He genuinely seemed to respect the operation she'd built. This would secure the ranch's future for at least 3 generations, Arthur observed, reviewing their notes. Elizabeth's legacy would be assured, and Charlotte would retain full decision-making authority, Grayson added, his tone making it clear this point was non-negotiable. Arthur inclined his head slightly, as stipulated in Section 3 of our outline. He turned to Charlotte. Well, daughter, have we reached an understanding worth pursuing? Charlotte looked from her father to Grayson, then down at the preliminary agreement they'd crafted together. What they proposed was far more than a business arrangement. It represented a bridge between her past and her future, an acknowledgement of both her independence and her heritage. Yes, she said finally, I believe we have. Arthur exhaled, satisfaction evident in the relaxing of his shoulders. Then I suggest we celebrate appropriately this evening. He rose, gathering his walking stick. If you'll excuse me, I find I need to rest before dinner. After he departed, Charlotte remained at the desk, still processing what had transpired. He's offering partnership on your terms, Grayson said quietly, taking the seat Arthur had vacated. Not his. That's significant. Charlotte nodded, emotions too complex to immediately name welling within her. It's more than the financial backing, though we certainly need that. She touched the stack of ledgers. It's his recognition that this place has value, that my work here has meaning. Grayson's hand covered hers briefly. It always did, Charlotte, with or without his approval. She met his gaze, drawing strength from the unwavering support she found there. Yes, but I won't pretend this healing doesn't matter to me. Then we'll make certain the partnership succeeds, Grayson said simply. For the ranch's future, and for yours. Sarah had outdone herself for the evening meal, transforming the simple ranch dining room into a setting worthy of celebration. The white linen tablecloth Charlotte's mother had brought from Boston covered the oak table, complemented by Elizabeth's cherished china and silver that were reserved for special occasions. Fresh-cut wildflowers arranged in Copper Creek itself into the room. Charlotte surveyed the preparations with approval as she fastened the cameo brooch at her throat, having changed into one of her few remaining Boston dresses for the occasion. The sage green silk rustled as she moved about the room, lighting the additional candles in the silver candelabra. A knock at the door frame drew her attention. Grayson stood there, looking almost uncomfortable in his best shirt and waistcoat, his dark hair still damp from washing. Sarah sent me to bring in more firewood, he explained. Though I suspect she was merely ensuring I arrived on time. Charlotte smiled. You clean up rather impressively, Mr. Reynolds. A flicker of self-consciousness crossed his features. Not exactly Boston standards, I imagine. Far better, she replied with quiet sincerity. You look precisely like yourself, which is all anyone should aspire to be. His expression softened and, for a moment, Charlotte thought he might say something more. Instead, he simply nodded and moved to add logs to the fire. Arthur entered next, moving slowly but with determined dignity. Charlotte noted with approval that he'd made the effort to dress formally as well, including his gold watch chain and pearl cufflinks. His gaze fell on the table arrangements, and a flicker of recognition crossed his face. Elizabeth's bird plates, he murmured. She always insisted they be used for celebrations. She said beautiful things shouldn't be hidden away in cupboards, Charlotte replied, surprised by how clearly she could hear her mother's voice making that very declaration. Arthur nodded, a hint of melancholy in his smile. She applied that philosophy to most aspects of life. Sarah bustled in, wiping her hands on her apron. Miguel's just arrived. Shall I show him in? Please, Charlotte answered, noting her father's slight surprise. I've invited Miguel to join us, Papa. As foreman, he's been instrumental in the ranch's success. Before Arthur could respond, Miguel entered, hat in hand, looking uncharacteristically formal in a clean shirt and black string tie. His weathered face contrasted with the carefully groomed silver mustache that was his pride. Ms. Charlotte, he greeted her with a respectful nod before turning to her father. Mr. Langford, it's an honor to meet you properly. Your daughter speaks highly of your business acumen. Arthur appeared momentarily taken aback by the foreman's articulate greeting, but recovered quickly. The pleasure is mine, Mr. Vasquez. I understand you've been with Copper Creek since my late wife established it. Si, senor. Mrs. Elizabeth had vision when others saw only rocks and scrubland. Miguel's voice carried profound respect. She would be pleased to see what her daughter has accomplished. They took their places around the table, Charlotte at the head with her father to her right and Grayson to her left. Miguel and Sarah completed the gathering, creating an unusual but fitting representation of Copper Creek's heart. As Sarah served the venison roast and fresh vegetables from the kitchen garden, the conversation flowed more easily than Charlotte would have thought possible. Her father, though reserved, made genuine efforts to include Miguel in discussions of cattle breeding strategies, revealing an unexpected knowledge of agricultural developments. These Scottish Highland crosses you've introduced are an interesting choice, Arthur remarked to Charlotte, cutting his meat with precision. Hardier than the standard breeds, I would imagine. That was Mr. Reynolds' suggestion, she replied, glancing at Grayson. He convinced me to invest in the first bulls 2 years ago. Arthur turned his attention to Grayson. You seem remarkably well-versed in both ranching and business for a man of your background, Mr. Reynolds. A subtle tension descended over the table. Charlotte set down her fork, suddenly alert to her father's tone. What exactly do you know of my background, Mr. Langford? Grayson asked quietly. Arthur dabbed his mouth with his napkin before answering. More than you might expect. I made inquiries before leaving Boston. Papa, Charlotte began, a warning in her voice. It's all right, Charlotte, Grayson interrupted, his eyes never leaving Arthur's face. I've nothing to hide. Arthur nodded, a hint of approval in his expression. Then you won't mind my mentioning that your father, Jonathan Reynolds, was once a significant landowner in Virginia before his financial ruin following the war. Miguel and Sarah exchanged glances but remained silent, watching the exchange with cautious interest. That's correct, Grayson acknowledged, though his difficulties began before the war's end, when Holloway National Bank foreclosed on our properties despite agreed-upon payment extensions. Charlotte felt as though the air had been sucked from the room. Holloway? As in Edmund Holloway's father, yes, Grayson confirmed, finally turning to meet her shocked gaze. Thomas Holloway orchestrated the collapse of several prominent Southern families who had opposed his railroad interests. You never told me, Charlotte whispered. It wasn't relevant to our working relationship, Grayson replied, though the tightness around his eyes suggested otherwise. Yet it became relevant when Edmund Holloway appeared at Copper Creek. Arthur interjected, his tone neutral but pointed. That's when you approached my daughter about purchasing the neighboring property, was it not? Grayson's jaw tightened. Yes. Not for personal gain, Arthur continued, surprising Charlotte with his insight, but to position yourself against Holloway's interests. A form of justice for your family. The room fell silent as Charlotte processed this revelation. She studied Grayson's face, remembering his initial coolness when they'd first met, his particular interest in Edmund's business dealings, his intense opposition to selling any portion of Copper Creek. You came here to fight the Holloways, she said softly, understanding dawning, not to build a ranch. Grayson met her gaze directly. Initially, yes. I followed Edmund west after learning of his plans to expand his father's banking interests into the territories. I needed to understand how they operated. And then, Charlotte pressed. And then I met you, he answered simply. A woman determined to defend what was rightfully hers against those who would take it through manipulation and deceit. The mission became personal in ways I hadn't anticipated. Arthur cleared his throat. If I may offer an observation, Mr. Reynolds' motivations may have evolved, but his actions have consistently benefited Copper Creek. The property records and financial improvements speak for themselves. Charlotte barely registered her father's unexpected defense, still processing the implications of Grayson's revelation. Why didn't you tell me? Would you have trusted me if you'd known I had a personal vendetta against the Holloways? Grayson countered. Or would you have seen me as someone using you for my own purposes, just as Edmund was? The honesty of the question silenced her momentarily. Miguel spoke then, his quiet voice carrying weight. A man's past shapes him, señorita, but it does not define what he becomes. He looked meaningly between Charlotte and Grayson. What matters is the truth of his actions, not the beginning of his journey. Sarah nodded agreement. Mr. Reynolds has proven his worth to Copper Creek 100 times over, regardless of what first brought him here. Arth studied his daughter's face before adding, the connections between Boston's financial circles and territorial development run deeper than most realize. The Holloways are merely one example of how Eastern money seeks to exploit Western resources without regard for local concerns. He set down his glass. Mr. Reynolds' understanding of both worlds gives him unique insight into protecting your interests. Charlotte felt the weight of multiple revelations pressing upon her. Her father was defending Grayson while simultaneously acknowledging the predatory nature of his own social circle. The implications were staggering. It seems we've all been shaped by the Holloways in ways we didn't fully comprehend, she finally said. Grayson's expression remained guarded. Does this change things between us? The directness of his question, asked before her father and the others, brought warmth to her cheeks. But she met his gaze steadily. It changes my understanding, but not my trust. That was earned through your actions here, not your history before Copper Creek. Something in Grayson's shoulders relaxed almost imperceptibly. Well then, Arthur said, raising his glass, I believe we can proceed with our partnership with clean slates and clear purposes." He looked pointedly at Grayson. "All of us." The meaning behind his words wasn't lost on Charlotte. Her father had just given his tacit approval not only to their business arrangement, but to whatever might exist between her and Grayson. Miguel raised his glass as well. "To Copper Creek and its future." "To Copper Creek," they echoed, the clink of glasses sealing more than just a business agreement. As the conversation gradually shifted to lighter topics, Charlotte found herself watching the faces around the table. Her father, showing a warmth she'd almost forgotten existed. Sarah, whose quiet strength had supported her through countless challenges. Miguel, whose loyalty to her mother had transferred seamlessly to her. And Grayson, whose complicated journey had somehow led him exactly where he belonged. For the first time since inheriting Copper Creek, Charlotte felt not just determined but completely certain. This peculiar family they'd formed would secure her mother's legacy far better than she could have done alone. Later, as the evening drew to a close, Charlotte stood on the porch watching the stars emerge above the distant mountains. The sound of the door opening announced her father's presence before he spoke. "Your mother would approve," he said quietly, coming to stand beside her. "Of all of it." Charlotte glanced at him, surprised by the certainty in his voice. "Even Grayson?" she asked, the question escaping before she could consider its implications. Arthur's mouth quirked into a small smile. "Especially him, I suspect. Elizabeth always did appreciate a man who could look beyond ledger books to see true value." He patted her hand once, awkwardly but sincerely. "Good night, Charlotte." As he disappeared back into the house, Charlotte remained on the porch, her heart fuller than it had been in years. The revelation dinner had uncovered truths she hadn't expected. About her father, about Grayson, but most importantly, about the possibility of reconciling her past with the future she was building at Copper Creek. Chapter 15. The Decision. Charlotte carefully guided her father along the narrow path that wound behind the main house and up the gentle slope toward the massive oak that stood sentinel over Copper Creek's small family cemetery. The morning dew still clung to the tall grass, dampening the hem of her skirt as they walked in silence. She'd postponed this moment for days, sensing her father needed time to prepare himself, but this morning he had announced at breakfast that he was ready. Arthur Langford leaned more heavily on his cane than usual, though Charlotte couldn't tell if it was physical weakness or emotional burden that slowed his steps. His face had regained some color during his 10-day stay, but as they approached the wrought iron fence enclosing the cemetery, all blood seemed to drain from his features. "She chose this spot herself," Charlotte said softly as they reached the gate. She said the view of the valley reminded her of a painting she'd once seen of paradise. Arthur swallowed visibly, his fingers tightening around the handle of his cane. Elizabeth always did have an eye for beauty that escaped most people's notice. Charlotte pushed open the gate, the hinges protesting with a gentle creak. Inside, 3 graves occupied the peaceful enclosure, ranch hands with no family who'd been laid to rest on the property years ago, and one set slightly apart beneath the sprawling branches of the oak. Elizabeth Langford's marker stood in elegant simplicity, a carved marble headstone with her name, dates, and the words "beloved wife, mother, and guardian of Copper Creek." Wild roses Charlotte had transplanted from the creek bank bloomed in profusion around the grave, their scent sweet in the morning air. Arthur stopped a few paces away, his breathing suddenly labored. "Would you prefer to be alone, Papa?" Charlotte asked gently. He shook his head once, tersely. "No, I've been alone with my thoughts of her for too long." He moved forward slowly until he stood directly before the headstone. For a long moment, he simply stared at the carved letters of his wife's name, his expression a complex mixture of grief, regret, and something else Charlotte couldn't quite identify. Perhaps wonder. "It suits her," he finally said, his voice barely audible. Simple, elegant, with no pretensions, just as she was. Charlotte stood quietly beside him, allowing him this moment that was 7 years overdue. "I couldn't bear to come before," Arthur admitted, his gaze still fixed on the marker. Not to see her name carved in stone so far from home. This was her home, Charlotte replied without reproach. She made certain of that. Arthur nodded slowly. Yes, I see that now. He glanced around at the sweeping vista visible from the hillside, the ranch buildings below, the meadows beyond, and the distant mountains framing it all. She wrote to me about this view in nearly every letter. I never truly understood what she was trying to tell me. Charlotte stooped to pull a few stray weeds from around the gravestone. She used to bring her easel up here. Did you know she painted? A look of surprise crossed her father's face. Elizabeth? No, I didn't. She wasn't very skilled, Charlotte smiled at the memory. She said her hands couldn't capture what her heart saw, but she kept trying. She pointed toward the distant mountains. She particularly loved how the light changed on those peaks throughout the day. She called it God's own timepiece. Arthur's shoulders slumped slightly. There was so much about her I never took time to discover, the admission seemed to cost him, the words emerging with difficulty. I was always focused on the next business venture, the next opportunity. Elizabeth kept our home, raised our daughter, and he shook his head. I missed the essence of who she was becoming out here. Charlotte watched her father's face, seeing vulnerability she'd never witnessed before. Tell me something about her I don't know, she requested impulsively. Something from before Copper Creek. Arthur seemed startled by the request, but after a moment's consideration, a ghost of a smile touched his lips. She once spent an entire season's dress allowance on books. Philosophy, poetry, scientific journals. Everything that caught her fancy. I was furious when I discovered it. He chuckled softly at the memory. She didn't apologize. She simply said, Arthur, I'd rather clothe my mind than my body. One lasts considerably longer than the other. Charlotte laughed softly. That sounds exactly like her. She kept them hidden in her wardrobe, Arthur continued, warming to the memory. She'd close herself in our room for hours, supposedly engaged in correspondence. I never confronted her about it. I suspect she knew that I knew, but we maintained the pretense. You never told me that story. Arthur shrugged slightly. There are many stories I never shared. It seemed private somehow. Sacred. He glanced at Charlotte. She liked thunderstorms too, did you know that? Instead of hiding away like other ladies, she would stand at the window watching. Said it reminded her that some forces in nature couldn't be tamed or controlled by man. Charlotte nodded. She did the same here. During summer storms, she'd sit on the porch and count seconds between lightning and thunder. She taught me which wildflowers predicted rain coming. They stood in companionable silence for several minutes, each lost in memories of Elizabeth. Eventually, Arthur reached inside his coat and withdrew a small bundle of wildflowers he must have gathered on their walk up the hill. With surprising tenderness, he placed them at the base of the headstone. Bluebonnets, Charlotte observed, her favorite. She wore them in her hair the day I proposed, Arthur said quietly. Most inappropriate for a Boston drawing room, but she didn't care a whit for convention when it interfered with what she considered beautiful. He straightened slowly, one hand resting briefly on the cool marble. She would have been proud of what you've accomplished here, Charlotte. I was wrong not to see it sooner. The words hung in the air between them, not quite an apology, but the closest her father had ever come to admitting a fundamental error in judgment. Arthur turned to face her directly, his expression solemn. I wish to formally request your forgiveness, Charlotte. My rigid expectations and refusal to understand your attachment to this place caused a breach between us that should never have existed. Charlotte studied her father's face, seeing the cost of this declaration in the tension around his eyes. I forgive you, Papa, she said simply, not because what happened didn't matter, but because holding on to that hurt serves neither of us now. Arthur nodded once, accepting her words with characteristic brevity. He turned back to Elizabeth's grave, speaking now to his wife rather than his daughter. I should have trusted your judgment, my dear. As usual, you saw what I was too blind to recognize. Charlotte felt a curious lightness, as though some invisible burden had been lifted from her shoulders. When her father finally turned away from the grave, she noticed a similar easing in his bearing. They walked back down the hill toward the house without speaking, the silence between them no longer strained but comfortable, a companionship that felt new yet somehow familiar, as though they were reclaiming something long forgotten rather than creating something entirely new. As they neared the house, Arthur paused. "I believe Elizabeth somehow knew this day would come," he said thoughtfully. "She had a way of seeing beyond the immediate moment." Charlotte smiled. "She did indeed. She used to say time was the great healer of wounded hearts." "Wise woman, your mother," Arthur replied softly. "Far wiser than I ever acknowledged." Sarah folded the last of Arthur's shirts with practiced efficiency, placing it carefully in the leather traveling trunk that sat open on the bed. The past 10 days had brought noticeable improvement to Arthur Langford's health. His color had returned, his breathing eased, and even his perpetual Boston stiffness had relaxed somewhat under the influence of Copper Creek's clean air and unhurried rhythms. "These Western shirts are quite practical," Arthur observed from his position by the window. "Lighter than Boston broadcloth, yet surprisingly durable." Sarah smiled as she closed the trunk lid. "They're made for living, Mr. Langford, not just for appearance." "A distinction I'm beginning to appreciate," he acknowledged with a slight nod. The door opened and Charlotte entered with a stack of her mother's journals. "I thought you might want these," she said, placing them atop the trunk. "Copies of Mother's observations during Copper Creek's first 2 years. They might provide insight for our business arrangements." Arthur's expression softened almost imperceptibly as he glanced at the leather-bound volumes. "Thank you, I'll study them with care." He straightened his waistcoat with a gesture that signaled a shift to more practical matters. "The stage departs at noon tomorrow. I've received a telegram from Wardlow indicating several matters requiring my immediate attention in Boston." Charlotte nodded, hiding the unexpected pang of regret his words evoked. 10 days ago, she would have welcomed his departure. Now, she found herself reluctant to see him go. "Your health seems improved enough for travel." "Thanks to Sarah's excellent care and your forbearance," Arthur replied with formal courtesy. "I shall convey to our associates in Boston the promising outlook for our joint venture." Sarah excused herself tactfully, leaving father and daughter alone. Arthur moved from the window to the small desk where a stack of documents awaited his signature, the preliminary partnership agreement they had spent days refining. "The quarterly reporting structure we've outlined should prove efficient," he remarked, signing the final page, "though I expect we'll need to adjust some details as implementation proceeds." Charlotte took the seat opposite him. "Grayson has suggested establishing a banking relationship in Denver rather than continuing to work through the territorial office. It would expedite our transactions considerably." Arthur nodded approvingly. "A sound recommendation. I'll provide introduction letters to several reputable institutions." He carefully blotted the ink on the document before setting down his pen. "Mr. Reynolds continues to demonstrate remarkable business acumen for a man of his background." "Grayson has many qualities that defy initial impressions," Charlotte replied, unable to keep a certain warmth from her voice. Arthur studied his daughter's face. "Indeed." He hesitated, then asked with uncharacteristic directness, "What are your long-term plans, Charlotte, now that our disagreement about Copper Creek is resolved?" The question caught her off guard. "My plans?" "Yes. Do you intend to remain here indefinitely? Or might Boston eventually reclaim your interest?" His tone remained neutral, betraying neither hope nor expectation. Charlotte considered her answer carefully. "My place is here, Papa. Copper Creek isn't merely an investment or a memorial to Mother. It's become my purpose." She gestured toward the window, where the afternoon sun illuminated the busy ranch yard below. "This land, these people, they depend on me. And I've found I depend on them as well." She braced herself for disappointment or argument, but Arthur merely nodded once, accepting her decision without visible resentment. "I suspected as much. Your mother would say you've found your true compass bearing." "You're not disappointed?" Charlotte couldn't help asking. A flicker of something, regret perhaps, crossed his features. "I've learned rather late in life that my disappointment makes for poor guidance. Elizabeth knew that far sooner than I." He refolded the document with precise movements. "Besides, our partnership ensures I'll have reason to visit regularly. The Western air has proven surprisingly beneficial to my constitution." Charlotte smiled. "You'll always be welcome, Papa." Arthur cleared his throat, seemingly preparing to broach a more difficult subject. And Mr. Reynolds, what place does he hold in these long-term considerations of yours? Heat rose unexpectedly to Charlotte's cheeks. Grayson is essential to Copper Creek's operations. That wasn't my question, Arthur replied mildly. Charlotte smoothed an imaginary wrinkle from her skirt. Some decisions remain unmade. I see. Arthur returned the signed documents to their leather portfolio. May I offer some unsolicited paternal advice? Charlotte raised an eyebrow, surprised by this unprecedented approach. Of course. Don't wait too long to make those decisions, he said quietly. Life has a way of continuing regardless of our readiness. One day you look up to discover opportunities have passed beyond recovery. His voice lowered, taking on a quality Charlotte had never heard before. There were conversations I postponed with your mother, assuming there would always be time later. Apologies I never made. Questions I never asked. He closed the portfolio with a decisive snap. I cannot remedy those omissions now. The uncharacteristic personal openness left Charlotte momentarily speechless. Her father, who had built his reputation on cool reasoning and emotional detachment, was sharing regrets with a vulnerability she would never have thought possible. I won't dismiss his worth because his origins differ from our circles, Arthur continued. A man who can build something from nothing possesses qualities no inheritance can bestow. Papa, Charlotte began, uncertain how to respond. Your mother would approve, he said simply. That's all I wish to say on the matter. A knock at the door saved Charlotte from having to formulate a response. Grayson entered, hat in hand, his tall frame filling the doorway. Pardon the interruption, he said, nodding respectfully to Arthur. Miguel reports the irrigation channel south of the east pasture needs immediate attention. The recent rains have compromised the embankment. Arthur gathered his papers. Go attend to it, Charlotte. I can manage the remaining preparations for tomorrow's departure. Charlotte hesitated, still processing her father's unprecedented advice. You're certain? Quite. He made a shooing motion with his hand. Ranch matters take precedence over packing. Sarah will assist me with anything necessary. She rose, suddenly aware of Grayson's questioning glance. I'll return for dinner, she promised. As she followed Grayson from the room, she felt her father's gaze following them, and wondered if he noticed how automatically she fell into step beside the tall rancher, how naturally their movements synchronized despite the differences in their height and bearing. The weight of her father's words about missed opportunities lingered, making her acutely conscious of Grayson's presence beside her. Is everything all right? Grayson asked quietly as they descended the stairs. You seem distracted. Charlotte glanced back toward her father's room, thinking of the unexpected advice and the emotions behind it. Yes, she said finally. I think perhaps everything is better than it has been in a very long time. Grayson studied her face with quiet intensity before nodding. Good. The simple word carried deeper meaning, as though he understood precisely what had transpired without needing details. As they stepped out into the afternoon sunlight, Charlotte felt a curious certainty settling in her heart. Her father's imminent departure marked not an ending, but a beginning, a chance to build something new on the foundation of understanding they'd established during these 10 days. Some decisions remained unmade, as she'd told her father, but others, she realized as she walked beside Grayson toward the waiting horses, had perhaps been made long ago without her conscious acknowledgement. The recognition brought not anxiety but a sense of rightness, as though pieces of a puzzle were finally finding their proper alignment. Copper Creek stretched before them, bathed in golden light. Her mother's legacy, her own future, and perhaps, she thought with a sideways glance at Grayson's profile, the answer to questions she hadn't yet found the courage to ask aloud. The ranch yard bustled with unusual activity for a weekday morning as the assembled staff gathered to bid farewell to Arthur Langford. Charlotte stood on the porch steps, watching Miguel guide the buckboard into position, the matched bay horses stamping impatiently. Her father's trunk and valise had already been secured in the back, covered with oilcloth against the threat of dust or unexpected rain on the journey to town. Arthur descended the steps with careful dignity, his cane tapping a measured rhythm against the wooden boards. Though still moving with the caution of a man recovering from illness, His bearing had regained much of its Boston formality. Back straight, head held high, every morning for travel, he observed, surveying the clear blue sky overhead. The stage should make good time in this weather, Charlotte nodded, aware of the curious glances from the ranch hands who had never expected to see Arthur Langford on Copper Creek soil, much less departing on amicable terms. The road to town has dried out from the recent rains. You should have a comfortable journey. The ranch staff had formed a loose semicircle, an honor guard of sorts that spoke to their respect for Charlotte more than any particular regard for her father. Yet Arthur seemed to recognize the gesture for what it was, inclining his head slightly as he approached them. "I wish to express my appreciation for your dedicated service to Copper Creek," he addressed them collectively, his banker's voice carrying clearly across the yard. "The ranch success reflects your capable efforts." To Charlotte's surprise, he then moved along the line, speaking briefly to each man by name, names he must have memorized during his brief stay. With each acknowledgement, the men straightened perceptibly, accepting his words with nods and murmured replies. When he reached Miguel, Arthur extended his hand. "Mr. Vasquez, your expertise has been invaluable to my daughter. I trust you will continue to provide such exemplary guidance." Miguel's weathered face registered momentary surprise before he clasped the offered hand. "Si, senor, Miss Charlotte has my loyalty always, as did her mother before her." "As it should be," Arthur replied, the formality of his tone softened by genuine respect. He turned then to Sarah, who stood slightly apart, her hands folded at her waist. For a moment, Arthur seemed uncertain, a flicker of something almost like embarrassment crossing his features. "Miss Winters," he began, then paused, choosing his words with apparent care. "Your years of service to the Langford family extend far beyond what might reasonably be expected. I am grateful for your attentiveness during my stay." Sarah inclined her head. "Mr. Langford." "Elizabeth always spoke of you with the highest regard," he added, more quietly. "I now understand why." A hint of moisture appeared in Sarah's eyes, quickly blinked away. "Thank you, sir." Arthur turned, scanning the yard until his gaze landed on Grayson, who stood near the corral fence, observing the proceedings with his characteristic quiet watchfulness. "Mr. Reynolds," Arthur called, "might I have a word before my departure?" Grayson straightened, exchanging a brief glance with Charlotte before moving forward. "Of course, sir." Arthur gestured toward the side of the house, away from curious ears. The two men walked a short distance apart, their figures presenting a study in contrasts, Arthur's Eastern formality beside Grayson's frontier practicality, yet both carrying themselves with an innate dignity that transcended their different worlds. Charlotte watched them curiously but remained where she stood, respecting the privacy of their exchange. Whatever words passed between them appeared significant, her father speaking with unusual animation, Grayson listening intently, his expression grave. At one point, Grayson shook his head firmly, saying something that caused Arthur to step back slightly in apparent surprise, before nodding with what looked remarkably like approval. When they returned, Charlotte searched both faces for clues, but Grayson's expression revealed nothing beyond his habitual composure, while her father seemed somehow satisfied. "The hour grows late," Arthur announced, consulting his pocket watch. "We should depart if we're to reach town before the stage." Miguel climbed onto the buckboard, taking up the reins. Arthur turned to Charlotte, extending his hand with formal propriety that would have seemed cold just 2 weeks earlier. Now, however, she recognized it as his way, the gesture containing more genuine feeling than any dramatic embrace could express. "I shall send word upon my safe arrival in Boston," he said, his grip firmer than she expected. "The partnership documents will be finalized with my solicitor immediately." "Safe journey, Papa," Charlotte replied, surprised by the thickness in her throat. He held her hand a moment longer than necessary, then leaned forward unexpectedly. "Your mother would be proud of the woman you've become," he whispered, his voice rough with emotion he would never display publicly. Charlotte felt her carefully maintained composure waver at these words of paternal approval, so long desired and so unexpected even now. "Thank you," she managed, blinking rapidly against sudden moisture in her eyes. Arthur released her hand and turned away briskly, climbing into the buckboard with Miguel's assistance. He settled himself on the seat, adjusted his hat to shade his eyes from the morning sun, and gave a single, dignified nod. Vaya con Dios, Señor Lang. The buckboard lurched forward, wheels crunching on the packed earth of the yard. Charlotte remained on the porch, watching as her father departed, a figure from her past moving away while she stood rooted in the present she had chosen. Around her, the ranch hands dispersed to their various tasks, the normal rhythm of Copper Creek resuming as though nothing momentous had occurred. Yet something had. As the buckboard disappeared around the bend in the lane, Charlotte felt an odd sense of completion. Not an ending, but rather the closing of a circle that had begun with her desperate flight from Boston years ago. Her past and her future had momentarily converged in this yard, and now separated again, not in conflict, but in harmony. "Are you all right?" Charlotte turned to find Sarah watching her with knowing eyes. "Yes," she replied, surprised to discover it was entirely true. "Better than I've been in a very long time." The hidden spring canyon lay bathed in dappled light, the afternoon sun filtering through cottonwood leaves that rustled softly in the gentle breeze. Charlotte dismounted, allowing her mare to drink from the clear pool where water bubbled perpetually from the rocky cleft. This secluded place had saved Copper Creek during the terrible drought of '71, providing water when every other source had dried to cracked mud. Charlotte had discovered it by accident, or perhaps by providence, as her mother might have said, while searching for stray calves. Now she came here when she needed clarity, the peaceful solitude allowing thoughts to settle like silt in still water. She settled on a sun-warmed boulder beside the spring, removing her riding gloves and hat. The events of the past weeks tumbled through her mind. Her father's unexpected arrival, their contentious beginning, the gradual thawing that had culminated in a farewell containing genuine affection. It seemed almost unbelievable that Arthur Langford had departed, leaving not resentment but partnership, not demands but respect. "Your mother would be proud of the woman you've become." The words echoed in her memory, carrying a weight she hadn't anticipated. All her adult life, Charlotte had believed herself a disappointment to her father. To discover otherwise after so many years of estrangement left her feeling oddly untethered, as though a rope she had been straining against had suddenly slackened, leaving her momentarily off balance. She trailed her fingers through the cool water, watching ripples spread outward. Every challenge since her arrival at Copper Creek, financial struggles, Edmund's manipulations, drought, difficult neighbors, her father's opposition, had ultimately confirmed rather than weakened her connection to this land. Each obstacle overcome had rooted her more deeply in the life she had chosen. The soft sound of approaching hoofbeats drew her from her reverie. Charlotte glanced up, unsurprised to see Grayson appear at the canyon entrance, riding his black gelding. He had an uncanny ability to guess where she might go when troubled or thoughtful. He dismounted with easy grace, loosening his horse's cinch before approaching. "I thought I might find you here." "Is something wrong at the ranch?" Charlotte asked, though she knew he wouldn't have left if there had been any urgent matter requiring attention. "No." He removed his hat, running a hand through hair darkened by perspiration from the ride. "I wanted to make sure you were all right. Your father's departure seemed to affect you deeply." Charlotte nodded, making room for him on the boulder. "More than I expected," she admitted. "He was different this time, or perhaps I was." Grayson settled beside her, not so close as to presume, but near enough that she could feel the warmth radiating from his sun-heated shirt. 10 days can change a great deal, he observed quietly. They sat in companionable silence for several minutes, the only sounds the gentle burble of the spring and the occasional call of a canyon wren. Charlotte found herself studying Grayson's profile. The strong line of his jaw, the tiny scar near his temple from a ranch accident last summer, the slight furrow between his brows that appeared when he was thinking deeply. "What did my father say to you?" The question emerged before she had consciously decided to ask it. "Before he left." Grayson's expression remained neutral, though his fingers stilled where they had been absently rubbing the brim of his hat. "He made me an offer." Charlotte felt an unexpected constriction in her chest. "What sort of offer?" Grayson turned to face her directly. "Financial backing to establish my own ranch, should I wish to do so. He mentioned several properties north of here that might be available." The constriction tightened painfully. "I see." "He said a man of my abilities, shouldn't remain in another's employ indefinitely. Grayson's tone revealed nothing of his own thoughts on the matter. Charlotte forced herself to ask the question whose answer she suddenly feared. "And what did you tell him?" "I declined." Two simple words, yet they caused the tightness in her chest to dissolve into something warm and tremulous. "Why?" Grayson's gaze held hers steadily. "I told him my future isn't elsewhere, unless you wish it to be." The implications of his words hung in the air between them, as tangible as the afternoon sunlight. Charlotte understood with sudden clarity that he was offering her freedom to choose, without pressure or demand, placing her wishes above his own desires. "What do you want, Grayson?" she asked softly. "Not what you think I want, or what makes practical sense for the ranch. What do you want?" The question seemed to catch him off guard. He looked away briefly, toward the canyon entrance where their horses grazed contentedly side by side. "I want what I've never allowed myself to acknowledge wanting," he finally answered, his voice carrying a roughness she rarely heard. "A place that's truly mine. Not land or buildings or cattle, though those have their value." He turned back to her, his eyes reflecting the same vulnerability she'd glimpsed during that moment in the flood when they'd clung together against the current. "I want to belong somewhere, to someone." Charlotte felt something shift within her, a release of tension she hadn't fully recognized until it disappeared. With sudden clarity, she understood that her choice had been made long ago, waiting only for her courage to acknowledge it. She rose from the boulder, taking a single step that brought her directly before him. Grayson remained seated, his face tilted up to hers, his expression a mixture of hope and uncertainty that made her heart ache with tenderness. "You already belong here, Grayson Reynolds." She reached out slowly, allowing her fingers to brush against his weather-roughened cheek. "To Copper Creek, and to me." His breath caught audibly. With deliberate care, he set his hat aside and stood, bringing them face to face, his height requiring her to tilt her head back to maintain their gaze. "Charlotte?" Her name emerged as both question and answer. She closed the remaining distance between them, her hands coming to rest against the solid warmth of his chest. "I made my choice long ago," she whispered. "I just needed the courage to trust it." His arms encircled her waist with exquisite gentleness, as though she might shatter or disappear. "Are you certain? Your father knows my heart better than I expected," she interrupted softly, "and approves more than either of us could have imagined." The wonder in his expression nearly undid her composure. Slowly, giving her every opportunity to withdraw, Grayson lowered his head until their foreheads touched. "I've loved you since that first spring when you stood in my office and refused to be intimidated," he murmured, his voice rough with emotion. "Even when I thought you might be another Edmund in disguise." Charlotte couldn't help the small laugh that escaped her. "I distinctly recall you glowering at me like a territorial wolf." "A wolf who recognized his match," he countered, his hands tightening slightly at her waist. The air between them seemed charged with possibility, a current as palpable as the one that had nearly claimed them during the flood, yet infinitely more welcome. Charlotte raised her hand to the nape of his neck, fingers threading through dark hair still damp from his ride. "Charlotte," he breathed again, her name a benediction on his lips. She closed the final distance between them, her lips meeting his in a kiss that began with tender hesitation and quickly deepened into something that made her grateful for his steadying arms. The taste of him, sunlight and sage, and something indefinably Grayson, seemed to awaken every nerve in her body. His hands remained respectfully at her waist, though she could feel the restraint in their trembling. When they finally parted, breathless, she kept her arms around his neck, unwilling to release him. "I should have done that a year ago," she admitted. A slow smile spread across his face, not the controlled half-smile she was accustomed to, but a full expression of joy that transformed his features. "Better late than never, Miss Langford." "Charlotte," she corrected, savoring the way his arms tightened in response. "Just Charlotte." "Charlotte," he agreed, brushing a strand of hair from her face with a tenderness that made her heart clench. "My Charlotte." She nodded, suddenly unable to speak past the emotion welling in her throat. Around them, the hidden canyon held its breath, the same sanctuary that had once saved Copper Creek, now witnessing the moment that would shape its future. "We should return to the ranch," Grayson said eventually, though he made no move to release her, "before Sarah sends out a search party." Charlotte nodded reluctantly. "And we have that meeting with the cattle buyer tomorrow, and irrigation repairs to oversee, and accounts to balance." They smiled at each other, recognizing that life would continue much as before, the daily rhythms of Copper Creek unchanged by their altered relationship. Yet everything had transformed, illuminated by the light of acknowledged truth. As they gathered their horses and prepared to ride back, Charlotte paused for one last look at the spring that had saved them in more ways than one. "My mother believed places hold memory," she said softly, "that the land remembers what happens upon it." Grayson mounted his gelding, extending a hand to help her into her saddle. "Then this canyon will remember today." Charlotte took his hand, feeling the strength and warmth of it as naturally as if they had been reaching for each other all their lives. "Yes," she agreed as she swung into the saddle. "As will we." Side by side, they rode from the hidden canyon, leaving behind the secluded spring but carrying its gift with them: clarity, purpose, and the courage to embrace what had been waiting all along. Chapter 16. The Future Secured. The Silver Springs Town Hall glowed with lantern light, transforming the normally austere building into a festive gathering place. Bunting in spring colors draped the walls, and wildflowers in mason jars adorned every table. Charlotte smoothed the skirt of her sage green dress, one of the few remaining from her Boston days, altered by Sarah's clever hands to better suit Western sensibilities, as she accepted a cup of punch from Grayson. "Mrs. Henderson has been watching you for 10 minutes, he murmured, nodding toward the refreshment table where the merchant's wife stood with a cluster of town women. "I believe you've been officially accepted into the inner circle of Silver Spring society." Charlotte smiled, noting the approving glances cast their way. 3 months ago, half the town viewed Copper Creek as a troublemaker. It's remarkable how quickly perspectives can change. "Not as remarkable as the woman who changed them," Grayson replied, his voice carrying a warmth that had become familiar in the months since Arthur's departure. The town's spring celebration marked more than just the end of winter. Today had seen the signing of agreements establishing a cooperative water management system that would benefit multiple properties throughout the region, a direct result of Charlotte's patient diplomacy and Arthur's financial backing. The territorial governor's representative had presided over the official ceremony that morning, lending governmental approval to their community initiative. Charlotte's gaze drifted across the room to where Edmund Holloway stood in conversation with the blacksmith. Though still impeccably dressed, he carried himself with less arrogance these days, his banking ambitions tempered by the community's united stand against monopolistic practices. "He looks positively subdued," she observed quietly. Grayson followed her line of sight. "Amazing what happens when a man realizes bullying won't achieve his aims." Sheriff Wilson approached them, hat in hand. "Miss Langford, quite a day for Silver Springs." He nodded respectfully to Grayson before continuing. "I haven't had to mediate a water dispute in nearly 2 months. Makes for a peaceful change in my duties." "The credit belongs to everyone who signed the agreements," Charlotte replied. "A community solution to a community problem." Still, it wouldn't have happened without Copper Creek leading the way. The sheriff glanced between them with knowing eyes. "You two make quite a team." Charlotte felt Grayson's hand settle lightly at the small of her back, a gesture both protective and possessive that might once have rankled her independent nature but now felt as natural as breathing. "We do what's best for the ranch," she answered simply. When Sheriff Wilson moved on, Grayson leaned closer. "He's right, about us making a good team. I believe I've known that since you pulled me from that flood," Charlotte replied, the memory of that day still vivid despite the time that had passed. The town musicians struck up a waltz, the same melody that had played during their first dance months earlier, a night when uncertainty and attraction had warred within her. Now she waited, watching Grayson's face as recognition dawned in his eyes. "I believe I owe you a proper dance, Miss Langford," he said, setting aside his punch cup and extending his hand without the hesitation that had marked their previous encounter. Charlotte placed her fingers in his, feeling the familiar roughness of his palm against her skin. "I believe you do, Mr. Reynolds." They moved onto the floor together, his arm circling her waist with confident ease. Unlike their first dance, when tension and uncertainty had created a proper distance between them, they now moved in perfect synchronization, the space between them intimate without impropriety. Charlotte noted the approving glances from the matrons along the wall, the knowing smiles exchanged between older couples. In the 3 months since her father's visit, their relationship had blossomed openly, no longer constrained by unacknowledged feelings or professional boundaries. The community had adjusted to seeing them as a united front, their partnership evident in everything from ranch business to town meetings. "I received word from the irrigation engineer," Grayson said as they turned through a particularly intricate step. "He can begin the reservoir construction next month." Charlotte smiled at the seamless way their conversation blended the personal and practical. "And the new stock arrived from Texas the week after. Perfect timing. Always planning 3 steps ahead," he observed with affection. "A habit you've encouraged, as I recall." Grayson's hand tightened slightly at her waist as he guided her through another turn. "Among my many virtues," he replied, the hint of teasing in his voice still a revelation after so many months of careful formality. "I wonder," Charlotte mused, looking up at him through her lashes in a manner that would have scandalized her Boston acquaintances, "if this qualifies as a proper courtship by any standard? Business discussions during a waltz seem rather unconventional." His soft laugh warmed her. "Nothing about us has followed conventional paths, Charlotte. Why start now?" The music swelled around them, but Charlotte barely noticed, too absorbed in the perfect understanding that flowed between them. 3 months ago, her father had departed, leaving behind a promise of partnership, but he could not have known the true partnership that would blossom in his wake, one that extended far beyond business arrangements to encompass everything that mattered at Copper Creek. The porch swing creaked gently as Charlotte settled beside Grayson, handing him a cup of Sarah's fresh lemonade. The ride back from town had been peaceful, the spring evening perfect for traveling. Now, with supper finished and chores complete, the ranch had fallen into evening quiet, punctuated only by distant lowing from the cattle in the home pasture. Charlotte slipped off her shoes, flexing her toes with a sigh of relief. "I'd forgotten how exhausting town gatherings can be. Give me a cattle drive any day." Grayson smiled, stretching his long legs before him. "You didn't seem exhausted during our 3rd dance," said "Company makes the effort worthwhile," she replied, enjoying the way his expression softened at her words. The sun hung low on the horizon, painting the ranch buildings in gold and casting long shadows across the yard. The weather vane atop the barn, newly repaired last week, turned lazily in the gentle breeze. From this vantage point, Charlotte could see nearly every part of Copper Creek's main operations. The expanded corrals, the improved irrigation channels, the new bunkhouse for the additional hands they'd hired to manage the growing herd. "Did you receive another letter from Boston?" Grayson asked after several minutes of comfortable silence. Charlotte nodded. "Yesterday. Papa reports the partnership documents have been filed with all the proper authorities. He's also arranged the banking connections in Denver as promised." "Good." Grayson set his lemonade glass on the small table beside the swing. "He's been remarkably efficient." "Efficiency is my father's religion," Charlotte replied with a fond smile. Arthur's letters had grown increasingly personal over the months, often including memories of Elizabeth that he'd never before shared. He mentioned he might visit again in the fall, health permitting. Grayson seemed to consider this information with particular interest. "I'm glad to hear it." He paused, turning slightly to face her more directly. "I wrote to your father myself, about 6 weeks ago." Charlotte blinked in surprise. "You did? Whatever for?" "I felt it appropriate to seek his blessing." Grayson's voice remained steady, but Charlotte noticed a tension in his shoulders that hadn't been there moments before. "His blessing," she repeated, her heart suddenly beating faster as understanding dawned. Grayson reached for her hand, his calloused fingers enveloping hers with gentle strength. "I'm not a man who puts much stock in ceremony, Charlotte. Life out here has taught me to value substance over show." His thumb traced circles against her palm. "But some things deserve proper acknowledgement." Charlotte sat very still, scarcely breathing. "I came to Copper Creek seeking justice, perhaps even revenge," he continued, his gaze never leaving her face. "I found something else entirely, Something I never expected, never believed I deserved. His voice roughened. I found home. A lump formed in Charlotte's throat as she recognized the word's significance coming from this man who had lost everything before rebuilding his life in this untamed territory. Your father wrote back promptly, Grayson added with the ghost of a smile. He said his blessing was unnecessary but freely given, as you've always made your own choices. He did, however, suggest I not dawdle about asking the question. Despite the emotion welling within her, Charlotte couldn't help a soft laugh. That sounds precisely like Papa. Grayson's expression grew serious again. Charlotte Langford, we began as adversaries, became reluctant allies, then partners, in every sense that matters. He released her hand only to reach into his waistcoat pocket, withdrawing a small object. I'm asking if you'll be my wife. Not because Copper Creek needs a proper mistress, or because convention dictates it, but because I want to build a future with you beside me. In every way. He opened his palm to reveal a ring. Not an elaborate diamond like Edmund might have offered, but a band of intricately worked silver set with a single perfect sapphire that caught the fading sunlight. It was my grandmother's, he explained softly. The only family heirloom I managed to keep when everything else was lost. Charlotte stared at the ring, then at the face of the man offering it, the strong features softened by vulnerability, the steady eyes that had looked at her with everything from suspicion to respect to love over the years they'd known each other. We'll never be like other couples, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. I'll still argue with you about cattle breeding and water rights. His mouth curved into the smile she'd grown to cherish. I'd be disappointed if you didn't. And I won't abandon the ranch management to become a traditional wife. I'd never ask that of you. His expression grew tender. I fell in love with Charlotte Langford of Copper Creek, not some imagined version of who you might become. Charlotte felt tears threatening and blinked them away, refusing to cloud this moment with even happy weeping. Then yes, Grayson Reynolds, I will be your wife, your partner, and your most loyal defender until my last breath. The naked joy that transformed his features stole what remained of her composure. He took her left hand, sliding the ring onto her finger with steady deliberation. It fit as though made for her, the silver band cool against her skin but quickly warming. It's perfect, she whispered, staring at the tangible symbol of their commitment. As is your answer, he replied, raising her hand to his lips. The simple gesture contained such reverence that Charlotte felt momentarily overwhelmed. Without conscious thought, she leaned forward, closing the distance between them until her lips met his in a kiss that conveyed what words could not, the promise of partnership, of passion, of a future built together on the foundation they had already established. The soft clearing of a throat interrupted them. Charlotte turned to find Sarah standing in the doorway, a knowing smile playing about her lips as she noted their clasped hands and Charlotte's new ring. I was wondering if you might want coffee, Sarah said, her eyes sparkling with poorly concealed delight, but perhaps I should return later. Much later, Grayson confirmed, his arm slipping around Charlotte's waist. Sarah nodded, her expression suggesting she had anticipated this very scene. I believe I hear Miguel calling me to the kitchen, she said diplomatically, though no such call had sounded. With a quick wink at Charlotte, she disappeared back into the house, closing the door quietly behind her. She's been waiting for this moment since Christmas, Charlotte observed with a laugh. Along with half the territory, it seems, Grayson replied, drawing her closer against his side. They settled back into the swing, Charlotte's head finding its place against his shoulder as naturally as though they had sat this way for years rather than months. Before them, Copper Creek Ranch spread in all its hard-won glory, bathed in the golden light of sunset. The same porch where Charlotte had once stood alone, frightened but determined, now held the promise of a shared future neither could have imagined during those early days. Do you remember when you first arrived at Copper Creek? She asked softly. You looked at me as though I were an inconvenient obstacle to your plans. Grayson's chuckle rumbled beneath her ear. And you looked at me as though I were a particularly troublesome stray that had wandered onto your property. Look how far we've come, she murmured, fingering the ring that now encircled her finger. His arm tightened around her. With considerably further to go, together. The ranch bell rang in the distance, signaling the evening watch change. The familiar sound wrapped around them like a benediction, marking the regular rhythm of life that would continue day after day, season after season, as they built their shared future in this place that had claimed them both. Charlotte turned her face up to his, filled with certainty that had been earned through every challenge they had faced. Together, she agreed. Always. As Grayson lowered his head to seal their promise with another kiss, Charlotte knew with absolute clarity that Copper Creek's future, and hers, had never been more secure. The ranch yard at Copper Creek had undergone a transformation that even Elizabeth Langford might have found impressive. Wooden arches wound with wild roses and blue lupin marked the path from the main house to the massive oak tree where the ceremony would take place. Rows of benches, borrowed from the church in Silver Springs, formed a semicircle beneath the tree's spreading branches. White ribbons fluttered from fence posts and corral rails, lending a festive air to the normally practical space. Charlotte stood at her bedroom window, watching the last of the guests arrive in wagons and on horseback. Ranching families from 20 miles in every direction had made the journey, along with most of Silver Springs' merchants and townspeople. Even Edmund Holloway had sent a polite note of congratulations, though he'd declined to attend. A soft knock at the door preceded Sarah's entrance. "It's nearly time, Miss Charlotte." "Just Charlotte today, Sarah," she reminded gently. "After all these years, surely a wedding allows for informality between us." Sarah's eyes glistened as she approached, carrying the wedding dress with reverent hands. "Your mother would be so proud to see you in this." The gown had arrived from Boston 3 weeks earlier, carefully packed in Arthur's trunk. Elizabeth Langford's own wedding dress preserved all these years. Sarah had worked tirelessly to alter it, updating the style while maintaining its elegant simplicity. The ivory silk gleamed softly in the afternoon light as Sarah helped Charlotte into it. "Your father is waiting downstairs," Sarah said, fastening the last pearl button. "He's been pacing since breakfast." Charlotte smiled, imagining Arthur Langford's uncharacteristic nervousness. "Is he pleased, do you think?" "More than pleased." Sarah arranged the delicate lace veil over Charlotte's upswept hair. "I heard him tell Miguel that seeing you settled with a man of Mr. Reynolds' quality has eased his greatest concern." The simple pearl earrings that had been her mother's completed the ensemble. Charlotte studied her reflection in the mirror, hardly recognizing the composed woman who looked back at her. Gone was the desperate girl who had fled Boston society. In her place stood someone who had found her true self in this wild territory. "There," Sarah pronounced, stepping back to survey her handiwork. "Perfect." Charlotte squeezed Sarah's hand. "Thank you. For everything. Not just today, but for every day since we arrived at Copper Creek." Sarah brushed away a tear. "Enough of that. Your groom is waiting, and I've never known Mr. Reynolds to be a patient man where you're concerned." Downstairs, Arthur Langford stood at the foot of the staircase, resplendent in a new suit that acknowledged both Boston formality and Western practicality. His eyes widened as Charlotte descended, one hand lifting instinctively toward her before dropping back to his side. "Elizabeth would scarcely believe her eyes," he said, his voice rougher than usual. "You are the image of her on our wedding day." Charlotte reached the bottom step, suddenly uncertain. "Is that good or difficult for you, Papa?" Arthur shook his head, a smile softening his features. "It is a gift I never expected to receive." He offered his arm with formal courtesy. "Shall we proceed? I believe your Mr. Reynolds may expire from anticipation if we delay further." Outside, the gathered guests rose as Charlotte appeared on her father's arm. The musicians, brought all the way from Denver at Arthur's insistence, began a gentle melody that carried across the ranch yard. Charlotte, however, barely registered the music or the assembled guests. Her attention fixed immediately on Grayson, who stood beneath the oak tree with the traveling minister. He had never looked more handsome than in that moment, dressed in a new black suit that emphasized his broad shoulders and tall frame. His dark hair was neatly trimmed, his face cleanly shaven, but it was his expression that caught at Charlotte's heart, a look of such naked reverence that she nearly stumbled. Arthur's arm steadied her as they began the walk toward the oak tree. "Breathe, Charlotte. he murmured, amusement coloring his tone. The faces of friends and neighbors blurred as they passed. Miguel standing proudly beside his wife, their youngest son Tomas grinning widely. The neighboring ranchers, who had once viewed Charlotte with skepticism, now nodding respectfully. Sheriff Wilson, with his battered hat held respectfully against his chest. When they reached the oak tree, Arthur placed Charlotte's hand in Grayson's with a formal dignity belied by the suspicious moisture in his eyes. "I entrust my daughter to your care, Mr. Reynolds," he said, his voice carrying clearly to the assembled guests. "See that you honor the gift." "With my life, sir," Grayson replied, his eyes never leaving Charlotte's face. The minister stepped forward, opening his Bible as Arthur took his seat in the front row. "Dearly beloved," he began, his voice carrying across the hushed gathering, "we are assembled here today to witness the union of two souls whose journey to this moment has been anything but ordinary." A ripple of appreciative laughter passed through the guests. The ceremony unfolded with simple dignity, the traditional words taking on new meaning in this setting so far from church steeples and stained glass. When the time came for their vows, Charlotte and Grayson had chosen to speak their own promises. Grayson took both her hands in his voice steady and sure. "Charlotte Langford, I came to Copper Creek seeking justice, but found redemption instead. You challenged every assumption, questioned every certainty, and in doing so showed me a better path forward." His thumbs traced circles against her palms. "I promise to walk beside you rather than ahead or behind, to value your strength as equal to my own, and to build with you a legacy worthy of the faith you've placed in me." Charlotte swallowed against the emotion, tightening her throat. "Grayson Reynolds, I inherited Copper Creek but could not have preserved it alone. You taught me that independence does not mean isolation, and that partnership requires neither submission nor dominance." Her voice steadied as she continued. "I promise to face whatever comes with the same courage and trust that brought us to this moment, to honor both your strength and your gentleness, and to remember always that our greatest achievements will come not separately, but together." The exchange of rings followed, a simple gold band joining the sapphire engagement ring on Charlotte's finger, while Grayson received a wide silver band engraved with a pattern reminiscent of flowing water, commemorating the flood that had first drawn them together. "By the authority vested in me," the minister pronounced, "I now declare you husband and wife." He smiled at Grayson. "You may kiss your bride." Grayson's hands framed Charlotte's face with exquisite gentleness, his eyes communicating what words could not, before he lowered his lips to hers in a kiss that managed to be both properly restrained and deeply personal. When they turned to face their guests, the cheer that erupted seemed to startle birds from the nearby trees. The celebration that followed blended Eastern refinements with frontier hospitality. Tables groaned under platters of roasted beef and venison, Sarah's finest biscuits, vegetables from the kitchen garden, and an elaborate wedding cake transported with painstaking care from Denver. Champagne from Boston shared space with locally distilled whiskey, each finding equal favor among the diverse gathering. As evening approached, lanterns were lit throughout the ranch yard, casting a warm glow over the festivities. Arthur Langford claimed the first dance with his daughter, moving with unexpected grace for a man who had once professed disdain for such frivolity. "Your mother would have loved this day," he said as they circled the makeshift dance floor. "She always believed Copper Creek would become exactly what you've made it, a true home." Charlotte blinked back sudden tears. "I still miss her." "As do I," Arthur acknowledged with uncharacteristic openness. "But she is here in every acre of this land, in every choice you've made to honor her vision." His gaze drifted to where Grayson stood in conversation with Miguel, both men laughing at some shared observation. "And in your selection of a partner who understands the value of what you've built together." Before Charlotte could respond, Grayson appeared at Arthur's shoulder. "May I claim my wife for a dance, sir?" Arthur relinquished Charlotte with a formal bow, though a smile played about his lips. "She is yours to claim, Mr. Reynolds, though I suspect you'll find her less easily led than your horses." "I would have it no other way," Grayson replied, drawing Charlotte into his arms as the musicians began a waltz. They moved together with the easy coordination that had characterized their partnership from the beginning, once they'd set aside mutual suspicion. "Happy, Mrs. Reynolds?" Grayson asked, his voice low enough that only she could hear. The name, so new and yet somehow right, brought a smile to her lips. "Completely, Mr. Reynolds." As night fell completely, the celebration continued under stars that seemed particularly brilliant. Charlotte found herself surrounded by the community they had built. Neighbors who had become friends, employees who had become family, her father who had become an ally rather than an adversary, and, at the center of it all, the man whose hand now wore her ring. Copper Creek stretched around them in the darkness, no longer merely an inheritance or obligation, but the foundation upon which they would build their future together. As Grayson led her in one final dance, the ranch yard emptying as guests departed, Charlotte felt the perfect completion of a circle that had begun the day she'd first set foot on this land. "What are you thinking?" Grayson asked as they swayed together beneath the oak tree where they had exchanged their vows. Charlotte rested her head against his shoulder, content in a way she had never imagined possible, that some journeys lead exactly where we're meant to be, even when the path seems uncertain. His arms tightened around her, and some treasures can't be measured in silver or acres. Or even in water rights, she agreed with a smile. Above them, the stars of a western sky traced patterns unchanged since long before either of them had come to this land and would continue long after they were gone. But tonight, those stars witnessed the beginning of a partnership that would leave its own mark on Copper Creek's legacy. 1 year later, Charlotte shaded her eyes against the morning sun, watching as riders moved through the herd in the eastern pasture. The spring roundup had begun at dawn, with Grayson overseeing the operation, while she managed the ledgers and planning. From her vantage point near the corral, she could just make out his tall figure on horseback, directing the hands with the quiet authority that had earned their unwavering loyalty. The ranch had flourished in the years since their wedding. The water management system had transformed not just Copper Creek but neighboring properties as well, while the silver mining operation had begun to show modest but steady returns. Most significantly, they had expanded their breeding program, introducing bloodlines that promised to establish Copper Creek cattle as among the finest in the territory. "Quite a sight, isn't it?" Arthur Langford's voice came from behind her. "I scarcely recognized the operation from my first visit." Charlotte turned to smile at her father, who had arrived the previous day on his third visit since the wedding. Boston's harsh winter had taken a toll on his health, but the journey west seemed to invigorate him each time. "We've been fortunate this year. The rainfall has been ideal." Arthur joined her at the fence, his banker's eye assessing the expanded operation with obvious approval. "Fortune favors the prepared, as your mother always said. Your management has been exemplary." "Our management," Charlotte corrected gently. "Grayson deserves equal credit." Arthur nodded, his initial reservations about her marriage long since dispelled by the evidence of their successful partnership. "You complement each other well. Different strengths applied toward common goals." The sound of an approaching rider drew their attention. Miguel's eldest son approached at a canter, waving a packet of papers. "Mail delivery from town, Miss Charlotte, Mrs. Reynolds," he corrected himself with a grin, still adjusting to her married name. "Including letters from Boston." Charlotte accepted the packet. "Thank you, Pablo. There's coffee in the kitchen if you'd like some before you head back to town." While Pablo dismounted and headed for the kitchen, Charlotte sorted through the correspondence. "Business papers for you, Pablo," she said, handing several official-looking envelopes to her father. "And a letter from your banker." "And for you?" Arthur inquired, tucking the documents into his coat pocket. Charlotte examined the remaining envelope, recognizing the handwriting of her father's housekeeper. "News from Mrs. Winters, it appears." They settled on the porch steps, Charlotte breaking the seal on her letter while Arthur did the same with his. The spring breeze carried the scent of wildflowers and the distant sounds of cattle and calling cowboys. "Well," Arthur said after several minutes of silent reading, "it seems Edmund Holloway has finally reaped what he sowed. His bank has failed, and he's been forced to sell his family home to cover the debts." Charlotte looked up from her own letter, surprised by her lack of satisfaction at this news. "How unfortunate." Arthur raised an eyebrow. "You surprise me, Charlotte. I had thought you might take some pleasure in his downfall, given your history." "Once, perhaps, I would have." She folded Mrs. Winter's letter thoughtfully. But I find revenge holds little appeal when one's own life is so full. Her hand moved almost unconsciously to rest against her midsection, where the slight rounding had only recently become noticeable beneath her practical riding skirt. Arthur's keen eyes followed the gesture, widening with sudden comprehension. "Charlotte, are you—" She nodded, a smile spreading across her face. "Yes, the baby should arrive by late autumn." Arthur sat very still, emotion working across features that had once seemed permanently fixed in Banker's impassivity. "A grandchild," he said softly, as though testing the word. "Elizabeth would be—" He trailed off, uncharacteristically lost for words. "Ecstatic," Charlotte finished for him. "And already planning the nursery, I imagine." "Have you told Grayson?" "Not yet. I wanted to be certain before raising his hopes." Charlotte's smile deepened. "Though I suspect he's begun to wonder. Sarah has been forcing extra helpings on me at every meal, and he's not unobservant." As if summoned by their conversation, Grayson appeared at the edge of the yard, dismounting from his horse with fluid grace. Even from a distance, Charlotte could see the moment he spotted her on the porch with her father, his posture straightening, his stride lengthening as he approached. "The northern section is complete," he reported as he reached them, removing his hat in deference to Arthur's presence. "We should finish the entire roundup by tomorrow evening." His eyes moved to the letter in Charlotte's hands. "News from Boston? Edmund Holloway has met financial ruin," Arthur supplied, "but it seems my daughter finds that less interesting than other matters." Grayson glanced between them, sensing the undercurrent in the conversation. "What other matters?" Charlotte rose to her feet, heart suddenly hammering despite her certainty of his reaction. "We'll need to discuss expanding the main house," she said, taking his hand and guiding it to rest against her slightly rounded middle. "We'll be requiring additional space by autumn." For a moment, Grayson remained absolutely still, his expression freezing in disbelief. Then his fingers spread against the subtle curve of her stomach, and wonder bloomed across his face with such naked joy that Charlotte felt tears spring to her eyes. "Charlotte," he whispered, his voice roughened with emotion. "Are you certain?" She nodded, unable to speak past the tightness in her throat. His free hand came up to cradle her face, thumb brushing away a tear she hadn't realized had fallen. "A child," he said, as though the words themselves were precious. Arthur cleared his throat discreetly. "I believe I hear Sarah calling me to breakfast," he said, though no such call had sounded. With a smile that contained both happiness and a touch of wistfulness, he disappeared into the house, leaving them alone on the porch. "Are you pleased?" Charlotte asked, suddenly needing to hear the words despite the evidence written plainly across Grayson's face. He shook his head in wonder. "Charlotte, when I first came to Copper Creek, I owned nothing but my horse and the clothes on my back. Now I have a home, a purpose, the finest wife a man could ask for, and a child on the way." His voice broke slightly on the last words. "I am beyond pleased. I am blessed beyond any right or expectation." He drew her into his arms then, his embrace careful, as though she had suddenly become fragile, a notion Charlotte knew she would need to dispel in the coming months. But for now, she allowed herself to savor the protective tenderness, the reverent way his hand continued to rest against their growing child. "We'll need to hire additional help," she murmured against his chest. "I won't be able to manage the South Pasture expansion myself during the later months." Grayson's chuckle rumbled beneath her ear. "Already planning your confinement schedule, Mrs. Reynolds?" "Practical considerations," she replied with a smile. "Though Sarah will undoubtedly try to confine me to needlework and napping well before necessary, as will your father, I suspect. He's looking quite pleased with the prospect of grandfatherhood." Charlotte nodded, thinking of Arthur's expression. Joy mingled with a shadow of regret that Elizabeth could not share this moment. "We'll want to extend his visit now." "Good. We could use his expertise with the Denver banking negotiations." Grayson stepped back slightly, his hand still resting lightly on her waist. "Are you feeling well? Should you be resting?" The question, so earnest and concerned, made Charlotte laugh. "I'm perfectly healthy, Grayson." "Women have been having babies since the beginning of time?" most while continuing to work far harder than I do. Not my wife, he replied with sudden fierceness. Not the mother of my child. Charlotte laid her hand against his cheek, touched by the protective instinct even as she prepared to establish reasonable boundaries. I won't take unnecessary risks, but I won't be treated as an invalid either. We'll find a balance, as we always do. The sound of the breakfast bell saved them from potential disagreement. Sarah appeared in the doorway, her knowing smile suggesting she had already guessed Charlotte's condition. "Come eat while it's hot," she called. "Especially you, Mrs. Reynolds. You're looking too thin these days." Charlotte exchanged an amused glance with Grayson. "I doubt I'll remain too thin for long, with both you and Sarah monitoring my diet. A conspiracy I fully support," he replied, offering his arm with formal courtesy belied by the intimate warmth in his eyes. Later that afternoon, with ranch business temporarily settled and Arthur engaged in reviewing contracts in the study, Charlotte and Grayson rode out together to inspect the new reservoir construction. The spring day had warmed pleasantly, wildflowers carpeting meadows that had been brown and dormant just weeks earlier. They reined in their horses at the top of the ridge that offered the best view of Copper Creek's sprawling acreage. Below them, the ranch buildings formed a neat cluster in the distance, while cattle dotted the lush pastures that stretched toward the horizon. The silver of water caught the sunlight where irrigation channels carried life-giving moisture to fields that would soon burst with crops. "I was thinking we might name her Elizabeth if it's a girl," Grayson said, breaking the companionable silence, "to honor your mother's legacy." Charlotte turned to him, once again caught off guard by the depth of understanding this man continually revealed. "And if it's a boy? Jonathan, perhaps, after my father?" He gazed out over the ranch, his expression reflective, "though I would also be amenable to Arthur, if you prefer." Charlotte laughed softly, imagining her father's reaction to such an honor. "Perhaps we should wait to meet this little one before deciding. He or she might have ideas of their own." "Like their mother," Grayson agreed with a smile. "And their father," Charlotte countered. The sun had begun its westward descent, casting long shadows across the land that had brought them together through an unlikely series of events neither could have predicted. Charlotte thought of the desperate young woman who had fled Boston society, determined to preserve her independence at any cost. That version of herself could never have imagined the fullness of the life awaiting her at Copper Creek. Not just success and security, but partnership, love, and now the promise of a new generation to continue what her mother had begun. Grayson reached across the space between their horses, taking her hand in his. No words were necessary as they surveyed their domain, the ranch that had once been merely Charlotte's inheritance, but had become their shared creation. The greatest treasure, as they had both come to understand, was neither the silver in the hills nor the water in the springs, but the life they had built together in this wild, beautiful place that had tested, challenged, and ultimately blessed them both. "Shall we head back?" Grayson asked eventually. "Your father will be wondering where we've disappeared to." Charlotte nodded, but neither made any immediate move to turn their horses. For just a moment longer they remained where they were, hands linked, silhouetted against the vast western sky that had witnessed their journey from adversaries to allies to lovers to family. "Copper Creek," Charlotte murmured, the name itself a promise fulfilled and still unfolded. "Home," Grayson replied simply, and with that single word they turned their horses toward the ranch, riding side by side as they had learned to move through life, neither leading nor following, but moving forward together toward the future they continued to build with each passing day.